The massive, sun-drenched facade of the Gangnam Fitness Center looms large, marking the center of Choi Kang-yuk's world. The stress of his situation erupted in muffled curses as Kang-yuk stood near the empty staff room door. The camera frames him live, his energy palpable as the chat erupts with greetings and praise for his physique. The perfectly presented food and drinks suddenly materialized, eliciting excited reactions from the chat. The influencer enthusiastically digs into the trending, delicious chicken, downing a drink alongside his massive meal. The sheer deliciousness of the food overwhelmed him, making the muscle-obsessed trainer momentarily forget his strict regimen. The trending beer washes down the fried chicken as he savors the moment. The agonizing memories of his severe injury, the catalyst for his obsession with fitness, wash over him in this strange dream. The mission ended in disaster, a severe injury requiring immediate extraction. The physical recovery continued, one strenuous stretch at a time, while expert hands worked on his deep muscle tension. All the elements of his dedicated life, lifting, yoga, nutrition, seemed to surround him now. The screen flashes to reveal the subject of the stream, Choi Kang-yuk, the nation's best fitness trainer. Despite his internal struggle over the calories, the sheer flavor was overwhelming. For Kang-yuk, stressed and alone, this simple act of reading felt like a profound, long-lost comfort. The crushing weight of pandemic pressures, quarantine, time limits, and membership loss bears down on him. The oppressive weight of reality returned as the doctor's warning echoed, shattering his brief peace. The viewers bombarded him with rapid-fire questions, their concern mixing with the fading high of his meal. With a confident wink and a thumbs up, Choi Kang-yuk officially kicks off his highly requested broadcast. The intense relaxation of the novel quickly gave way to a sudden, jarring awareness. The master trainer grimaced, his brief moment of peace shattered by the unfamiliar, jarring reality of the dream. The doctor, reviewing the test results, appeared visibly concerned. The intensity of the strange power surges, perhaps linked to the dream's demands, draws a shocked, defiant response. Overwhelmed by the doctor's prognosis, Kang-yuk could only stammer out a response. The doctor's warning echoed, painting a dire picture of potential hair loss due to unmanaged stress. The doctor's stern warning about stress and potential baldness hits Kang-yuk like a physical blow. The doctor's stern warning about impending baldness spurred a reaction, but Kang-yuk could only muster a weak agreement. The immense stress of his situation finally forced a heavy sigh from the physically spent trainer. He tries to grasp the thought, perhaps a lingering reaction from the bizarre, intense dream. His momentary relaxation gave way to shock as he focused intently on the screen. Despite the nagging anxiety about his body, he gave a firm denial. Scrolling through the digital library, familiar titles from his childhood began to appear. The narrative flashes back, explaining that Kang-yuk grew up poor, raised only under his grandparents' care. The memory shifts to his childhood, where a young Kang-yuk excitedly rushed from a local bookstore. The sweet memories of browsing the bookstore flooded back, pulling him from his current stress. The muscle-bound streamer, still guilt-ridden over his cheap meal, finally taps the screen to distract himself. His finger hovers over the first chapter, the familiar tap echoing as he makes his choice. His shock deepens as he processes the bizarre reality of his new, juvenile surroundings. Overwhelmed by the familiar comfort of the novel, a sudden realization breaks through his trance. The manager's unexpected presence cuts short Kang-yuk's administrative task, leaving him momentarily startled. The scene abruptly shifts back to Kang-yuk, still lost in his thoughts, asking himself if this truly was the only option. The stress momentarily melted away as he rediscovered the simple joy of reading his cherished Muram novels. After deciding to rest, the exhausted Kang-yuk finally slumped onto the wooden floor beside his phone. The sheer exhaustion from the stream and his lingering worries finally caught up to him. He collapsed onto the floor, overwhelmed. Just as he resigned himself to rest, a sudden, blinding light erupted from the phone on the floor. The protagonist jolts awake as a harsh voice demands gym exercise immediately. The dream's intensity shatters the fragile peace as a voice announces the dreaded morning workout. Kang-yuk snapped out of his reverie, startled by the sudden, unfamiliar voice. The sudden, jarring immersion into the dream world was immediately met with panic from the other young monks. The shock deepens as his eyes widen, realizing the impossible identity of his unexpected instructor. The young monk cheerfully grabs the protagonist's arm, pulling him forward despite his resistance. The focus shifts to the man himself, revealing the meticulously crafted physique of the nation's best trainer. The immediate shock of the bizarre surroundings forces him to question how he arrived here. The dream world jolted him back to reality with a sudden, rough shake. The protagonist snaps back to reality, utterly bewildered by the rough awakening. Startled by the aggressive posture, Mu-jin cries out as he stumbles back. The older monk aggressively points out their lateness, forcing the protagonist back to the harsh reality of the dream. The novel's title, Shaolin Monk Chronicles, sounded familiar, striking a chord deep within him. The realization hits him like a blow. He was just reading about this world. The dream-like calm shattered as a sharp sound jolted Kang-hyuk awake. Relieved that this bizarre situation is just a dream, he starts to remember his childhood habits. The protagonist, Mu-jin, greets the kneeling monk with surprising confidence. The monk looks up, a strange recognition dawning in his eyes as the dialogue begins. The urgency in the air quickly shifts as the young monks burst into the room. "Yeah, this is just a dream," he affirmed, the surreal imagery unfolding around him. The dream reality was shattered by the monk's furious shout, demanding immediate compliance. The imposing figure snaps at the assembled novices, demanding they take their positions immediately. The character is suddenly jolted by the reality of this vivid, immersive dream. The intensity of the morning training began immediately with the unexpected command for the horse stance. Kang-hyuk, confused by the martial arts terminology, mentally compared it to his familiar squats. The sheer strain of the ancient posture began to overwhelm the surrounding monks. The enraged young monk's accusation echoed, making Kang-hyuk realize the impossible truth of his predicament. Ha-young-pai erupted, utterly incensed by the young disciple's defiance. The instruction for a horse stance immediately sparks confusion, questioning if it's just an exercise he's familiar with. The other disciples strained, their bodies shaking under the intense pressure of the low stances. The young disciple's internal alarm flared. Something was deeply wrong with this flawed instruction. His warning about knee damage elicited only desperate internal panic from the onlookers. This ridiculous exercise unfolding before him was clearly not the foundational training he knew to be true. Kang-hyuk observed the flawed training, recognizing the vital importance of foundational strength others often missed. The monks sharply corrected their stances, demanding straightened backs and a natural lean forward. The monk's furious outburst echoed his shock at the young disciple's audacity. The older disciple, Ha-young-pai, surveyed the assembly with building fury. The young monk recoiled, stunned by the audacity of the newcomers' claims against their Shaolin traditions. Ha-young-pai erupted in fury, the audacity of the young monk too much to bear. The intensity of the confrontation visibly shocks the disciples. The challenger's casual confidence immediately provoked fury in the disciple he was mocking. The angry senior disciple lunged forward, furious at the youth's blatant disrespect during training. They reacted with shock to his suggestion, their authority visibly challenged. Even facing the absurd training, he steeled his resolve. The raw anger of the young disciple finally erupts, fueled by the perceived insult to Shaolin's ways. Ha-young-pai steps in, seemingly ready to shut down the insolent newcomer's questioning. The enraged disciple leaned in close, his finger jabbed forward with startling force. His opponent's shock only fueled Mu-jin's defiant, self-assured grin. He vehemently illustrates the physical cost of incorrect training, contrasting a normal joint with one suffering damage. Ha-young-pai's anger flared, accepting the challenge levied by the disrespectful novice. Ha-young-pai could only utter a stunned question after hearing Mu-jin's shocking proposal. Ha-young-pai paused, his sharp, golden eyes focused, demanding an answer from the audacious young disciple. The senior disciples reacted with shock and anger to Mu-jin's bold challenge. Ha-young-pai smirked, accepting the challenge presented by the audacious young disciple. The first-class disciple's face contorted in shock and outrage at Mujin's audacious challenge. Ha-Young Pai, the first-class disciple, listened intently to Mujin's bold claims. Ha-Young Pai offered a condescending smirk, accepting the impossible challenge laid down by Mujin. Ha-Young Pai's pronouncements left the other disciple utterly speechless. The heated debate paused, the intimidating physique of the monk demanding attention under the dramatic sky. The scene holds, awaiting the heavy words that will define their challenge. The other disciples whispered their doubts, while the angry monk erupted, branding him a brat. The force of his pointing finger stopped the chaos, silencing the surrounding disciples with sheer intensity. The first-class disciple, Ha-Young, exploded in outrage at Mujin's audacious critique. Ha-Young's face contorted with barely suppressed rage, his breath catching in a sharp, visible expulsion of frustration. The senior disciple explodes with rage, his conviction meeting the newcomer's defiance with sheer, blazing intensity. The sheer force of Ha-Young Pai's rebuke echoed, striking the trainees like physical blows. The young disciple's expression hardened, realizing the profound absurdity of the situation before him. The trainees flailed in their misguided horse dances, demonstrating the severe lack of proper foundation. The master monk stepped forward, his words echoing the challenge he had just issued. The elder monk squared up, his gaze challenging the young disciple's audacity. Ha-Young Pai, the first-class disciple, finally spoke, his expression hardening with serious intent. Ha-Young Pai smirked, accepting the challenge laid down by the insolent young monk. The senior disciple's composure finally cracks. A tense sound erupts as his face contorts in disbelief. The older monks recognized the potential danger of this bold young disciple. The senior monk silenced the murmurs with a sharp, commanding gesture. The senior disciple sharply pointed, concluding his ultimatum to the insolent newcomer. The senior monk pointed down, the challenge hanging heavy between them under the dramatic sunset sky. The first-class disciple, Ha-Young, could only stare in disbelief at the audacity of the young monk. The senior monk's imposing presence loomed as the younger disciple, Mujin, looked up with uncertainty. Ha-Young Pai, unmoved by the youthful audacity, makes his decree known to the assembled disciples. The first-class disciple clenched his fists, his gaze sharpening with intent. The disciple sweat, realizing the imposing figure before him was clearly in a different league entirely. Mujin quickly realizes the seniority's intent, to crush him under the guise of fair training. The younger disciple muttered his outrage at the senior's cruel insistence on the challenge. Having laid out the terms, the first-class disciple accepts the challenge with a thoughtful nod. The senior disciple mocks Mujin's challenge with a confident, almost predatory smile, his anger barely contained. Ha-Young Pai forced a chilling whisper toward the young provocateur. The first-class disciple stood firm, absorbing the young monk's defiant challenge before the assembled crowd. The intense command rings out, and the young disciples respond in immediate, if somewhat robotic, unison. The young monk held his confident gaze, waiting for the challenge to be accepted. The stern disciple watches as the other immediately agrees to the challenger's terms. The elder monk's intimidating glare solidified as the disciples muttered their disdain for the newcomer. Ha-Young Pai seals their confrontation with a definitive ultimatum. The relentless, exhausting training session finally concludes, marked by a deep, ragged breath. His horrified realization about the lack of protein was about to get him called out. The challenger's aggressive questioning is met with the young monk's defensive, yet unwavering, posture. The senior monk's stern gaze forced a quick capitulation. The tense standoff continued as Ha-Young's silent, unnerving presence seemed to mock the other's frustration. Despite the exhaustion and the painful training, the young monks adjusted their gear, ready for whatever came next. His threatening glare silences the onlookers, asserting dominance over the trainees' complaints. The ominous chime echoes across the temple grounds, signaling a shift in the morning's rhythm. The initial shock of the vegetarian meal hung heavy in the air, leaving him utterly speechless. This is the simple spread of rice, greens, and buns sits before him, a stark visual shock. The dining hall filled with anticipation, but the sight before them caused immediate confusion among the younger monks. The sudden realization that his needs weren't being met brought a sharp, questioning reaction. Mu Jin stood rigid, facing the steam rising from the simple bowls, the reality of the monk's diet slamming into him. The unsettling reality of the vegetarian meal settles in, causing Mu Jin to physically shake with disbelief. The monk slams down his bowl, an explosive reaction erupting over the pathetic vegetarian fare. The reality of the vegetarian meal hit Kanyuk like a physical blow, shocking him into silence. The senior monks reacted with shocked fury as Mu Jin's behavior continued to escalate. His refusal to let go of his unconventional demands was met with fierce, immediate confrontation. The physical need for protein ignites a primal fury within him. He will not let this caloric deficit stand. The desperate need for nutrients fueled his internal scream. He could not afford to waste this training. The stern gaze of the senior monk met the confusion of the younger one. The hall leader Hyunmun arrives, interrupting the tense silence over the meager meal. Hyunmun, the food hall leader, offers a deceptively pleasant smile as he addresses the situation. The harsh reality of the vegetarian meal hit Mu Jin with stunning force. Hyunmun, the food hall leader, offers a knowing, almost smug smile while assessing the situation. The food hall leader arrived, observing the surprising tension at the meal, his expression one of detached inquiry. The shock of the vegetarian meal registers with the imposing food hall leader observing the chaotic table. The insistent monk grabbed Kanyuk's arm, perhaps seeking validation for his unusual training. His plea for protein was met with absolute, sputtering outrage from the other monk. The frightened young monk was held back, trying to plead his case against the injustice of their meager meal. The realization of his dire need for protein was mirrored in his wide, shocked eyes. The impending realization hits him, leaving a stunned silence echoing in the dining hall. The sheer physical exertion left him drained, confirming the obvious truth of his body's state. The initial shock fades as a horrifying thought solidifies. This isn't a nightmare. It's truly happening. His hunger-fueled panic crystallized into a desperate resolve to act now. The gravity of his new reality as a young monk in Shaolin settles heavily upon him. His hunger and rage boiled over, leading to an explosive outburst against the meager meal. Hyung nervously confirms Mu Jin's status, while Hyunmun watches with knowing amusement. The shock of the vegetarian-only meal caused Mu Jin's composure to snap, his starving mind raging at the meager dishes. Monk Hyung's subtle agreement only fueled the food hall leader's indignation. The sheer absurdity of demanding meat in the temple drives a frustrated inner monologue toward a stark conclusion. Even while enduring the tedious study of scriptures, Choi Kang-ik was already anticipating his next necessary step: fuel. The morning's chant was over, but Mu Jin's internal monologue about needing protein continued. Now realizing he was truly inside the novel, Mu Jin processed the implications of his new reality. The narrative confirms Mu Jin's powerful protagonist status within the novel's framework, situated within the formidable Shaolin Temple Alliance. The grim reality of his situation hit Mu Jin as he stared at the ruined text. The young monk's irritation boiled over, his eyes flashing yellow as the disrespect continued. The tense atmosphere of the classroom seemed to focus entirely on Mu Jin, whose wide eyes betrayed his sudden apprehension. Surrounded by skeptical eyes, Mu Jin acknowledged the grim reality of his newfound predicament. The disciples' outrage over the meager meal reached a boiling point, punctuated by Hyung's quiet assertion. The confrontation ends with a chilling resolve. The deed is already done, and the young monk smiles wickedly. The revelation of the vegetarian-only menu hits Mu Jin with the shock of a system failure. The monk's indignation was clear, demanding to know who stood above Monk Hyung's authority. Hyung's expression remained stern, acknowledging the underlying tension of the situation. Hyung found the situation amusing, letting the other monk's comments slide by. Ho-ho, IWAS passing BY, SOIKMIN. After the morning session, Kang-yuk and the others headed towards the dining hall. The grueling morning training was finally complete, yet the young monks trudged down the massive stone steps with heavy exhaustion. The assembly of monks stood waiting, a stark backdrop to the silent tension in the courtyard. Mu Jin, having barely survived the ordeal of vegetarianism, now faces the reality of his forced sparring match. The tension spikes as an imposing figure radiates pure, intimidating energy. As the intense training concluded, Choi Kang-yuk turned his unwavering, resolute gaze forward. With the challenge accepted, Mu Jin stepped forward, his entrance punctuated by the steady sounds of his purposeful stride. The sound of rapid, powerful movement echoed as the disciple charged forward. The time set for the demonstration had finally arrived. The chapter title card fades in, setting the stage for the intense training ahead. The chaotic, one-sided sparring match has abruptly paused, drawing the attention of the onlookers. Even while demonstrating the stretch, the focused youngster caught the attention of the passing monks. The shocked disciple finally places the name on the technique. Tendon technique. These physical preparations are crucial to prevent shock to the body during rigorous activity. Mu Jin's quick grasp of the technique clearly piqued the interest of his peer. The immediate aftermath of the fight left the spectators utterly bewildered by Mu Jin's stance. His readiness to stretch into such a deep split impressed the onlookers. The onlookers watched in stunned amazement as Mu Gung's unexpected performance unfolded. The impact was immediate and devastating, showcasing Mu Gung's raw power. The spectators watched in awe as Mu Gung's raw power manifested. The older disciple grunted under the unexpected display, while the younger boy simply admired the display of power. The crushing reality of his disadvantage settles in, forcing him to question everything. A sudden realization strikes as Mu Jin gazes upon the training grounds of the sect. The senior monk's gaze confirms the unexpected readiness of the younger disciple. The master watches the rapid succession of events, his thoughts focusing on the skilled newcomer, Mu Jin. Observing from the shadows, the master noted the disciples' clumsy warm-up. Their initial shock was replaced by wide-eyed inquiry at the sudden, sharp noises. But a tree? The master's confusion hung heavy in the silence. The master observed Mu Jin's peculiar self-training, a quiet acknowledgement of his unorthodox efforts. The speaker, confident in their plan, clears their throat to interrupt the ongoing observation. Averting his gaze, the other monk wondered why Ha-yun was paying him such close attention. Mu Jin scoffed, his eyes hardening with ruthless determination despite the match being about to start. Mu Jin finishes his preparatory stance, drawing a sharp attention with a small clearing of the throat. Mu Jin stood there, radiating confidence, ready to demonstrate his newfound power. Mu Jin, eager to prove himself, demanded they start the sparring match immediately. The victor's look of utter contempt was clear as he assessed the downed Mu Gung. Mu Jin steps forward, his expression hardening with fierce resolve. He is ready to prove himself. The challenger's serious gaze signals the start of the highly anticipated spar. His face contorted in a grimace, the intensity of his focused punches echoing the sheer force he'd been cultivating for months. The match officially commences as Mu Jin launches an immediate, ferocious attack. The impact hits Mu Gung, sending a shockwave of disbelief and pain across his face. Mu Gung roared, putting every ounce of his struggling might into resisting the crushing hold. Mu Gung's shock and immediate impact were evident as the unseen attacker struck with blinding speed. The sound of impact filled the air as Mu Gung's impressive technique connected, shocking the onlookers. Mu Gung's defense collapsed instantly as the calculated blow landed with devastating force. The sudden, shocking reversal stunned the onlookers into silence. Mu Gung's surprise attack was met with an instant, furious retaliation. He assessed his skills, knowing the move he chose was dangerously powerful. The second-class disciples watched in disbelief as Mu Gung was immediately overwhelmed. The clash of techniques resulted in a heavy, brutal impact as Mu Gung was driven down. The critical moment arrived as Mu Jin applied the precise, painful pressure of his practiced technique. In barely a second, the fight was over. The devastating armbar took hold. Witnessing the swift, brutal application of the arm lock, the spectators erupted in panicked shouts. The onlookers erupted in shock as Mu Gung was subdued so swiftly. The armbar held tight, Mu Gung's face contorted in agonizing resistance against the sudden, brutal leverage. The agonizing pressure intensified, forcing a horrified realization from Mu Gung. Despite the sudden reversal, Gung's comrades still desperately screamed encouragement from the sidelines. The submission was instantaneous. Gung's scream was a testament to the searing pain. Gung, pinned and helpless, could only look up as the hold tightened. Jin applied crushing pressure, demanding surrender as the arm threatened immediate dislocation. The audience watched in stunned silence as Gung's arm was locked in that agonizing position. The agonizing sounds of strain echoed as Gung's body fought the excruciating pressure. The enraged onlooker screamed, demanding Jin release the hold instantly. The pressure on Gung's arm was becoming excruciating, prompting cries of alarm from the onlookers. The sudden, shocking application of the lock brought an immediate, agonizing cry from Gung. The disciples watched in stunned silence as Gung's incredible strength was abruptly neutralized. The onlookers gasped, witnessing the brutal efficacy of Jin's technique applied to Gung. Gung thrashed, utterly caught and terrified as Jin applied the painful hold. The onlookers were left stunned by the swift, brutal nature of Jin's technique against Gung. The shocked onlookers realized the severity of Jin's technique, murmuring their helpless concern. The pressure intensified, Gung's shoulder visibly straining under the grip. Despite the dire situation, the younger disciple frantically tried to urge his friend to fight back. Jin stared, the tension in his grip confirming the desperate situation his opponent was in. The focus shifts to the very extremity, the devastating technique itself. The demonstration culminated in this raw, explosive burst of power, showcasing the technique's true potential. The demonstration of pure power reached its zenith, shattering the mock opponent into dust. Yet, the elder master's eyes burned with an intense, almost demonic glow, setting the air thick with tension. The true power of the chain punch, which you are all learning right now. But this morning, his moment of supposed glory ended pathetically. Gung's formidable chain punch was easily countered, leaving him defeated without even proper defense. The elder's heavy blow was met with sheer, straining force, echoing in a stifled groan. His companion tried to console the defeated Gung, whose breakdown was evident. The defeated Gung was inconsolable, his humiliation evident as a peer tried to offer meager comfort. The defeated monk's desperate cries were met with a chilling, smug affirmation from the victor. As the tension breaks, the crowd can only react with choked disbelief to Gung's collapse. The outburst of shock reverberates as the reality of the situation crashes down on the monk. The crowd of monks watched, their earlier pride curdling into stunned, angry confusion. The young monk stared upward, completely stunned by the declaration that he had been defeated. The crowd erupts, pointing out the fundamental hypocrisy. He won without using the renowned chain punch. Frustrated, Gung couldn't fathom why his victory was being so meticulously scrutinized. Humbled and defeated, Gung could only hide his despair amidst his sniffles, denying the unbelievable result. The pride of the disciples shattered. Shaolin's renowned chain punch was defeated. Despite the raw visual evidence, the disciples clung fiercely to denial. The implications of this defeat sank in, threatening Shaolin's reputation. The crowd of young monks watched, utterly stunned by the master's demonstration. As the master's proclamation stunned the crowd, his disciples looked to their leader, bewildered by the unexpected turn. The elder master finally breaks his stern facade, showing an unexpected, knowing smile. The high-ranking elder confirms the victor's identity. Jin. The accuser presses the point. Why abandon the chain punch after utilizing that strange technique? The elder monk, witnessing the display, finally acknowledged the young monk's victory. The crowd erupts in shock as the injustice of Gung's unorthodox tactics sinks in. Stunned disbelief washes over him. Even this elder acknowledges his victory. The master's harsh judgment echoes, causing disbelief among the onlookers. The master continued, stating that the effectiveness of his technique was only due to Gung's inferior skill level. With the arguments settled and the victor declared, the true path forward in Shaolin was now laid bare. The crowd murmured in awe as the elder monk prepared to demonstrate the true might of the chain punch. The elder strains, his hand grasping the massive boulder, the veins bulging as he unleashes the raw power of the chain punch. The master monk struggles mightily, straining to hold back the immense weight of the boulder. The stunned crowd watches, breath held, as the master's declaration sinks in. The sound of the impact reverberates as the master shows the true power of the technique. The master monk prepares to demonstrate the true, devastating force of Shaolin's techniques. The elder monk, momentarily stunned, let out a raw, guttural exhale. The master monk, now demonstrating true power, unleashed a devastating, focused strike. The clash erupts with explosive force, a raw, primal cry echoing the sheer impact of the blow. The sound of impact rings out, accompanied by a blinding surge of intense, concentrated power from the fist. The master unleashes his power, striking with the raw, concentrated might of the chain punch. The demonstration was explosive. Shattered boulders rained down as the chain punch's power was revealed. The young monks cheered ecstatically, witnessing the unbelievable display of power. The sheer destructive power of the chain punch leaves the monks utterly stunned. The sound of impact echoed as the true power of the chain punch was revealed. The elder's surprising endorsement left the young monk momentarily speechless and overwhelmed. His excitement peaked as he finally uttered his concluding thought on the matter. The master forcefully illustrates the true, overwhelming purpose of martial arts: decisive confrontation. The sheer force of the demonstration left the young monk momentarily stunned. The elder monk, Haiyong, finally acknowledges the unexpected victor, directly addressing him. The elder, sweating slightly, stared back, the tension of the debate still heavy in the air. But the elder's boast about shattering mountains felt suspiciously contradictory now. The sheer force of the chain punch instantly shattered the massive boulder into rubble. The master intensely focuses, perhaps witnessing the true display of Shaolin's power for the first time. While the onlookers whispered their disbelief, the elder monks stared ahead, their expressions unreadable beneath the bright sky. The demonstration concludes, leaving the onlookers stunned and hesitant to accept the outcome. An intense quiet settled over the training hall following the demonstration. The elder monk's expression twists in sudden shock and disbelief as the victor is declared. The initial confrontation resolved, the elders withdrew to discuss the unexpected outcome over tea. The elders struggled to find the right words to address the fallout from Mu Gung's defeat. The elder questions the apparent contradiction in the young man's supposed adherence to Shaolin's essence. The elders debated the implications of Mu Jin's victory, with one questioning his methods. The elder expresses deep suspicion, wondering if the strange technique masked an outside threat like the unorthodox alliance or the demonic cult. The master's stunned realization focused entirely on that young challenger. The elders recoiled, utterly bewildered by the outlandish accusation being hurled at the winner. The sheer dedication of the Arhat Hall disciples left the observers completely stunned and agitated. The concerned senior disciple waited for an answer to his proposal regarding Biap Gang, still wrestling with how to handle this strange, tenacious new disciple. The monk's surprise was clear, reacting to the abrupt nature of the previous statement. The master watches, momentarily stunned by the chaotic scene unfolding before him. The senior monks continued to debate the young disciple's true nature over steaming tea. The master took a slow, thoughtful sip of his steaming drink, his expression heavy with consideration of the situation. The master remained silent, observing the young disciple from the grand courtyard. The disciples, leaving for the night, noticed an unexpected presence. Peeking around the corner, they watched the ongoing drama unfold. His intense focus was suddenly broken by a sharp, startling realization. The sheer shock on his face confirmed their dread. Biap Gang was truly returning. The observing disciples could only stare in shock at the relentless dedication they were witnessing. The onlookers could only stare in awe and dread at the formidable intensity of Biap Gang. Peering around the corner, the observers watched on, absolutely aghast at the sight before them. Even after the brief relief, Mu Jin immediately resumed the grueling exercise, his labored breathing echoing the intensity. They watched Biap Gang, the rules fanatic, relentlessly practicing even after his transfer. The master chuckled, clearly amused by the young disciple's relentless drive. The intense relief from the massage was immediately shattered by the next command. The startling rumors about Biab Gang's reassignment spread quickly among the onlookers. The sheer intensity of the training was clearly overwhelming the observers. Frustrated by the continued lack of respect, Biab Gang questioned their actions directly. Meanwhile, the master, consumed by his studies, was likely missing the ridiculousness unfolding outside. The onlookers watched, mesmerized by his unwavering dedication, now fully committed to the horse stance. The intense, grinding pain in his knees climaxed as he struggled to maintain the posture. The relief was momentary. The rigorous session resumed instantly, demanding more from the still strained body. He finished his painful set, but the training simply waits for no one. Biab Gang's intimidating grin reveals the intensity of the rules fanatic. The Arhat Hall disciples could only stare, bewildered by the speed of his recovery. The disciples reeled back, stunned by the imposing figure of Biab Gang standing before them. The relief of finishing the second round quickly faded as Mu Jin prepared to start again immediately. The rules fanatic finishes his session, enthusiastically greeting the others. The disciples were astonished by Biab Gang's relentless discipline. Even as they resumed their own training, the disciples whispered their shock, worried about the intense presence and the implications of Biab Gang's next move. The observers watched Biab Gang, their expressions shifting from confusion to recognition of the formidable disciple. The disciples watched in awe as Biab Gang, finally making his presence known, seemed to greet them. The onlookers confirmed their earlier decision. The intense, rules-obsessed Biab Gang would handle the problem disciple. Despite the pain and exhaustion, the relentless drive for improvement meant the break was immediately over. The intensity of the training left the disciples utterly spent, pausing only briefly before the next round. The rules fanatic observed the troubled trainee, focusing intently to diagnose the exact problem plaguing him. The second monk, exhausted but resolute, maintained his stance under his senior's intense observation. The disciples finished their discussion, concluding that perhaps his intensity stemmed from proving his father's teachings. He maintains his difficult stance, demonstrating incredible focus even under scrutiny. The powerful monk held his stance, the exertion etched onto his face as he continued his grueling practice. The sheer intensity of the basic training has left him sweating, yet he concludes it must all be part of the rigorous test. Ignoring the pain, he was ready to restart the second round immediately. The rules fanatic, Biab Gang, immediately scrutinizes the young disciple's stance. He paused, clearly taken aback by the abrupt resumption of training. The rules fanatic resolved to drill the new disciple thoroughly, starting from the absolute basics. The observers watched, struck by the intensity of his posture, realizing the cost of such discipline. Even after such intense training, Biab Gang remained resolute, embodying the master's expected demeanor. Biab Gang's unsettling grin promised an easy path now that he had asserted dominance. He stared, catching his breath, realizing the unexpected continuation of their intense session. But even after stopping the set, the sheer exertion of his practice left him breathless and collapsing. The junior disciple marvels, recognizing the intense stretching lunge he just witnessed Biab Gang complete. The intense concentration of the horse stance radiates palpable energy as he holds the position. The disciple's enthusiastic declaration was met with the stern, sweating intensity of the senior monk. The junior disciple reacted with utter confusion to the suggestion of another round. The young disciple, stunned by the sudden collapse, could only watch as Biab Gang slumped over. The disciple recoiled, shocked by the intense pain he felt from even a light touch to his injured knee. The sudden relief from the intense pain left him momentarily bewildered. Despite the recent pain, the intense relief suggests the strange treatment worked wonders. All right then, a sudden, firm tap breaks the moment of relief. The former discipline court enforcer now confirms his transfer to the Arhat Hall. Despite the lingering agony, a strange sense of relief washed over Biab Gang's brutally trained muscles. The other disciple, realizing Mujin's current plight, calls out to him. The sheer dedication of the rule fanatic, Biab Gang, defined his formidable reputation. The disciples stared on, still wary but attentive after the demonstration. Biab Gang, seemingly pacified by the new methods, confirms his readiness to proceed. Biab Gang demonstrates the correct, knee-friendly narrow squat posture. Biab Gang demonstrates the proper form for the knee-sparing mini squat exercise. Biab Gang listened intently, the stranger's praises for his quick adaptation ringing in his ears. Biab Gang demonstrates the precise, slightly bent knee posture he was just taught. He demonstrated the precise motion, slowly lowering the body while relying only on the thighs and glutes. Mu Jin demonstrated the subtle straightening motion, emphasizing the required movement to ease the strain. The intimidating monk Biab Gang stood tall, commanding immediate respect with his powerful stance. 3 rounds done, Biab Gang stated, holding up 3 fingers with unusual enthusiasm. This stark visual contrast with the friendly demeanor Biab Gang is now showing Mu Jin. Despite their fierce reputation, these soldiers were surprisingly weak to genuine friendliness. The other disciples shifted uncomfortably as the menacing presence of monk Haiyung interrupted their conversation. Haiyung's intense reaction confirmed his internal struggle with Mu Jin's unexpected talent. Haiyung decided to ignore the 2 veterans for the time being. The monastery grounds basked in the bright morning light, signifying the continuation of their training. Haiyung pointedly reminds Biab Gang about the previous posture he performed. Although Biab Gang seemed unnerved by Haiyung's presence, he conceded, acknowledging the efficacy of the new techniques. As Haiyung demonstrated the posture, Mu Jin focused intensely on the teacher's breathing cues. Biab Gang, sweating under the intensity, still held a strange composure after Mu Jin's session. Biab Gang demonstrated the proper, knee-saving posture, shocking the disciples with his expertise. Biab Gang, impressed by the quick adjustment, beams at the young trainee. Haiyung paused, signaling a sudden realization to the attentive Mu Jin. Biab Gang, savoring the misunderstanding he created, lets out a knowing, villainous smirk. Thinking back on his own past antics, Biab Gang found the perfect opening to recover the conversation. Biab Gang, clearly pleased, laughs heartily as Mu Jin waits patiently for his response. Haiyung's internal monologue cut short, his expression shifting as the training progressed. While Haiyung looked wary, the enthusiastic junior was clearly enjoying the newfound camaraderie. Biab Gang, satisfied with his own deception, politely asks to be excused from the session. His intense gaze shifted, evaluating the surrounding disciples. Biab Gang's simmering frustration suddenly boils over, interrupting the training session. Haiyung's apology only further fuels the intensity of Biab Gang's reaction. Biab Gang presses for his assessment, while Haiyung grimaces at the boisterous display. Haiyung dismisses the question, playing off his recent strange behavior with a sly smile to his skeptical peer. Biab Gang, having finally experienced the superior training, expresses surprised confirmation to the others. Biab Gang paused, contemplating the unexpected nature of the compliment he had just received. Haiyung subtly noted the excellent form demonstrated, recognizing the advanced nature of the movements. Haiyung, having finished his physical demonstration, prepares to instruct the others on the next vital step. The training session concluded, but Mu Jin was clearly not finished processing the intensity of his interaction with the mad dog. Biab Gang, recovering from the shock of being called mad dog, asserted his authority with a stern look. Even after everything, Haiyung felt his composure slipping away. Biab Gang's bizarre behavior continued as he followed Mu Jin's instructions meticulously. Haiyung pondered the situation, realizing the depth of Mu Jin's unusual knowledge. Biab Gang finishes his summary, the bright Shaolin grounds reflecting his determined statement. Haiyung's intense reaction shows the sudden shock of hearing the others' whispers. The relentless schedule and intense training were clearly wearing down Haiyung, but Mu Jin understood. The other disciples watched, waiting for the feared mad dog to begin the next lesson. The intense internal focus was visualized, preparing him for the mastery of internal energy. The elders watched, concerned about the immediate threat Mu Jin posed to their rigid system. Biab Gang, the rule-obsessed master, questions the strange new monk's earlier posture. Biab Gang, momentarily confused, immediately snaps back to attention. The elders listen intently as Hyung prepares to guide the next phase of training. Hyung inhaled deeply, concentrating, ready to guide the others into mastering their internal energy. Continuing the instruction, Hyung tells him to breathe deeply until the air reaches his core. The moment the basic training ended, Mujin erupted in unadulterated excitement. The focused intensity of their previous knee exercises transitioned immediately into demonstrating the low stance. The younger monks, mesmerized by Hyung's performance, watched with wide, eager eyes. Mujin demonstrated the explosive power needed for the next lesson, even as the young monks remained focused. The dedicated monks struggled through their breathing exercises, their focused effort echoing in the quiet courtyard. Hyung's headache intensified, forcing him to mentally withdraw from the sudden awkwardness. The disciple frowned, realizing the initial breathing exercises felt fundamentally different from expected martial arts training. Mujin recognizes this is merely a breathing exercise, unlike the profound cultivation methods he anticipated from Shaolin novels. The disciples question why they are being taught basic forms instead of the legendary cultivation methods. The introductory title slams down, signaling the beginning of the next stage of Mujin's rigorous training. The monk, focused in meditation, begins the required breathing technique under his superior's gaze. Mujin, feeling the intensity of the moment, could only utter one potent word. He dreams of transcending limits, imagining the day he commands the energy to move mountains and soar through the skies. Mujin's excitement reached its peak, finally experiencing the legendary inner energy from his martial arts novels. The instructor explained that this basic breathing method was essential to even feel the energy required for cultivation. The instructor finished his directions, leaving the young disciples to process the fundamental step toward cultivation. The frustration boils over. They weren't here for mere preliminaries. Receiving the expected manual on meridians, Mujin pauses, contemplating the necessity of feeling energy first. The sudden presentation of the unfamiliar booklet immediately draws the instructor's sharp, questioning gaze. The master instructor paused, his expression stern as he addressed the expectations of cultivation techniques. The disciples received the surprisingly thin manual detailing the body's inner pathways. The inner energy flows through the body's meridians, the pathways essential for martial arts mastery. The disciples affirmed their attention, ready to receive the next set of instructions. Mujin, eager to progress, vows to master the meridian charts before the day ends. The instructor's words echoed. Once the circulation technique is mastered, the true cultivation can begin. Mujin, having finished his conversation, turns his attention back to the immediate need to train. The muscular senior recognizes Mujin with aggressive intensity. The monk strained, showing the raw power behind his words as he finished his lecture. The intense pressure of the initial training caused a sharp, jarring sensation to overwhelm the young disciple. The sheer, imposing power of the senior's flex overwhelmed the younger disciple. The senior monk's warning about overtraining clearly hit home, startling Mujin. Mujin listened intently, his gaze fixed on the seasoned monk explaining the next crucial step. The former master gently tends to the disciple's injured knee, stirring deep memories of past suffering. The elder warns Mujin to speak up if the pressure becomes too much. The senior monk, now focused, begins circulating his own energy, inviting Mujin to join him. A flashback surfaces, showing Mujin pushing himself during his time in the special forces. The sound of their boot hitting the ground emphasized the powerful, focused stillness of their intent. Even after all the earlier training, Mujin pushed forward, his body protesting the strain of the rigorous climb. The jarring noise of the impact breaks the memory, as the soldier recalls his past ordeal. The physical toll of his mission forced him out of service, a memory that haunts him even now. His memory flashed back to a time he struggled daily without internal energy. The bruised disciple, hardened by experience, remained steadfast in his resolve. A sudden, swift movement in the dim, rainy night caught the eye. The lingering injury from a past mission brought a stark realization about self-reliance. Mujin, having pushed his recovery too hard, winces under the senior's concerned scrutiny. Mu-jin, his joints protesting from overexertion, winced as the senior monk began his gentle massage. The concerned senior asks if his heartfelt words came across as too preachy. Mu-jin quickly assures him, "Yes, senior." His gentle touch offered quiet reassurance amidst the rigorous training. The monk's confident smirk filled the air as he assured the eager disciples. The young disciple listened intently, still reeling from the martial elder's intense, personal monologue about body preservation. A sudden, sharp sound cuts through the air as someone reacts with shock. Mu-jin, despite his brute appearance, seemed flustered as the older disciple spoke, reminding him of his past. Startled by the intensity, the senior monk stops his movements, focusing his gaze. The senior monk's mischievous, knowing grin suggested he had caught on to Mu-jin's thoughts immediately. He calmly acknowledges the plan to practice circulation energy after his training concludes this evening. Mu-jin, with his intense training regimen, points with fierce determination as he continues his spirited defense of hard work. The older disciple, surprised by the suggestion, immediately agrees that it sounds convincing. But if he uses energy beside me, I might be able to learn something from it. Convinced by the senior's offer, Mu-jin eagerly agrees to practice alongside him. Mu-jin's focused energy bursts forth, startling the onlookers as he begins circulating his internal power. Despite his earlier confidence, Mu-jin had to sit down as the senior monk offered some unexpected pressure-relieving massage. The massive monk settles into his practice, beginning the circulation technique he was just taught. He resolved to concentrate, determined to discover the disparity between his own energy state and Mu-jin's. The sudden, unfamiliar sensation shocks the observing disciple. Mu-jin, still trying to make sense of the strange breathing technique, was completely stunned by this unexpected turn of events. The visual sensation was undeniable. This must be the true energy they spoke of. The journey to master energy cultivation pauses as the screen fades into stark darkness. A final exhale of effort escapes him as the cold sensation lingers. The instructor then addresses Mu-jin's miraculous absorption speed. The stale, expelled energy echoes as Mu-jin exhales, his body rigid in concentration. The sheer concentration of his breathing was punctuated by the faint sound of air escaping. With newfound focus, Mu-jin committed the Shaolin basics, the enlightenment cultivation technique, to memory. His failed attempts fade as he refocuses, determined to try the absorption process once more. Despite feeling the flow, a sliver of doubt and confusion still lingered on his face. The core energy had finally stabilized, confirming the small but monumental success of his breathing exercise. That infinitesimal trace of energy was still a triumph in his determined mind. The instructor's imposing figure faced Mu-jin, his expression one of stern evaluation. The instructor stared, bewildered by Mu-jin's immediate success. Had he truly felt the energy already? The chapter transitions, showcasing the title card for Genius Martial Arts Trainer. The energy pulsed, a swirling vortex of golden light as the absorption continued. The internal struggle dissolves as Mu-jin's hard work yields results, stabilizing his energy control. Mu-jin, momentarily stunned by the master's imposing presence, felt a sudden, palpable pressure. The imposing master's booming declaration silences any thought of tardiness. The physician's comment was met with a casual joke, brushing off the severity of the situation. Mu-jin pushed past the initial hurdle, focusing his intent as the energy coalesced. The muscular monk laughed, clearly pleased, while the young disciple looked on with a mix of awe and confusion. The instructor was stern, but Bell responded with startling, eager confidence. The hulking master offered a confident smirk as the junior monk stood respectfully behind him. The revelation of the cold feeling following his breakthrough clearly unsettled him. As the day broke, the master's voice echoed across the courtyard, gathering the students for the next lesson. The overwhelming relief of mastering the basics in a single day causes an audible exclamation. Interrupted mid-sentence, Mu-jin snapped back to reality, confused by the sudden turn of events. His rapid mastery leaves a fellow student bewildered by the seeming simplicity of sensing energy now. The instructor acknowledged Mu-jin's swift progress, touting him as an exceptional genius. This is the basics of the Shaolin technique, the foundation of all their methods. The monk instructor, book in hand, pointed towards the eager disciples. The others stared in shock as one student beamed with enthusiastic accomplishment. The master observer noted the swift return of the group. The other monks looked on as the jovial interaction unfolded. Mu Yul's expression was utterly bewildered, a clear sign he didn't understand the severity of the situation. His newfound success was met with an almost sickly sweet affirmation from the other novice. The instructor waited as the successful disciples gathered, ready for the next phase. Mu Jin, having absorbed the energy, felt a tangible change that surprised his peers. The energy core flared brightly as Mu Jin realized he could sense the mystical flow within. With the basics internalized, Mu Jin now moved on to the next stage, energy circulation. Mu Jin, finally opening his eyes, was clearly shocked by the sudden realization. The shocking question about the beaten novice made Mu Jin pause, his confusion evident. The effort of that last exhalation shakes the young monk, yet his spirit soars high above the temple grounds. Mu Jin's shock quickly morphed into determined focus as he registered the cold energy. The monk on the rock watches, slightly irritated, as another struggles intensely with the physical exertion. The jovial disciple, breathing heavily, presented the unconscious monk to the unimpressed instructor. The beaten novice lay unconscious, his disheveled state immediately drawing scrutiny. The monk's triumphant absorption was cut short by an unsettling realization. The young novice paused, visibly taken aback by the urgency of the situation. His curiosity piqued. Mu Jin examined the state of the collapsed disciple. The shock fades, replaced by a sharp realization as someone is presented to him. Mu Yul, having been startled by the inquiry, suddenly looked down at the battered figure he was carrying. The profound effort in his cultivation brought a faint, satisfied smile to his face as he held the pose. HMM? Come to think of it, his name sounds a little familiar. The master, noticing Mu Jin's breakthrough, surveyed the other disciples, including the withdrawn figure in the corner. The defeated novice slumped, clearly suffering the after effects of a severe beating. The memory sparked, yet the face remained elusive, only the name echoing strangely in his mind. He frowned, wondering if he had misremembered something crucial from the previous lesson. Mu Yul's recollection of the victim suddenly sparks a realization. The memory of the bruised novice flickered, sparking a strange familiarity in Mu Jin's mind. Mu Jin's breakthrough had stunned everyone, even as the unsettling coldness lingered. Mu Jin, now feeling the power growing, stands firm while his peer offers a deceptively cheerful presence. As the others continued their chaotic practice, the returning monk observed them silently. The junior monk, shocked by the extent of the injury, urgently questions if Mu Gung himself was responsible for such violence. Mu Gung held his stance, his eyes burning with intense, focused determination. The confident grin of the senior monk contrasted sharply with the worried gaze of his companion. His agitated sweat showed his mounting frustration with the situation, confirming his lack of control. The sudden, crushing impact sent him sprawling, a gasp of pain escaping his lips. The casual admission of a decisive blow left the onlookers stunned by the sheer, overwhelming power displayed. The silent confrontation hangs heavy in the air as Mu Gung's tormentors stand over the defeated junior. The chapter title card flashes, signaling the dramatic conclusion of the confrontation. His fury boiled over, spitting venomous frustration at the injustice inflicted upon his junior. The junior's dismissive attitude infuriates Mu Yul, setting the stage for a confrontation. Mu Yul pressed his advantage, needling the older monk about his junior's injuries. The smug senior continued his relentless taunts, pinning the central junior with a look of disdain. His opponent, infuriated by the previous taunts, retaliates with a furious strike. The inevitable clash occurred, leaving Mu Gung reeling in disbelief at the brutal impact. The victor's technique lands cleanly, a decisive, impactful blow against his opponent. The relentless barrage continues. Mu Gung is utterly overwhelmed by this bizarre, unfamiliar technique. The relentless assault culminated in a sickening impact, echoing the brutality of their power struggle. The sheer force of the impact made Mugung's head snap back in agony. The victorious monk declares his signature move, Twister, has once again overpowered his opponent. Mugung flashed a triumphant, almost manic grin, confirming his victory over his opponent. Mugung's gloating was met with a desperate, choked resistance. The victor loomed with a terrifying, satisfied grin, pressing his advantage against the shocked victim. Mugung's relentless taunting finally triggers a violent, desperate response from his rival. The aggressor lets out a grunt of pain, struck hard while launching his own aggressive move. He coldly deduced that Mugung's resentment stemmed from a prior defeat at his hands. Mugung's continued mockery only fueled the monk's seething frustration. Mugung watched, bracing for another round, while the victor stood ready. Mugung recoiled, utterly dominated by the sheer malice radiating from his tormentors. The narrative flashed back to Mukyung's troubled past, showing him with his father, a porter for the Seo Bowl escort establishment. The menacing shadow loomed over the anxious junior, a silent testament to the tension rising between them. The victor's triumphant smirks contrasted sharply with the brutalized agony of their victim. The stern elder pointed, clearly making a demand of the porter and the observing young monk. The reality of his situation settled heavily, leaving him silent and afraid to even seek help. Mugung's smugness cracked as he realized the cruelty he was witnessing wasn't confined to the mundane world. Frustrated by Mukyung's state, they immediately challenged the most influential person among them. The challenger's aggression erupts as he dismisses the pleas for protection. The confrontation escalated as the aggressor realized his victim was outnumbered 3-1. Mujin's comment about the others not taking training seriously draws confused and knowing reactions from his juniors. Mugung's smug taunting had clearly struck a nerve, eliciting a shocked reaction from the defeated monk. Their knowledge of the martial arts sect base likely starts with the temple's basics. Mujin ponders the troubling realization. Mutai is a bully, yet already proficient in the basics. The sheer aggression from the confronting monks left the onlookers stunned and distressed. The defeated junior monk struggles to regain his bearings, utterly disoriented in the aftermath of the confrontation. The tension mounts as the two older monks glare down, radiating menace, while the youngest watches with an unsettling, knowing smile. The young monk, utterly defeated, cried out as he fell hard to the ground. With the situation laid bare, the confident disciple immediately turns his focus to the next step. Mukyung trembled, completely overwhelmed by the relentless pressure and fear of his situation. The gravity of Mutai's family ties meant even Mukyung's own ambition was compromised. Mukyung shrunk back, utterly distressed by the confrontation and the harsh realization of his situation. The battered Mukyung could only stare, breathing heavily, his pride thoroughly crushed. The young monk grinned, already having a solution formulated in his mind. Mukyung stared, his face a mask of raw terror after hearing their impossible threat. Mugung smugly points, his victory already assured in his mind. The weight of their difficult choice settled, as everyone understood the implications of Mujin's proposal, except for one individual. The intimidating gaze of the senior monk remained fixed as the explanation began. Mugung's smug victory was immediately met with stunned disbelief. He offered his dismissive assessment, acknowledging the slim possibility of failure. The air hung heavy with the reality of the Shaolin Temple. Mukyung, battered and fearful, looks up as a hand reaches out to offer aid. Mugung's eager confidence contrasts sharply with the seated monk's posture, setting the stage for a confrontation. The final demand hung heavy in the air, forcing a confrontation under the fading, angry sunset. The junior disciple shrinks back, overwhelmed by the intensity of the promised retaliation. The young monk could only stare, realizing the danger he was suddenly thrown into. Sealing the pact with a firm handshake, the agreement was finalized despite the hesitant response. Accepting the offered hand, the junior disciple is assured that his choice was the correct one. The confident young man exchanges a firm handshake, drawing a puzzled look from the subordinate behind him. He stared, the weight of the situation visible on his sweating, anxious face. The chapter concludes with the ominous title card, Genius martial arts trainer. 3 days have passed since the confrontation, the morning sun shining brightly over the temple grounds. He confirmed his presence, now looking expectant as the confrontation nears. His menacing grin confirmed his wicked intentions as he prepared his next move. The thugs eagerly anticipate the confrontation, ready to punish the newcomers. The challenger recoiled, clearly intimidated by the display of confidence. Their taunts intensified as they noticed Mugung's subdued presence among them. Cuckoo cackles, his menacing grin confirming his wicked intent for the upcoming battle. The bully's sinister grin widens as he anticipates the fight. Their mocking laughter rings out, surprised he hasn't fled yet. The stunned disciple finally processed the shocking revelation about deception in combat. The disciples, confident after their plan, marched forward with menacing intent. The bullies erupted in derisive laughter, finding Mugung's earnest attempt to help utterly ridiculous. The thugs' menacing anticipation peaked as they realized their targets were finally approaching. The bullies arrived, smugly assessing the situation with eager anticipation for a fight. The intense look from Mu Jinyi contrasts sharply with his underlings' palpable nervousness. Despite the harsh ultimatum, a sliver of doubt clouds Mu Kyung's resolve as he faces his looming fight. The group's aggressive anticipation escalates as one challenges Mugung directly. The challenger, now shrouded in a terrifying purple aura, looms over his opponent, demanding an answer. The bully's cruel smile mirrored Mu Kyung's internal terror, freezing him in place. The taunts and threats finally hit their mark, sparking a desperate, furious resolve within the young monk. The sight of his father, resigned and smiling faintly, drew a choked plea from his lips. "I'm going to attack you with the chain punches first technique again." The demonstration was over, leaving the opponent in stunned silence as Mugung prepared the final, concluding blow. The relentless aggression culminates as a chilling fist swings toward the terrified Mu Kyung, who only cries out for his father. The predicted strike connects, met only with the shock and futile curse of his opponent. The confrontation explodes into physical violence as Mu Kyung lands a decisive blow, shocking his opponent. The teaching moment culminates in a sudden, sharp grip, emphasizing the immediate physical consequence of the lesson. The student, surprised by the successful block, taunts Mugung about his lack of defense. The opponent's intense grip shocks the attacker, who is suddenly on the defensive. The lesson on deception hangs heavy in the air, leading to this final test. Now, it was time to apply the theory. Mu Kyung's intervention drew a furious reaction from the aggressor. The antagonist, eager for a fight, presses the junior disciple on what they will do next. After revealing his intended attack, he presses Mugung on his decision to intervene. Mugung stared intently, taking a ragged breath as his opponent prepared for the final test. He settles into a fighting stance, ready to demonstrate his point about deception. As the instruction was given, the opponent's expression contorted in shock and utter disbelief. Mugung tests his opponent's reaction, praising the successful evasion of the first technique. The opponent's realization dawns as Mugung announces the repetition of the attack. Mugung launches his attack, the first technique of the chain punch, aiming to test his opponent. The low kick lands with surprising force, shattering the opponent's composure. The disciple hits the ground, his shock turning to outrage at the deception. His opponent's sudden statement left the bully utterly stunned and speechless. The lesson continues as the senior monk initiates his strike, forcing the junior to react immediately. He demonstrated the first move, signaling Muyol to evade it completely. Staggered by the sudden revelation, the monk barely manages to brace himself against the crushing pressure. He finishes his lecture on deception, sealing the lesson with a final, knowing declaration. The narration continues, referencing fictional works of the author as an ultimate example. Just as the villain mentions the legendary strength, Mugung unveils his own terrifying aura. Mugung calmly faces the challenge, his expression suggesting he knows exactly what he's doing next. He pressed the crucial point of deception home, then paused, awaiting confirmation. The lesson concluded. Deception, not just power, wins the fight until you are unmatched. The bully, realizing his predictable attack was effortlessly dodged, betrayed his own rage. The teacher, fueled by malice, roared his challenge, promising a devastating strike. The advice sinks in, forcing a moment of intense, pensive realization. The gravity of the implication sunk in. Deception was indeed being framed as cowardly. Accepting the harsh truth, he now listens as his opponent offers unexpected guidance. The monk, having demonstrated his full strength, smirked with malicious intent. He stood still, the weight of his family's martial arts demonstration hanging in the air. Confused by his sudden shift, the younger monk questions who the seated monk was referring to. As the monk prepares his hidden technique, he clearly states what he would have done in a real fight. After demonstrating his family's martial arts, the elder considered the display sufficient. The young monks looked on, perhaps a little too cheerfully, as their fellow disciple awaited the demonstration. The monk accepts the challenge, a chilling smile spreading across his face. The monk seems to concede the point, agreeing to the challenge now. Having displayed his full power, he waited for validation. The sudden shock of the evasion registered across his strained face. He roared, unleashing the full might of his family's martial art for the first time. The display of raw power, unleashed in a single, focused strike, confirms his warning about their fighting styles. The young monk is stunned, realizing the limitations of his current opponent's predictable style. His technique, fueled by his family's true martial arts, is clearly different. The sheer power displayed was beyond what he had imagined, but still, he remained a monster in comparison. Every punch and kick now carries the concentrated power of his family's arts. The monk's friends arrive, their unnerving grins promising trouble. The demonstration culminates in a crushing blow, forcing the monk entirely out of his element. The monk, having shown his family's true power, waits for a reaction. Despite this display of power, he questions if the monk has achieved full mastery yet. The opponent, momentarily stunned by the display, simply urges the younger monk to continue the demonstration. His breath hitched, revealing the immense strain beneath the surface of his supposed full power. "I will." The words were a promise, followed by the solid, immediate impact of a stomp. As the opponent hesitated, the young monk aggressively charged, demanding the first move. He finally reveals the power he held back, eyes blazing with intensity and a slight bead of sweat betraying the effort. He launches his attack, a powerful, grimacing punch aimed directly at his opponent. The monk grins, eager to show off his full power after demanding respect. He realized the predictable nature of their limited martial arts, unlike his own. The disciple, realizing the impossible speed, falters, questioning if his previous victory was just luck. The monk lunges forward, unleashing the power of his family's martial arts right before his shocked opponent. The monk explodes forward, his shadow multiplying in a blur of aggressive momentum. His frustration boils over, struggling against the devastating efficiency of the attack. The monk smirked, noticing the opponent's instinctual guard, an obvious feint. The monk's practiced blow meets its mark, delivering the promised gut punch with visible impact. The blow landed with sickening force, forcing a ragged, desperate cry from the monk's battered body. The masked fighter unleashes a furious overhead strike, his frustration exploding in a desperate attack. He dodged that. Maybe defeating Mugung wasn't a fluke after all. The monk's strained effort was clearly not enough to withstand the force, as he was driven violently into the ground. The young monk roared, unleashing the power of his family's martial arts with full intensity. The raw, explosive force of his strike shattered the ground, sending rocks flying skyward. His attack was too fast, crushing the stone beneath the surprised victim's face. The crushing pressure proved too much, rendering his martial arts useless against this raw force. The monk recoiled in shock, completely overwhelmed by the unexpected ferocity unleashed before him. He finally realized the stark difference between their styles and the danger of Mu Tai's group. He stood over his defeated opponent, the young monk audibly weeping on the floor. The young monk recoiled, his expression shifting to shock after witnessing the demonstration of true power. Seeing Mugung defeated so swiftly, the other monk realized his worry was misplaced. The demonstration of power left the young monk stunned, muttering a confused. The masked disciple delivers a final, brutal strike as the shocking realization dawns. Mu Kyung, faced with this overwhelming display, someone finally breaks the stunned silence, screaming a desperate plea. The realization hits like a physical blow, echoing the name in stunned recognition. The shocking realization of his opponent's true identity starts to flood his mind. His eyes are wide with sheer, unadulterated madness. The recognition hits like a lightning bolt, dredging up nightmares from a dark past. Even as years passed, that story remained close to my heart. The chilling text details the character's defining philosophy, that humanity must be cleansed of its sins. Mujin realized that the monstrous figure before him was the terrifying blood monk of his memory, about to unleash an abyss of power. Mujin's protective rage boiled over, his expression a mask of pure, violent fury. Mu Kyun, enveloped in dark, incandescent rage, stands over the vanquished bully. The intense scene Mujin witnessed abruptly cuts to the chapter's closing title card. Mujin, still reeling from the violence, could only stare, bewildered by the sight before him. Mujin's protective instincts boiled over, realizing the dire consequences if he stood aside now. As the chaos erupted, Mujin's immediate intervention began with a frantic call for aid. A shocking violence erupts as Mujin intervenes, his protective instincts overriding everything. The sheer brutality of the assault left Mu Kyung collapsed, his breath ragged. The confrontation climaxed in this brutal display, leaving one monk utterly defeated. Mu Kyung, overwhelmed, gave a small, broken sniffle under the imposing figure beside him. The agonizing aftermath of the fight left Mu Kyung sobbing uncontrollably, clutching his injuries. Mujin watched, stunned, as Mu Kyung finally collapsed under the physical and emotional weight. The terrifying blood monk mocks the situation, questioning if Mu Kyung endured such prolonged torment. Mujin's sudden, explosive roar shattered the tense silence, shocking the bullies. The shocked bullies realized the gravity of admitting their actions to the respected elder. Biob Gang, his intimidating presence filling the room, demands an immediate accounting of the chaos. The furious elder demanded an immediate explanation for the chaos he witnessed. The elder monk, Biob Gang, reacts with shock, realizing another respected figure, Mu Gung, is now entangled in this mess. His rage boiled over, demanding an immediate accounting for the brutal actions witnessed. Mujin held the weeping Mu Kyung, his gaze hardening as the aggressors watched. The hall leader stared intensely, demanding a full accounting of the brutality inflicted upon Mu Kyung. The hall leader's shock erupts as he processes the horrifying truth Mujin revealed, his shocked eyes fixated on the injustice, the raw fear of Mu Kyung fueling his sudden outburst. Standing bruised and battered, Mu Kyung faced the stark reality of his tormentor's unchecked cruelty. He recoiled, realizing the brutality of the situation he had just witnessed. Mujin's anger boiled over, channeling his protective instincts into a powerful presence. Mujin, having revealed the extent of the bullying, stood firmly before the hall leader. The elders demanded the ultimate confirmation, their faces grim. The sight of Mu Kyung's past horrors made Mujin's resolve solidify completely. The confrontation escalates as Mujin shouts for the arrival of monk Biob Gang. The sheer pain and shame finally overwhelmed Mu Tai and Mu Wei as they collapsed. The gravity of the situation settled in. The beaten monk could only stammer out his shock. The sheer brutality of the confrontation echoed across the courtyard, leaving the young Mu Kyung reeling. Mu Kyung, covered in bruises from 2 months of torment, finally broke down, the main points of his suffering spilling out through his tears. The assailant smugly pats the battered Mu Kyung, confirming the severity of his torment. As Mu Kyung finally broke down, the elder offered a comforting touch. Mu Kyung finally broke, the accumulated pain and fear escaping in raw, heartbreaking sobs. Mu Kyung, overwhelmed by the ordeal, finally broke into uncontrollable tears. Mu Kyung, overwhelmed by the torment, finally broke into uncontrollable tears. The bullies stood pale, while Mujin and Mu Kyung faced the authority figures. The powerful monk, Mujin, reacted with shock and intense anger to the shocking revelation. The sheer injustice unleashed the young monk's terrifying fury. The tension between the enraged Mu Jin and the resolute Mu Kyung hung heavy in the air. The towering monk glared down, his imposing presence demanding answers from the smaller, resolute disciple. The intimidating presence of the hall leader, Biop Gang, finally arrived to address the chaos. The hall leader, Hyun Sung, listens intently, his face a mask of stern judgment over the empty document. The older monk's commanding presence stops the young Mu Kyung mid-sentence. The hall leader fiercely declared his judgment. Swift retribution for the perpetrators. The hall leader questioned the hypocrisy of their brutal actions against mere children. Mu Kyung's composure finally broke, unleashing torrents of agonizing tears as the full weight of his suffering poured out. The monk Biop Gang extended a hand toward the crying Mu Kyung. Mu Jin, having protected Mu Kyung, now admits his actions against the bullies. Mu Kyung, overcome with emotion, finally broke into uncontrollable tears, recounting the relentless abuse. The monk recoils, recognizing the figure who just acted. It's Mu Jin. If Mu Kyung's pain is made to shoulder the full responsibility, Mu Jin fears a betrayal. Mu Jin, having just ensured Mu Kyung's protection, now considers what a true ally looks like. The brutal meditation period had begun, stretching across the vast, mountainous landscape as the sun blazed overhead. The path led onward, perhaps toward the very destination for which they were being punished. Standing before the imposing master, Mu Jin looked up, sweat beading as he waited for the decree. The serene path leads toward the foreboding cave, marking the start of Mu Jin's solitary trial. The chapter title card signals a brief pause before the narrative barrels forward. His meditation mandate was absolute. No looking out, no sleeping, and certainly no eating. He was sent into the harsh darkness of the cave, the site of his severe penance. The chilling realization hits. I've become a character in the Shaolin Chronicles. The connection between the Demon Chronicles and these glowing novels solidified his realization. The protagonist realizes that despite belonging to different novel storylines, the protagonists operate in distinct worlds. The realization dawns. This separate narrative is tied to the Demon Supreme's chronicle. The crushing weight of his realization settled. Fearing his meddling might derail the other protagonists' ascensions, he resolved to gain strength, seeking new connections, but only those that didn't disrupt the main storylines. He tried to occupy his time with reading, but the weight of his predicament still pressed down. The vision shattered, yet his meditative stance remained unbroken, focused on the required penance. The culprits, now exposed, exchange a look of wicked satisfaction regarding their scheme. The protagonist of Return of the Supreme Demon would appear here. The blood monk vanished, having gained the enlightenment he sought, leaving Mu Jin utterly bewildered. The sheer complexity of aligning these interconnected fictional worlds overwhelmed him. The stern command echoes, and the silhouette retreats, leaving Mu Jin alone with the punishing darkness. Even after hours, Mu Jin remained utterly motionless, focused on the wall. The imposing figure observed the small monk meditating diligently within the cavern. He was struck by the boy's profound focus. Forced into isolation, Mu Jin grits his teeth, channeling his resolve against the cold stone wall. The hall leader sighed, concluding his decision on the incident's aftermath. The master presses for an update on the investigation into the recent shameful incident. Their collective testimonies confirmed the extent of Mu Kyung's suffering. The monastery grounds, vast and imposing at dusk, became the silent backdrop for Mu Jin's ordeal. The imposing monk awaits confirmation, while the vice hall leader requests entry. The hall leader, Hai Guk, meets with the escort establishment owner, Zyman Pyung. The monk approached the injured disciple, his expression hardening. The two opposing forces, perhaps different personalities or realities, face each other in a silent confrontation. Having laid out the plan for increased training, the hall leader grants approval. The master considered the seriousness of the situation, noting only the culprit's name. The monk's grip tightened in anguish, the weight of his realization palpable against the darkness below. The master witnesses the bully's viciousness, his own fury boiling over at the sight. The master monk, deeply considering the fallout, offered a thoughtful, The hall leader agreed, preparing to address the disciplinary court while entrusting Hyung with the training solution. The hall leader emphasizes the necessary retribution, pointing sternly. He resolved to utilize his past special forces training to sense any approaching presence. 2 hours passed, yet the punished monk remained utterly still. The master's silent presence, even just a footfall, commanded the attention of the gathered elders. Ignoring the escapee, the master insists Mu Jin must remain focused on his solitary penance. The master's heavy footsteps echoed as Mu Jin slowly walked toward his isolated punishment. The oppressive silence of the cave descent was broken only by his internal turmoil. Even after 2 hours, Mu Jin remains unnervingly still, his composure making the observers doubt his humanity. He entered the dim cave, a malevolent grin splitting his face as his eyes glowed with harsh intent. The intense meditation was taking its toll, leaving Mu Jin utterly exhausted against the cold, hard stone. Mu Jin remained stubbornly still, absorbing the harsh reality of his confinement. The reality of his sensory deprivation hit hard. Now, he could only dream of that last piece of fried chicken. Even struck hard against the stone, Mu Jin did not falter in his strange, forced meditation. The guard shouts as Mu Jin remains unnervingly still, staring into the dark cave. The monk's deep hunger for meat surfaces with a crazed, desperate thought. The lash strikes, and the small creature lets out a panicked yelp before swinging violently. Startled by a sudden sound in the dense foliage, the hidden disciple tenses up. The desperate need for sustenance overrides all monastic propriety as he spots his potential meal. The agonizing memory of crispy, tender fried chicken sends Mu Jin into a desperate, primal craving for meat. Hidden amongst the tall grass, someone watches the bustling town below, their thoughts suspended in silence. Haigul, the vice hall leader, arrives with disciples to confront the parents of the involved youth. The vice hall leader, Haigul, faces Mu Tai's father, the owner of the escort establishment. With the investigation concluded and punishments assigned, the elders now proceed toward the discipline court. Haigul's sharp glare cut through the tension as the gravity of the situation settled on the Arhat hall leaders. Haigul, the vice hall leader, made a dramatic, welcoming gesture outside the escort establishment. The vice hall leader, Haigul, meets the owner of the escort establishment, Ximen Pyong. The vice hall leader, Haigul, steps forward, his expression firm against the backdrop of the grand temple. Mu Jin stood utterly crushed between his peers, the gravity of his isolation setting in. The master, deeply troubled by the fight, grips his chest while processing the severity of the situation. The father, Ximen Pyong, confronts the Shaolin disciples, bewildered by his son's reaction. The stern official, Ximen Pyong, glowered, his anger a barely contained physical force. The enraged master, clad in saffron robes, glared down at the assembled disciples. His rage boils over, directed at the transgression against his friend. The elder, realizing the severity, spoke with grim emphasis. The confrontation reaches its peak as the enraged monk points, sealing the fate of the despicable Co Bull figures. The monk's hand trembled violently as he clutched the prayer beads, his rage palpable. Enraged by the corruption, the Shaolin disciples roared, declaring their intent to punish those who oppress the common people. The magistrate, terrified by the swift turn of events, desperately ordered his men to intervene. The monk's fierce counterattack lands hard, the impact echoing the earlier rage. With blistering speed, the enraged monk struck, leaving the enemy reeling in shock. With a sudden surge of energy, the monk's hand clenched, ready to confront whatever lay ahead. The monk delivers a devastating blow, eliciting a sharp cry of pain. The violent, echoing impacts cease, leaving only the harsh sounds of pain beneath the bright sky. The power emanated from the assailant, striking down the Co Bull owner instantly. The gravity of the situation settled over the assembled men as they faced the stern monk. The imposing figure, Ximen Pyong, strode forward, his presence immediately striking fear into the assembled group. The elder monk tries to explain the situation, his gesture pleading for understanding. The gravity of the situation finally hit the owner, his shock palpable. The Charlan representative stood before the official, awaiting his decree amidst the tension. The shock of the revelation hung heavy in the tense silence between the two men. The grand architecture of the establishment stood brightly under the morning sun. Gull and Jian were ordered to work under affiliated establishments as porters. The dust settled, revealing the title card for this new chapter. The young monk held his tense silence, processing the unsettling atmosphere around him. Noticing the crude snare, the monk crouched low, recognizing the handiwork. The young monk assesses his clumsy trap, finding it completely inadequate compared to yesterday's attempt. His focused gaze shifts, realizing the trap wasn't the main concern now. The sound of rustling leaves alerted the young monk, causing him to stop short with a sudden exclamation. The girl, startled by the monk's sudden appearance, froze mid-motion. The monk, startled by the sounds, quickly reacted to the movement in the dense undergrowth. Hearing a sound nearby, the young monk immediately shouts for the runner to halt. The terrified girl scrambled away, desperately trying to escape the sounds closing in behind her. Suddenly, the quiet conversation was shattered by a terrifying, aggressive lunging attack. The mysterious girl's desperate hope shattered as a hand lunged forward, a sudden, forceful grab. The sound of a violent crash echoes through the dense, rain-soaked forest. His intense focus showed he noticed something amiss with the crude trap before him. The monk freezes, startled to find a girl beneath him after his sudden descent. The girl's overwhelming distress continued as she collapsed, uttering a choked apology. The young monk, burdened by guilt, hovers over the prone girl, murmuring a desperate apology. The young girl greedily savored the stolen morsel, her wide eyes betraying a mix of guilt and desperate hunger. The starving girl devoured the food, her relief evident, while the young monk watched with a sharp, knowing grin. The quiet crackle of the fire accompanied the unlikely shared meal between the young monk and the mysterious girl. He seemed to relish the food, contrasting sharply with her cautious enjoyment of the fire's warmth. She pauses mid-chew, her expression suddenly thoughtful as she considers the monk's question. Seeing the girl hesitant while holding the roasted food, the monk waits for her reply. She silently chewed the offered piece, the gravity of her own circumstances hanging heavily in the air. Overwhelmed by rejection, the child wonders if her suffering stems from feeling utterly useless. The young monk pondered, feeling unable to pry further into the girl's guarded secrets. The young monk winked slyly, clearly pleased with his own cleverness regarding the trap. The young monk nervously reacts, perhaps sensing the weight of the girl's secret about the prohibited meat. Hearing his urgent promise, the girl's expression shifted to surprised disbelief. The shirtless monk, powerful yet somber, remained silent, absorbing the news about the bully's victim. The young monk smiled confidently, clearly pleased with his successful deception. The powerful monk, having accepted the task, now stands before the secluded, dark entrance of a cave. He paused, sensing someone approaching, his suspicion piqued by the unusual situation. Startled by the sudden noise, the young girl peered out, shocked to see the muscular monk nearby. The muscular man stared intensely, his grim realization about the boy's identity finally sinking in. He emphatically points toward the path, giving a final instruction before they proceed. The young monk, having just offered help, suddenly sensed something ominous nearby. The young girl listened intently, a flicker of surprise crossing her face as she took in her surroundings. A soft blush crept over her face, pleased by the monk's sudden interest in her plight. The young girl, her mood lifted by the shared meal, cheerfully promises to help the monk guide her home. The monk concluded his assessment, satisfied with Nugent's progress, and decided it was time to depart. The muscular monk, having confidently explained the situation, now awaits the young girl's reaction. The young girl, still flustered from the encounter, offers a hesitant introduction. The girl's desperate plea for help seemed genuine, but the monk's smile betrayed a darker realization. They were gone. The young monk finally catches his breath, leaning against the cold stone wall after his long journey. The young monk reclined, processing the strange encounter and the girl's hurried request for secrecy. As the elders grappled with the fallout, these young disciples reacted with wide-eyed confusion to the unfolding drama. The muscular monk, imposing against the fading light, prepares to deliver his decisive statement to the other Shaolin disciple. The other young monks reacted immediately to Mu Jin's intense exertion during the early morning training. The stern monk Biab Gang finishes addressing Mu Kyung beneath the fiery sunset. The dark, imposing entrance, marked by the closed establishment banners, stands silent after the previous resolution. Biab Gang's imposing physique dwarfed Mu Kyung as he prepared to deliver his final instructions. Moved by their assurance, Mu Kyung tearfully affirms his commitment to the path ahead. "I'll definitely become a true disciple," Mu Kyung affirms, receiving a firm, encouraging gesture. Just as Mu Jin strives, the Shaolin Temple always supports its disciples. The title screen fades, transitioning us into the next stage of Mu Jin's arduous journey. Securing the rabbit, Mu Kyung knew he needed to be extremely careful about cooking it outdoors. He recalled a moment from the past, a shared meal around a small, necessary fire. Mu Kyung left the immediate dangers of Yichin, but his survival training continued outside. As the fourth day dawned, Mu Jin settled into his survival routine, setting up a hidden cooking spot near his secluded cave. Covering the cooking remains in mud was crucial, but now he was startled by a sudden, explosive reaction. The crackle of the small, carefully managed fire confirmed the meager meal was almost ready. The muddy exterior was scraped off as he ravenously ate the hunted meat, finally tasting protein. The day after his seclusion began, the temple bell signaled the start of a new dawn. "I'd get up earlier than the bell striking of the Shaolin Temple to face the world in a lotus position." The faint sound of someone approaching snapped Mu Kyung out of his meditative state. His self-imposed training routine was working, yet this monk paused, contemplating something. Or perhaps he had spent the entire night in deep reflection. The monk offers a drink from a bamboo cup, a small respite in the harsh solitude. The muscular monk presented the offering, concluding his address to Mu Kyung. Finally, he reaches for the sustenance provided, supplementing the meager rations with his own procured protein. The tedious but necessary survival method of cooking his hunted meal concluded, leaving a wary Mu Kyung reflecting on his efforts. The meager rations, a bamboo canteen, and a small bag of grains were all he had for sustenance. The wall-facing meditation was finally complete, signaled by a soft, settling sound. The successful snare secures his next meal, confirming his survival training pays off. The sixth day begins, Mu Kyung emerging from the hidden cave, still focused on his solitary training. Pushing through the exhaustion, he counted his repetitions, straining toward his self-imposed limit. Even with his self-made training routine, the wall-facing meditation demanded every ounce of his remaining energy. His wall-facing meditation finally concluded, sweat dripping from his exertion. The heat intensified, pushing his limits as Mu Jin fought through the strain of his self-imposed ordeal. The completion of the wall-facing meditation signals a shift. Time is running out for the intense training ahead. The night sky, marked by the full moon, served as a silent backdrop to his realization about his unique training. As Mu Jin finished his intense 7-day meditation, the imposing figure of monk Biab Gang finally materialized before him. The monk, startled by the voice, turns to face the speaker in the dimly lit cave. The robust monk Biab Gang led Mu Kyung through the deep woods, their steps muffled in the twilight. Biab Gang's stern expression confirmed the severity of the situation, while Mu Kyung watched, attentive to every word. The monk, Biab Gang, looked intently at Mu Kyung, having just delivered important news. Biab Gang confirmed the handling of the outside world's problems, now turning to Mu Kyung's increased training intensity. The intense physical presence of the muscular monk drew a sharp, surprised reaction from Mu Jin as they continued through the dense woods. He woke before the temple bell, choosing instead to face the encroaching presence near his cave in lotus position. The other disciples watched, their expressions a mix of disbelief and fatigue at Mu Jin's relentless pace. The sheer intensity of monk Biab Gang's presence was a stark contrast to Mu Kyung's determined focus. Mu Kyung's intense wall-facing meditation finally reached its conclusion as the dawn broke over Arhat Hall. Mu Jin's return brought an immediate, enthusiastic welcome from the younger disciples. Mu Jin's return to the group marked the end of his solitary hardship. Biab Gang's smug reassurance contrasts with Mu Jin's forced smile after his harsh week of isolation. The early morning training was about to begin, but someone rudely interrupted the moment. Monk Biab Gang triumphantly concluded his update on Mu Kyung's situation. Mu Jin, returning from his solo ordeal, questions the unexpected weight of the sand pouches laid out before the gathered young monks. Mu Jin's return was met by the immediate start of rigorous morning drills, indicated by the sight of sand pouches. The sudden command shocks the young monks, reminding them of their required positions. The other young monks struggled visibly with the increased intensity of the training. Mu Jin, straining under the added weight of the sand pouches, pushes his body to its absolute limit. Mu Jin, undeterred by the increased difficulty, immediately embraces the challenge with his own unique, sand pouch-weighted training. Despite disliking the feel, he continued to squeeze the sand pouches for his training. Mu Jin's return did not stop the tough early morning training from starting. The other monks questioned if Mu Jin was truly oblivious to the escalating intensity of their training. Mu Jin's terrifying physique seemed overwhelming as the monks awaited instruction. The other monks watched intently as Biap Gang arrived, wondering if Mu Jin would finally face reprimand. But the monitoring monk's expression hardened, observing Mu Jin's independent, seemingly easier training methods. Witnessing Mu Jin's intense exertion, the young monks could only remark on the sheer amount of sweat pouring from him. Observing Mu Jin's intense efforts, Biap Gang wonders if this exertion matches his own growing cultivation. The intensity of his self-designed training culminates as a realization strikes him. The principles of the energy accumulation art are now revealed. The final, explosive thrust of his strike unleashed a blinding wave of accumulated energy. This mastery of energy allowed Mu Jin to float above the landscape, defying gravity itself. Biap Gang's look of shock confirms it. Mu Jin is utilizing the legendary energy accumulation art. The exertion was intense, but Mu Jin maintained his display of newfound power to silence their doubts. The other monks struggled, their faces contorted with exertion. Mu Jin exhilaratedly uses the sand pouches as makeshift dumbbells, pushing his body beyond its perceived limits. The intense physical exertion and realization of his newfound power pushed the monk to the absolute brink. The others stared, utterly bewildered by Mu Jin's strange yet effective demonstration of power. The other young monks watched in shock as Mu Jin effortlessly managed the advanced movements. Biab Gang's shock intensified as he demanded, "Since when was he able to use it?" Biab Gang stared, confusion giving way to stark realization as he processed Mu Jin's impossible display. The other young monks were surprised by his weird posture and began to stare at him. The chapter concludes, leaving the observer marveling at the growing power of these young monks. Biab Gang's shocked disbelief confirmed the impossible feat he had just witnessed. The realization hits Biab Gang like lightning. Mu Jin is utilizing the legendary energy accumulation art. Struggling to articulate the breakthrough, he could only manage the barest acknowledgement. Biab Gang's stern expression broke, completely stunned by Mu Jin's display of power. He shamelessly dismisses their shock, proclaiming his small lie with maniacal glee. Mu Gung's wide, almost manic grin showed pure, exhilarating commitment to the bizarre training. The senior monks watched in shocked disbelief as Mu Jin's impossible feat was revealed. The elder monk clears his throat, preparing to address the shocking revelation of Mu Jin's skill. Even with mastery, access to the energy accumulation art remains exceptionally rare. The various manifestations of their burgeoning power were a stark contrast to the central figure absorbing it all. The contrast was stark. Strained effort against effortless mastery of the energy accumulation art. Mu Jin's intense focus contrasts with Biap Gang's confused exertion over the sudden energy release. The sheer power emanating from Mu Jin shocked the observer, contrasting sharply with his own struggling output. Biap Gang stared, recognizing the terrifying technique Mu Jin was demonstrating. The other monks stared, bewildered by Mu Jin's impossible display of power. Mu Jin's casual claim of mastery further stunned the observing monks. The stunned monks could only watch as a tiny, absurd bird flew across their bewildered gaze. Biab Gang's realization confirmed it. Mu Jin was executing the forbidden energy accumulation art. The onlookers watched in stunned silence as Mu Jin rapidly vanished from sight. With his quick answer secured, the imposing figure retreats into the serene beauty of the sunrise. Mu Kyung offered a hesitant affirmation, still slightly overwhelmed by the attention. Mu Kyung acknowledges the continued training partnership with Mu Yul, who seems enthusiastic. The young monk stared, clearly taken aback by the master's abrupt declaration under the setting sun. When pressed about his secret, Mu Jin offers a convenient, yet deceptive, excuse about his family's breathing techniques. The realization dawns. Not only is Mu Jin capable, but he's already instructing others. His strange, satisfied grin showed his peculiar focus, completely missing the awe he inspired. The other monk speculates on Mu Jin's potential failure despite his talent, labeling him an idiot. Biab Gang, unsettled by Mu Jin's casual display, could only utter a single, weighty, but the monk looked genuinely baffled by Mu Jin's casual explanation of his prodigious skill. The sudden display of the energy accumulation art left the older monks stunned, while one of them eagerly asked who they were discussing. The master monk reacted with shock and awe to Mu Jin's sudden mastery of the art. The younger monk watched intently as the older monk reeled from his audacious claim. His immense effort and sudden surge of internal power caused a visible, straining reaction. The young monk sighed, slightly embarrassed by the intensity of the questioning. He quickly tried to backtrack, minimizing his incredible feat by citing his family's heritage. Biab Gang's expression shifts, recognizing the impossible technique Mu Jin is employing. The intense reaction confirms the monk's shock as his focus snaps to the area below. Biab Gang finally realized the truth behind Mu Jin's impossible feat. The sudden display of energy accumulation art leaves the surrounding monks stunned under the night sky. The surprised monk could only stare as the hidden power unfolded before him. He laughed it off, trying to play down his mastery of the forbidden technique. Biab Gang, now seeing the undeniable proof of Mu Jin's skill, presses him immediately. Mu Jin deflected the question with ease, continuing his cool facade. The last posture forces an intense breathing exercise, pushing the limits of their flexibility. The intense stretching under Mu Jin's guidance elicited immediate, painful reactions. The other young monks stared at Mu Jin's strange posture, utterly bewildered by his display. Mu Jin internally confirmed his newfound proficiency, the energy accumulation art now tangible. As Mu Kyung points out, they are practicing the army exercise, a posture directly taught by Mu Jin. The intense physical struggle continues as the monk pushes his opponent's arms back with raw exertion. The astonished monk could only react with a sharp, soundless gesture as Mu Jin's power was revealed. The other monks struggled with the demanding posture, while the narrator silently noted the presence of 4 practitioners. Biab Gang stared, his surprise turning into acute recognition of Mu Jin's startling ability. The others observed Mu Yul's enthusiasm for the muscle lengthening technique. The intense stretch was clearly unbelievable, eliciting shock from the surrounding monks. Biab Gang's shocked recognition of the forbidden art had clearly stunned him. The monk, perhaps Mu Gang, smiles enthusiastically, eager to ask about the other's efforts. He affirms his commitment, refusing to be overshadowed by Mu Jin's sudden mastery. Mu Jin, grinning fiercely, swung the sand pouches with startling speed, leaving his peers aghast. Mu Jin drilled the technique, his intense focus momentarily broken by a simple "the." The instructor decisively pointed, signaling the next pair to step up and demonstrate their readiness. Their impressed whispers faded as the transition began, moving from morning training toward the next stage. After 10 days of persistent practice, the training curriculum entered a new, more advanced phase. The intense dawn training was evolving into something new. The instructor gathered the disciples, ready to introduce the next, more complex stage of their training. The concerned disciples confirmed Mu Jin's surprising physical development under the yellow-robed monk's gaze. The instructor meticulously mapped the energy's intended path through the major core points for the next move. The demonstrator perfectly channels the remaining 30% of energy into the left arm's designated points. He focused intently, visualizing the energy accumulating within his core. Focusing intensely, he strained, visualizing the energy splitting as instructed. Mu Jin focused, channeling the newly learned energy into a powerful stance. The demonstration for the core punch begins with an explosive burst of focused energy. With intense focus, Mu Jin unleashes the devastating power of his newly learned technique. He concentrated, feeling the accumulated energy surge within his hands. Was this the key to splitting his power correctly? The previous exercises involving sand pouches had visibly broadened their physiques. He watched the demonstration, the glowing energy tracing the path of the technique across the legs. The master monk stood imposing as one disciple nervously confirmed his suspicion. He realized the chain punch required coordinating energy distribution throughout his entire lower body, not just his arms. The complexity of channeling energy deeply frustrated him, pushing him toward a desperate resolve. He pushed his focus, visualizing the extreme effort required for true mastery. Mu Jin watched his peers practice, his expression hardening with intense focus and suspicion. The demonstration continues, showing the precise movements required for the initial strike, demanding utter focus. The others watched Mu Jin's incredible stamina, realizing he'd achieved all that through sheer hard work. The gossiping disciples exchanged knowing smiles as they continue their hushed conversation. His peers' obvious struggle to comprehend the complex movements drew a sharp, exasperated reaction. The instructor clearly demonstrates the correct circular flow of energy through the core points, contrasting it with the incorrect path. The instructor points out the crucial difference between correct and incorrect energy circulation. The mention of Buddha's advanced training methods clearly overwhelmed the younger disciple. As the finger pressed lightly, the disciple reacted with a startled jiggle to the sudden touch. Focusing the internal energy further, Haiyung guided him toward the next critical point in the shoulder. The instructor surged with blinding energy, showcasing the raw power needed for the next step. One monk grinned, while the other pondered their observation about Mu Jin's physique. Stunned by the complex instructions, the young monk's mind short-circuited, grasping for the memory. The instructor signaled for the next two students to step forward and demonstrate the technique. The others watched, stunned, as the demonstration initiated with a swift, surprising movement. Despite the added weight, Mu Jin strained through his grueling exercises, pushing past his perceived limits. The intensity of the training continued, marking another 20 seconds as they pushed their limits. Even after the grueling training, Mu Jin persisted, wiping the sweat from his powerful neck. Despite his genuine efforts, the sheer difficulty of the chain punch left him sweating profusely. The disciples watched, awestruck by the sheer power and physique of the instructor. The sweat poured as Mu Jin watched the disciples strain under the added weight, their breathing ragged. The other disciples stared, astonished by the sheer volume of weight Mu Jin was hauling around. The onlookers, noticing Mu Jin's striking physique, whispered their awe and confusion. The stunned onlookers could only stare at the sheer bulk Mu Jin had achieved in just 2 months. He vowed to undertake training that was even more rigorous than before. Haiyung presses gently, sensing the disciples' deep worry. The immense presence of Mu Jin dominated the space, while the observing monk stood nearby, seemingly unimpressed. The relieved monk, Haiyung, watched Mu Jin leave with the attendant. The instructors demonstrated the complex energy distribution required for the technique. The conversation falters as the speaker trails off, focusing intently on the figure below. Mu Jin's imposing physique dominated the view, leaving the other disciple intimidated and sweating under his intense gaze. His inner thoughts, masked by a ferocious scowl, revealed his frustration at being called trash despite his efforts. The disciple seemed startled by the sheer physical transformation of the imposing monk before him. The sudden summons brought Mu Jin's momentary relief crashing down into sheer panic. The hurried escort breaks Mu Jin's anxious thoughts about the unexpected summons. The elder monk, holding a training weight, regards Mu Jin with suspicion, perhaps thinking he's the cause of the recent commotion. The hall leader's words, too momentous for mere thought, hung in the air like the temple's shadow. He already recognized Mujin's talent, even if he underestimated the attention others would pay. The Arhat Hall leader stared down, his expression serious as he processed Mujin's physical state. The hall leader studied Mujin's terrifying physique, silently processing what he was seeing. The monk resolved that direct conversation with Mujin was necessary. The junior monk confirmed his understanding of the hall leader's instructions. The chapter title explodes onto the screen, marking the beginning of this intense new phase. The monk Hyul Sung stroked his chin, deeply contemplating why he had summoned the young disciple. The abbot's intense gaze sweeps over him, making Mujin acutely aware of his physique. He was rapidly assessing every inch of Mujin's physique, causing intense discomfort. The monk Hyun Sung, seeing the startling results, could only register confusion. The intimidating presence of the monk Hyul Jin commanded Mujin to remain still. The monk Hyunjung confirms his understanding, now ready to hear the proposal. The confrontation escalated immediately, turning the courtyard into a scene of youthful aggression. Hyun Sung took a slow sip, his gaze intense, perhaps savoring the gravity of the situation. Hyun Sung confirmed his suspicions regarding Mujin's rapid development. Ha-Young's eyes gleamed, focused intensely on Mujin's physical development. The monk Hilim, having noted Mujin's unusual physique, now addresses him directly in the pavilion. The hall leader processed the unsettling proposal, recognizing the gravity of what Mujin's technique implied. Clarifying his intent, the monk Hai-Jin quickly negated Mujin's assumption about a challenge. The Arhat Hall leader, Hyun Sung, remains contemplative, holding his teacup as he processes Mujin's explosive potential. The elder monk's vehement defense of his methods was met with Mujin's unsettling, wide-eyed agreement. The essence of Shaolin is their willingness to adapt and strengthen what they lack. He affirmed the proposal, taking a measured sip as he considered the implications of adopting Mujin's methods. The elder stares at Mujin, his words hanging in the air, prompting a stunned reaction. The realization of the abbot's proposal hit him like a thunderclap. The hall leader considered Mujin's potential, his imposing figure fixed on the unseen young monk. Mujin silently observed the new recruits going through their basic warm-up routine. The proposal was laid out. Mujin's unique training methods would be tested right here, at the heart of Shaolin. The abbot paused, his expression heavy with contemplation after learning of Mujin's rapid growth. The initial assumption of acceptance was immediately dashed. The monk's face registered pure shock. The Arhat Hall leader reeled back, utterly stunned by Mujin's sheer display of power. The monk Hyunjin, still reeling from the proposal, demands clarification on his startling statement. The whispers followed Mujin as he walked, the other monks openly mocking his sudden change in status. The hall leader pondered the implications of Mujin's rapid growth. The others gossiped, clearly skeptical of Mujin's strange methods. Did they truly think he was insane? The elder monk seemed visibly troubled by the implications of Mujin's rapid development. Even the younger monks were deeply asleep, completely oblivious to the impending early morning training. The sudden, deafening command jolts the sleeping monks awake, abruptly ending their rest. The monks burst through the door, interrupting the serious discussion with a sudden, jarring entrance. The sparring begins in earnest as Mujin's opponent is violently driven to the ground. The sheer audacity of the head monk's request left the witnessing monks utterly bewildered. Hyun Sung maintained his stern gaze, weighing the implications of such a bold proposal. The hall leader's intense scrutiny concluded with a thoughtful, measured hum. The decision to test Mujin's training method sparks immediate, malicious gossip among the observing peers. Fueled by the Arhat Hall leader's faith, Mujin resolves to silence the doubters. The assembled monks were met with a sudden, explosive command, signaling a drastic shift in authority. The older monk declares his intention to oversee their training with his unorthodox methods. The hall leader cleared his throat, shifting the conversation back to Mujin. A tense silence hung in the air as the Arhat Hall leader studied Mujin, his gaze intense and scrutinizing. The monk's serious expression was broken by a stifled, mocking sound from behind him. Mujin's newfound authority immediately stoked the ire and disbelief of his peers. The initial shock of the opponent's resilience quickly twisted into cold fury. His smirk promised consequences, daring the new trainees to doubt his authority. The intense sparring match begins, but Mujin has vanished from his opponent's sight. The other monks watched Mujin, their expressions a mixture of skepticism and smug anticipation for his failure. The younger monks, eager to test him, adopted aggressive, taunting stances. The hall leader's unsettling gaze met Mujin's with intense scrutiny. The sparring began, but Mujin vanished instantly in a shockwave of speed. The challenge was set, and the other monks immediately piled into the ring, desperate to prove him wrong. The sudden, brutal efficiency of Mujin's strike left his opponent reeling in disbelief. Mujin, now illuminated and menacing, faces his challengers, fueled by unwavering confidence. Mujin's shocking speed overwhelmed his opponent, pinning him down instantly. Mujin's overwhelming strength silenced the mockers, leaving one sputtering in defeat. The intensity of the training culminated in a decisive, glowing punch against the stunned disciples. The intensity of the physical confrontation culminated in a sharp impact, the sound effect echoing the sudden pain. The intense physical drill instantly overwhelmed the younger monks, leaving them sprawled and gasping for air. The anticipation hung heavy as one of the new monks issued a challenging call to his peers. A tense silence fell as the gathered monks faced the newcomers. The elder monk fiercely points, clearly emphasizing the group before him. The final moments before the test, Mujin still commands with absolute authority. The title screen boldly announces the theme: Genius Martial Arts Trainer. The abbot reacted strongly to Hyun Sung's bold assurance, the weight of expectation heavy in the night air. The brutal dawn training continued relentlessly, pushing the young monks to their absolute limit. The commanding instructor's stern demand was met with silent assessment from the onlookers. The elders watched the students' shocked reactions to the revelation of the new recruits. As Mu-kyung guided his peers, the young monks showed immediate, focused compliance under the moonlight. As Mu-kyung instructs his peers, his focused demeanor shows the rising confidence gained from Mujin's effective system. The gathered masters stared in disbelief at the disciplined, exhausted young monks. The assistant monks were stern, urging the young disciples forward, knowing when to push them past their limits. The grueling midnight training pushed the young monks to their absolute physical limits. The younger monks looked on, stunned by the sheer number of high-ranking masters present for the test. Hyun Sung's confidence in Mujin was evident as he presented the young monk to the abbot. The assembled masters watched, utterly stunned by the sheer number of successful candidates. The custom-made iron set, complete with weights and a bench, finally arrived, shimmering under the excitement. Assessing the custom equipment, he noted the iron bar's weight contrast to the wooden parts. The assembled monks waited under the warm afternoon sun as Hyun Sung presented the new cohort. The young monks were thrilled by the new, impressive training equipment. The gathered elders stared, shocked at the sheer number of potential disciples about to face the final test. The abbot surveyed the scene, his expression firm, having already heard the positive reports from Hyun Sung. The newly acquired equipment allowed Mujin to push past perceived limits, his strained grip testament to the heavy weight. The heavy equipment proved essential, allowing Mujin to push his strength further than ever before. The tension peaks as the abbot is presented with the exceptional young candidates Mujin had prepared. Mujin flexed, immensely proud of the sculpted physique he was forging for martial arts mastery. His raw intensity and bulging muscles showed his commitment to this grueling routine. Autumn and winter passed, and the snow melted, signaling the start of a new season. Autumn and winter passed, finally melting away to signal the cycle of training renewing itself once more. As seasons turned, the mountain landscape regenerated, signaling more time had passed. The arduous journey up the stone steps continues, the weight of the upcoming test evident on the younger monks' faces. The abbot, informed of the excellent results, met with Hyun Sung on the day of the final test. The abbot let out a hearty laugh, clearly satisfied with Hyun Sung's words. Seeing the custom equipment, Hyun Sung felt a surge of anticipation for the monumental change it would bring. Hyun Sung pondered the arrival of Mu Jin's requested training gear, a tangible sign of progress. Hyun Sung stroked his chin, a broad, self-satisfied grin spreading across his face. He was truly confident in the results. The tension mounted as the true potential of Mu Jin's dedicated trainees was finally put on display. Under the relentless dawn rain, the sand pouches weighted their bodies, testing their utmost limit. The results were clear. Mu Jin had grown a full 10 centimeters taller in just 1 year. Mu Jin, in his focused training trance, visualized the flawless, light posture he aimed for. The gathered monks looked in astonishment at the disciples presenting themselves for the final test. Hyun Sung made a forceful entrance, his confident stride echoing his anticipation. The imposing statue seemed to roar in shock as the abbot presented the new disciples. The abbot calmly regarded the assembled monks, already aware of the significant progress made. The abbot acknowledged Hyun Sung's bold assurance regarding the upcoming admission test results. The abbot, hearing of the incredible results, offered a respectful bow. The abbot sat, listening as monk Hyun Sung began to speak of the imminent admission test. As the abbot concluded his quiet anticipation, the day for the final test finally dawned. The official admission test arrived, gathering all high-ranking monks at the Arhat Hall. The sheer number of dedicated young monks, all masked in uniform, stood ready for the test. The abbot and Hyun Sung exchanged amused nods, confident in the anticipated success of Mu Jin's students. The abbot's confidence was met with an immediate, skeptical reply from the other master. Haiguk, the vice court leader of the outer court, stepped forward, a knowing look on his face. The abbot acknowledged Hyun Sung's confidence in the new class results. The abbot listened, seemingly amused by Hyun Sung's confidence in the new batch. Despite the command to stop, Mu Kyung pressed his attack, an unstoppable surge erupting from him. The intense exchange continued, a flurry of precise blocks against raw aggression. Despite the high caliber seen so far, the abbot maintained his cautious reserve. Mu Kyung's surprising attack engulfs the instructor candidate in a flurry of punishing strikes. Ho ho, and no wonder why you're so confident. Ho, this impressed the instructor candidate. The new monks are indeed high quality. The abbot, having seen the first impressive display, now calls forth the next candidate. The abbot, still contemplative, prepares to judge the next candidate in line. The instructor, having assessed Muyol's skill, offered a knowing, satisfied smile. The judges exchanged satisfied, yet conspiratorial, glances over the next candidate. Mu Kyun's expression shifts, energized by the roar of the crowd. With the previous contestants judged, the abbot readies himself for the next aspirant. Mu Gol is ready, eager to unleash his skills as the match is about to commence. The abbot's cryptic encouragement ignites the next candidate, Muyol, who bursts forward with unrestrained energy. The sudden, sharp stop implies the end of the brutal exchange between Mu Kyung and his opponent. The abbot's quiet assessment concludes. It is time for the next hopeful to step forward. Muyol transitions mid-movement, showcasing perfect distancing and an enthusiastic attack. Mu Kyung, fueled by his prior realization, unleashes a barrage, meeting the second-class disciple's attack head-on. The sheer unexpected power of Mu Gung's blow left his opponent stunned and speechless. The swiftness of Muyol's counterattack left the second-class disciple utterly stunned. With a final surge of internal power, the candidate unleashed a devastating blow. The next challenger, Muyol, steps up, ready to show his stuff. The sheer dynamism and unexpected skill displayed by Mu Kyung left the supervising disciples utterly stunned. The abbot's grim expression confirms his shock at Mu Kyung's ferocious, almost bestial display. His movements were incredibly fluid, astonishing all who watched him now. The abbot encourages the next candidate, Muyol, to enjoy his fight. Haigul, the vice leader, observed the continuing displays with satisfaction. The frenzied intensity snaps abruptly. The match is officially over. The true breakthrough came when he stopped focusing solely on form and began grasping the seamless connection between the martial arts. Muyol offered a cheerful, if somewhat strange, bow, concluding his spirited performance. The master monk was clearly impressed, chuckling heartily at the high caliber of the current batch of contenders. The instructor candidate grinned, clearly impressed by the display he had just witnessed. The previous intense spar concluded, making way for the next candidate, Mugung. The intensity of Mukyung's performance leaves the observing second-class disciples utterly stunned. The sheer bulk of Mugung had shocked the observing disciple. Mugung grimly focused, recalling the relentless preparation for this single moment. The masked opponent lunged forward with terrifying speed, closing the distance instantly. The instructors observed the incredible display of Muyul's fluid, almost liquid, martial execution. The challenger's massive frame demands flexibility, a balance the instructor achieved by prioritizing movement first. The sheer force of Mugung's attack sent a shockwave through his opponent. The referee's sharp command cuts through the tension. Stop. The match is over. His eyes rolled back, consumed by an overwhelming surge of sheer, raw power. Mugung unleashes his stored power, surging his inner energy in a desperate, striking blow. The match was abruptly halted as Mukyung unleashed a final, terrifying strike, his expression shifting into something unnerving. A jarring impact rings out as the test officially begins, the recipient absorbing the blow. The intensity peaks as Mukyung's relentless barrage meets his opponent's desperate block. Mukyung's surprising resilience met the powerhouse's heavy blow with surprising force. The examiners, still masked, could only stare in stunned silence at the unfolding spectacle. The abbot watched, satisfied that Muyul's movements offered a clear initial assessment of his skill. The observing disciples were clearly stunned by the previous display of skill. The elders exchanged satisfied murmurs, their high hopes for this new batch solidified by the previous impressive display. The abbot watches Muyul, pleased by the display, yet knowing more monks await their turn. Despite holding back, the second-class disciple was impressed by the applicant's enduring strength. Mukyung, caught in the fervor of battle, needs to push even harder now. The sudden, unexpected impact of Mukyung's strike forces a sharp, guttural cry from the larger disciple. The high-ranking monks fell silent, completely taken aback by the display they just witnessed. But as Mukyung's wild frenzy peaked, someone yelled a sudden stop. The defeated disciple slumps against the wall, truly acknowledging his inferiority. The instructor candidate watches Muyul, assessing his immediate potential with a deliberate, weighty touch. As Mukyung's bout abruptly ends, his stunned intensity suggests he knows exactly what he experienced. Mujin cheerfully sends off Mukyung, urging him to enjoy the upcoming fight. As Mukyung revels in the flow, the match reaches a sudden, jarring halt. The clash reached its peak, an exchange where Muyul's mastery was laid bare for all to see. The second-class disciple, now realizing the gravity of the situation, shows a flicker of genuine alarm. The victor, Mukyung, stands poised, realizing his true challenge is only now beginning. Mukyung's wild excitement reached a breaking point, his manic grin showing he was truly lost in the moment. The referee's urgent shout to halt the match was drowned out by the sudden, chilling shift in Mukyung's expression. The overwhelming flurry of Mukyung's unexpected technique forced an immediate halt to the demonstration. Mukyung's fervor erupts. The match has clearly reached a critical, overwhelming point. The command to stop the match was ignored, as Mukyung's terrifying grin suggested his sanity had fractured. The match was suddenly called, but Mukyung felt an intense, overwhelming power surging through him. The sheer force of Mukyung's attack left the instructor momentarily speechless, his expression a mask of pure shock. Just as the match was declared over, Mukyung was consumed by an undeniable, terrifying surge of bloodlust. The suspect finally took a long, satisfying swig from his flask. Haidam's rebuke momentarily stunned the proceedings, but the true test was about to resume. The opponent, overwhelmed, could only reach out in desperation as Mukyung maintained his effortless stance. The sheer intensity of the confrontation was clear as the combatants exchanged powerful strikes. His surprised expression confirmed the spectacle below was truly compelling. Haiguan's booming declaration immediately asserted his claim over the talented, unruly child. The triumphant attacker slams down hard, sending his opponent sprawling with a sickening thud. The powerful attack, the 18 Dharma strikes, forces a monk to intercept the blow, shielding another. Mu Jin's declaration hung in the air, a definitive, explosive challenge to reveal his creation now. The intense focus continued as the master needed to feel the impact on his skin. The seemingly chaotic brawl continues as Dam swiftly subdues one attacker while taking a swig from his flask. Dam, caught red-handed, tried to play it off with a strained smile. The chaos of Mu Kyung's acceptance subsided as the admission test resumed, focusing now on Mu Jin. Dam recoiled in shock and fury as the confrontation escalated right there on the temple grounds. The commotion died down as Guan abruptly claimed the unruly child. The monk glared, seizing the flask, only to realize his accusation was misplaced. The elder monk interrupts the sudden commotion, stepping forward to claim responsibility for the chaotic child. The exchange about Mu Kyung's exceptional, albeit wild, abilities was confirmed. The terrifying monk Guan seemed utterly delighted by the presence of the small, angry novice. Guan stood before the others, his aura radiating dark, intense energy, ready to claim the volatile child. The elder monk saw the chaotic energy in the child, sensing a better fit. The brazen man clamped down on Dam's head, shocking the young monk who just warned him against crossing lines. The shocking capture of Mu Kyung by the terrifying Guan left everyone stunned. The drunken monk erupted in booming laughter after striking the kneeling disciple's head. Even as the attention shifted, someone still keenly observed the remaining admission trials. The initial uproar subsided as the abbot's envoy stepped forward, ready to address the situation. The surrounding monks were visibly shaken by the boy's shocking display of power. The commotion from Mu Kyung's adoption settled, and the focus shifted to the next candidate, Mu Jin. The senior monk emphatically points out his agreement regarding the handling of the spirited newcomer. As Guan claimed Mu Kyung, he brusquely exited, clearly uninterested in the remaining proceedings. Mu Jin immediately adopts a low, coiled stance, ready to unleash the power he's been discussing. With Mu Kyung handled, the focus shifts abruptly to the next candidate, Mu Jin. Guan's question cuts through the tension, referencing the foundational knowledge they both share. The disciple, momentarily stunned by Mu Kyung's departure, struggled to regain his focus. The muscular monk crossed his arms, reacting silently to the younger disciple's display. The dust settled from the wild exchange, leaving one second-class disciple utterly bewildered. The monk, initially skeptical of the Iron Guard, is now completely thrown by Mu Jin's line of questioning. He stared, processing the idea of accumulating energy constantly. Still, even a genius like him possesses his own unique quirks. The discussion abruptly shifted as Mu Jin brought up the ancient technique. Have you heard of the Iron Guard? The simple threat of robbery echoes, jarring the monk with raw intimidation. The mentor reveals the original, true nature of the Iron Guard technique. The battle continues as the central figure cleanly deflects the surrounding shadowy attackers with a massive, glowing arc of force. The challenger stood firm, his skin deflecting the incoming blades as he focused his inner power. The accumulation of energy reached its peak, manifesting in this overwhelming, hardened form. His mind fixated on the revelation. The Iron Guard's true purpose involved absorbing energy through the skin. He pondered this new path, integrating his specialized training with the foundational Iron Guard technique. If Mu Jin could combine his training, the effect could multiply in folds. The true Iron Guard's secret was revealed, absorbing energy through the skin. Then, the peer was shocked, unable to believe Mu Jin's ambitious plan regarding the Iron Guard. If his Iron Art technique could absorb energy, he finally found the perfect application for his unorthodox mastery. Mu Jin, already a prodigy, had completely mastered the 3 basic martial arts, a level surpassing an official disciple. The sudden halt to the proceedings left the disciples baffled, wondering what was happening next. Guan stepped forward, utterly unimpressed by the young monk's earlier display. The elder confidently declares Mu Jin's potential impact on Shaolin's future. The first monk, still beaming, directs his attention towards Mu Yo. The onlookers confirmed the impossible. That slippery bastard was indeed the one they feared. The shocking realization hits, driving him to focus on his immediate defense training. He focused intensely, realizing the key was mastering how to utilize that stored energy. Mu Kyung's overwhelming display of power left the observing monk completely stunned. The energy accumulated through his unique training finally meets the Iron Guard's physical conditioning. The culmination of his research, his very own martial art collaboration. With a burst of supreme confidence, Mu Jin declared his intention to demonstrate his breakthrough now. Recalling the prophecy, the elder's gaze lifts, fixated on something beyond the immediate. The exhausting trek continues as they push forward towards their destination. The Grand Master could only let out a strained breath, utterly impressed by the display of raw power. Their long trek finally concluded as they marched toward the assembled disciples at the Arhat Hall entrance. Biobjian, unable to see clearly, simply deferred the judgment to his companion. The abbot smiles, acknowledging the effort it took to reach the hall. The command rings out, and the crowd parts as Mu Jin steps forward onto the training grounds. The Grand Master observed the explosive force, questioning the very nature of the energy displayed. The Grand Master closely observed the raw power coursing through the young fighter's muscles. The explosive charge begins as the order rings out. Start. The chapter closes on the title card, signaling the end of this intense demonstration. The monk, stunned by the sheer display of power, could only question what technique Mu Jin planned to unleash next. The fiery energy coalesces as the second kick in the sequence erupts. Channeling every ounce of his cultivated strength, he commits fully to the strike. The unexpected intrusion of a powerful figure halts the intense sparring match. Mu Jin unleashes the formidable core punch, a testament to his explosive potential. The clash of wills reached its peak, his face contorted with the sheer effort of the exchange. The preceding techniques fuel the next devastating blow, channeling energy through his limbs. This explosive application was the culmination of multiple martial arts principles merging into one powerful strike. This masterful combination of basic arts was the genius of his hybrid martial arts. He unleashes the next stage of his combined attack, the second technique. Even after years of suppression, that immense, unrestrained power was clearly straining his body. The opponent realized the devastating attack was imminent, bracing for impact. The shockwave of the impact resonated, leaving the opponent staggered by the sheer force. The force of the impact was undeniable, leaving the opponent stunned by the sudden counter. The clash of power resulted in a jarring impact, forcing a sharp cry from the monk. The sheer, unyielding power of his grip stunned the onlookers. His calculated onslaught met with brutal, overwhelming counter-strikes. The abbot could only watch, utterly stunned by the raw force Mu Jin unleashed. The attack sequence continues, cycling through all the fundamental strikes he has mastered. He's only using the basic techniques, yet the power displayed is staggering. Instead of advancing, he forged his own path by synthesizing basic techniques. The Grand Master recognizes the path Mu Jin walks, a journey he once undertook himself. Despite the earlier spectacle, Biop-jian still felt overwhelmed by the sheer presence of the Grand Master. His smile was pure exhilaration as he unleashed the explosive force of his technique. His exertion culminated in a wide, unnerving grin, fueled by the intense sparring. He hadn't had the chance to properly utilize his strength over the last 2 years. This controlled power, where his might meets zero restraint against his opponent, is the peak of his current realization. The explosive charge culminates in a furious, low stance, meeting the counter-attack head-on. The sudden, powerful impact forces the advancing monk to momentarily retreat. The crowd watched, stunned by the sudden departure of the renowned master. The sheer authority of his presence parts the assembled crowd like the Red Sea. The onlookers, shocked by the level of skill displayed, can only utter a single, stunned title. The unexpected arrival shattered the formal atmosphere, eliciting raw shock. The observers instantly recognized the towering presence, bowing in unison. The Grand Master offered a respectful greeting, immediately drawing the attention of the assembled monks. The abbot's acknowledgement still left him reeling, utterly surprised by the attention. Mu Jin, despite his youth, possessed a perfect, youthful sense of balance. The Grand Master paused, noting the extreme conditioning of the youth's body. The Grand Master could only grunt in awe at the sheer physical development on display. The old man, carried like luggage, still insisted on being close for the upcoming test. The Grand Master's profound analysis left the opponent utterly stunned. The assembled monks could only stare in shock, recognizing the technique. The judges, momentarily taken aback by the display, watch as Mu Jin stands ready. His physique, honed by extreme training, clearly showed the Iron Guard's influence. While one intently studies the texts, his companion struggles to grasp the complexity. The Grand Master recognized the combination of the 6 basic martial arts, a direct reflection of Mu Jin's unique path. The young martial artist withstood the onslaught, energy surging around him like a contained inferno. Yap Jian clears his throat, acknowledging his own limitations in judging true talent. His astute observation about the hybrid arts stunned the opponent into disbelief. The abbot's deep insight leaves Biap Jian reeling, utterly stunned by the mystery man. The elder master's sudden declaration immediately drew sharp attention from everyone present. The abbot processes the young fighter's unique, hybridized approach to combat. The abbot finally explains the significance of Mu Jin's unique martial approach. Grandmaster Hyun Guang observes the raw, conditioned form before him, noting how different it is from a typical Shaolin monk's physique. The tension in the room breaks as the abbot clears his throat, observing the young martial artist. The abbot approaches, acknowledging the disruption with a reserved nod. The abbot interrupted the flow, having clearly seen something profound in the earlier spar. The Grand Master observed the raw power coalescing within the youth's physique. The Grand Master's ravaged back spoke volumes of his past sacrifices. The disciples, including the narrator, shared the Hyun name prefix during that era. He bravely stood ready to protect us, the younger disciples. The memory of that catastrophic event haunted him. The invasion of the demonic cult. The revelation of the demon cult's invasion strikes a chord of profound shock in the young disciple. The battlefield descended into chaos, painted in the terrifying silhouette of the demonic cult's invasion. The sheer resolve of the young monks, rising up to defend the innocent against them. Even as a young disciple, Hyun Guang was already protecting them, taking immense pain. The violent, startling intrusion confirms the immediate danger that looms outside. His desperate exertion ended in a blinding flash of energy. Despite the seniors needing to fight, Hyun Guang constantly threw himself into harm's way to protect them. The sound of impact reverberated as blood splattered violently across the blinding light. His fellow disciples watched in horror as the battle devolved into carnage. But even as they struggled, the demonic cultists issued a terrifying final threat. Amidst the chaotic invasion, even the seniors named Kong were forced into the brutal war. The weight of what might have been settled heavily upon the elder monk's silent expression. The abbot's serious promise hung heavy in the air, a testament to his desperation. The abbot's shocked declaration regarding the required technique left the elder reeling in disbelief. His bold claim silenced the room, leaving the monks reeling from the possibility of recovery. The monk's imposing presence held a clear warning as Hyun Chun raised his hand in earnest appeal. His shocking transformation, visible even from behind, left the disciple speechless. Abbot Hyun Chun's attention was immediately seized by the monumental implications of Mu Jin's request. Hyun Chun's shocking question about Grandmaster Hyun Guang's condition startled the eavesdropping monk. The memory flashes to the intense training, like the effort shown in Biab Gang's past struggles. The abbot absorbed the gravity of the situation, his expression etched with disbelief and rising concern. Hyun Chun and the others listened intently as the abbot spoke of the stringent requirements for treatment. The abbot slammed his hand down, demanding to know the requirements for this incredible healing. The abbot's shock was palpable as he processed the impossible request. Hyun Gong braced, ready to channel the dangerous energy required for the treatment. Applying the energy, Monk Haidam nervously adjusted the delicate charge, while Hyun Chun watched, sweating over the sheer risk. Despite the concerns, the monks allowed the shocking application of controlled, weak lightning energy. Hyun Guang, despite his youth, was already locked in desperate combat against the invading forces. Hyun-chun, having heard the history, listened intently as Mu-jin began to lay out his conditions for treatment. Abbot Hyun-chun's resolve solidified. Whatever it took, he would secure the Grandmaster's recovery. The abbot, witnessing the profound suffering etched onto the image of his Grandmaster, stood resolute. Abbot Hyun-chun listened intently, his stern expression matching the gravity of the situation. The severe requirement for the treatment left both monks utterly bewildered. The abbot's stunned silence hangs beneath the cold moonlight, questioning the extent of the Grand Master's sacrifice. The abbot concluded his explanation, summoning the necessary individuals for the delicate procedure. The discipline court leader, a senior monk who aided Biob Gang, arrived to hear the requirements. The abbot clears his throat, ready to name the final crucial individuals needed for the treatment plan. The abbot confirms the identity of the monk who brought Mu-gung in. Abbot Hyun-chun confirmed his sincerity, ready to agree to any terms for his Grandmaster's recovery. With a sharp, controlled motion, the requested energy application was finally delivered. His confident grin spoke volumes about his belief in his technique. The discipline court leader, already briefed on the treatment, looked utterly baffled by the request. The sheer, contained power surged through his simulated form, a controlled electrical current. His gasp confirmed the sheer power he was being asked to channel. The elder monk grasped Mu-jin's wrist, clearly agitated by the escalating demands for Grandmaster Hyun Guang's treatment. After careful calibration, Mu-jin finally applies the faintest current, asking for confirmation. The sudden surge of lightning energy caused immediate shock and outrage from the senior monk. The monk, visibly shocked, focused the faintest trace of lightning energy, questioning if this minuscule amount would even suffice. The disciple's manic laughter echoed, terrifying the older monk as he demanded compliance. Despite the abbot's urgency, Mu-jin firmly reiterated his necessary prerequisite. The visual contrast between the robust young master and the frail elder underscored the tragic fate that befell Hyun Guang. Mu-jin cautiously demonstrates the lightning divine palm strike, dialed down to its weakest possible setting. The final requirement, electrical muscle stimulation, contrasted sharply with Shaolin's traditional medicine. Mu-jin demonstrated the required controlled electrical output to Hyun Gong, initiating the treatment sequence. Even after instructing them on the delicate procedures, the elder monk watched the emerging electrical stimulation with visible tension. As the electrical stimulus mimics the first treatment, he visualizes the tiny red blood cells, urging them forward. Haidam carefully applied the minimal energy, questioning if this subtle technique could truly achieve such powerful results. The monk, processing the audacious proposal, remained silent, his expression a mix of stern skepticism and contemplation. The recipient listened intently as the treatment plan was detailed, his expression a mix of skepticism and hope. He recoiled, pleading for a gentler application of the necessary energy. The Rulai Divine Palm Strike channels raw power, a stark contrast to the gentle control they now aim for. The monk recoils, clearly feeling the directed, albeit weakened, blast of extreme yang energy. The monk stood firm, an imposing figure considering the shocking proposal just made. The monks continued their exhausting practice, applying weak energy precisely as Mu-jin instructed. Haidam channeled the extreme yang energy, a focused intensity shining from his fingertips. Haidam frowned, weighing the monk's skepticism against Mu-jin's earnestness. The monks watched as Mu-jin prepared the electrical stimulation device, the first component of this strange treatment. As Haidam focused his extreme yang energy, the heat was finally at the perfect, weak level. As Mu-jin focused his intent, Haidam's technique channeled the extreme yang energy like a spotlight. The monk seemed uncertain, still trying to process the request for a specialized, gentle application of yang energy. The abbot watched, a grim expression solidifying under the immense pressure of trust they were placing on Mu-jin. The monks, now convinced by the potential, prepared for the first day of this revolutionary treatment. Despite the skepticism, he firmly asserted his intent to help them sincerely. As he worked through his extensive training, he'd gained invaluable physical therapy expertise. As Mu-jin Choi Kang-yuk worked as a personal trainer, he obtained licenses for physical therapy and rehabilitation massage. The initial recovery phase concluded. Now they see the grim outcome of the long ordeal. Recalling the path he took, Mu-jin reflects on the technical training he pursued back then. The two faces of Mu-jin, the skilled healer and the martial master, stood unified, ready to face the monumental task ahead. The abbot, flanked by senior monks, awaited Mu-jin's explanation for the unconventional treatment plan. The monks listened, even as a sound broke the tense silence. Mu-jin's intense focus was clear, his golden eyes unwavering amidst the monks' surprised scrutiny. The intense preparation was complete, and now Mu-jin faced the intimidating presence of the masked elders. Enthusiastically, Haidam calls for the practice to resume, energized by the novel concept. As Haidam tentatively directs his lesson Yang energy, the monk is ready to proceed with the peculiar treatment. 2 grueling hours pass, and the abbot finally dismisses Mu-jin to rest for the following day. The skeptical monks question Mu-jin's confidence, unable to reconcile his radical methods with their established martial understanding. The monk Haidam expresses lingering doubt, despite the unconventional techniques proposed. The abbot, reassured by Mu-jin's earnest explanation, finally seemed to concede to the unprecedented approach. The yin and yang of martial arts contrast starkly, representing Haidam's controlled, icy technique against Haigong's raw, fiery power. The monk, channeling the necessary metal-like patience, struggles to suppress his internal fire for harmony. The monks understood, transforming aggressive, strong energy into continuous, peaceful flow was the key to healing Hyun-guang. He exhales sharply, demonstrating the controlled, minimal application of yang energy required for the delicate treatment. The discussions complete as the day turns into night, transitioning to the next phase. The monks, having agreed to the month-long trial, now await the commencement of treatment near Hyun-guang's pavilion. With preparations complete, the moment to begin treatment on Grandmaster Hyun-guang had finally arrived. As the final preparation concluded, even Grandmaster Hyun-guang awoke, questioning the possibility of Mu-jin's radical treatment. This grueling training demonstrated the intense discipline required, contrasting sharply with the careful approach needed for Hyun-guang. With all necessary preparations complete, the critical phase of Grandmaster Hyun-guang's treatment was finally commencing. The chapter concludes, setting the stage for the next phase of Grandmaster Hyun-guang's treatment. Closer inspection confirmed the horrifying extent of Grandmaster Hyun-guang's condition. Mu-jin closely observed the Grandmaster's body, questioning the extent of the prior efforts. Mu-jin's precise, gentle touch began the initial mobilization, causing a slight tremor in the Grandmaster's frail body. Mu-jin's meticulous manual therapy continued, requiring intense concentration to avoid shattering the frail frame. Even the monks felt the strain, struggling to channel weak, controlled energy perfectly. The initial phase began, warming the body with a damp towel, followed by acupressure to ease deep tension. With careful preparation complete, the delicate work of restoring Grandmaster Hyun-guang's body finally began. The monks recognized that Mu-jin's proposed treatment mirrored the fragility of this aged, cracked vessel. After the initial treatments concluded, it was time for rest before the next crucial phase. The exhaustion was palpable. Even the Shaolin monks struggled to sustain the precise, low-level energy output required for the treatment. The assembled elders listened gravely, their expressions a mix of skepticism and hope, awaiting the next instruction. Despite the intense focus, an underlying desperation flickered in Mu-jin's resolute gaze. The sheer desperation hidden beneath Mu-jin's unwavering focus hinted at the high stakes of this treatment. His confident, almost manic grin promised swift, decisive action. The old master looked back, a faint discomfort still clouding his eyes despite the recent treatment. He gently tended to the frail limbs, his worried expression contrasting the Grandmaster's withered body. The emotional weight of his past burdens, now surfacing through Hyun-guang's current state, caused Mu-jin to exhale heavily. The title card slams down, marking the end of Mu-jin's jarring transition and the beginning of his new life. The disciples watched, stunned, as Grandmaster Hien Guang issued his unexpected decree. The monks administer the final stages of treatment, bathing the frail patient in focused energy. As Mu Jin settles into his new, shared quarters, the serene, moonlit night outside contrasts with his inner anxiety. The overwhelming memories of loss made him contemplate his arduous past. His brief relief vanishes as he realizes his new living arrangement means sharing close quarters. His final plea for solitude was defeated. He resigned himself to sleep, lying awake. Mu Jin worried about the Grand Master's deteriorating condition. A faint, unsettling grin crosses his face as sleep brings forth memories. The Grand Master's words still left Mu Jin slightly bewildered, yet a new warmth bloomed in his heart. Grandmaster Hien Guang offered a hearty laugh, seemingly content now that the work was done. Relief washed over the elder as his grandson's ministrations seemingly chased the pain away. The young man enthusiastically claims his spot, ready to distance himself from the discomfort. The Grand Master beams, overwhelmed with affection, fully embracing Mu Jin as his own grandson. The grandfather, feeling the loving touch, beams, while the boy's hopeful promise hangs in the air. The young Kangyuk's deepest regret surfaced as he held his frail grandfather close, wishing he could undo the past. "Grandfather, do you feel better? I'll give you a better massage than I could before." As a warm feeling settled in Mu Jin's heart, the atmosphere grew solemn. The image of his grandfather, smiling brightly in remembrance, was all Kangyuk had left. At the somber funeral altar, a choked sound escapes as Kangyuk faces his devastating loss. The memory of his desperate past continued to haunt him, a weight crushing him down. The weight of his past failures and lost loved ones finally breaks through his composure. Kangyuk's anguished cry echoes the crushing weight of his past failures. The young man diligently studied, haunted by the memories of his past sacrifices. The memory of his grandmother's sadness washes over Kangyuk, the weight of his past failures crushing him. The burdens of his past, the relentless training and tragic losses, now fuel his resolve. The warm feeling of acceptance was swiftly interrupted by the stark reality of his past. His excitement bubbled over, the memory of joining the elite unit fueling his current resolve. Kangyuk's success in passing the examination brought joy and relief to his grandmother. The promise continues as he firmly clasps the hand of his elder. The broadcast's cheerful holiday greetings contrast sharply with the tense silence engulfing Kangyuk. The memory of his past service, marked by loss, fuels his resolve to protect now. Kangyuk, recalling his vow, stepped forward with fierce resolve. The memories of his lost family, especially his grandmother, flashed through his mind. The lingering warmth of family faded as Kangyuk was abruptly addressed by rank again. The physical toll was evident as Mu Jin gently set his weight down, the tension in his posture palpable. A sudden, intense shock freezes his expression as the strange request sinks in. The finality of death settles as Kangyuk stares at his grandmother's portrait, a symbol of all he lost. The stark reality of his loss hit him hard as he stood before the memorial display. The harsh reality of military service had cost Kangyuk everything, leaving only the hollow echo of official terminology. Kangyuk's rage built as the strict orders concerning his family's burial were delivered. The memory of his strained service and lost family fueled his desperate push. The harsh sounds of boots striking the ground punctuated the awkward silence. The memory of his harrowing past, marked by loss during his military service, still weighed heavily on him. The swift, silent assault began, punctuated only by the heavy sound of boots hitting the ground. The Grandmaster's question hangs in the air, making Mu Jin flinch from the lingering memory of his grandfather. The spectral figures gently enveloped him, their unfinished thoughts hanging in the void. The Grandmaster offered a gentle, affirming pat on Mu Jin's head. The emotional weight of Mu Jin's past memories breaks through, causing a sudden, sorrowful reaction. Then, laughter erupts, questioning this unexpected outpouring of grief. Mu Jin's past sorrow surfaces as he calls out "grandfather" to the frail man before him. The Grandmaster watches, a deep, unresolved sadness etched onto his features. The Grandmaster silenced the concern, stating he was fine and that they should leave Mu Jin be for the moment. The painful memory of his grandfather's reliance fuels the intensity of his realization. Mu Jin's mind flashed back to a joyous moment, walking hand in hand with loved ones. The Grand Master roared with boisterous, appreciative laughter at the sudden, warm familial turn. The sudden instruction to call him grandfather left Mu Jin momentarily speechless. The bizarre call for Mu Jin to call him grandfather left the disciple thoroughly unsettled. Mu Jin rationalized his acceptance, acknowledging the Grand Master's high status. The sudden request from the Grand Master caused Mu Jin's mind to immediately short-circuit. The sudden outburst shocked Mu Jin. One monk furiously confronted him for the perceived disrespect. Grandmaster Hyang Guang's cheerful acceptance only further confuses Mu Jin as others react with rage. The two elders shared a hearty, joyful laugh, pleased by the current atmosphere. The startling request from the Grandmaster left the disciple momentarily stunned and speechless. Yab Jian, burdened by scriptures, stared in disbelief at Mu Jin's unshorn head. The Grand Master, observing Mu Jin, patiently awaits his explanation for the defiant hairstyle. Kim Gong's grin was unsettling, revealing sharp teeth as he held back his own opinion. The chapter concludes, transitioning into the title card of the series. Frantically searching through the text, the desperate hope of finding an excuse to keep his hair faded completely. Frantically realizing he needed a loophole, Mu Jin screamed with sudden, wild inspiration. Frantically searching through ancient texts, he couldn't find any precedent to save his precious hair. Qian Gong recoiled, utterly stunned by Mu Jin's audacious, modified monk cut. The master, seeing Mu Jin still bearing his hair, expressed clear confusion. With a swift, decisive motion, Mu Jin pulled back the hair he had tied up. The teachings invoke the examples of ancient masters who embraced this cutting away of the world. Qian Gong, having been shown the innovative mohawk, could only let out a booming, approving sound. The monk desperately lashes out amidst the chaos of flying books, the shock of his impending haircut still fresh. Frantically searching the texts, he desperately looked for any loophole to save his cherished hair. The realization dawned. His transition to the Shaolin Temple was abrupt, triggered by falling asleep while reading the novel. Mu Jin's frantic search through Buddhist history only confirmed his fear. There was no escape from the mandatory haircut. The realization of his fate brings Mu Jin to a desperate, raw scream of refusal. The sudden shift in the room's atmosphere made the others recoil in shock. The disciplined court leader roared, utterly unimpressed by Mu Jin's new display of commitment. Biab Jian, convinced by Mu Jin's logic, grins widely, having seemingly accepted the unorthodox interpretation. His modern perspective recognized the loophole in the ancient rule. The successful resolution with the Grand Master sets the stage for the following morning's training. Returning from his arduous task, Mu Jin faces the elders with an unnervingly confident grin. The disciplined court leader could only stare, completely taken aback by Mu Jin's audacious claim. Grandmaster Hyang Guang entered, interrupting Mu Jin's bold declaration about his new look. The sheer audacity of his new style left the other monks speechless. Hyang Guang, having heard Mu Jin's unconventional defense, looks on with intense scrutiny, while the other monk is visibly taken aback. He proudly revealed his modern, rebellious choice, a 2-block plus mohawk. He dramatically revealed the glowing, modified swastika line art carved into his shaved scalp. The disciplined court leader reacted with outrage to Mu Jin's unconventional style. Qian Guang, having been convinced by Mu Jin's reasoning, bursts into laughter at the audacity of the new style. Grandmaster Hyang Guang heartily approved of Mu Jin's surprisingly enlightened interpretation. The disciplined court leader burst in, his stern gaze immediately falling upon Mu Jin's shocking new style. The disciplined court leader stared in utter shock at Mu Jin's scandalous display. Qian Guang, though impressed, still held deep reservations about Mu Jin's interpretation of cutting ties. The remaining monks, witnessing Mu Jin's success, were clearly perplexed, filled with a mix of jealousy and curiosity. That triumphant, wicked grin confirms his victory over tradition. He truly believes his argument is irrefutable. The disciplined court leader and Grand Master Hyun Guang stared in utter shock at Mu Jin's radical decision. If cutting the head hair severs worldly ties, shouldn't body hair be removed entirely too? The disciplined court leader's stunned silence confirms Mu Jin's outrageous success. And so, Mu Jin confidently declared his commitment to Buddhism, proving his point with his outrageous new look. The disciplined court leader processed Mu Jin's surprising justification, his astonishment clear as he referenced the historical figure. Mu Jin pointed out that even the revered Buddha hadn't completely shaved his head. Hyun Guang stroked his magnificent beard, pondering Mu Jin's audacious defense. The disciplined court leader was stunned, realizing Mu Jin's logic was disturbingly sound in its deviation. The disciplined court leader's demonic grin promised severe consequences for Mu Jin's insolence. The shocked reaction continues as the disciplined court leader stares at Mu Jin's completely shorn head. The other monks were shocked to see Mu Jin looking so cheerful and announcing the disciplined court leader's approval. The disciplined court leader stared, utterly baffled by Mu Jin's outrageous new hairstyle. Hyun Gong, rigid in his beliefs, stared in disbelief at Mu Jin's shocking new look. Witnessing Mu Jin's success, the other young monks grew instantly excited about his rebellious style. Grand Master Hyun Guang's approval was the key, but the real test lay with the disciplined leader. Mu Jin, having cleverly redefined commitment, proudly displayed his audacious new style to the awestruck monks. Jian, having witnessed the unexpected, finally approaches the newly styled Mu Jin. Jian's delighted reaction contrasts sharply with his partner's growing suspicion regarding Mu Jin's audacious plea. Mu Jin knew revealing his loophole might cause even greater trouble with the senior monks. The disciplined court leader, Hyun Gong, saw the absurdity of the old rule when faced with Mu Jin's logic. Hyun Gong's surprise was palpable as Mu Jin triumphantly declared his commitment. The disciplined court leader finally let out a disbelieving chuckle, his previous sternness wavering slightly. The confrontation reached its peak as the masked figure issued a chilling command. Catch him. The disciplinary leader, Hyun Gong, was swiftly overpowered, eliciting a cry of shock from the attacker. The terrifying, extreme yang energy hand blade descends, eliciting a sharp cry of pure terror. The other monks, seeing the influence of Mu Jin's rebellious style, erupted in clamorous shock and excitement. Mu Jin gently took the Grand Master's frail hand, continuing the delicate process of healing. The simultaneous strain on Hyun Guang's deteriorating body was visibly pushing him past his physical limits. The staggered treatment plan ensured Hyun Guang's body could recover peacefully between targeted healing sessions. Mu Jin patiently worked the sore muscles, carefully kneading Hyun Guang's leg as part of the targeted recovery routine. Following the lower body, Mu Jin carefully addressed the pelvis and back. Stepping out into the sunlight, Mu Jin looked ready for whatever training lay ahead. Mu Jin, having secured the specialized therapy equipment budget, finally arrives to greet the frail Grandmaster Hyun Guang. Despite the rigorous treatments, the training regime remained relentless, day after demanding day. The chapter closes on the title card, marking the end of this arc. The news of the expanded budget delivered by the Arhat Hall leader elicited an immediate, hopeful query. Mu Jin envisioned the modern workout equipment he intended to source replacements for. The master monk listened intently, his large frame dominating the table as he pondered Mu Jin's request. His newfound recognition brought a triumphant, if slightly arrogant, grin, much to the visible chagrin of his peers. The realization of the potential cost of these specialized therapeutic tools struck him with visible concern. Mu Yul, flustered by the request, seeks guidance from the Grand Master. Seemingly satisfied, the master quickly waved his hand, ready to move on to the next task. The documents for the therapeutic equipment were presented, making the disciple wonder at the unexpected request. Stunned by the sheer scope of the request, he clutched his writing brush and papers tightly. Mu Jin grinned, contrasting the functional, results-oriented training methods he was presenting to the Arhat Hall leader. The vice court leader expressed concern about high goals, slow learning pace. Mu Yul listened intently, his expression shifting to one of cautious attention. The mind conceived of Pilates, an exercise method with roots in rehabilitation. The Grandmaster listened intently, stroking his goatee in contemplation of Mujin's unusual request. He began transcribing the details of the requested equipment onto the paper with focused intent. Suddenly, the sheer logistical nightmare of recreating modern materials hit him. Could these items even be manufactured here? Mujin mentally listed the necessary Pilates equipment: foam rollers, resistance bands, and the spine corrector. Contemplating construction, Mujin devised how to adapt the modern equipment to the materials of this era. The estimated costs were steep, but Mujin dismissed their shock with a casual goodbye and a flick of his fingers. The meeting concluded, and Mujin, having finished his business with Hyun-sung, was ready to move on. Mujin returns from his treatment meeting to a cheerful, albeit slightly late, welcome from his peers. Haigul sighed, defeated by the monk's persistent, almost suffocating affection. Muyul's intense request was met with Hyunguang's terrifying, energized response. The younger disciple's teasing elicited a dramatic, overwhelmed reaction from the other, while a hidden mischievous grin emerged. As Mujin embraced the delighted child, the other monks could only watch the frazzled master Haigul collapsing under the strain. Haidam's enthusiastic approach seemed to provoke an exasperated sigh from the recovering monk. Hyun-sung's sudden instruction left Muyul utterly bewildered by the request. The Grand Master let out a strained breath, his hands tightly clenched as he tried to compose himself. Having finalized the equipment list, the vice court leader was left pondering the next challenge. The vice court leader expressed disbelief at the student's lack of progress, yet still offered a strained good. Haigul's severe frustration was clear as he inwardly lamented his student's abysmal retention. Muyul demonstrated his acquired technique, shattering the weighted practice material. This was the essence of the Shaolin Punch. The training concluded, and Mujin, turning to leave, registered a sudden, sharp surprise. The oppressive feeling of suffocation lifted as Haidam joyously greeted monk Haigul. Haigul's incomprehensible struggle left Muyul stunned by his lack of progress. The discussion pivots as Haigul confirms his identity, seeking Mujin's guidance. Overjoyed by his progress, Haigul declared that Mujin was the one who truly helped him succeed. The vice court leader's surprise at Mujin's presence quickly shifts as he names the disciple he truly came to discuss: Kyung. Muyul finally reveals who he is sparring against, shocking the observer. With training done, Muyul resolved to seek out Mujin regarding the difficult disciple. Hyun-sung's request was met with an immediate, enthusiastic agreement. The joy of the junior disciples was met with Mujin's stunned, confused reaction. The imposing vice court leader confronts the unexpected visitor, recognizing the name mentioned previously. The newly appointed instructor stood before them, ready to listen, while Haigul was visibly struggling. Muyul's earnest question hung in the air as Mujin processed the surprising nature of their visit. Muyul was clearly blindsided by the sudden request to duel his grandmaster. Haigul's inability to retain even the simplest teachings left the vice court leader speechless, only managing a drawn-out silence. Muyul rushed in, startling Mujin, who was already feeling somewhat uneasy. Muyul's silence unnerved the younger monk, whose posture betrayed his sudden anxiety. Haidam affectionately watched the cheerful young monk accompanying the ailing grandmaster. Hyun-sung, startled by the sharp sound of impact, immediately questioned his companion about Mujin. Hyun-sung leaned in, urgently whispering his dilemma to the grandmaster. The meal continued, with Haidam's cheerful, albeit strange, offer of ants met with a firm decline. The Arhat Hall master's shock was evident as the disciple confirmed his compliance. Muyul beams, ready to share his latest success with the grandmaster. Despite the bizarre consumption, Haigul enthusiastically confirms his actions, even while questioning the necessity of the first step. Hyun-sung questioned the request for a duel, while Grandpa Hyun-guang seemed amused by the sudden diversion. Muyul's shocked reaction confirms Mujin's sudden realization about the duel proposal. The carefree joy of their shared moment was clear against the dramatic sunset sky. Haigul frowned, the disparity between Muyul's current awkwardness and his earlier performance feeling deeply unsettling. Grandmaster Yin Guang's unusual request hung heavy in the air, leaving Hai Gul utterly stunned. As Hai Gul executed the crane strike demonstration, Muyul watched intently, trying to grasp the form. Muyul, demonstrating the fluidity of the crane strike, lunges forward with confident energy. The pleasant moment of shared fun was abruptly cut short by the Grandmaster's decree. Muyul, still burdened by his mission to protect the five hand strikes, engages with surprising, unrestrained joy. The title card slams down, signaling the start of a new training regime. This unique, carefree style, leaning toward Taoism, contrasts sharply with standard Shaolin discipline focused on penance. The Grand Master's assessment of Hai Gul's intensity leaves the younger monk confused. Hai Gul's demonstration of the crane strike reveals a fluid, almost playful motion, much like the bird it references. The demonstration continued, showing the technique's impact in motion. The clash of energy results in a powerful, resonant impact across the training area. Hai Gul calls the demonstration complete, satisfied that Muyul has seen enough of the initial crane strike. The Grand Master concluded their impromptu lesson with a celebratory fist bump, acknowledging their bond. The Grand Master made his decision, entrusting Mujin's tutelage to Hai Gul. Grandmaster Yan Guang watched, his expression thoughtful as he entrusted Mujin to Hai Gul. Hai Gul recoiled in shock, struggling to process Grandmaster Yan Guang's sudden decree. The Grandmaster seemed perplexed by Hai Gul's visible concern over the unusual demonstration. Hai Gul's surprise was evident as the Grandmaster unexpectedly extended the teaching responsibility to Mujin as well. Yan Guang gently held the frail elder, his stern gaze fixed on Hai Gul. The Grandmaster's command hangs in the air as Hai Gul is led away, leaving Mujin to process the unexpected assignment. Muyul's foot firmly plants itself on the dusty ground, the action reverberating with sudden impact. Hai Gul was clearly struggling to find the right words to express the subtle flaw in Muyul's current execution. Muyul nervously tightened his sash, while Mujin beamed beside him, clearly enjoying the newfound camaraderie. Hai Gul pondered his own concerns, completely missing the monks sharing a casual moment nearby. Hai Gul exhaled, still processing the Grand Master's sudden directive. His thoughts focused on the strange nature of the assignment. The Grand Master calls out, and Hai Gul inwardly concedes, trusting the elder's judgment on this strange assignment. The Grand Master concluded his task, ready to transition to the next step of their training. The master demonstrated the chaotic energy of the Shaolin Five Strikes, a flurry of movements appearing all at once. Mujin focused intensely, realizing the crane strike mirrored the bird's fluid motion. Hai Gul, startled by the Grand Master's pronouncement, stood ready as Mujin looked on with wide-eyed anticipation. Hai Gul, finally understanding Muyul's issue, prepares to articulate his observations. His deep contemplation broke as a realization sparked from his focus on the crane's essence. Biab Hyun, the master practitioner, flawlessly demonstrates the fluid, effortless movement of the crane strike. The master demonstrated the flowing, fluid motion required for the crane strike. Biab Hyun demonstrates the explosive power of the crane strike, contrasting sharply with the wooden puppet's stiff movements. The little monk's delight contrasted sharply with Muyul's mounting apprehension over the bizarre training ahead. The crane strike's form, referencing a crane's movements, manifested as Muyul perfectly embodied the fluid posture. Having demonstrated the fluid movements, Hai Gul prompts Muyul to follow his lead. Hai Gul, momentarily forgetting his anxiety, seemed amused by the strange, jerky movements he once displayed. Hai Gul's intense frustration mounted as he witnessed Muyul's inability to transition smoothly between the crane punch forms. Muyul watched intently as his fellow monk demonstrated the initial, awkward movements of the crane strike. Muyul admits that while the form is familiar, transitioning between movements feels clumsy and unnatural. Hai Gul watched intently as the demonstration of the crane strike began, noting Muyul's sudden pause in the flow. Muyul, confused by the lack of fluidity, questions the posture of the crane punch immediately after the demonstration. Hai Gul remained conflicted, still pondering the Grand Master's weighty assignment. Hai Gul, still searching for the flaw, wondered what prevented Muyul's fluid execution. Muyul struggled, unable to transition smoothly between the demanding forms of the crane punch. The day after the eventful encounter, Mujin arrived at the training grounds, ready to begin. The Grand Master confirmed the match, as Muyul finished his exertion with heavy breaths. The frail elder offered quiet reassurance as High Gold gently supported him. The basic martial arts manuals materialized around High Gold, representing the core tenets he must master. The reference to the crane's movements resonated deeply within him. Muyul strained against his limits, the energy flow visibly tearing at his physique. He simply couldn't maintain the seamless transition. Haigul internalized the Grand Master's advice, realizing his apprehension about Mujin's suitability. Then, the elder offered a cryptic suggestion. The Grand Master presents the Invincible Heart Sutra, asking Mujin which to learn first. Following the Grand Master's words about true essence, Mujin's focus shifts intensely to the crane strike's core meaning. Muyul struggled to integrate the fluid crane form, halting awkwardly mid-movement. Haigul watched, perplexed by the sudden block in continuation. The Grand Master's parting wisdom echoed, confirming that Haigul had found the right successor. The exchange continued as the Grand Master composed himself, perhaps remembering an earlier instruction. Grand Master Hyun Guang concluded his thoughts, looking out from his seated position. He recalled the Grand Master's final words, realizing the advice about essence was crucial. Mujin's mind instantly focused on the essence of the crane strike he was trying to grasp. The contemplation of the crane strike's essence sparked a revelation within Mujin. The Master sternly points, emphasizing a crucial aspect of Muyul's flawed training method. Seeing the crane captivated Muyul. He seemed utterly charmed by the sight. His sheer innocence was almost endearing, completely unaware that a crane was a creature, not cuisine. Connecting the dots, the young monk finally understood the root of the problem. The chapter concludes, leaving the masters in awe of the events that transpired. The masters watched, knowing Mujin had extracted the essence he needed from the Shaolin five-hand techniques. The master monk reacted with shock and desperation at Mujin's sudden declaration. Now faced with a blank slate, Muyul pondered the very creature he was meant to emulate. The monk paused, his hum signaling deep consideration of Mujin's surprising departure. Mujin finally brought the real thing, making even the crane itself question the monk's imitation. The stern master watched as Haigul recoiled, suddenly understanding the fundamental flaw in their crane strike teaching. Reacting sharply to the critique, Muyul defensively questioned if he was truly as unfeeling as a rock. The masters listened intently as the instructor passionately argued the failure of mere imitation. Muyul's enthusiastic response contrasted sharply with the concerned expressions of the older monks. This profound realization dawned on the masters. This was Grand Master Hyun Guang's true purpose for sending Mujin. His protest was quickly overshadowed by the core issue. Muyul lacked the fundamental concept of the crane. While the younger monks practiced the form, Mujin questioned his own path away from the free-spirited techniques. The monk master cleared his throat, signaling a shift in focus now that Mujin's revelation had landed. Mujin reaffirmed his decision, ready to depart now that his immediate goal was achieved. Starting from that day, Muyul would spend the next 15 days carefully observing the crane's every detail. Mujin, his mission complete, stepped out, only to find the courtyard suddenly empty. The monk looks around, confused by the sudden, unsettling quiet. Where did everyone go? Having found the solution, Mujin looked out over the courtyard, the clear sky mirroring his newfound understanding. Mujin, having secured his desired outcome, realized his part in the lesson was complete. Mujin snapped his fingers, the sudden realization striking him clearly. As Mujin finished his explanation, someone watched with dawning horror. They had found their answer. An actual crane, brought to the temple grounds. Tada! The living, breathing source of inspiration had arrived, eliciting shouts of pure amazement. Mujin's judgment was swift, signaling the end of his formal Shaolin role. The masters exuberantly demonstrated the very essence of the crane strike, even as the crane itself observed. The master, having explained the foundational issue, now begins to articulate the next crucial step in Muyil's training. As Mu-jin confirmed his departure, the shocked monks could only whisper his name in disbelief. The masters reacted with panicked shock as Mu-jin made his sudden departure. Mu-jin's enthusiastic suggestion electrified the room, leaving the other monks bewildered by his sudden spark. The masters demonstrated the powerful form, instantly capturing Muyil's complete awe and excitement. The monks swiftly executed their task, bringing the live model for Muyil's instruction. The monk sighed, processing the radical teaching that Muyil needed an organic understanding, not rote imitation. The unexpected appearance of the real crane held both monks rapt, finally illustrating the source material. The physical manifestation of the crane finally appeared, capturing Muyil's wide-eyed wonder. Finally, the real crane arrived, eliciting sheer awe from the onlookers. Finally witnessing the true movement, Muyil mimicked the crane's probing beak with rapt excitement. Guided by instinct, Muyil finally mirrored the crane's movements, achieving a startling harmony. Mu-jin had grasped the key to his own path, while the masters watched his departure with awe. The master gently guided Muyil's limbs, demonstrating the precise beginning of the crane's movement against the soft twilight sky. The master physically guided Muyil, demonstrating the precise follow-through after the downward arm movement. The master, with a knowing, almost predatory smile, seemed to signal the next phase of the plan. A warm hand rested on Muyil's shoulder as the marvel of the crane's strike began to dawn on him. The master confirmed his assertion with a knowing look, indicating the foundational problem was solved. The masters began demonstrating the crane strike, showcasing its foundation in the bird's movements. The master wipes his hands, a knowing, confident smirk already playing on his lips. The master beamed, feeling confident they had found the true path for Muyil's learning. The master finished his demonstration, striking a final, focused pose, ready for Muyil to absorb the lesson. The monks are energized, accepting the new direction for Muyil's training. The monks continued practicing their footwork beneath the fading sunset light. Mu-jin's declaration hung in the air, prompting a moment of stunned silence from the masters. Mu-jin smiles, seemingly amused by his imminent departure, while Muyil calls out for him to wait. His epiphany was immediate. Learning the moves wasn't the path. Observation was key. As Mu-jin prepared to depart, the elders were simply awestruck by the unfolding events. He continued visualizing the fluid combination of techniques: fist barrage, invincible punch, Guanyin strike, and Arhat palm strike. With his realization solidifying, Mu-jin left the manuals behind. He knew the true essence of his path now. Mu-jin reflected on the remaining animalistic models, tiger and dragon, acknowledging the tiger's inherent ingenuity. The unexpected impact caused a brief, sharp reaction, signaling the realization of his own misunderstanding. As the master turned away, a single, decisive breath punctuated his realization. Both masters, Haigul and Monk Hien, watched in astonished silence as Mu-jin departed. Mu-jin realized his mentor had already planned for this departure and Muyil's specialized training. The masters watched in awe as the Grand Master's foresight became reality. 1 month had passed since he began his grandfather's unorthodox treatment plan. The gravity of the situation settled upon him as he braced himself against the table. The weight of the coming challenge settled on him as he affirmed his resolve. Drastic measures were necessary. The chapter title slams onto the page, heralding the continuation of the tale. Seeing the Grand Master move even slightly confirmed the treatment's progress to the abbot. The abbot's initial reaction was astonishment at the Grand Master's slight movement, while the Grand Master himself felt a noticeable improvement. With the treatment progress acknowledged, they prepared to depart for the next appointment. Even this small, cautious movement was a remarkable step for the frail Grand Master. With the immediate danger past, he shifted his attention to the next critical step. Hyun Guang, seeing the positive progress, looked to Mu-jin with a relieved yet firm expectation for the next stage. The abbot recoiled, a sudden shock registering on his face as the unexpected physical capability surfaced. Even the slightest movement was a major victory, signaling the initial success of the unconventional treatment. The abbot reacted with shock as Mu Jin helped the Grandmaster move slightly. The Grandmaster, looking remarkably comfortable now, prepares to speak about the next crucial stage. Even just moving his body a bit was something extraordinary for him. Back then, his frailty was so absolute that even basic movements caused breathlessness. The abbot and Grandmaster listened intently, their surprise showing at the next revelation. The Grandmaster, clearly feeling improvement, eagerly awaits Mujin's next directive, referring back to an earlier promise. The senior monks listened intently as Mujin began to present his next crucial point. They agreed to wait for Mujin before discussing the next steps in the treatment plan. Kenyuk shifted gears, delving into the controversial topic of meat consumption for muscle growth. But the real challenge begins now, where true importance lies. Despite the initial success, movement remained a monumental, repeated effort for the Grandmaster. Mujin held his hand out, patiently helping his grandfather rise from his seated position. Kenyuk, now focused on the required muscle gain, reflected on the protein debate. Even minor movement shows the mystical healing energy at work on the deteriorated joints. The visual evidence starkly shows the severe muscle atrophy compared to a normal body. Continuing now would be futile. Startled, the monk flinched at the unexpected arrival, confirming Mujin's presence. The monks, having seen Mujin's results, settled in to hear the next crucial part of the treatment plan. Kenyuk, armed with expert knowledge, began to address the controversial topic of muscle building. Mujin graphically illustrates the critical difference: healthy cartilage versus the severe deterioration affecting Grandpa Hyun Guang's joints. He now illustrates the severe muscle atrophy, comparing it to a normal physique. Their concerns were valid, yet they trusted his progress so far. Now, Kenyuk had to address the complex issue of building muscle without risking further joint damage. Even Kenyuk, the expert, had to admit that building muscle on a vegetarian diet was scientifically complex. After outlining the complex issue of cartilage deterioration, Mujin delivers his stark, uncompromising solution. The mention of meat immediately elicited shock and disbelief from the assembled elders. He cited the ongoing debate on meat consumption versus vegetarian diets for muscle building. The abbot's resolve hardened. This was not a choice, but a necessity for the temple's future. As Abbot Hyun Chun accepted his own fate, Mujin's shocked declaration echoed in the stillness. The abbot confirmed the sentence. A full month of solitary wall-facing punishment awaited Mujin. The senior monks stood assembled, their presence dwarfing the earnest young man awaiting their verdict. Faced with the gravity of the situation, Hyun Guang had no choice but to accept the meager meal. The severity of the decision left the assembled elders reeling in disbelief. The sunset painted the sky as Mujin contemplated his next move. The day after the momentous meeting, a confirmation is sought at Hyun Guang's residence. Hyun Guang sat frail and weary, while the younger monk stood ready, awaiting the abbot's decision. The next morning, the conversation moved from the abbot's private chambers to the main grounds of the Shaolin Temple. The abbot, looking frail and burdened, steps forward, his final words hanging heavy in the still air. Hyun Chun simply smiles, having concluded his difficult discussion with his Grandmaster. His earnest words, heavy with conviction, now hung in the quiet air. The abbot's resolve mirrors the hope placed in the young disciple standing before him. The Grandmaster's heavy breathing punctuated the tense silence that followed his resolution. The abbot called out, granting Mujin entry to continue their crucial discussion. As the abbot reaffirmed his trust in Mujin's potential for change, life slowly returned to Hyun Guang's routine. A porridge with just a touch of meat was offered, and Hyun Guang had no choice but to accept it. Seeing the abbot's unexpected resolve, Hyun Guang finally understood the depth of Mujin's impact. Hyun Chun's silent acknowledgement hung heavy in the cavernous silence. Hyun Chun's piercing gaze locks onto the overwhelmed disciple. Thanks to Mujin's dedication, Hyun Guang finally tasted meat after decades of fasting. The chapter title card dramatically announces the beginning of a new phase. As Biap Jian worked on the treatment process, Hyun Guang slowly began to regain strength. Thanks to Mu Jin's treatment and the power of meat, Hyun Guang's condition finally showed improvement. His whole being seemed to strain, his body reacting to the intense focus. Even under the bright sun, the exhausting training within the dense woods continued. The prospect of the wall-facing punishment looms, a familiar, unwelcome burden. Mu Jin arrived at the grim, secluded cave marked for his wall-facing punishment. The time for resolution had passed. Now, the weight of their agreement settled upon Mu Jin. Ken Chun observed the sudden, intense realization blooming on Mu Jin's face. The assembled masters regard the kneeling figure, waiting for the decision to be made clear. As the abbot accepted the heavy burden, a profound sound echoed his solemn commitment. When asked about accepting the punishment, Mu Jin offers a firm, unwavering affirmation. Despite his immense reluctance, he had to follow the orders of the higher-ups. Mu Jin watched intently as Hyun Chun, deeply immersed, reached enlightenment. The solemnity of the moment was broken only by his deep reflection on his physical limitations. The weight of the abbot's trust settled heavily on Mu Jin's shoulders. Mu Jin's focus shattered as he realized the chant was rooted in Buddhist scripture, not merely a random mantra. Mu Jin pressed for an answer, his impatience battling with the abbot's contemplation of the scripture. Mu Jin focused intensely, recognizing names from the scriptures chanting around him. The incantations from the sutras suddenly corresponded to the martial arts steps he had learned. A sudden rhythm in the chanting sparks a crucial question in Mu Jin's mind. Mu Jin intensely focused, translating Abbot Hyun Chun's chants into visualized martial arts sequences. He visualized the sequence, a powerful punch, followed by a dreamlike kick, culminating in the very technique he sought, the invincible punch. Mu Jin's mental visualization of the forms was intense, but pure thought was no longer enough. He desperately needed physical movement, but as he looked at the abbot, a stern reality checked his resolve. As Hyun Chun continued his deep meditation, he attained a profound realization. Mu Jin continued to process the ancient words, linking them to his martial insights. A flickering lamp, a phantom, and a dream. Taking Hyun Chun's earlier sacrifice to heart, Mu Jin resolves to accept whatever punishment awaits him. He described his movements with poetic simplicity. A phantom, a flickering lamp. Mu Jin had realized the fleeting nature of this world, much like a phantom or a dream. Mu Jin launches his first strike, the straight punch of the chain punch, following the rhythm he perceived. The imagined chain punch sequence began with the immediate execution of a straight punch. Mu Jin vividly imagined the next sequential movement, concluding the combination with a powerful swift whirlwind sweep. Having received the abbot's blessing, Mu Jin readies himself with fierce resolve. Was this profound realization, this transcendence, merely an illusion? The intensity of Mu Jin's realization peaked. He desperately needed to test the visualized sequence. Hyun Chun's sudden declaration startled Mu Jin, breaking the monk's deep meditation. Hyun Chun cleared his throat, signaling a change in his own recitation. Mu Jin experienced a profound vision as the scriptures echoed the transient nature of existence. Mu Jin's dedicated execution of the teachings was met with resounding success, hitting a solid combo. Mu Jin, ready to start his punishment, braces himself as the abbot resumes his meditation. The abbot, deeply moved by the conversation, simply released a breath of acknowledgement. Thanks to Mu Jin's rigorous treatments, Hyun Guang finally saw real improvement. As Mu Jin demonstrated the chain punch, his rhythmic chanting guided the flow of his imagined movements. The monk, having finished his secret midnight task, wipes his brow, the darkness concealing his distinctive appearance. The food and water were carefully placed down, the sound of the bamboo cups settling on the rough ground. The shared shock rippled through the dark space as an impossible presence was suddenly felt. The sudden appearance of the master interrupted his secretive training session. Despite the surprise encounter, his immediate concern solidified into certainty about the abbot's intentions. The intense, sudden flow of energy makes the Grand Master's body visibly react to the breakthrough. The master simply observed the younger monk, acknowledging his readiness to leave. Despite his momentary lapse, he resolved to show mercy to the young creature he had caught. The chapter concludes with the title card, marking the end of this momentous sequence. That energy, so bright and warm, was unmistakable. Grandmaster Hyun Guang's power was erupting. The Grandmaster, thoroughly impressed by the recovery, mused as he diligently worked out. The stark comparison highlights his dramatic transformation, moving from near skeletal frailty to visible strength. A monk rushes forward, supporting the frail Grandmaster, while another watches in stunned silence. The abbot, still mid-punishment, is interrupted by a sudden, startling gesture from behind him. Hyun Guang, now enlightened, sat silently, the weight of his realization hanging in the air between him and the approaching figure. A sudden sharp sound preceded Hyun Guang's silent contemplation. The last vestiges of the fight fade, leaving only the raw admission of fault. The Grandmaster's attainment sent shockwaves across the temple grounds. The Grandmaster, radiating newfound clarity, could only utter one name. Him, the Grandmaster, now radiating transcendent energy, addresses the world from the temple grounds. He realized the true teaching meant focusing on the intent behind the laws, not just their literal meaning. The final pronouncement of nirvana hung in the air, yet his feet were still planted here. The Grandmaster stood exposed to the harsh downpour, his body having transcended its former weakness. The memories of chaos resurface. A cult invasion left devastation in its wake. The disciples rushed to the scarred but smiling Hyun Guang, relieved he was alive. But deep inside, I was already stricken with despair. He reflected on his newfound comprehension, sitting quietly amidst his studies. Despite his internal realization, he still felt incapable of truly containing the immense energy now flowing through him. The weight of his past mistakes finally lifted, replaced by a moment of profound clarity. The world outside the self dissolves, yet its memory persists within his enlightened mind. He spoke the timeless wisdom of true understanding, accepting both existence and non-existence. The Grandmaster's countenance, etched with deep concentration, showed the immense effort of his breakthrough. Combining his past understanding with his newly awakened heart, he reached the ultimate enlightenment. The culmination of care and protein has transformed his frail body, allowing him to stand once more. Hyun Guang walks away, the sounds of his steps echoing in the rain-soaked corridor. A brilliant light erupts as Hyun Guang's perception pierces the darkness, realizing something profound. The earth cracks under the force of impact as Hyun Guang's mastery manifests violently. The monks witnessing the spectacle recoiled as an unseen force, perhaps Hyun Guang's own, erupted. The overwhelming energy erupted, leaving onlookers stunned by the sheer intensity. The Grandmaster's sudden, forceful movement echoes through the stormy courtyard. The monks were stunned into disbelief by the sudden, blinding surge of energy. That raw power, even unfamiliar monks recognized Grandmaster Hyun Guang's energy bursting forth. The blinding, benevolent energy erupted, signaling the breakthrough. The monks could only watch in stunned silence as the celestial pillar of energy pierced the storm clouds above the mountain peak. A colossal pillar of light shot skyward, signifying an unbelievable shift in energy. The dazzling light confirms something monumental has occurred. The rain, symbolizing the preceding turmoil, has ceased. That immense, blinding energy burst confirms their suspicions. The disciples were stunned, watching the Grandmaster's energy erupt with blinding, benevolent light. As the grand spiritual light washes over them, the disciples bow in profound reverence. The surrounding monks bowed low, their reverence echoing the Grandmaster's profound achievement. He hovered in the bright light, hands pressed together in profound reverence. The abbot, startled by the sudden, overwhelming spiritual surge, could only stare upward in utter disbelief. The sheer power radiating from Hyun Guang left the shocked onlookers speechless. The immense, radiant energy forces a collective, awestruck utterance from the assembled monks. That terrifying, unfamiliar energy burst was undeniably Grandmaster Hyun Guang's power. The abbot and his companion react with shocked alarm to the sudden interruption. His physical exertion was clearly audible as Mu Jin lunged forward, away from the cave. The shockwave of the Grandmaster's realization caused the surrounding air to vibrate violently. The abbot, stunned by this incredible feat, could only react with utter disbelief. The abbot, jolted by the sudden, overwhelming energy, could only utter a single syllable of shock. A junior monk, slightly flustered by the Grand Master's sudden presence, hesitantly begins to speak. The shock of Hyun Guang's sudden attainment of nirvana reverberated, leaving the observers stunned into disbelief. Hyun Guang, now standing, asserts his finality on the nature of form and emptiness. The disciplined court leader cautiously approached the Grand Master, waiting for his response. The shock of the order freezes the ongoing punishment. The disciplined court leader reels in disbelief. The abbot looks on gravely as the disciplined court leader speaks, the atmosphere thick with unspoken tension. The chaotic confrontation subsides as the chapter title card appears, signaling a shift in focus. The urgent summons halts the confrontation as the location shifts to the Grand Master's domain. The Grand Master joyfully savored his meal, unconcerned by the arrival of the high-ranking officials. The abbot acknowledges the surprising rule changes enacted by Grandmaster Hyun Guang. The disciplined court leader, finally catching up, could only weakly protest the bizarre situation unfolding. Mu Jin finally emerges, though he seems unsettled by the strange scene before him. The disciplined court leader arrived, immediately sensing the strangely jovial atmosphere surrounding Grandmaster Hyun Guang. Abbot, it seems our urgent summons was unnecessary. The disciplined court leader looked up, sensing the tension, as Mu Jin entered the room. The intensity of the Grand Master's reaction was mirrored by the sheer shock radiating off the disciplined court leader. The lavish spread confirmed the Grand Master's complete abandonment of his ascetic vows. The Grand Master reveled in these earthly delights, questioning how he could ever attain nirvana while indulging so richly. The disciplined court leader stammered his thanks while Hyun Guang gleefully devoured the rich meal before him. The shocked disciplined court leader could only stammer upon seeing the Grand Master's bizarre indulgence. The disciplined court leader recoiled, overwhelmed by the shocking scene unfolding before him. Grandmaster Hyun Guang gave an approving gesture, utterly pleased with the situation he had orchestrated. The disciplined court leader stared, utterly unnerved by Hyun Guang's aggressive posture. He demonstrated his surprising strength while effortlessly handling his chopsticks. The Grand Master, clearly enjoying himself, relished the simple pleasure of eating before continuing his provocation. Grandmaster Hyun Guang's booming laughter echoed as the disciplined court leader made a hasty exit. The disciplined court leader looked completely worn out as the other monk reacted with shock. As Mu Jin finally emerged, his peers were clearly eager to greet him back to the temple grounds. The eager disciple rushed forward, already excited about training with Mu Jin. Witnessing the sheer dedication to physical strength, the newcomer is astonished. The overly enthusiastic monk practically swooned, eager to greet Mu Jin, while the other disciple trailed behind, flustered by the sudden summons. This new training space, while functional, definitely lacks the advanced equipment of the gyms Mu Jin was used to. Mu Jin's intense weight training under the bright sun drew a silent appraisal from the observing disciple. Mu Jin, finally freed from his isolation, faces the world with a renewed, intense gaze. Mu Jin's arrival cuts short the tense atmosphere, drawing the immediate attention of the observing monks. The demon extermination squad leader calls out, eager to meet Mu Jin. The disciplined court leader grabs the abbot's head, his expression gleeful and slightly crazed. Mu Jin proudly names the heavy wooden object, rubber wheel. The disciplined court leader, now face to face with the strange Grand Master, could only respond with cautious agreement. The exchange concluded, Grandpa produced a map and a letter, setting the stage for Mu Jin's next journey. The disciplined court leader looked on with suspicion as the smiling disciple stood beside the stern Grand Master. Grandpa quickly prepares a gift, anticipating Mu Jin's need for something new. The monks eagerly watched Mu Gung put the heavy tire to the test, already straining from the effort. The newly arrived demon extermination squad leader seemed overly eager, slapping the massive wooden wheel. As Mu Jin was interrupted, his eager junior impatiently tested his companion's resolve. Mu Gung, since you asked me how to use this, want to give it a try? The energetic monk pulls Mu Jin forward with surprising force. As Mu Jin surveyed the scene, another disciple immediately approached the horizontal bar, eager to learn. The martial artist was testing Mu Jin's new equipment, landing with impossible grace. Mu Yul's incredible flexibility, honed by the five-hand techniques, shines through in his fluid movements. Mu Jin continued explaining the new training methods, referencing the foundational techniques while a monkey demonstrated its own prowess on the bar above. Mu Jin's intense efforts inspire the others, showing that even novel equipment can be introduced now for future gains. The returned equipment, kettlebells, wooden dumbbells, and a mat, fills the space. Mu Jin surveyed the modern training implements, ready to begin his new regimen. Mu Jin resolved to increase his physical power without sacrificing his refinement. Mu Jin silently absorbs the surroundings of the new training ground he's building for himself. The journey concluded under the vast, moonlit sky, finally arriving at the destination. Presenting the requested training gear with zealous enthusiasm. With the required wood and leather, Mu Jin successfully crafted the Murim-style foam roller. With the new equipment, Grandpa began practicing the core stretches, guided by ethereal silhouettes. The intense training session abruptly ended with a sharp impact, eliciting a pained reaction from the observing elder. Grandpa was clearly struggling as he underwent the initial, painful phase of his new treatment. The Grand Master's simmering rage explodes as his command is questioned. Grandpa's words, revealing the truth of the situation, leave the disciplined court leader stunned. The disciplined court leader gaped, sensing the strange, unstable energy radiating from the Grand Master. Mu Jin's triumphant expression contrasts sharply with the elder's wary gaze as the muscular monk laughs boisterously. The Grand Master, now seemingly recovered, lies on the mat, perhaps signaling the end of his immediate ailment or distress. Grandpa then retrieved something prepared in advance, handing Mu Jin a map and a letter. Mu Jin watched the strange, energetic training session with bewildered silence. Grandmaster Hyun Guang, seemingly recovered, addressed Mu Jin with a knowing, slightly unsettling chuckle. Has my little prodigy changed so much since we last met? Ignoring the master's attempts to appeal, the demon extermination squad leader relentlessly downed his drink. Pushed to his absolute limit, he struggled against the relentless pace set by the squad leader. The leader, unbothered, leisurely enjoyed a drink atop the chaos he had caused. Haiguan roars, his face contorted in rage and effort as he finally asserts his presence. With his inner energy stabilized, Mu Jin prepares himself, surrounded by an aura of intense focus. The training letter from Hyun Guang secured, Mu Jin marches toward his next proving ground, the demon extermination squad. Haiguan stood over the exhausted Mu Kyung, his challenge delivered with relentless pressure. Haiguan, still drunk on his own arrogance, offered a swig of liquor to the newly arrived disciple. Standing before the formidable gates, Mu Jin felt the weight of his serious commitment to this new path. The intense training session, lasting 4 grueling hours, finally concludes. Haiguan demanded more spirit, immediately pushing the trainees into an aggressive, high-stakes fervor. Haiguan's sadistic glee peaks as he embraces the brutality he plans to inflict. Haiguan immediately launched his attack, commanding his pupils to rush forward. Haiguan catches the flask of alcohol effortlessly, a testament to his casual mastery. Even as Haiguan attacked savagely, Mu Jin managed to instinctively defend his head. Haiguan's brutal teaching style immediately leaves the sparring opponent reeling from a painful blow. Haiguan swiftly met the incoming attack with a defensive sweep, illustrating his immediate, aggressive training style. The masked trainee struck with brutal force, catching his target squarely on the back of the head. Haiguan's taunts provoke a desperate counterattack as the student charges from behind. The fierce training abruptly transitions into Haiguan landing a solid blow, demonstrating his superior skill. Haiguan charged forward, demanding Mu Jin engage immediately in this simulated, high-stakes combat. Even after exploiting every opening, his opponent's evasion was simply flawless. Haiguan demonstrated his ruthless style, instantly closing the distance to launch a fierce, close-quarters strike. Haiguan attacked with unrelenting force, but Mu Jin instantly utilized the Iron Guard, showcasing his rapid defense. The furious, taunting charge continued, forcing Mu Kyung to react with raw, desperate energy. The initial onslaught overwhelmed the trainees as Haiguan mercilessly demonstrated the brutality of his methods. The brutal training session concluded, leaving the other disciples groaning in defeat. Haiguan unleashes a shocking technique, declaring the terrifying 18 Dharma strikes. Even when trying to defend, Mu Jin still felt a brief moment of failure. Haiguan immediately attacks, asserting the brutal reality of combat, as Mu Jin declares his simple requirement for victory. Haiguan launched his strike with savage intensity, clearly aiming to crush the initial defense. The intense, non-stop barrage of attacks finally landed its mark, eliciting a raw, painful cry. Haiguan pressed the attack, easily putting another trainee on the ground with a grunt of pain. The rough-looking man greets Mu Jin with an unsettling, wide grin as Haiguan watches impassively. Haiguan returned the greeting, but Mu Jin felt an unfamiliar tension from the monk. Haiguan's bizarre, aggressive training abruptly halts as the administration hall leader arrives unexpectedly. The subordinate monk bursts into laughter, clearly mocking the serious delivery of the letter. Master Haiguan receives the official documentation confirming Mu Jin's assignment. Haiguan revealed the official letter that granted him full authority over Mu Jin's training. The subordinate presented the official letter, interrupting the tense introduction between Mu Jin and Haiguan. Haiguan's menacing grin implied this was merely the beginning of the real trial. Despite the grueling intensity, Haiguan remained shockingly playful, addressing Mu Jin directly amidst the chaos. Mu Kyung's declaration of strategy was sudden, matching Haiguan's aggressive approach. As you know about the Demon Extermination Squad, they are evil and wicked people. The demonic forms materialized, their red eyes burning with malevolent intent, surrounding the ready Mu Jin. Haiguan's sinister grin promises that the real test is about to begin. Haiguan's relentless, dirty sparring continued, catching Mu Kyung completely off guard with a sudden, unexpected strike. The relentless barrage continued as Haiguan pressed the attack, demanding more intensity. Haiguan struck again, emphasizing that an enemy will never offer a fair chance. Mu Jin met the sudden attack head-on, channeling his resolve into a fiery counter. You just need to give him a good punch when I charge at him. Haiguan laid out his ruthless strategy. Haiguan's unsettling grin confirms his ruthless nature, now focused intently on Mu Jin. Haiguan challenges Mu Jin's immediate defense, noticing his acquired skill. But even after such brutal punishment, he still hadn't complained. Haiguan's sudden, aggressive charge left the other trainee utterly overwhelmed, screaming as he was struck. The enemy will pull even dirtier tricks just to defeat you. The sheer ferocity of the training continues to press down on Mu Kyung. I kept attacking his openings and harassed him with dirty tricks, but he hasn't complained even once. With the tough training finally over, Mu Kyung plots his next move, fueled by Haiguan's strange directive. Haiguan beamed, clearly relishing Mu Jin's fierce struggle against his relentless, dirty tactics. Haiguan demonstrates overwhelming power, easily felling another trainee with a casual sweep. Despite the harsh tactics, Mu Jin hadn't complained, forcing Mu Kyung to recognize his tenacity. The relentless sparring had ended, leaving Mu Kyung reeling, barely registering his defeat. The frustrated disciple lunged forward, still reeling from Haiguan's brutal, unconventional training methods. Refusing to be a victim again, Mu Jin braced himself against the onslaught. Mu Kyung finally realized the crucial flaw Haiguan's brutal training exposed. Mu Kyung, regaining his composure, inquired about the strategy while Haiguan lay low. Haiguan, slightly unnerved by Mu Jin's earlier greeting, demands to know the contents of the official letter. The stern Haiguan dismissed the visitor's concerns, stating his only needs were food and his liquor. The exhausted training concluded, but the arrival of the administration hall leader demands immediate attention. Even through fierce onslaught, Mu Kyung noticed Mu Jin's increasing tenacity. Haiguan springs into action, effortlessly taking down his previous sparring partner with a single, dismissive strike. Despite the desperate plan, The monstrous strength of their opponent proved immediate and crushing. The demon extermination squad leader gave an encouraging thumbs up, clearly ready for the confrontation. Meanwhile, Mu Jin argued his point to Mu Kyung amidst the elder's booming voice. The demon extermination squad leader offered the flask, accepting the Grandmaster's request for a drink. Despite their past reunion, the underlying tension of the fight still held them captive. The Grandmaster, surprisingly standing unaided, questions if the passage of time has erased him from their memories. The administrator watched the unusual camaraderie with growing alarm. The shock of seeing the Grandmaster standing alone was palpable. The surprise attack, fueled by perceived gratitude, was immediately met with an impenetrable defense. The physical exchange between the sparring youths suddenly halts as the elders observe. His incredulous rage boiled over. He couldn't fathom such conduct from their target. The fight had been temporarily halted by the Grandmaster's sudden appearance, but now the sparring resumes with renewed ferocity. The tension breaks as the master issues his final command, his intense gaze fixed on his pupils. The Grandmaster merely chuckled in response to the monk's caution about his dangerous reputation. The tense moment transitions as a document is exchanged between them, punctuated by the sound of the paper touching. The Grandmaster receives something small, perhaps a token, while Haiguan begins to recall past behavior. His gaze hardened, confirming the reason for his unusual compliance. He then plainly stated his crucial involvement in Haiguan's past. The confidence in his secret plan spurred him into action, charging forward with explosive speed. With his plan in motion, Haiguan charged forward, staff ready, towards the waiting monks. The sparring match was underway, a violent clash contrasting the quiet fellowship occurring elsewhere. The young disciple, bursting with pride, rushes to show his Grandmaster a beetle catch. Despite the strong block, Mu Jin's surprise attack still found purchase. Mu Jin's aggressive move was immediately countered, leaving him mid-air in surprise. The shocking display of strength from the elder leaves the administrators utterly aghast. The atmosphere shifted immediately as the Grandmaster finally stood upright, startling the attendant. The sparring continued fiercely, a testament to their desperate training regimen. The secret plan involved this aggressive surge, demanding they strike now. The thrilling capture attempt was interrupted as the rhinoceros beetle took flight. But the master's plan relied on a moment of weakness they failed to create. Despite the hope for an opening, the punch was brutally blocked, shocking them all. Mu Jin's failed surprise attack was met with instant, crushing defense, leaving him stunned. But his desperate, surprising punch was effortlessly blocked, reinforcing his fears. But as the peaceful scene settled, the administrator worried about the temple's stark reality. The disciple's desperate attack was instantly countered, demonstrating the opponent's monstrous strength. The chapter concludes as the ominous shadow of financial worry looms over the temple administration. While the disciples sparred, the administrators quietly worried about the monastery's finances. The Grandmaster, having just secured the drink, smiles knowingly, offering it to Haiguan. Haiguan confirmed that while it used to be water, this time it was truly liquor. Qian Guang paused, his curiosity piqued by the Grandmaster's thoughtful expression. The urgency of the warning still hangs in the air as one disciple bursts forward, spotting the Grandmaster. The younger disciple, bubbling with energy, affirms his new status to the surprised Grandmaster. The Grandmaster expressed faith in his protégé's future, patting his head encouragingly. And so, fueled by that singular drive, he kept relentlessly advancing. The memory flashes back to the chaotic day the demonic cult invaded. The intended strike lands, eliciting a desperate, raw cry of pain from the younger monk. The unexpected opening was seized, resulting in a shocking, solid impact. The surprising block left Mu Jin stunned, the promised opening dissolving instantly. The grim aftermath of the conflict settled in, revealing a figure amidst the fallen. His survival fueled a burning vow. He dedicated his life to vengeance against those cultists. The sheer hatred and resolve over the memory of the cultists drove him to a tearful, ferocious vow. The sound of fiscal ruin echoes as one vengeful monk vows annihilation. The unexpected block only hardened his resolve. The fight continued until, The sparring match concluded, and Haiguan was now sharing a rare drink with the Grandmaster. As the sparring match resumed below, the elders watched, ready to observe the opening Haiguan had predicted. The force of Mu Jin's blow was instantly met, his punch effortlessly blocked. Haiguan affirmed his immense power, noting he was beyond even his own comprehension. Ken Guang listened intently, his expression softening as Haiguan spoke of their shared past. Ken Guang jovially offers a drink, startling his companion with a sudden, unexpected gesture. The shock of learning about the drink causes Haiguan to react sharply, questioning Hyun Guang's choice. Haiguan presented the offering, but the elder looked on in bewildered confusion. The tension broke as Haiguan fearlessly downed the beverage, shocking the disciple. The Grand Master savored the drink Haiguan offered, letting out an overjoyed cry of satisfaction. The disciple stared, completely taken aback by the Grand Master's unexpected description of Haiguan. Haiguan readily accepts the proffered drink, the flask marked with the character for wine. The sparring match escalated intensely in the courtyard, showcasing their raw, youthful power. The tension of the sparring match was juxtaposed by the quiet camaraderie between Haiguan and the Grand Master. Mu Jin and Mu Kyung's fierce spar contrasted sharply with the serene gathering above. The joyous reunion is abruptly cut short by the stark reality of the temple's finances. Watching the sparring, the elder's face hardened with grim realization regarding the temple's worsening situation. The administrative burden was piling up, all because of the friction between those two. Their sparring finished. The sheer intensity of their training left both men visibly exhausted yet satisfied. The budget crisis weighed heavily, but now, noticing figures above, Mu Jin paused in thought. Mu Jin understood the hall leader's heavy burden instantly. The tight budget caused real anguish. Mu Jin, realizing the weight of the budget crisis, watched the hall leader's distress with profound empathy. His weary eyes scanned the ledger, the agonizing reality of the deficit staring back at him. The hall leader's grim expression confirms Mu Jin's fears about the temple's finances. Mu Jin's insight into financial despair was immediately confirmed by the other monk's confused query. The true title of this saga, a martial journey forged through relentless discipline. The 1,000-year Shaolin Temple, one of the reputable martial groups, was also known as the North Star of Mount Tai. Fortunately, they relied on donations and funds from outer sects to sustain their way of life. The shock of the financial crisis hit the disciples as they saw their leaders scrambling for a single coin. Even a single coin is important to the administration hall right now. Pick it up before we lose it. Mu Jin's hard training was acknowledged, even as he was now relegated to mundane chores. The tension between the two groups crackled with visible energy, fueled by their shared and disparate strengths. The bullying clique mocked the result of Mu Jin protecting Mu Kyung. Yan Gihe's dramatic return confirmed the miraculous healing she received. The extortionists gloated as the temple official, crushed under the financial strain, could only bow in despair. Seeing the hall leader's utter despair, Mu Jin understood that anguish immediately. Whispers circulate in the shadows about the consequences of shutting down the Seobol escort establishment. The shocking realization about the heavenly merchants has hung in the air. The sight of the disciples tending to the defeated opponent confirmed the severity of the situation. The exodus of allied martial groups sealed the temple's fate, leaving Mu Jin standing amidst the resulting fracture. Hyun Guang's gratitude was clear, but Mu Jin was quickly reassigned from the infirmary duties. His realization about the hall leader's budget woes was confirmed by the anxious murmurs of the nearby monks. The mundane act of sweeping was still a demonstration of his rigorous training. After praising Mu Kailing's strength, Mu Jin is now reassigned to menial duties. Mu Jin relays his new, mundane schedule to the stunned monks observing him. Mu Jin, reassigned to menial chores, confronts his new reality as just another grunt. Even as Mu Jin performs basic disciple duties, the others are stunned by this sudden change in his assignment. Despite the exhausting climb, the woman in pink moved with surprising grace up the stone path toward the gate. The elder, perhaps the hall leader, formally greets the arriving guests with reserved welcome gestures. The monk's enthusiastic welcome contrasts sharply with the muttered confusion of an onlooker regarding Mujin's strange haircut. Mujin registered the weary state of the man, sensing his colleague's immediate distress. The other young monks watched in stunned silence as Mujin was reassigned to trivial duties. The elder struggled up the steep, ancient stone steps, the journey itself a testament to her frailty. The elderly woman looked up, perhaps in relief or exhaustion, having just received the miraculous treatment. The immense monk stands over the slightly older figure, a moment of awkward acknowledgement passing between them on the stone steps. Choi Kang-yuk, recognizing the genuine despair of the hall leader, felt a strong kinship with his physical anguish. The elder seemed delighted by the physical display, finding the young monk's strength amusing. He insisted on carrying the frail elder up the rugged stone steps, his strength surprising her. The 1,000-year Shaolin Temple, a martial arts beacon, thrived by remaining cut off from the secular world. Choi Kang-yuk watched as the elder bowed deeply before the magnificent golden Buddhas in the solemn hall. Choi Kang-yuk's empathy for the hall leader's plight continued as he offered only silence. His earnest offer to carry the elderly woman was met with surprise. The elder felt surprisingly light as Mujin carried her, dismissing any thought of climbing difficulty. The elderly woman, clearly done with her business, smiled warmly as Choi Kang-yuk reacted with surprise. The hall leader, overwhelmed by the temple's deficit, could only sigh dramatically before Mujin. "Oh my, now that I'm done offering my respects, I'll get going." The 1,000-year Shaolin Temple, a beacon of martial arts, observed a life separated from the secular world. The hall leader, buried in paperwork and clearly stressed, is approached by someone noticing his plight. The hall leader's strained expression showed he knew the weight of the budget deficit all too well. The elder Yan Gihe recounts her surprising, miraculous treatment at the temple. The heavenly merchant's leader paused, overwhelmed by the stack of administrative duties. The opulent palanquin arrived, its bearers immediately dropping to their knees in deference before the waiting monk. The elder's frantic arrival interrupts the ongoing discussion about the temple's grim budget. Yan Gihe, relieved but still cautious, confirms the miraculous treatment she received. The elder, Yang Gihe, arrived at Dongfeng County, her expression bright. The hall leader, burdened by the temple's constant financial strain, could not hide his desperation. "It was miraculous," she breathed, the memory of the treatment vivid. He diligently massaged her back and manipulated her limbs, ending with a joyful expression. The budget crisis was clear on the hall leader's face, mirroring Mujin's past financial woes. Her gentle smile and radiant presence suggested a remarkable recovery compared to earlier. The hall leader's worried expression confirmed Mujin's fears about the temple's dire finances. Mujin felt the weight of his new, menial responsibilities after his brief stint as a healer. The attendant monk offered polite greetings to the arriving visitor, who seemed quite fatigued. The ornate palanquin, announcing its prestigious owner, finally comes into view. The realization hits him. These aren't just any merchants. They are figures from Ga Kyung's universe. A chilling realization dawns. The heavenly merchants are counted among the novel's villain organizations. The imposing man, clearly fit and radiating good health, beams under the bright sky. The elder lady beams with unrestrained delight, finding the young disciple utterly charming. The merchant leader acknowledges Mujin's recent kindness to his mother. The grateful retainer bows deeply as the merchant leader watches on, clearly satisfied with the arrangements. Hyun Guang's imposing presence and unsettling grin contrasted sharply with the other's surprised reactions. The merchant leader pauses, still taking in the unexpected visit and the atmosphere of the residence. The merchant leader's mother laughed heartily, clearly delighted by the young disciple's presence. The merchant leader, his expression hardening, seemed to confirm his suspicion about their nature. The young disciple pauses, reflecting on the merchant leader's current status despite his past dealings. The illicit opium trade is revealed, casting a grim shadow over the merchant leader's operations. The handshake solidifies an agreement, explaining the organization's dubious nature. He pondered if this charitable act predated their inevitable corruption. Hyun Guang looks intensely into the distance, weighing his next move. Seeing the patient's satisfaction, Mu-jin felt his previous efforts were worthwhile. The elder's imposing stature filled the frame, his expression hidden as he clenched his fist in response to Mu-jin's implied agreement. Hin Guang gestures grandly, seemingly welcoming the next part of the conversation. He instantly diagnoses the merchant leader's chronic back pain, identifying the source from his seated posture. The merchant leader responds, continuing the saying about keeping friends near. Ken Guang's expression shifts, a knowing look as he considers Mu-jin's sudden restlessness. The merchant leader agrees, eagerly anticipating the next step in his recovery. The chapter concludes with the title card for Genius Martial Arts Trainer. The journey concludes as Mu-jin brings the merchant leader to Hyun Guang's residence nestled amongst the mountains. The elderly monk seemed surprised as Mu-jin addressed him directly. The merchant leader expresses his gratitude, presenting a warm and enthusiastic welcome to Mu-jin. Hyun Guang, looking frail but standing firm, waits patiently for the young monk's response. His simple assent confirms the start of Mu-jin's demonstration to the merchant leader. Mu-jin introduces the collection of specialized wooden tools used in his muscle lengthening technique. As he demonstrated the movement, Mu-jin watched, ready to guide his first patient on the reformer. The intense physical exertion prompted an immediate, visceral reaction. Continuing the tendon reformation, Grandpa pushes backward against the resistance. Following Mu-jin's instructions, the master begins his regimen, the specialized tool already stimulating the body as he speaks. Mu-jin gestures confidently, preparing to fully explain his technique to the merchant leader. Mu-jin instructs the old madam on the next step for the body-shaped block technique. The merchant leader's mother settled into the chair, reassured by Mu-jin's gentle handling. Hyun Guang reacts with surprised awe to the powerful sensation, already feeling the technique's effectiveness. Her delight was evident. She found the young man's presence quite charming. The newly arrived guests were already being introduced to the treatment area, as the merchant leader's grandfather enthusiastically made his way forward. Hyun Guang, already engaged in intense exercise, cheerfully accommodated the requests of his guests. The elder priestess, delighted by Mu-jin's presence, heartily laughs while observing the young disciple. The matriarch's delighted laughter echoed as they arrived at the magnificent estate, signaling a welcome change of pace. The merchant leader, now revealed as Hyun Guang, contemplates Mu-jin's presence with an air of authority. Even with the initial shock of the muscle lengthening technique, the merchant leader endures, trusting Mu-jin's methods. The merchant leader sincerely expressed his gratitude for the restorative treatment he received. The heavenly merchant leader paused, his expression uncertain as he prepared to speak. The name Hyun Guang finally resonated, triggering a memory of a monumental figure. Hyun Guang, the merchant leader, watches intently as Mu-jin addresses the situation. Hyun Guang's easy command over his own energy surprised the young disciple. Hyun Guang displayed his mastery, channeling fire and lightning energy with effortless control. His display of elemental power stunned the onlookers into shocked silence. The merchant leader remained silent, absorbing the scene before him as the seated monk channeled his strange energies. The merchant leader's shock reveals his confusion at the sudden request to visit the administration hall. The shock registers on his face as the memory surfaces, confirming his suspicion. The legend speaks of Hyun Guang, the Shaolin divine monk, a truly incredible martial artist. The merchant leader recoiled, recognizing the legendary name spoken aloud. His stunned reaction betrayed the realization that Mu-jin was truly exceptional. The merchant leader's shock registered immediately upon hearing the name of the technique. Hyun Guang, seemingly perplexed, momentarily halts the conversation as Mu-jin stands before him. The mysterious monk prepares his hands, showing off his potent, contrasting energies. This incredible chance, solidified under the night sky, must be seized immediately. Hyun Guang immediately began gentle manipulation, much to the old madam's delight. Hyun Guang's presence shifts the atmosphere, as the merchant leader is left stunned by the powerful figure before him. Hyun Guang's attention shifts, sensing a forthcoming request from the young healer. Hyun Guang steps forward, interrupting the familiar setting with an unexpected, dignified presence. The heavenly merchant leader quietly agrees under the vast, moonlit sky. The next morning, Jin brought the merchant leader to this significant building. This place manages and is in charge of the Shaolin Temple's budget and finances. The hall leader awaits Jin's response, the gravity of the situation settling in the air. The merchant leader accepted the calming green tea, preparing for the discussion to come. The merchant leader offered a customary cup of tea, seemingly as a gesture of thanks. The staggering amount of gold, offered readily, lay heaped before them, sparkling brilliantly. The elder sits, contemplating the staggering sum offered for the treatment. Ruji Guang detailed how treating the wealthy elite would ensure even greater financial support for the monastery's aims. Despite the crushing weight of reputation, the elders still hesitated about the plan. Ruji Guang, the merchant leader, considered the overwhelming potential profit from Jin's unique treatments. The master monk's concerns over reputation were being dramatically answered by the sheer intensity of the treatment. The elder monk listened intently, his expression showing deep contemplation regarding the proposal. The elder monk, stunned by the proposition, visibly reels from the intense revelation. The elder monk reacted, clearly taken aback by the audacity of the proposal and the subsequent line of thought. The episode concludes, transitioning into the title card. Genius martial arts trainer, Ruji Guang, the merchant leader, enjoys his moment while others suffer from aches. Jin's revolutionary business model, built upon the earlier suggestions, now sparkles with golden promise. Ruji Guang confirms his motivations are purely driven by profit as a merchant leader. As the merchant leader, he saw the tremendous profit potential in Jin's skills. For now, however, he knew one thing was crucial. The elder reiterates his concern. Prioritizing wealth over Shaolin's principles will invite ruinous judgment. He raised a hand, gesturing for silence, his initial frustration warring with a need to consider this novel approach. The elder's rigid adherence to tradition leaves Jin utterly frustrated and cornered. The elder, already suffocated by the situation, insisted they couldn't sustain the current path any longer. The elder pauses, clearly processing the unexpected logic offered by Jin. The elder, visibly struggling with the revolutionary proposal, paused, his contemplation drawing out. The elder monk listened intently, his expression unchanging as Jin presented his bold, unprecedented proposal. With the abbot listening intently, Jin presses his crucial point about treating both rich and poor. He gestured emphatically, making a final, crucial point in his argument to the senior monk. The elder's stern scrutiny met Ruji Guang's uneasy gaze, holding the weight of his weighty proposal. The differing perspectives on the substantial payment offered created immediate, contrasting reactions. The elder monk, momentarily stunned, began to count out his concerns with a pointed finger and an open palm. Ruji Guang, already sensing the potential for immense profit, watched with calculating eyes. The merchant leader pressed his point. Making money solely from the wealthy would only invite criticism towards Shaolin. The elder's internal conflict was palpable as Jin's logic forced a difficult confrontation. Jin reviews the treatment schedule, indicating which body parts will receive attention today, as the patient experiences discomfort. The proposal detailed a dual system, free care for the masses and premium services for the wealthy elite. The final appeal had been made. Now Ruji Guang awaited the elder's verdict inside the quiet training hall. The leader stares, utterly astonished by the sheer ingenuity displayed by the younger man. The merchant flaunts his expensive Longjing tea, contrasting sharply with the simple comforts of Shaolin life. The wealthy patient boasted of his renewed vigor, while the merchant leader coolly observed the scene. The abbot's anger boiled over, his very temples throbbing under the immense pressure of the debate. The elder's frustration exploded as he bellowed Jin's name, shattering the tense atmosphere. The abbot's immediate, explosive reaction betrayed his deep unease regarding the business proposal. The elder grimly acknowledges the core issue. Earning Shaolin's credibility is paramount. Myung's mind raced, processing the monk's cautious response to his business proposal. The abbot, enraged by the implication of greed, vehemently rejects the notion of insulting Shaolin's honor. The elder silently accepts the generous payment, while onlookers watch the transaction with wide-eyed shock. The monk's stern expression showed deep contemplation over the proposed dual clinic model. Hyun Myung, though cautious, admitted his initial fear regarding Shaolin's reputation. The elder recoiled, stunned by the fervor of Mu Jin's defense of their actions. The truth of Shaolin's mission, helping the world, outweighs rigid adherence to rules and laws. The elder monk sat, absorbing the surprising proposal, his tense energy momentarily breaking as he processed the idea. The elder grappled with the merchant's pragmatic business proposal, his expression tightening with concern. The monk, seemingly swayed by the sheer force of Hyun Myung's conviction, lets out a surprised sound. The elder's stern reaction showed he was struggling with Mu Jin's convincing argument. The merchant leader confirmed his immediate goal, securing a beneficial alliance with the heavenly merchants. Using their business ties as a pretext, he planned to investigate the heavenly merchants' internal issues, including that countryside branch. The heavenly merchants' leader departed, leaving the complicated future of Shaolin's proposal hanging under the vast night sky. On that night, Hyun Myung told Ru Chun about what happened, and the result was a delighted yes. The elder's stern hesitation finally broke with a resounding affirmation. The abbot considered the radical, yet brilliant, proposal laid out by Mu Jin. The elder, finally swayed by the powerful logic, could only give a hearty, approving laugh. The elder monk, still cautious, weighed the ambitious proposal against Shaolin's established principles. The abbot's confidence was clear. The core of the plan was already understood by everyone involved. The monk recoiled in shock, finally understanding the depth of Mu Jin's proposal. The afternoon on the next day, after training ended, Hyun Myung finally called upon his disciple. The monk stood speechless, caught between the revolutionary business proposal and the fear of monastic censure. The abbot, moved by Mu Jin's conviction, finally presents the reward. The revelation of the ultimate reward stunned him into utter disbelief. The chapter opens, revealing the fabled power contained within the revitalization pill. The abbot beamed, holding out the precious pill, a clear signal of immense reward. The abbot gently intervened, overriding any talk of the greater elixir. The abbot glowered, clearly annoyed by the other's perceived stinginess regarding the elixir. The abbot, now holding the lesser pill, gestured for Mu Jin to prepare himself. The abbot presented the coveted lesser revitalization pill, its sheer rarity evident in his solemn demeanor. "There's nothing to consider now," he declared, eager to absorb the legendary elixir. The chapter concludes, signaling the next phase of Mu Jin's journey. This place, deep within the mountain, is perfect, teeming with the nature energies that will aid his absorption. The abbot gestures, urging Mu Jin to consume the precious elixir immediately while the timing is perfect. The energy of the pill is set to hit the stomach directly, bypassing the slower cultivation absorption method. The abbot's previous cryptic warning clearly hit home as the internal energy begins its potent surge. The abbot's warning rang true. Holding his breath to hoard energy risked immediate catastrophe. Energy deviation. The sheer energy radiating from this precious item finally registers, leaving him momentarily stunned. The torrent of pure, concentrated energy forced an agonizing cry as the abbot clamped his hand over his disciple's mouth. The sheer, concentrated power of the elixir begins its descent, heralded by an almost tangible purity. Mu Jin focused his entire being, unleashing the power of the Great Path cultivation technique. He begins channeling the energy, visualizing it flooding his stomach and spreading through every vessel in his body. The immense energy surges, causing a sharp intake of breath as Mu Jin reacts to the overwhelming influx. The intensity of the pill's power was overwhelming, fueling Mu Jin's desperate resolve to absorb it all, even as Grandpa watched. Despite his best efforts to control the immense energy, Mu Jin felt the pressure building as he muttered his frustration. His realization hit him. The vessel holding this immense power was too small. The master explains that exhaling releases the precious elixir's energy, forcing Mu Jin to focus on the cycle. Following the abbot's counsel, Mu Jin settled into his meditation, ready to begin the cycle of breathing. Despite his caution, The sheer potency of the lesser revitalization pill was overwhelming his capacity. The initial surge of the pill's power erupted, demanding immediate focus and control. Hyun Guang acknowledged the impending task with a measured, knowing hum. The abbot watched intently, his expression suggesting a final, crucial detail was about to be shared. The abbot's hushed warning about timing hangs in the air as Mu Jin unleashes the pill's energy. The immediate, overwhelming surge of power proved too much, causing Mu Jin to violently rupture a vessel. The potent elixir's energy surged, raw power beginning to manifest around the recipient as the abbot guided the process. Hyun Guang reflected on the immense effort expended to secure this lesser pill for Mu Jin. The raw power of the lesser revitalization pill surges, threatening to overwhelm him as an unseen force looms above. The abbot urged immediate consumption, sensing the perfect moment for Mu Jin to absorb the pill's intense energy. The abbot placed a steadying hand on his neck as the energy surged, his face etched with sudden, intense strain. Hyun Guang took a deep, measured breath, preparing to guide the process despite the sheer potency of the elixir. The abbot now presents the ultimate solution to stabilize the rampaging energy. The unwavering heart. Under the cascade, Mu Jin sought stillness, his master observing the arduous cleansing. Mu Jin endured the torrent, focusing intensely as the abbot had instructed. The abbot and his disciples stand resolute, the atmosphere thick with silent resolve. The overwhelming power of the lesser revitalization pill began to surge through him, demanding immediate control. Hyun Guang's intense focus contrasted sharply with the younger monk's visible apprehension. "This place has plenty of nature energies which will be of help to you," the abbot stated, gesturing toward the secluded area. The waterfall's ambient energy provided the perfect crucible for containing the pill's volatile power. The abbot's towering presence emphasized the gravity of the moment as Mu Jin stood ready below. Mu Jin focused on the basic technique of the chain punch, channeling the raging internal energy. The explosive power of the pill detonates, shattering the immediate surroundings. Mu Jin channeled the internal flow, concentrating on the chain punch steps he had been drilling for hours. The sheer force of the potent elixir split the waterfall before him. Driven by sheer avarice, he grinned, desperate to absorb every drop of this precious elixir. His steady gaze scanned the peaceful, nature-rich surroundings where the crucial process was about to unfold. This place, deep within the mountain, is perfect for absorbing the pill's potent energies. 2 days passed as the heavy energy absorption concluded within the sacred grounds. The moment was set. The elders watched as Mu Jin prepared to face the immense power of the pill. The abbot's insistence on immediate consumption hung heavily in the quiet room. Hyun Guang, brimming with satisfaction, chuckled heartily as the abbot stood solemnly beside him. The abbot patiently directs Mu Jin, stressing the importance of his immediate focus for consuming the elixir. With final commitment, he vows to use his combined strength to see Shaolin through its crisis. With the framework complete, Mu Jin prepared to depart the monastery grounds, bidding farewell for now. The elder, having completed his vital guidance, now asks if their task here is finished. Descending Songshan, Mu Jin finally approaches Dongfeng County. Mu Jin strode into Dongfeng, greeted by vistas worthy of a grand martial epic. The journey continues through a village setting, the monk's presence announced with a soft footfall. Layers of schemes that brought me close to the dark figures behind it all. The story branding solidifies the unexpected turn. A martial arts master now serving as a physical trainer. As Mu Jin settled into his new surroundings, the local gossip began, spurred by an unexpected development from the mountain. The initial shock of the free clinic quickly transitioned into incredulity as the details emerged. The initial skepticism gave way to outright disbelief regarding the monks' generosity. Observing the successful operation, Mu Jin's sinister intent began to solidify. "Yes, we crossed paths once before," he confirms, recalling that crucial moment. The Heavenly Merchant Guild Chief Administrator arrived, meeting Monk Biop Gang amidst the clinic's growing success. Mu Jin finally stood before Dongfeng, the world opening up under the bright sun. Monk Biop Gang, looking strong and welcoming, prepares to greet someone. He proudly names the facilities he has secured. The Body Treatment Clinic. The left hall was dedicated to the free treatment wing, clearly marked for all to see. Assessing the foundations of their new clinic, the monks noted the solid groundwork for their spiritual and physical practices. The monks established their new base, ready to enact their plan away from Mount Songshan's shadow. The physical distinction between the free and premium areas was clear, yet the core treatment remained the same. The monk respectfully greets the external chief administrator. An unexpected connection. The chief administrator's prior connection to monk Beogang sparked a flurry of hushed speculation among the onlookers. The Abgang warmly greeted the external chief, extending a friendly hand to signal their familiarity. Witnessing the initial, intense treatment, skepticism flared from the onlookers. The initial, surprising pressure from the folk remedy sends a jolt of shock and pain through the patient. The disciple, Jin, begins his assessment, probing the patient's unsteady legs for the root of his discomfort. Monk Biabgang arrives to take over, holding what appears to be a heavy delivery or supply bag. 3 minutes into the treatment, the initial sharp sensations begin to register. 13 minutes into the initial, painful pressure application, the patient finally admitted a slight sense of relief. 20 minutes into the treatment, the patient endures the unusual method while the monk maintains focus. The patient, experiencing relief after the initial intense session, is now observing the mechanics of the reform roller treatment. The initial, intense phase of treatment faded, replaced by a feeling of profound relief. Even after the intense initial session, the patient pushed for deeper pressure. Mu Jin stood ready, his presence radiating calm reverence before the grand temple. The chief administrator recalled that momentous day, leaning in with a warm, expectant expression. The effectiveness of the free treatment was immediately evident, as locals noticed the man's rapid recovery. The bustling clinic, established with the heavenly merchant's help, now drew crowds from all walks of life. The merchant official entrusts the day's critical treatments to the arriving monk. The quality of the free services surprised everyone, even those in the premium wing. The underlying treatment methods, however, were identical, causing onlookers to realize the premium services were essentially reskinned versions of the free ones. The Body Treatment Clinic finally stands, welcoming the first hopeful patients. The Heavenly Merchant Guild chief expresses gratitude, confirming their vital support for the clinic's operations. The monk confirms his grasp on the patient's limb as the intensity of the treatment escalates sharply. The chief administrator watched the dedicated monk Biog gang diligently working. The rumors of the divine healer spread, and thus the clinic began to attract crowds. The monk Biab gang happily recounts a past encounter to Yang Jinpiang. The Heavenly Merchant Guild chief administrator offers a sincere thank you for the tireless work supporting their community efforts. The relief and stability brought by Mu Jin's unique treatment earned deep respect. The external chief administrator points toward the bustling scene below, confirming the clinic's overwhelming success. The mention of Monk Biop Gang brought a surprised reaction from the chief administrator. With shifts about to change, the chief administrator called out to Monk Biop Gang, who just arrived. The Heavenly Merchant's external chief administrator confirmed their shared past with Monk Biop Gang. The Heavenly Merchant Guild chief administrator recognizes Monk Bio Gang, recalling their previous encounter. Meanwhile, Monk Biop Gang casually resumed eating, seemingly unfazed by the chaos he instigated earlier. The Heavenly Merchant chief administrator seemed to recognize the imposing monk before him. The chief administrator paused, recalling the past encounter under the mountain. The assembled group stared, realizing the young woman before them was the wealthy merchant's daughter. The chief administrator expressed his surprise at the monk's current appearance. The Heavenly Merchant Guild's external chief administrator offered a greeting as he realized the anticipated arrival. He recalls the lost girl, hoping she has blossomed into an outstanding individual over time. Biab Gang stared, the gravity of the connection finally sinking in. The Heavenly Merchant's chief administrator paused, noticing the impressive physique of the young lady being presented. Despite the lavish differences, the core commitment to treatment remained unchanged. The Heavenly Merchant's chief administrator was taken aback by the cheerful greeting. Her face contorted in utter shock as the realization hit her. The crowd, now recognizing the young lady being escorted, gasps in astonishment. The revelation of who Monk Biobgang truly was hit the external chief administrator like a physical blow. The image of the young lady, now mature, flickers with a strange distortion. This must be the lost daughter the chief administrator mentioned. The shocked recipient of the recognition struggles to process the revelation. Sohei is ushered along by her companion, startling the humble staff around them. As they left the grateful villagers behind, Solwa clung tightly, already struggling to keep pace. The shock of her appearance clearly registered, confirming the protagonist's initial assessment. The humble monk, Mu-jin, greets the grateful elderly patients gathered outside the free clinic. The blessed monk tries to gently collect his thoughts, processing the previous rather blunt assessment. The monk, Mu-jin, is immediately greeted with overwhelming adoration upon arrival at the free clinic. The narration concludes, setting up the title card for the next chapter. The appreciative elderly men eagerly await treatment at the free clinic. The blessed monk, Mu-jin, radiates genuine warmth and humility before the grateful villagers. The monk, Mu-jin, remains humble despite the fervent praise from the villagers. The elderly recipients were delighted by Mu-jin's humility and continued their enthusiastic praise of the young monk. The blessed monk maintained a humble composure amidst the villagers' effusive praise and teasing matchmaking attempts. The excited elder emphatically stressed his point to Mu-jin. The schemer's unsettling realization brought a grim expectation to his expression. Mu-jin laughed off the awkward suggestion, brushing it off as a pleasant fancy. His smile darkens, revealing the true cost of his commitment. He must resist the impulse to act on dark desires. The youth, Mu-jin, listens intently, processing the crowd's overwhelming praise and requests. Peering out from the interior, he observed the courtyard where Ru Sola and her attendant had just appeared. The monk, Mu-jin, stands tall, ready to dispense his earnest gratitude for their recovery efforts. The title of the novel, pulsing with sinister, dark energy, finally reveals itself. The villain's scheme was laid bare, victims chained and bloodied on the stone floor. The sinister figure, enveloped in dark energy, prepares to strike with elongated, jeweled claws. The scheme unfolds. The captive maiden is brought to a dark, cold place. The monk seemed taken aback, perhaps startled by the sudden shift in conversation or expectation. The conspirator, having successfully set their trap, reveled in the impending chaos. Her timid tug on his sleeve confirmed her awkward discomfort with the situation. He mused over the possibility of an untold event influencing her current state. He processed the observation. This Ru Solo was a stark contrast to the novel's description. The guild leader, delighted by the monk's arrival, insists he is here purely for a visit. The conversation shifts as the speaker processes the surprising reality of Ru Shola's appearance. Now possessing some influence, the protagonist resolves to begin his investigation. Sohee's flustered reaction confirms their shared observation about Lady Sola. The onlookers quickly began whispering about Lady Shola's familiarity with her attendant. The servant urged her mistress onward, maintaining a stark professional distance in public. Sohei, clinging to the wall, watched anxiously as the figure hurried past, clearly out of breath. Sohei, struggling slightly, hurries along the courtyard while Ru Sola trails behind, clearly winded from the effort. Lady Sola flinched as her attendant pulled her away, concerned about propriety. The servant, Hong So-hei, forcefully insists on maintaining distance in public. The former observations about Ru Shola's appearance clearly unsettled the protagonist. The desperate plea for her father's attention echoed in her heart, a single tear falling as she realized his absence. Eagerly clutching her offering, Sola rushes toward her father, desperate for his attention. Sola, burdened with her offering, still couldn't quite grasp the gravity of the man's silent disapproval. This dark, tense atmosphere suggested the master was about to deliver a chilling verdict. The realization of her servitude struck Sohei with suffocating horror. Acknowledging the command, the attendant drops the wilting flowers, overwhelmed by the thought of the guild leader's unending obligations. She yearned for her father's attention, believing hard work in the clinic would finally earn his gaze. Despite the encouragement, the fear remained overwhelming her. Rusola recoiled in shock, surprised by the sudden, unwelcome touch. The attendant tries to reassure the visibly hesitant Sola under the shimmering, warm glow. Sohei clung tightly to the kind figure, a fake display of affection masking her true, calculating intent. Her agreement hung heavy in the air, confirming the suspicions about the unusual tranquility surrounding Rusola. The messenger, delivering goods, is startled by the sudden, intense embrace unfolding above him. The healer, Jin, stood firm under the bright daylight, his eyes sharp and focused. The mysterious benefactor reflects on the naive girl's desperate attempts to gain her father's attention. Sohei found her charge finally asleep after her intense efforts to gain her father's notice. The servant, Hong Sohei, presses Rusola to maintain composure in public. The mysterious figure moved with a decisive stride, their grand robes rustling softly in the quiet night. The narrator's internal monologue concluded, turning his attention back to the dark, moonlit courtyard. The shadowy infiltrator noted the girl's strange, self-imposed struggle for attention. The servant brings a rare treat, which the timid Sola happily accepts, savoring the moment. The spy, now successfully infiltrating the operation, revealed their dark satisfaction with a chilling smile. A dark, unnervingly red-eyed raven delivers a scroll, confirming the planted spy's successful infiltration. The servant grinned wickedly, holding the report of her successful maneuver. Beneath the dark, star-dusted sky, the treacherous scout reported their latest discovery, while the schemer reported their disruptive find. A silent figure scaled the rooftop under the dark night. His malicious grin confirmed his wicked plan had perfectly fallen into place. The concerned superior, despite his worries, had faith in Hong So-hee's determination to remain by Rushola's side. The cold reality of loss settled heavily on the grieving guild leader. Even in this distant memory, the intense confrontation reaches a chilling climax as the monk prepares to unleash his true power. The hidden operative, realizing his cover was blown, silently prepared for confrontation. The monk confirmed his identity, now meeting the operative in person for the first time. The stunned monk begins to realize the gravity of the situation unfolding before him. This chilling depiction reveals the true appearance of the fallen Rusola from the novel. The supposed monk's carefully prepared code was instantly decoded by the one standing before him. With Hong Soe's identity revealed, the monk unleashed his true, terrifying power. But now, the true face of the servant, Hong Sohei, is revealed. Under the dark, starry sky, the disguised operative landed silently on the rooftop. The monk's desperate plan to manipulate events had finally paid off. The chapter concludes with a dramatic title card, signaling the shift in focus or the end of this segment. The dark forest enveloped Rusola as she paused, the silence broken only by faint, ominous sounds. The informant's surprise quickly contorted into a dreadful realization upon seeing the monk's knowing smirk. The mysterious figure finally reveals themselves to the waiting Hong Sohei under the dark night sky. This shadowy figure, clearly not a mere monk, dismisses the warning with menacing intent. The monk directly challenged the man about his recent ambitious activity, demanding an explanation for his behavior. The mysterious figure retreats quickly, warning of future discussion regarding the Shaolin monks. Despite their worldly inexperience, the strength emanating from the monk was undeniable. The monk unleashes a powerful strike, the air violently displaced by his skill. The monk, having revealed his true intentions, stands ready for confrontation under the cover of night. The monk's chilling realization dawns. The cryptic message was a secret organization's code. The spy boasted of his decade-long infiltration, secure in his anonymity. The game of strategy continues as night falls, but his grin suggests the stakes have just changed dramatically. With all his secrets laid bare, the monk prepared to reveal his true strength. The informant finished relaying the crucial information about Rusola and her monstrous future self. The recipient of the mysterious letter could only look on, utterly bewildered by the sudden delivery. The arrival of the mysterious messenger interrupts the ongoing dialogue, drawing everyone's attention. The mysterious figure quickly shoves the item into Hong So-hee's hands before vanishing. The villain boasts, utterly confident that his decade-long infiltration is secure, dismissing the monk's warning. The generous reward immediately drew an excited, grateful reaction from the young disciples. Hong So-hye, now seemingly close to Ru Solwa, spoke with a disarming smile. The hidden message is received, confirming the success of the infiltration mission within the Merchant Guild. Taking control of the situation, the monk decides to offer his own terms for communication. The monk's smirk confirmed his true, hidden identity, now fully revealed. The masked figure descended swiftly under the moonlight, landing abruptly near the surprised Hong So-hye. The cloaked figure, standing under the night sky, is revealed to the shocked Hong So-hye. The masked figure's intense gaze locks onto the startled Hong So-hye. The silent assassin materialized from the shadows, his presence immediately commanding a tense stillness. The monk presses forward, his grip firm, cutting through Hong So-hye's shocked uncertainty. The mysterious figure hands over the folded cloth, a silent, important exchange concluding their brief meeting. The mysterious messenger handed over the folded note, its contents still unknown. Hong So-hye's world stopped as the mysterious monk revealed he knew everything about her mission. The spy, having revealed his hand, is suddenly paralyzed by doubt. The supposed informant's shocked expression confirmed everything. His identity was exposed. Hong So-hye's realization hit like a physical blow. The monk knew everything. The monk's words hit harder than any physical blow, leaving Hong So-hye stunned as the truth crashed down. The monk's surprising power delivered a brutal impact, a sudden, jarring moment of reality. The monk, finally revealing his true colors, declares the game is on with explosive force. The monk finally made his move, closing the distance with terrifying speed and power. The monk, finally cornered, reacts with a sharp, agonizing cry as his facade shatters. The confrontation explodes as the monk unleashes a burst of speed, signaling the start of their desperate fight. The monk unleashes a fierce, glowing purple attack, ready to demonstrate his true power. The monk, revealing his true nature, prepares to unleash his hidden strength. The spy, caught off guard by the unexpected appearance, immediately challenged the figure. The shadowy figure finally reveals himself, dropping a casual greeting as Hong So-hye recoils in surprise. His smug grin confirmed he knew everything, catching the messenger completely off guard. With the secret revealed, the monk smirked, preparing to write down his next move. The monk finally sheds his guise, his face contorted with focused aggression as he prepares to strike. The monk's true, furious self exploded forth, rejecting the facade of a simple scholar. The confrontation escalates as the supposed monk reveals his true, malicious intent, summoning a terrifying, fiery power. The monk unleashes a devastating, brilliant strike, shattering the air around them. With a furious roar, Ru Solwa unleashes her resentment, refusing to be bested by someone she deems beneath her. The desperate fighter unleashes a final, brutal threat fueled by the need to survive. The resulting impact was violent, tearing through the air with a burst of energy. Her demonic power surged, manifesting her absolute refusal to accept defeat in this deadly confrontation. The confrontation ends as the chapter title appears, marking a temporary lull in the intense conflict. The hidden man steps forward, his terrifying smile filling the void left by the previous confrontation. Despite the initial shock, the monk unleashed a desperate, powerful strike, determined to survive this unexpected encounter. His desperate stance was instantly countered by a brutal judo shoulder throw. The blinding flash of power connects, sending the opponent crashing violently into the ground. The final attack landed, leaving the opponent utterly collapsed and trembling on the ground. The deceptive monk's attack had landed, twisting the servant's features into an expression of utter shock and agony. The black-clothed man lunges, demonstrating surprising speed and force against the monk's defense. The sheer shock of the accusation caused a moment of paralyzed disbelief. In a desperate last resort, the monk unleashes the blinding sand technique. Despite his desperate move, his opponent's retaliation confirmed the fight had become ruthlessly unfair. The sheer force of the blow connected, ripping away the dark fabric like tissue paper. His desperate, dirty trick had momentarily blinded him with sand. The enemy's arrogance turns to shock. His momentary lapse was all the opportunity needed. With the evidence overwhelming, the authorities pressed the captured servant for the truth. With a sudden, powerful upward thrust, he ripped away the cowl that had blinded him. Ignoring the shock of being ambushed, he commits to the fight, his survival depending on it. The fight raged on, but now the tables had turned with terrifying speed. A maniacal grin promised brutal satisfaction. The sudden, intense strike connected, erupting in violent purple energy against the man's chest. Victorious, the attacker reveled in landing a critical blow, believing the fight was suddenly over. The attacker, engulfed in a blinding aura, roared with raw, desperate power. The ultimate defense activated, Iron Guard. The mysterious attack leaves the opponent utterly devastated, screaming over the grotesque damage to his torso. The final, desperate blow lands, leaving the defeated opponent momentarily stunned before the victor prepares for the next step. The final, devastating blow slammed the spy into the ground, cementing the assassin's victory. Captured servant, Hong So-hye, struggled against her fate, desperately crying out that it wasn't true. Despite the irrefutable evidence, Hong So-hye could only cry out in shocked denial. The investigator attempts to regain composure as the respected figure urges him to be quiet. The assembled monks react sharply as Monk Mujin continues to present his shocking testimony. The intimidating presence of the shadows and monks solidified as Hong So-hye was brought before them. The black-clothed man, his identity hidden, finally revealed his smug, victorious grin. Brutally defeated, he grits his teeth, vowing desperate measures to survive this fight. Ru Ji-gwing granted the request, seemingly appeased by Mujin's thorough presentation. The mysterious figure, now certain of their target, landed silently on the roof tiles. The spy, Hong So-hye, was finally cornered by the cloaked figure. Even as sand blinded him, the desperation to survive fueled his next dirty move against his foe. The heavily bruised fighter was finally presented, his torso exposed to the shocked onlookers. The monk, battered but alive, demanded the captive finally speak. With a sharp sound effect, the piece of paper is presented as crucial evidence. The masked figure triumphantly held up the letter, confirming his claims against the terrified servant. Monk Mujin, bearing the bruises of the fight, smiled confidently as he presented his defense. Monk Mujin calmly presented the evidence, leaving the final verdict to their wisdom. Despite the damning evidence, she refused to accept her fate. As the captured servant remained silent, the merchant guild leader prepared to speak. Looking to Ru Ji-gwing, the merchant guild leader, illuminated from below, finally speaks, his expression grim. The merchant guild's elder decided he would personally handle the matter of the imprisoned servant. The weight of his words shattered Hong So-hye's last hope. Ru Ji-gwing seized the servant roughly, asserting control as Monk Mujin watched impassively. With the evidence presented, the guild leader moves to finalize the judgment against the captured servant. Overwhelmed and captured, Hong So-hye screamed that Monk Mujin had orchestrated her downfall. The chaotic climax breaks as figures realize Lady Sola is present. The confrontation finally reached its conclusion, and the weary monk stepped out, needing respite. The initial surprise gave way to a pained cry as the confrontation continued. The tension shatters as the immense Monk Biab gang arrives, his very presence radiating overwhelming power. The furious master demands an audience, interrupting any silent resolution. He claims he has vital information to share with Mujin privately. The man in black reveals his true, malicious colors with a chilling, unsettling grin. The silhouette entered the damp, stone prison cell, the metallic sound echoing in the oppressive quiet. With the false accusation silenced, Monk Biapgang approached the detained servant, his questions cutting through the tense silence. His final desperate attempt to speak was brutally silenced with a gag forced into his mouth. With the immediate threat neutralized, the man in black looms over the captive servant. The interrogation continued, zeroing in on the crucial piece of evidence Hong So-hye had handed over. The captured spy, battered and desperate, demands the report before cooperating further. The interrogation continued, with the captured servant refusing to confess her supposed treachery. The interrogator continued to press Hong So-hye, implying they knew everything about her contacts. So why won't you commit suicide? The final, desperate struggle ends as the servant is brutally subdued, the dark shadows enveloping her. The vicious attack concluded in a horrifying spray of blood. The guild leader, Ru Ji Guang, glowed with intensity, demanding an immediate discussion after revealing the depth of the crisis. Strained by the reprimand, he clasped his hands in a formal, apologetic gesture. The stern lecture finally ended, leaving the younger monk utterly taken aback by the unexpected dressing down. The map of the world below highlights numerous points, demanding focus and time to consider the scope. The hulking monk massaged his forehead, reeling from the sheer responsibility and complexity of the situation. The guild leader's expression was sharp, absorbing the detailed reports of corruption. Shock instantly registered on his face upon hearing the sudden news. As the imposing figure loomed, a sense of dread mixed with determination hardened the protagonist's resolve. The younger monk, chastised but receptive, looked down, processing the elder's words about trust and following orders. The scolding had clearly left the young boy shaken, as he winced under the scrutiny of the elders. The shock of the news leaves the elderly couple reeling under the harsh midday sky. The guild leader's stern gaze confirmed his deep concern over the recent crisis. The scene shifts, revealing the title card for the next part of the story. The stern lecture ends as the scene abruptly shifts to the Heavenly Merchant Guild leader's office, immediately hit by shocking news. The grim aftermath of the confrontation is revealed, the guild leader shocked by the unseen violence. Mu Jin listened intently as the guild leader laid out his case, his own surprise evident. The guild leader was deeply affected by the spy's betrayal. Realizing the depth of the corruption, he quickly backpedaled, realizing his question implied personal concern. Ru Ji Guang finally voiced his profound trust in monk Mu Jin. The guild leader, visibly impressed by Mu Jin's swift action against the spy, leaned in to continue his thoughts. Ru Ji Guang, convinced by Mu Jin's wisdom, decides to fully entrust him with the ongoing danger. The guild leader looked on, his serious expression betraying confusion at Mu Jin's sudden question about Sola. Ru Ji Guang meticulously organizes the regional reports, Hubei, Gansu, and Shanxi. He finished reviewing the report, a new detail causing him to pause mid-sentence. The guild leader swiftly calculated the discrepancies, his abacus clicking rapidly with every suspicious transaction. The guild leader diligently reviewed the financial reports, his abacus clicking steadily. Ru Ji Guang, deeply unsettled by the news of Hong So-hee's death, internally questioned the unfolding events. The guild leader's expression hardened, the weight of further bad news settling in. The guild leader, deeply troubled by the situation, listened intently to monk Mu Jin's counsel. The guild leader confirms that the details regarding Hong So-hee's activities were conveyed in writing. Ru Ji Guang, sensing Mu Jin's profound wisdom, finally felt he could entrust the guild's deepest issues to him. The official's stern words hung heavy, but the immediate danger had passed. The guild leader, witnessing Mu Jin's brilliance, finally trusted him completely. As Ru Ji Guang finished laying out the critical situation, he waited intently for Mu Jin's response. The guild leader intensely reviews the evidence, realizing the grave implications for the Heavenly Merchant Guild and Shaolin. As Ru Ji Guang processed the spy situation, his thoughts shifted to the next potential threat. The guild leader finishes his urgent explanation, and suddenly, an unexpected visitor appears. Lady Sola. The guild leader listened intently, ready to hear the full context of Mu Jin's success. The guild leader, having secured the evidence, reveals the depth of their ongoing investigation into the sect's internal corruption. The guild leader cleared his throat, signaling the transition to the next crucial point of their discussion. Despite the heavy warning, he resignedly conceded to the point. As the guild leader spoke, his anxious hand settled over his chest, his urgency palpable. The guild leader paused, his expression shifting to one of focused inquiry as he awaited the next revelation. The guild leader, reflecting on recent events, began to explain his growing unease. he admitted his shortcomings, feeling the weight of the guild leader's grave concerns. Mujin demonstrated the close physical technique necessary for the muscle lengthening treatment, illustrating why female patients pose an issue. The old ways remain rigid, adhering strictly to traditional Confucian separation of the sexes. Mujin continued his careful ministrations, addressing the elder woman's painful spots on her back and ankle. As the treatment began, the patient recoiled in shock from the unexpected contact. The guild leader's righteous fury erupted, fueled by the realization of deep-seated betrayal. Mujin, now trusted by the guild leader, begins to offer his thoughts on the situation. The guild leader pondered deeply, considering the weight of Mujin's testimony and revelations. Ruji Guang confirms his action, his expression showing focused contemplation. The guild leader watched the demonstration, confident in Mujin's unique abilities. The guild leader considered the monk's unexpected assistance, a low murmur escaping his lips. The sudden proposal left Sowa utterly stunned, caught off guard by the unexpected request. He boasted, proud of his creation that prevents vital information from leaking. The guild leader reflected on Mujin's actions, acknowledging the sheer ambition guiding the clinic's success. The guild leader, mollified by Mujin's swift action, now openly expressed his sincere gratitude. Ru Ji-guang summoned his subordinate, the chief administrator Yang, after concluding his meeting. The guild leader, having heard the shocking news, begins to question Mujin further about Hong So-hee's connections. Caught off guard by the surprising proposal, Sowa stammered a hesitant affirmation. The guild leader, impressed by Mujin's decisive action, signaled his readiness to trust him further. Having secured the guild leader's consent, Mujin turns to address Sowa directly with a proposal. The guild leader's words about Hong So-hee's death clearly stunned the administrator. The guild leader, impressed by Mujin's wisdom, now trusts him to handle this grave internal threat. The shock registers on her face as the harsh realities of the situation sink in around her. The guild leader, regaining his composure after the startling news, now listens intently to monk Mujin's next report. The monk's beaming smile contrasts sharply with the sudden shock registering on the guild leader's face. The merchant guild leader bowed deeply, acknowledging Mujin's indispensable help in neutralizing the spy. Mujin's confident, almost mischievous smile countered the serious tone of his scolding. Mujin watched her, the weight of their goal resting heavily on the quiet anticipation in the room. Ru Ji-guang's thoughtful planning for expansion was met with surprise, even tension. He watched her quietly mutter her anxieties, the weight of the situation pressing down on him. His concern lingered, reflecting the weight of the impending journey and leaving Mujin to wonder if things would truly settle. Mujin confidently assured them that he had finished preparing Ru Sowa. The sinister figure looms over Sowa, setting the stage for the gaslighting plot. Mujin continues detailing the educational plan, focusing on Ru Sowa's physical advancements. With Ru Sowa making rapid progress, Mujin felt the dedicated training was reaching its zenith. With the training complete, Mujin moved on to finalize the plans for expansion. Mujin firmly asserted his plan to conquer new territory beyond Dongfeng County. The lesson moved on to the practicalities of nutrition, meat for protein, vegetables, and rice. Mujin confirmed his readiness, ready to detail the next step of the Merchant Guild expansion. On the 5th day, the training begins in earnest, and monk Mujin calls both of them forward. This prepared space, filled with training apparatus, signals the commencement of Ru Sowa's dedicated physical education. Seeing her confidence bolstered, the Grand Master agreed to the plan. Despite her initial hesitation, she readily agreed to the grandmother's request. The practical training continued, focusing on gentle manipulation of the elderly patient's limbs. Her expression shifted, catching the bluntness of his encouragement. She flushed, embarrassed by the sudden attention to her weight. With the motivation secured, Monk Mujin took a final, steady breath before departing. Monk Mujin observed her dedicated practice, noting her quick absorption of the physical training. The strategy for expansion solidified. Mujin now prepares for the long journey ahead. Despite the visible strain, Ru Sowa's commitment to the basic physical training shines through. He passionately urged Ru Sola to move, using the pretense of education, which she accepted without protest. She'll feel more accomplished and recover some of her confidence, Mu Jin thought. Her determination was clear, but the physical toll of the basics left Ru Sola gasping under the summer sky. The posture work continued, pushing her physical limits as monk Mu Jin observed her progress. Mu Jin felt the weight of his plan as he confirmed Ru Sola's readiness. She diligently reviewed the manual, already questioning the execution of the next step. Mu Jin observed her reaction, careful about stating the obvious about her weight. With her basic theory complete, Sola now focused on independent study, absorbing new knowledge while he observed. His overwhelming relief must have been evident as monk Mu Jin discreetly observed the scene. Ru Jiguang was so moved by the progress that he secretly offered emergency funds. The branch leader, clearly anxious, readied himself for the impending meeting. The chilling realization hits him. The spy's machinations involved deliberate degradation. That firm handshake sealed the agreement, solidifying the commitment for the future ahead. But the training was only the precursor. The Merchant Guild expansion was the true objective. The Merchant Guild leader listened intently as Mu Jin laid out his next move, a decisive placement on the map. With all groundwork complete, Mu Jin proudly announced the expansion plan. The opening of franchises. The Merchant Guild leader's true goal surfaces, uncovering the secretive underworld branch. Mu Jin, ready for the next step, confirms his plans for Shola's training with the Merchant Guild leader. The first branch will be in Jiangxi province, specifically Nanchang. The strategy focuses on Nanchang, a neutral zone far from the established influence of Shaolin and other sects. The branch leader could barely contain his genuine surprise at Mu Jin's strategic foresight. The Merchant Guild leader points to key regions on the map, planning their expansion strategy. Mu Jin recognizes the captured spy, Hong Sohei, as a mere puppet for the larger Merchant Guild. Having settled the training, Mu Jin focused intensely on the map, pinpointing his next strategic move. The Heavenly Merchant Guild's dark dealings are revealed, showcasing the source of their corruption. The branch leader confirmed that monk Biop Jian was the right choice to manage things back home. Grandmaster Hyun Kwang gives his final blessing as Mu Jin departs to Nanchang. His careful instruction concluded, Mu Jin simply urged her to execute the exercise now. With Mu Jin departing, his disciples were left to manage things in his absence. I'll bring some meat to eat there too. The gravity of the situation dawned on him as he realized the depth of the deception. Mu Jin gave his final affirmation, a simple gesture signaling the plan was set. The quiet contemplation continued as Mu Jin prepared to depart for his new venture. Grandmaster Hyun Guang grants his blessing for the journey to Nanchang. Mu Jin's intensity projects, showing the two vital areas he's covering, management and customer interaction. With all preparations complete, the journey to Nanchang was set to commence under the moonlight. The Merchant Guild leader expressed satisfaction that Ru Sola was ready for her next step. Mu Jin's determined expression met Ru Sola's lingering worry as the final phase of her training concluded. The intimidating presence loomed, making Ru Sola visibly uneasy and questioning the situation. He silently reaffirmed his gratitude for everything monk Mu Jin had done. Standing alone in the night, the veiled figure reflects on the isolation surrounding them. With all preparations complete, monk Mu Jin beams with confidence, ready for the next step. Mu Jin's careful instruction cemented her understanding, leaving her feeling hopeful and affirmed. With a final pinky promise, Sola accepted the terms, her initial timidity replaced by agreement. Even after securing permission, the disciples still anxiously awaited the final word from the Grand Master. The journey to Nanchang begins, the sound of the heavy wagons echoing through the quiet woods. He considered his next step carefully, reflecting on the immediate danger. The narrative shifts focus now to the larger scheme unfolding, the unorthodox tyrant chronicles. The sudden realization hits him, casting a dark, intense shadow across his face. The monk settled amongst the crates, seemingly unbothered by the journey's end. The monk, finally arriving at their destination, greets Nanchang with a knowing, satisfied grin. The monk's internal monologue about his solitary journey is suddenly interrupted by the arrival. The rough journey finally concludes as the carriages approach the distant structures of Nanchang. Despite the monk's attempts to rest, the journey was clearly far from over. He realized that an unaccompanied journey would have been better, interrupted by his companion's insistence. The verbal confrontation quickly escalated into a physical strike, eliciting a furious, shocked retort. The monk, violently jolted awake, clutches his head as a long stick taps him. Even the rough awakening failed to stir the stubborn monk, confirming his utter disregard for his companions. The monk's exasperation boils over. He silently curses his involuntary companion. Rusholo's sharp perception cut through the pleasantries. He immediately confirmed the monk's arrival. The leader's thinly veiled contempt for the young monk's youth and supposed arrogance was palpable. The monk's irritation towards his travel companion was palpable, even after arrival. This unexpected confrontation was precisely what he craved. He mused on his primary objective, dismantling the corrupt elements within the Heavenly Merchant Guild. The loud, abrasive yawn signals the abrupt end to his sleep. Just as I thought, something fun's about to happen. Just as Mu-Jin anticipated, shadowy figures were already observing their arrival. A stark, echoing declaration cuts through the tension as the challenge is laid bare. The weary journey ends as they finally arrive at the Heavenly Merchant Guild's Nanchang branch. The subordinate cautiously entered the room, drawing the branch leader's attention. The imposing young monk squared his shoulders, ready to meet the challenge ahead. Even as Mu-Jin greeted the branch leader, a strange awareness prickled his senses. Despite the branch leader's curt dismissal, Mu-Jin maintained his composure, offering a polite greeting with hands pressed together. Rusiolo, the branch leader, regarded the young monk with veiled contempt, the pipe smoke curling around him. Rusiolo, the branch leader, knew the Shaolin disciples had arrived, but something felt off. Rusiolo, radiating an aura of calculated dismissal, finally acknowledges the Shaolin disciples' presence. Rusiolo, the branch leader, observed them coolly while slowly savoring his pipe. The challenger, Kang Jiwon, clearly felt insulted, ready to enforce his challenge. The masked younger disciple steps forward, ready to confront the monk himself. Rusiolo calmly awaits, his presence announced by a sharp sound in the quiet office. The sudden, silent confrontation hung heavy as the branch leader watched the confrontation unfold. Rusiolo, the branch leader, prepares to make his statement, seemingly unfazed by the unfolding chaos. Rusiolo calmly makes a decisive stroke, the sudden action cutting through the tension left by the confrontation. The sinister leader recalls a past incident involving many Shaolin disciples. A place, he muses, reacts to what interests it. The sparring match was set. The monks needed a proper outlet for the built-up tension. Kang Taegu, the Thai sword sect leader, mockingly celebrates the arrival of the Shaolin disciples. The Jiangxi Buddha fist sect's representative, Jihyok, greets the arrivals with an outwardly friendly demeanor. The arrival was less than pleasant, and now he shields his eyes, taking in the unfamiliar surroundings. The newly delivered tools and scrolls, essentials for the clinic, shimmer with promised utility. The arrival of the Jiangxi delegation sends a shockwave through the gathered factions. Despite the earlier shouts, the disciple was met only with confused silence at the door. The branch leader greets them with a practiced, overly familiar smile, already making himself seem important. The servants stood anxiously as the monk finally roused. The journey concluded. The guild leader steps out, arms wide, revealing the excited reception he'd prepared. The monk watched his sleeping companion, realizing their arrival meant the game was beginning. The rumors Mu-Jin mentioned immediately manifest as Kang Taegu, the Thai sword sect leader, aggressively confronts them. Their hostility boiled over as the claim was made. Shaolin was here for commerce, not compassion. The heated accusations fly, with Kang Taegu vehemently denying any monetary corruption from the Shaolin Temple's side. Accusations of corruption hung heavy, leading to the harsh demand to retreat to their mountain. The confrontation had begun. The hostile reception from Rusiolo was palpable. Rusholo's casual cruelty was met with stunned silence from the onlookers. Cornered by the direct accusation, The Thai sword sect member quickly backs down, claiming only rumors led him here. Seeing their stubborn refusal, Kang Jiwon threw down a challenge, suggesting a duel to settle the matter. Mu Jin counters the accusation, reframing their presence as a selfless act to aid the suffering. Even after stating their selfless intent, the accusations from the local factions only grew sharper. The sincerity of the monk's plea for the people's health only seemed to provoke further suspicion from the gathered sect leaders. His tone growing accusatory, he directly challenged Mu Jin's stated purpose for being there. The young martial artists glared, their chibi rage palpable as they witnessed the audacity of the monks. The confrontation hangs heavy in the air, punctuated by a sharp, unseen declaration. The confrontation ignites as the assertive leader steps forward, demanding attention from the newly arrived Shaolin disciples. The Thai sword sect leader recoils, stunned, as his son, Kang Jiwon, steps forward. Kang Jiwon steps up, ready to enforce the aggressive mindset he believes a Shaolin disciple should possess. The confrontation escalates quickly as the hostile martial artists arrive, demanding answers. Kang Jiwon's eyes flared with aggressive intent, realizing the true nature of the challenge before him. The confrontation boils over as Kang Jiwon challenges the young monk's presence. The sheer shock of witnessing such power radiating from someone so young left the elder breathless and stunned. His raw power shocks the onlookers, confirming the prior whispers about his survival. His ferocious expression solidified as he recognized the familiar, devastating technique. The sheer shockwave of his declaration echoed, a violent, resounding impact. The aftermath of the confrontation left the man gasping for air, utterly defeated. The young monk stands victorious, his word final over the defeated man beneath his foot. The initial shock subsides, leaving him perched atop the rooftops, surveying the compound below. The captured informant, clearly intimidated by the threat, prepared to reveal crucial details. The intimidating presence of the newly revealed Demon Extermination Squad hung heavy in the air. The chapter title card appears, reinforcing the core identity of the protagonist's journey. The night sky looms over the illuminated city nestled by the towering cliffs and waterfall. The onlookers, momentarily stunned by the sudden resolution, couldn't help but notice his striking appearance. The transformation complete, Mu Jin swiftly reverts to his less conspicuous disguise. With his objective clear, he surveyed the illuminated streets of Nanchang under the night sky. The scent hit him instantly, a familiar and unwelcome intrusion interrupting his thoughts. Suddenly realizing the potential of the establishment, the protagonist focused on the next necessary step. The initial chaos subsided, yet a creeping dread replaced the momentary calm. This calm, imposing figure now considers the scale of the threat. The grand flavors of Dongpo are a welcome change from months of meager monk rations. The physical strain was immense, but his focus snapped back to the immediate mission. The tension in the room crackled, demanding a response as he finally acknowledged their presence. The sudden roar echoes, making the monk visibly tense as he processes the implications. The sound effect emphasizes the arrival of the glorious Dongpo pork. The dazzling presentation confirmed the delicious anticipation he felt. The immediate, overwhelming need for sustenance takes precedence over all other concerns. The feast begins as the two monks ravenously start their long-awaited meal. The sudden, jarring sound of cutlery clattering punctuated the monks' ravenous consumption. The heavenly Dongpo pork, rich with nutrients, was finally within reach. The gluttonous monk savors the incredible aroma, ready to devour the feast, promising an almost spiritual rebirth through nutrients. The monk, delighted by the feast, lets out an appreciative sigh as the succulent meat is presented. The monk's enjoyment of the Dongpo meat was palpable, a well-deserved reward after his hard work. The man seemed pleased, acknowledging the situation appeared resolved without his direct intervention. The sheer volume of the feast stunned the monk, leaving him momentarily speechless. The man, recognized in his disguise, reacted with immediate shock and recognition. The monk, startled by the unexpected presence, reacts violently to the stranger observing his meal. The informant's terrified plea snaps him back to the immediate mission at hand. He paused, processing the revelation about the Black Death faction before gathering his resolve. The monk watched, stunned, as the powerful figure abruptly stood up, ready to leave. The monk, still savoring his meal, eyes the untouched cup of wine. The rugged man questioned the sufficiency of the information, pouring himself more drink. The monk watched the feast, his own desire for fine liquor echoing the previous greed. He reveled in the moment, feeling the need to bolster his strength before the coming confrontation. The demon extermination squad's presence confirms his surveillance was not unfounded, even though they didn't react aggressively to the anti-demon Buddha energy. These observers were clearly assessing the situation. The man's frantic outburst was immediately met with a cool, unimpressed reaction from the monk. Startled by the demand, the servant boy hesitantly peeked around the door frame. This perfect, gleaming silver ingot represents the money received, finally allowing for a well-deserved meal. His focus instantly snapped back to the money, the grand meal momentarily forgotten. That brute gloated, flashing his ill-gotten silver, oblivious to the intense scrutiny he faced. Having dispatched the immediate threat, it was time to remember the primary objective. He identified the grim building as the Black Death faction, a potential alias for his target. The informant's panicked mention of the Black Death faction leads them directly to this imposing, newly revealed entrance. The recipient of the interrogation visibly recoils, recognizing the implied threat in the monk's sudden shift in demeanor. The shocked bystanders confirmed that the defeated men belonged to the same group as the one from yesterday. Despite the sudden violence, the thug's information was secured with a sharp, decisive slap. His disdainful gaze confirmed that he hadn't been fooled by the ruse, demanding another answer for his patience wearing thin. The interrogation escalates with a chilling threat. He would even boil the man alive if he pleased. He dismissed the need for reinforcements, confident in his own power. The man immediately capitulates under the implied threat, begging for mercy. The informant's relief was short-lived as his associates excitedly confirmed they had located the targets. The interrogation continues, demanding information about any rising threats or outside influence. The thug reels back, painfully forced to listen as the protagonist issues a cold, direct command. The sudden, dramatic displays of power drew the immediate, awestruck attention of everyone present. The two thugs, alerted by the strange energy, immediately realized they weren't alone. The other monk recovers, surveying the defeated men and asking the protagonist what he intends to do next. The stunned observer could only manage a single, sharp command as the confrontation ended abruptly. An insidious organization, detailed in the unorthodox Tyrant Chronicles, rises from the shadows. The chains drop, stained with the evidence of imprisonment and the horrors of trafficking. The leader's disappointment hangs heavy under the pale moonlight. The defeated subordinate kneels amidst the debris, awaiting the villain's decree. The leader, shrouded in shadow, pauses his drink, the weight of the failed operation heavy in the silent room. The villain leader regarded the kneeling subordinate with cool disdain, assessing the failure. His weapon was gone, yet his defiance remained absolute. Despite his weapon being destroyed, the enemy refuses to concede defeat. The shocked villain realized his weapon, empowered by dark energy, was utterly useless against the sudden influx of power. The villain leader wonders aloud about the ultimate showdown between Haiguan and himself. The skirmish continued to rage, but a new player emerged from the shadows, ready for action. As the others were dispatched, a sense of unease began to creep into the remaining villain. The heat intensifies rapidly, revealing fiery imprints on the dark surface. The clash erupted with explosive force, showcasing the sheer power behind the incoming technique. The heat intensified as the monk sensed danger, his palms glowing with power. The initial clash of power results in a deafening shockwave as the villain screams in utter defeat. The villain leader seizes his captive, his shocking declaration echoing with menace. The initial clash was swift, leaving the villains utterly dominated by the disciplined Shaolin force. The tide instantly turned as the masked enforcers launched their coordinated assault. Their casual displays of force only confirmed the villains' low expectations. The enemy forces, recognizing the Shaolin disciples' power, suddenly unleashed their own hidden strength upon the barrier. The demon extermination squad burst onto the scene, their assault announced by a thunderous call. With the title card presented, the chaos and the clash of power truly begin. The demon extermination squad moved with ruthless efficiency, turning the tide of the chaotic melee. The brute lunged forward, a snarl distorting his face as the assault began. The extermination squad made short, brutal work of the surprised villains in swift succession. The order rings out, but a sudden surge of power stops Mu Jin's subordinate cold. The ensuing melee erupted instantly, the Shaolin disciples overwhelming their ambushers with swift, precise strikes. The shocking sound of breaking wood heralds a desperate shout. Monk Haiguan. The villains felt the sudden, overwhelming pressure as the Shaolin disciples launched their counter-assault. The opponent barely registered the lightning-fast strike before being overwhelmed by the sheer force of the blow. That arrogant boast proved fatal. His weapon was utterly destroyed by the overwhelming force. The clash of immense power hung suspended in the night sky, setting the stage for the final confrontation. The blow lands with explosive force, shattering the ground beneath the robed figure. The villain's desperate defense is immediately met by the overwhelming force of the incoming squad. The decisive battle begins as the villain lunges forward, channeling dark energy into a powerful strike. The villain, bracing for impact, demands no evidence remain. The ground erupted under the sudden, overwhelming force of the clash. The initial shock of the ambush quickly gives way to brutal, close-quarters combat. The ground shatters under the sheer force of the descending foot, a prelude to Mu Jin's punishment. The rogue monk launched himself into the night air, enveloped in blazing blue energy. The shockwave of impact shattered the enemy's weapon with a sickening crack. The battle erupted under the night sky with deafening percussive sounds marking the clash. The defeated villain, thrilled by the intense battle, expresses awe at the power of his opponent. The villain leader, seeing the relentless advance, starts questioning his own strategy. Should he unleash Haiguan now? The villain, defeated and nursing his neck, can only manage a low, thoughtful hum as the real fight begins around him. The heat intensified, drawing his attention to the strange, burning marks appearing on his hand. The villain, still smarting from their earlier failure, watches the chaos unfold outside in the dark village. The villain's confidence flickered, perhaps realizing his opponent was far stronger than anticipated. The monk's weapon, shattered by sheer power, now lies broken on the ravaged earth. Despite the odds, the man asserts his identity, reminding his foe he is still a formidable Shaolin disciple. He thought his opponent was bluffing, but the terrifying power beginning to coalesce in that fist proved him horribly wrong. The tyrant's smug confidence shattered as the monk delivered a devastating, glowing blow. Having provoked the true strength of his opponent, the villain now faces Haiguan's cold declaration. The villain's smug grin met the stunned shock of his subordinate, who clearly hadn't anticipated this confrontation. The villain's bravado immediately shattered as a powerful hand seized his collar. The ambush is sprung, catching the first villain entirely off guard with a brutal opening strike. He's sending the opponent flying off the very edge of the cliff face. The villain stared in sheer terror as an unseen force closed in on him. His taunt about sending them all to hell was met with a terrifying response. The confrontation explodes as the monk yells, charging headlong into the fray. He sneers, his rage barely contained by the confrontation. You're about to find out the truth. The swiftness of the attack sent the snot-nosed brat tumbling violently onto the dry earth. The frantic energy culminated in a blinding strike, a testament to the brute force employed. The shadowy figure's desperate lunge, employing that rushed self-defense technique, has finally connected. The aggressor, furious at being mocked, vows to crush the demon exterminator next. The smug man, perhaps believing his taunts worked, pointedly corrects the protagonist's previous assumption. Despite the rushed execution, the technique successfully countered the heavy overhead strike. The swift counterattack connects, sending the opponent crashing violently to the ground beneath the dark night sky. The tyrant faction member's bravado shattered instantly upon seeing the outcome. Despite being thrown hard onto his back, The man vows with maniacal intensity that he will rise again. The shockwave of the impact registered on the defeated foe's face. The monk's surprising technique concluded with a final, powerful discharge of energy. Ignoring the taunts, the man in orange lunged forward, ready to strike. The weary fighter rubs his neck, the sounds of impact still echoing from the swift exchange. The sheer force of the monk's technique sent the remaining thugs collapsing to the dusty ground. Ignoring his boast, the leader gathered his dark energy for a final, decisive assault. He charged in, not caring about the monk's preparation, focused only on a final, crushing blow. The aftermath. Mu Jin secures victory, while Hai Guan demands a meager payment for his efforts. Even after my powerful counter, he's still resisting with pure fury. Despite the hasty execution, the technique worked perfectly, leaving the foe stunned and caught in the swirling blue energy. As the shock hits, he recognizes the strange technique and the young monk's identity. The shockwave of his forceful kick met the spiked weapon head-on. The sudden, overwhelming impact rendered the attacker breathless and exposed. Enraged by the previous confrontation, the fighter unleashes a burst of dark energy against his downed opponent. Despite the sloppy execution, the technique still connected, sending the opponent reeling. My previous strike, though rushed, landed effectively, shattering his composure. Despite the rush, the improvised self-defense technique landed perfectly, bringing the foe down hard. Despite the effort, his crude technique proved utterly useless against the surging dark energy. He couldn't understand. Every time he tried to move, the monk countered instantly. Despite the monk's odd techniques, this brute must now gather all his strength for one final, desperate counter. His desperate move, a clash of dark power against raw aggression, forces a sharp reaction. The demon exterminator unleashes a flurry of savage, purple-tinged attacks, overwhelming the monks with club barrage strikes. Despite the hurried execution, the unexpected blow landed, driving the spike club deep into the enemy's jaw. The opponent reels from the devastating impact of the chain punch, the force visibly shattering his composure. Despite the frantic, rushed nature of the self-defense, the block landed exactly where it needed to. The unexpected, low blow lands with devastating force, eliciting an agonizing, primal scream. Despite the shock of being hit, the leader's rage erupted, focusing his gaze intensely. Despite the rushed execution, the defense worked perfectly, slamming the opponent backward. The monk unleashes a final, powerful kick, ending his opponent's fight with brutal finality. Despite his desperate counterattack, the sheer force of the blow shattered his defense. The demon exterminator's reckless defense only served to absorb the blow, but it had worked regardless. The sheer force of the attack slammed into the ground, eliciting a furious, desperate outcry. His final, desperate lunge was filled with lethal intent, shocking his opponent with the residual power. The man, defeated and stunned, struggles to process the finality of the blow. Gathering every last bit of inner energy, he prepares a final, devastating strike. The demon exterminator unleashes his desperate counterattack, focusing all his remaining malice into the spiked club. The monk's palm technique, though rushed, connected with overwhelming force. The clash reached its peak as both fighters committed fully to their deadly strikes. The masked man offered a chillingly casual greeting over the terrified outburst of his opponent. The clash concludes, signaling the abrupt, crushing end of the Tyrant Blade faction's resistance. The sheer force of the blow connects, sending a violent shockwave and spraying blood across the frame. Despite the hasty execution, the counterattack landed perfectly, leaving the enemy stunned. The leader of the Tyrant faction crumples, his pride shattered beneath the unexpected assault. He mocks the monk's mental state, suggesting a lack of sense after being brutally defeated. His arrogance bubbling over, the thug prepared to unleash his next volley of threats. The battle concluded swiftly, leaving only the quiet night sky to absorb the aftermath. The victor, Hai Guan, casually conjured the payment for his service, a single silver nying, under the dark night sky. The remnants of the battle lay strewn across the dark wooden floor, the silence heavy after the swift victory. And so, The monk delivered a final, powerful kick, smashing through the surrounding barrier. As the fight concluded, the saved victims confirmed the monk's earlier assessment of the situation. The impact of the sudden blow left his comrades stunned and reacting poorly to the surprise attack. With the fight decisively won, the rescued victims stood witnessing the aftermath. The initial chaos subsides as the aftermath of the skirmish begins to be sorted out. The meticulous ledger detailed everything, yet the true culprits remained hidden within the records. The demon exterminator examines the papers recovered, demanding answers about their contents. The recovered ledger mentioned only identities slated for sale, revealing nothing of the puppet masters. Despite securing the victims, the ledgers revealed a chilling lack of information about the true masterminds. Recalling the Shadow Tyrant Chronicles, the sinister presence of the Jagal clan strikes him with shock. The formidable structures of the Teal Fao clan complex rise under the bright Nanchang sky. His anger barely concealed, the Jagal elder silently reviewed the shocking request made by Kang Jua. The imposing figure sat amidst the defeated, their glowing eyes promising grim retribution. The blessed monk stood firm on the wooden roof, his simple attire contrasting with the gravity of the impending challenge. The speaker trails off, deep in thought, surrounded by scrolls and books in the dimly lit room. The elder's contempt explodes outward in a single, visceral declaration: trash. The tension mounts as the Jagal clan seeks retribution, proposing a rematch to cleanly conclude their feud. The imposing elder Jagal Hyan sat silently, his hooded guards flanking him, the gravity of the situation heavy in the air. The elder, Jajil Hyan, returned the anxious man's hurried apology with a slight condescension. The elder, Jagal Hyan, listens with cold scrutiny, his silent guards flanking him menacingly. The elder, relieved by the elder's intervention, clasps his hands in gratitude. The elder Jagal, surrounded by silent, hooded figures, sat waiting as the injured father and son finally approached. The elder's shock turns to rage as the supporting man flinches under his scrutiny. The elder, Jagal Hyan, looms over them, his expression cold as he processes the desperate plea for aid. His fury boiled over, questioning why the Shaolin temple dared to interfere with their established affairs. The elder's frustration over his son's broken jaw demanded immediate action, focusing the discussion on what came next. The elder's face tightened with palpable anger, seeing the extent of the monk's perceived callousness. The furious elder pointed out the grievous injury, demanding attention for his son's dislocated jaw. Their petty squabbles over ledgers and the fire sex troubles are suddenly overshadowed by a single, pressing need. Kang Jiwan, the Jagal elder, pondered the severity of the situation now laid before him. The elder, unimpressed by their claims of injury, immediately grasped the true, underlying ambition. The Jagal elder's intent hung heavy in the air, visually represented by this unsettling, spreading power across the map of Nanchang. The elder presses the issue, confirming the previous engagement between the blessed monk and the sect leader's son. The elder, Kang Jiwan, reveals his disdain, clearly unimpressed by the messenger's predicament. The elder, surrounded by his silent, ominous guards, finally gives his instruction. The elder, Jagal Hyan, listens intently as one of the cloaked figures begins to speak, clearly calculating his next move. Having asserted his control, the elder now states his precise demand. The mysterious figure finally reveals the name of the warrior they are facing: Jinhee. The protagonist scoffed at the idea of being scared, clearly ready for this confrontation. The elder, fueled by parental rage, pointed a stern finger, ready to dictate terms. The monk stood firm, clearly unimpressed by the elder's agitated scolding. The blessed monk silences their aggressive demands with a chilling, nonverbal rejection. The elders listened intently as the mysterious figure spoke, his shadowed presence looming over the conversation. The shadowed figure reveals her true motive, tarnishing the healer's reputation. The sun began its slow ascent over the dense forest, casting a brilliant, almost blinding light. The protagonist stared back, framed by the dramatic sunrise, bracing for the confrontation. The blessed monk's furious glare conveyed utter disbelief at their audacity. His subtle movements betrayed a sudden readiness. Perhaps realizing the gravity of the challenge ahead, the monk reacted instantly, snapping the scroll shut with a sharp sound. Utterly unimpressed by the grand presentation, the elder frowned, examining the treatment item with discomfort. The shadowy elder uses a forbidden technique, frequency transmission, catching the monk completely off guard. The envoy, Jaegel Jinhee, stands ready, demanding the removal of the veil before their serious confrontation begins. The monk, still smug, greets the challenger atop the Shaolin structure. The elder's rage boils over at the disrespectful monk who so easily defeated his kin. The muscular elder's smug question was met with a chilling, veiled response. He doubted the monk would fully comply with their demands for the rematch. The blessed monk simply assessed the opponent's surging energy with fierce concentration. He knew the weight of that name. The Jaegel clan dared to claim rivalry. The monk stood firm, unimpressed by the assembled elders and their implied threat. The protagonist, unimpressed, dismisses the severity of the earlier brawl. The masked figure gripped their robes, a sudden, sharp intake of breath betraying their intensity. The sudden, forceful impact resonated through the air as the figure struck, creating a visual shockwave. The immense power emanating from the object stunned the observer. With the challenge accepted, the blessed monk reacts instantly, his robes billowing as he prepares for the rematch. The granddaughter of the patriarch, Jaegel Jinhee, makes her dramatic entrance. The blessed monk, still processing the Jaegel clan's audacious request, braces himself for the impending rematch. The challenge was issued, and with the veil now set aside, the fight commenced under the bright midday sky. The Shadow Sword Squad member unleashes a shocking burst of speed, clearly overwhelming her opponent. Faced with such overwhelming power, one must immediately brace for impact. The clash erupts violently as the monk launches his fiery attack against the swift, icy strike of the Shadow Sword Squad member. The sheer intensity of the confrontation left the opposing fighter visibly straining under the pressure. His initial aggressive charge was met head-on by the surprising power emanating from her defense. Ignoring the prior shock, she taunts Jin, showcasing her deadly, glowing fan technique. He readied himself, locking his gaze onto the ominous dark energy now centered on him. He charged forward recklessly, planning to close the distance and neutralize her ranged threat. The dust settles on the decisive victory. Chapter 52 begins. The brutal clash of techniques echoed across the balcony, scattering the onlookers below. The air crackles as he focuses his intent, ready to share the decisive strategy. He dismissed the suggestion with incredulous outrage, clearly against taking any risks. For now, his decisive declaration echoed as he unleashed his furious offensive against her deceptive elegance. The final decisive blow connects, marking the climax of the spiral kick. Her counterattack manifests as a swift whirlwind sweep, a devastating display of unexpected technique. The sudden, unexpected power of her attack left him utterly stunned and terrified. Her fan, now a defensive weapon, effortlessly nullifies his desperate charging strike. The calculated strike landed, eliciting a pained exclamation from his opponent as the force erupted outward. The wind attack was launched, eliciting a sharp sound as the opponent's fabric tore. The sudden, gravity-defying rotation met the sharp arc of her fan attack head-on. The title explodes onto the scene, signaling the climax of their confrontation. The powerful, bright energy clash resolved in a blinding flash, signaling the immediate impact of the technique. He braced himself, understanding the overwhelming threat of her fatal wind slash. The resulting impact shattered the ground, a decisive blow against the relentless pressure. A desperate lunge meets an immovable, powerful counterattack. Just as predicted, her command of various weapons, even hidden ones like that fan, surpasses my own skill. Now airborne, she launched another devastating wind attack, forcing him onto the defensive once more. With a ferocious snarl, he prepared to meet her devastating downward strike head-on. He must execute Monk Haiguan's suggestion to counter her unorthodox techniques. He charges forward, channeling all his might into a desperate, furious strike. Now, he charged forward, intending to close the distance and negate her ranged attacks. Her focused intensity suggested she saw through his feigned charge immediately. Despite taking a hit, his ferocity remained undimmed as he unleashed his counterattack. The aggressive charge met with a defiant, powerful counterattack, dripping with menacing energy. My opponent's attack was swift, but my counter strategy paid off. I seized the weapon itself. She pulls him close with a swift command, determined to end the aerial skirmish. He charged forward, unleashing a final, desperate command as he smashed his opponent into the floor. Struck hard by the unexpected counter, the opponent recoils with a sharp gasp. The powerful impact of his desperate punch was immediately countered by a startling flurry of motion. The charging man corners his startled opponent, demanding her next move. Despite her powerful wind attack, the Jaegel clan member fiercely refuses to let her opponent escape. She immediately unleashes her shocking combination technique, launching devastating wind slashes with her fans. He closed the distance unexpectedly, leaving her stunned and flustered by his sudden proximity. Fueled by his realization, he charges forward, ready to close the distance. The Jaegel clan's repeated defeats fueled a growing disbelief across the martial world. The wind-infused fan pulses with an ethereal blue glow, signaling a shift in tactics. After all the conflict, the Nanchang Branch Clinic is finally ready for its grand launch. With a sharp cry, she aggressively met his advancing attack with the fan-turned blade. A sudden, gentle touch to her head leaves her momentarily stunned by the surprising intimacy. He closes the distance suddenly, capturing her with a rough grip, leaving her stunned by the unexpected attack. With the fight concluded, the victor offered a satisfied, if slightly bruised, smile. The direct, brutal clash of their desperate charge results in a jarring collision of wills. Despite the desperate situation, a grim determination solidified on his face. The momentum of the clash ended abruptly, leaving one warrior down as the other stood over the fallen foe. The dust settled, revealing the aftermath of their fierce exchange. The victor loomed large, issuing a final, chilling decree to the defeated faction. Stunned silence filled the air as the realization dawned. They were heading to the Shaolin Temple. The Jijil clan suffered another devastating loss to Shaolin, fueling their profound fury and disbelief. The chaotic momentum of their brutal clash finally reaches a stunning, silent crescendo under the vast, open sky. The memorandum, a symbol of the agreement, materialized before the stunned figures. The final victory secured Shaolin's position, allowing them to finally focus on the clinic's preparations. The Jaegel clan members watched in stunned silence as their dark energy snapped apart. Despite accepting their cooperation to restore their reputation, I will never fully trust the Jaegel clan. The sudden, powerful clash echoed as the fight reached its jarring climax. After forcing distance, he takes a moment to wipe his brow, regaining his composure under the bright sky. With the challenge settled and peace restored, the relief was palpable. The dazzling results of their efforts were finally visible as the clinic building shone under the sunlight. The Jaegel clan had lost again to the Shaolin Temple, their repeated failures mounting in shame. Peeking out with a confident smile, she seems ready for whatever comes next. The moment of impact was sharp, a sudden, almost comedic thud. His bold confidence was immediately clear, framed by delicate flowers. Despite her initial distress, his intense gaze held a powerful, unspoken promise. His promise of remaining together hung in the air, a beautiful sentiment amidst the ongoing chaos. Her earnest enthusiasm broke through his serious demeanor, eliciting an overwhelming, almost giddy reaction. His visible exertion only fueled her blossoming admiration. He was truly hardworking. The question hangs in the air, highlighting the tension as the woman stands ready to face whatever comes next. The physical assessment concluded. The focus now turned to the deeper issue plaguing her mind. Her initial hostility explodes into sharp command, forcing them to retreat. She looked around startled, realizing who stood before her after their intense fight. The muscular escort gave a hearty thumbs up, while the young lady looked visibly flustered by the situation. The heavy labor continued under the monk's supervision, testing the limits of his strength. The shock of the revelation hangs in the bright sky as her distressed plea begins. The intense sparring session concluded, marking the end of a significant conflict between the Nanchang groups and the Jago clan. He assures her he will change quickly, eager to cover himself despite her earlier comments. The conversation shifts as she reflects deeply on his physicality, finally grasping the essence of his strength. His bruised, powerful back reveals the true cost of his dedication to combat. Her physical prowess was clear, yet her inner cultivation lagged behind. This heavy realization dawned, like seeing the narrow world from the bottom of a deep well. His sincere offer hung in the air, prompting her vulnerable reply about her appearance. Her sudden denial signaled a deep-seated discomfort with his previous offer. He could only watch as the elegantly clad woman executed her powerful, fan-wielding technique. He admitted her martial arts were superior, leaving her momentarily stunned by the unexpected praise. The conversation paused, settling into a moment of shared contemplation. The overwhelming force of her technique forced her opponents onto the ground. Her flushed face, trying to suppress a gasp, shows her utter shock at his unexpected reaction. He processed her surprisingly honest reaction, noticing her momentary shift from vulnerability to genuine amusement. He processed her raw honesty, realizing his initial judgment was off the mark. He recalled the novel's description of powerful factions, pondering the newcomer's origin, pondering the Jago clan's history. She wondered if this skilled woman was a character from a novel or something new. He admitted his lack of practical combat experience, despite his martial arts mastery. His enthusiastic explanation, however, drew a blush from the young lady listening intently. His earnest concern, Mendes' warning, only fueled her unexpected, fluttering delight. Ignoring her distress, he was suddenly hit by her unrestrained joy. He revealed his calculated motive, hinting at using this newfound connection for his own means. The monk continued his assessment, contrasting her battlefield instinct with her dedicated martial arts training. His honest evaluation of her martial arts left her momentarily speechless, a stark contrast to her previous distress. Her surprise blush deepens as she processes his unexpected proposal. The tension from their earlier fight dissolved into a moment of heartfelt confession as he looked at her with deep affection. His unexpected invitation to spar ignited an almost manic excitement within her. His earnest offer hangs in the air against the vibrant sunset. He patiently coached her form, ensuring she understood the precision required for the exercises. He processed the unexpected proposal, the gravity of their shared training evident in his tense expression. She reflected on the monk's surprising nature. He was so clever and unexpectedly friendly. The monks stood firm, their silence a palpable resistance to the tension brewing around them. The conversation in the courtyard settles into a formal greeting as the monk offers a traditional Buddhist salutation. He still harbored doubts about Rusiolo, the very reason he sought this meeting. He considered her honest admission about seeking real combat experience, realizing his offer to spar might be the perfect solution. The monk acknowledged her deep passion, even as he gently warned her against needless recklessness in the dangerous Miram world. His past masters, formidable and spectral, manifested behind him as he spoke his truth. The plan for the specialized treatments was laid out, distributing the necessary elemental expertise among the monks. Even after witnessing her earnest display of skill, I still haven't gathered the necessary intelligence on Rusiolo. The relentless pressure of his thoughts kept him tormented. He needed concrete proof regarding Rusiolo. His frustration boiled over under the cold night sky. The main conflict resolved, the narrative shifts focus back to the Jago clan members' mysterious absence from the novel. The plans, so meticulously laid, were being thwarted by the sudden, determined actions of Shaolin. Were you suggesting they anticipated our moves from the very beginning? The cloaked figure speaks again, their hidden expression suggesting grim resolve. Frustration mounted. They crushed the seal, signaling a shift in the tense standoff. The shocking display of power continued, leaving the victim completely exposed as the overwhelming assault landed. His fury was palpable, his muscles tensing as he struggled against the invisible restraint. His internal struggles continue as he questions his own standing against legendary figures. His hand, scarred and ready, moved subtly beneath the concealing drape of his dark cloak. Just as the tension peaked, an unexpected letter arrived from the main merchant guild. The frustrated lack of progress on their plots finally broke his composure. A letter arrives, commanding immediate attention amidst the ongoing tension. The aftermath of the exchange. The shattered stillness speaks volumes about the intensity just moments before. The clandestine plotting continues as one figure confirms their sinister agreement. The intense sparring session concludes, leaving the masked man standing before the one he just fought. The tension spikes as a letter arrives, announcing the Merchant Guild leader's 70th birthday celebration. The revelation of the letter causes a violent, disorienting shockwave of realization. The solemn act of preparing the ink signaled the gravity of the message about to be written. With the letter finished, Ru Ji Guang prepares to convey his invitation. As the narration boxes suggest, this image will deliver the primary information regarding the invitation. Mid-training, a devoted disciple pushed through her push-ups while her instructor reviewed notes. Having completed his rigorous training, he now faces the impending tragedy with grim determination. The weight of the looming tragedy settled heavily as he reviewed the details, his expression tightening with resolve. Ru Sholo's sinister takeover begins, confirming the dark prophecy following the banquet massacre. He focused intently, a grim resolve solidifying as he resolved to prevent the guild's dark future. With the title card flashing, the journey resumes, the protagonist heading straight for the Merchant Guild. With the situation in Nanchang largely resolved, he knew his next crucial move was returning to Dongfeng County. The enthusiastic man reveals the contents of the letter to his clearly overheated companion. Grandmaster Hyun Guang seemed completely recovered, practicing his technique with renewed vigor. He affirms her assessment, confirming that Mu Jin remembered the rigorous training schedule perfectly. The praise left her momentarily speechless, a deep sense of gratitude mixing with worry. The instructor confirmed the correct progression of the rigorous training routine. Having completed their intense training, they now paused, the master confirming the young disciple's adherence to the schedule. The monk absorbed the crushing realization, his shocked expression betraying his composure. Mu Jin's dramatic return to Dongfeng was met with immediate observation from the waiting monks. Her resolve hardened. She vowed to return stronger and meet him again. The instructor confirmed the rigorous training schedule, leaving Mu Jin attentive yet eager to depart. The news of Mu Jin's unexpected arrival and attendance at the banquet caused quite a stir. His confidence radiates as he acknowledges the successful training. Progress is clearly visible. Her heart hammered wildly as he clasped her hand, interpreting his earnest words as a bold proposal. Mu Jin's entourage arrives at Dongfeng County, immediately heading toward the Heavenly Merchant Guild for the banquet. They depart Nanchang, moving toward the next critical step in preventing the tragedy. Seeing how much the younger generation had grown, Hyun Guang expressed his joy. The final farewells were exchanged as Mu Jin prepared to depart Nanchang. With his training complete, Mu Jin agreed to the monk's plan to leave a trusted ally behind. The first monk confirmed Mu Jin's intense training, noting his impressive physique improvement. His intense training had clearly paid off, resulting in an impressive physique. His incredible transformation meant he was unrecognizable, having fully overcome his past fragility. The protagonist's mind races, realizing he must act quickly to prevent the planned massacre. The monk burns with intensity, reflecting his determination to prevent the impending tragedy at the banquet. The conversation pivots as the speaker pauses, asking for clarification amidst the golden sunset. Grandmaster Hyun Guang considers the message, his deep concentration evident in his furrowed brow. Accepting the urgent request, Mu Jin agreed to proceed directly to the banquet. The monk, healthy and strong, receives the urgent letter, interrupting his meditative practice. The master observed the student's dedication, ready to affirm his successful training regimen. Grandmaster Hyun Guang, incredibly fit, wiped his face with vigor. Hyun Guang finished his demonstration, displaying his significantly improved physique with a proud smile. A booming laugh rings out under the bright sky as they arrive at Shaolin, recognizing Grandmaster Hyun Guang. The massive effort of his training was evident as the monk finished another set, leaving the elder pleased. As the monk delivered goods, Mu Jin prepared to speak, relieved after his intense training period. The memory of the impending tragedy fueled his decisive, brutal action against the assailant. Mu Jin's impressive physical progress contrasts sharply with his companion's exhaustion and loud yawn. Ru Ji Guang greets the protagonist with sincere appreciation for their past assistance to the guild. The farewell was complete, and Mu Jin offered a final, respectful salute. The journey continues, the rumbling carts traveling beneath a vast, hopeful sky toward their next crucial destination. The monk arrived, having just concluded his rigorous training regimen. Mu Jin's focused expression returned as he finished his exhausting training regimen. The journey away from Nanchang commenced under a brilliant, hopeful sun. Realizing his grandfather might be fully recovered, the villain cursed, determined to minimize casualties. After 3 days of travel, Mu Jin arrived directly at the Heavenly Merchant Guild, the site of the impending crisis. The enthusiastic farewell from the Buddha Fist sect was cut short as the narrative jumped ahead to the banquet. The Buddha Fist sect inherits the mission Mu Jin brought, promising to continue striving for the masses. Ru Xiolo, ever the gracious host, continued to emphasize the importance of their strengthened bond. Hyun Guang warmly greets the visibly improved Mu Jin at the banquet entrance. The attendees mingled under the bright sky, their apparent warmth masking the deadly plots soon to unfold. The urgent need to prevent bloodshed clashes with the unexpected joy of reunion. Mu Jin's shocked recognition of the robust, white-bearded elder confirms his grandfather's incredible recovery. Mu Jin arrives at Shaolin and greets Grandmaster Hyun Guang's wife warmly, acknowledging his growth. Mu Jin humbly suggests that significant events transpired during his absence. The delighted laughter of Grandmaster Hyun Guang surprised Mu Jin, who stood observing the joyous reunion. The shadows lengthened as Mu Jin finally prepared to depart Nanchang. The reunion was tender, Mu Jin whispering Shola's name as he gently covered her eyes. Preparing for departure, the attendant cheerfully helps with the final touches of grooming. Her gentle smile held the weight of the pending celebration and the dark future Mu Jin sought to prevent. The villain gloats, confirming that Mu Jin has finally left for the Merchant Guild. The promise to duel again hung in the air as the Jaegel clan departed Jiangxi. With a final, determined pinky promise, the agreement was sealed, signifying a bond stronger than ever. Yan Gehi smiled, her expression bright with anticipation for the upcoming celebration. She joyfully exclaims that she managed to lose 17 kilograms, fulfilling her promise. Mu Jin, observing the grandeur, still harbored a deep worry about potential violence. Her stunning transformation left everyone speechless, confirming her utter dedication for this event. Even as he expressed his sincere appreciation, the man noticed her unusual, elaborate attire. Sowa, momentarily flustered by the monk's sudden question, quickly composed herself. Lady Sowa flushed, caught off guard by the blunt question about her appearance. The man is caught off guard by Lady Showa's sudden, enthusiastic embrace and appearance. The immediate danger past, Mu Jin wrestled with a momentous decision, weighing the right moment to reveal his secret. Monk Mu Jin turned back, unaware of the playful teasing happening behind him. The woman's exaggerated reaction sharply cut through the preceding exchange, drawing the man's attention fully. The man's confident, perhaps overly eager, promise was met with startled apprehension from the two women nearby. As the boisterous celebration roared under the pale moonlight, Mu Jin felt a chilling undercurrent to the festivities. While the elders shared pleasantries, a vibrant dance began to entertain the guests. Mu Jin, now helping with the banquet preparations, diligently checked the crowd, trying to remember every face. The sheer number of attendees revealed the immense connection of the Heavenly Merchant Guild. As preparations continued, Mu Jin still harbored deep concerns about potential conflict erupting. The elder converses with the aged monk, Hyun Guang, sharing a moment over the banquet table. The matriarch offered her kind words while a lone figure observed the night from the balcony, a silent sentinel amidst the celebration. Ru Jiok signaled the end of his thought, a slight exhale confirming his grim realization. Ru Shaliang, the eldest son of the guild leader, continues his awkward line of questioning about her attire. The exchange with Lady Solo was tense, but now Ru Shaliang speaks, catching the attention of the other guild member. The elderly monk, looking robust despite his reputation, shares a moment with Grandma. Even with his past suffering, his presence is a blessing to the family. Ru Shaliang's composed exterior hid his own deep-seated anxieties about the ongoing events. Ru Jiguang's tension mounted as he realized the depth of the conspiracy. The sudden alarm cuts through the air as the cloaked figure turns away from Yu Jin. The inner administrator, Jian Pyogu, reveals a shocking deviation from their established scheme. This subtle comment about a special product deeply unsettled the administrator. The inner administrator, Jian Pyogu, is suddenly confronted about his mysterious connections. The conspirator grinned maniacally, the shocking revelation of their presence clear on his face. The inner administrator's sinister plans were revealed, leaving Mu Jin stunned in disbelief. The inner administrator's scheme was progressing smoothly, met only with dismissive acceptance of the unfortunate circumstances. As the celebration continued, the merchant confessed the smooth progress of their efforts to his co-conspirator. Amidst the gathering, a few attendees reveal unsettling, glowing eyes. The inner administrator's chilling satisfaction surfaces, gloating over the successful infiltration. The sinister figure prepares, his eyes glowing red with menacing intent. This is the night he claims the guild leader title. The conspirators confirm their connection to the treacherous scheme, setting the stage for violence. The grandmother looked up, confused by the conversation regarding the hidden threat at the banquet. Under the cold, starry night, a desperate thought echoes from monk Mu Jin. The tension was thick. Mu Jin's worried observations were suddenly broken by a sharp sound from the water. Ru Shaliang, lost in thought about the impending tragedy, sat by the water's edge. She felt a blush rise, hoping her efforts to look beautiful for the banquet had been noticed. The sudden, recognizable voice caused Lady Sowa to stop dead in her tracks. Lady Sowa stood stunned by the sudden, ominous sound. Her earlier hope instantly shattered. Lady Sowa and her attendant cautiously peek around the corner, drawn by the suspicious whispers. Hearing the conspirators detail their murderous intent, Sowa froze in shock. Another one? Suddenly, Lady Sowa heard hushed voices and peered around the corner in alarm. The monk's attempt to stop the hidden assassination was met with fierce, dark energy. Number 1027's incident was also related to him. She said that Mu Jin had deceived everyone. The conspirators confirmed their agreement under the moonlit sky, their chilling intentions unfolding over the festive courtyard. Hearing their chilling words, Sowa recoiled in stark terror. The shock of hearing their murderous intent nearly rendered Lady Sowa speechless. Lady Sowa recoiled, utterly stunned by the chilling revelation of the inner administrator's plot. The inner administrator's chilling words confirmed Mu Jin's worst fears. A slaughter was planned here. Lady Shola's escape is abruptly halted by a sudden, terrifying sound. The realization hit Lady Sola like a physical blow. She had been spotted by the conspirators. Lady Sola froze, the conspirators' treasonous words echoing terrifyingly in her mind. The monk retreated, sensing the imminent danger as Lady Shola's composure shattered. The sound of steel drawing sent a sudden, sharp alert through the tense atmosphere. The conspirators exchanged chilling words about their deadly plan, seemingly mocking Mu Jin's earlier worries. The chilling realization of their murderous intent hit her as the hidden plot fully unraveled. The grand plan, now violently revealed, erupts in a blinding, golden shockwave. Tears welled up as she realized Mu Jin hadn't noticed her efforts to look pretty for him. Reacting instantly to the sudden danger, monk Mu Jin manifested his iron guard technique. As Sola fled, Mu Jin's furious realization broke the tense silence. The enemy's terrifying declaration hangs in the air, daring Mu Jin to test their resolve. Even after using his ultimate technique, the lingering threat of the opponent's power remained clear. The failed paralysis attempt left him wounded, forcing a sharp realization about his opponent's speed. The chilling aura around him intensifies, radiating pure, menacing energy. The determined warrior stood firm, locking eyes with the terrified Lady Solwa. Despite his desperate warning, The man's commitment to stay and fight was absolute. His desperate block barely meets the force of the descending strike. Despite the monk's ferocious overhead attack, the hero braces for impact, knowing he must stall. The fierce impact rings out, yet the counterattack fails to keep the enemy at bay. Despite his waning energy, he desperately yells for Lady Sola to escape. Lady Sola could only watch in horrified shock as the battle raged on, her escape now seemingly impossible. The shocking success of the countermeasure drains his remaining strength completely. The assassin's relentless surge finally connects, dragging Lady Sola into the chaotic fray. Lady Sola cried out, desperate as the combat raged around her safety. His bloodlust ignites as the barrage of deadly projectiles closes in, demanding an immediate, desperate defense. The blinding speed of the attack forced a sharp, desperate reaction, the blade descending with lethal force. The cloaked assassin squares up, gathering energy for his next move against the exhausted defender. The villain scoffs, his malicious grin widening at the paltry defense offered. Defying the venom, he issued a final, defiant challenge to his exhausted foe. He accepts the challenge, drawing his blade amid a surge of dark energy. The relentless battle pushed him past his limits, yet the technique succeeded, at a terrible cost. The blinding crimson energy exploded outward just as he unleashed his fiercest downward strike. A sudden, jarring sound effect underscores the chaotic, fracturing impact of their clash. The desperate stall had reached its violent peak. The opponent was slammed back with incredible force. Driven by desperation, he lunges forward, determined to close the gap and negate the ranged threat. The enemy, displaying terrifying speed, suddenly materialized behind him, sword ready to strike. The paralyzing technique connects, but at a terrible cost. His energy is spent. He had to close the distance, unleashing a desperate, fiery punch. The clash of energies explodes, a desperate counter against the blinding attack. Despite neutralizing the poison, his stamina and inner energy were completely depleted. The attacker, perched above, draws his sinister, glowing blade, ready to strike. His eyes burned with chilling red intensity, demanding a halt to the futile struggle. He knows my specialty is close-quarters grappling, so he's expertly keeping his distance. He's the worst kind of opponent for me. He resolved to stall the enemy, knowing Shola's safety depended on it. The deadly, swift attack forces the opponent into a desperate defensive maneuver. Despite successfully neutralizing the poison, the brutal exertion drained both his stamina and internal energy completely. With a desperate surge, he slams his foot down, anchoring the blade to the ground. He recoiled, realizing the technique he'd used felt disturbingly familiar. Was this power truly from the past? Despite planting the blade, his momentum was stopped cold by the shadowy figure's sudden surge. He braces against the deadly blow, activating the ultimate defensive technique, Iron Guard. The chain punch lands with devastating force, ignoring the sword strike. This is a desperate, close-quarters counter. He braced himself, channeling all his strength into the desperate Iron Guard defense. The swift exchange concluded, an invisible blade piercing through before his guard could fully rise. Despite his counterattack, the paralyzing poison was ineffective, resulting in a sharp, painful impact. His desperate paralysis poison failed, but the counter left him utterly drained. Despite his efforts to stall, the overwhelming pressure finally broke through. A blinding, scarlet energy slices through the darkness with devastating force. The master unleashes his terrifying sword technique, Endless Pit. His final, dismissive farewell hangs in the air as he draws his blade, ready to finish the fight. Despite his efforts, a final, desperate stomp meets the ground with a sharp, painful sound. Despite landing the technique, both his stamina and inner energy were utterly depleted. Despite the surprise attack, he grit his teeth, refusing to yield to the piercing pain. Even injured and winded, the Grandmaster's subordinate maintained a terrifying, almost desperate grin. The chilling effect of the poison had worked, yet the opponent's dark presence remained, prompting immediate suspicion. The poison blade is finally drawn again, ushering in the final reckoning. He unleashes a terrifying new sword technique, something even more dangerous than the poison. The fierce parry failed. A searing blade sliced through, draining his energy in a flash of light. They clash in a desperate, close-quarters struggle as the monk desperately tries to block the incoming strike. The clash of hands erupts in blinding force. The Arhat palm strike meets the defense. He is forced to close the distance, diving into the opponent's preferred grappling range. With his stamina drained, the enemy made one final, desperate lunge toward his target. The final, desperate technique worked, but the cost was everything. The successful Darce choke ends in mutual devastation, draining both stamina and inner energy. Despite the technique working, the physical cost was immense. His stamina and energy were utterly depleted. With his energy spent, he resolves that this standoff must conclude immediately. The heavy exertion settled, visible in the ragged breaths exhaled over the blood-soaked floor. The successful technique clamped down hard, causing the enemy to choke out a desperate, muffled cry. The brutal, bone-crushing grip held fast, draining the final vestiges of his enemy's strength. The overwhelming force cracked against his resolve, eliciting a raw, guttural scream. Despite the vice-like grip and the taste of his own blood, the only thought left was securing victory. His struggle was futile. The plan was already in motion, and this hostile takeover was unstoppable. The sudden, violent impact echoes, shattering the tense silence with primal force. The sickening silence returned, punctuated only by the spreading crimson stain around the motionless figure. With the immediate threat neutralized, the focus shifted immediately to the next objective. The violent sounds of impact echo as blood pools and splatters across the cold floor. Despite his current state, he knew he couldn't afford to linger. The true objective awaited. The intense confrontation gives way to the chapter title card. Genius martial arts trainer. The intensity of the confrontation twisted his features into a mask of pure, suppressed rage. The preparations are complete. With a single signal, the Heavenly Merchant Guild will be his. The subordinate confirms their network is already active. The hunting hounds currently updating the situation. A sudden, guttural sound broke the tension, immediately followed by a terrifying, maniacal grin. The schemer's triumphant composure immediately shattered under Rusciolo's sudden, imposing presence. Rusciolo's determined chase leads him directly into a tense confrontation under the night sky. The leader, pausing at the mention of Mujin's grandson, reacts with shocked disbelief. Rusciolo, having dismissed the immediate threat, shifts his focus, wondering about Mujin's potential concerns. The unexpected intrusion of Rusciolo shattered the conspirators' final moments of preparation. The calm demeanor of the guild leader shattered, revealing barely contained rage as he addressed Rusciolo. The guild leader's sinister grin reveals his confidence as he challenges Rusciolo. The air thickened with menaces. Hyun Guang cleared his throat, demanding attention. Under the ominous crimson sky, the conspirators watched, their preparations complete. The assassin, Ryan Ciolo, turned to face the elder, a dangerous confrontation beginning. His fierce gaze, holding the weight of his lineage, meets the sudden, explosive silence. He smiled, his words dripping with malicious intent. A change of leadership. The subtle tap signaled the beginning of the end, a final, chilling confirmation of their scheme. The conspirators gather in the night, their movements punctuated by soft, decisive sounds of arrival. The orchestrated feast was underway, the conspirators settling in before their dark plan. The tension climaxed as the assassins drew their blood-red glowing blades, ready to strike. The sudden shockwave of red energy sent the surrounding fighters into immediate chaos. The attacker's vicious grip tightens, eliciting a strained, choked sound from the victim. The moment the signal is given, the conspirators' true, maniacal intent bursts forth. The lights go out, and a chilling, maniacal laughter erupts, announcing the true, terrifying nature of the hidden antagonist. As the enraged leader's bloodlust flared, one observer saw a fleeting opportunity arise. The guild leader's terrifying realization flashes in his eyes. Without Mu Jin, the situation would have been dire. The confrontation hung heavy, but Rusciolo had made his decision clear. A single, ominous gesture began to manifest the true scale of the threat. The signal was given. The bright lantern, now illuminated against the night sky, marked the start of the operation. The triumphant sound effect signals the immediate success of the assassination plot. The guild leader faced the overwhelming manifestation of power, his shock evident in the sharp exclamation mark. The overwhelming spiritual energy manifested as a colossal, fiery dragon, shocking everyone present. Rusholo's warning about carelessly breathing life into schemes hangs in the air as the terrifying golden dragon erupts. His opponent's arrogance was met with an overwhelming surge of golden power and a declaration of divine result. The elder's veneer of calm shattered, replaced by stark realization as he pointed out the true loser here. The crushing power unleashes a final declaration of overwhelming force. True Bulalai divine palm strike. The grand suppression is complete, as towering columns of golden energy descend upon the compound. The immobilized man's desperate cry contrasts sharply with the sudden, powerful aura radiating from the monk and his companion. His aggressive demand was met with stunned silence as the atmosphere tightened around Rusiolo. His schemes laid bare, the monk met the raging outburst with unnerving stillness. The old master unleashes a deafening roar, a blast of sheer power. With a final, resounding impact, the opponent collapses entirely. The shocking pronouncement hung heavy, leaving the subordinates stunned by the guild leader's sudden, unrestrained fury. The confrontation reached a boiling point. Hyun Guang unleashed his fury upon Rusiolo. The dark energy weapon scraped against the large, illuminated hand, a desperate act against overwhelming force. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the terrifying spectacle unfolding before them. The sudden, terrifying shift in Hyun Guang's demeanor caused his subordinates to freeze in sheer dread. The chaos of the previous exchange gave way to a heavy, labored breathing. Witnessing the escalating danger, she could only cry out a desperate plea. The assembled conspirators stand beneath the lantern-lit pavilion, the night air thick with tension and anticipation. The guild leader's composure finally broke, rage contorting his face as the facade crumbled. Amidst the chaos, the leader issues a swift, decisive command to his subordinates. The urgency surged as they rushed forward, shouting for Mu-jin. The warning was shouted as the ceremonial plaque shattered on the floor, signaling the end of the banquet. The leader issues a sharp, urgent command, demanding absolute attention for the imminent danger. The Azure Gold Squad, galvanized by the crisis, prepared to engage the threat. The agonizing realization settled in. Even those who fought him chose self-destruction. The weight of their situation presses down, prompting a sudden realization. The merchant guild leader, reeling from the tragedy, now faces suspicion about the culprit's identity. Shaken but standing amidst the carnage, the man asks if everyone is truly safe now. The sudden appearance of colossal, glowing limbs terrifies the remaining figures amidst the carnage. The sheer force of the attack sent him reeling back, a spray of blood erupting from his face. The realization hits her like a physical blow as panic overtakes the scene. The desperate pleas of Lady Solo were immediate, shaking the monk Mu-jin back towards consciousness. Amidst the chaos, the desperate cries rose. They absolutely could not let him die. Amidst the panic over Mu-jin's condition, the desperate call for medical aid rings out. Ru Ji Guang reeled, struck by the devastating realization of his son's betrayal and the ensuing inferno. The raw grief of the woman overwhelmed the tragedy unfolding beneath the night sky. As the chaos subsided, the painful reality of the aftermath settled in, and time began to move forward again. When they finally reached him, it was already too late. Ru Ji Guang, overwhelmed by the chaos his son caused, slumped in defeat. The strategy was clear: eliminate Rusiolo. But the target was already identified as the traitor, Pyogu. The investigation into the culprits who fled continues as these men present their findings. The discovery of the weapon confirms the grim connection to Rusiolo's man. Holding the opium pipe, Ru Ji Guang grimly acknowledged the proof of his son's corruption. The discovery of the opium pipe shifts the focus to Rusiolo's vice. With the plot exposed and his son dead, the father must now speak. The grim realization dawned. This substance was opium. The master storyteller recounts the grim aftermath, where all conspirators met grim fates. The chaos subsided, revealing the aftermath on the temple grounds. The chilling truth of Rusholo's corruption was laid bare. It was opium. Grief overwhelming, he clutched his staff, raging at the betrayal that led to this tragedy. He bitterly accepted that his own actions dragged the family, including Mu-jin, into this chaos. The abbot looked out over the dawn, the weight of recent events heavy on his shoulders. The grim faces of the assassins and the grim resolve of the powerful figure suggest an imminent confrontation. Even the elite assassins weren't prepared for the threat level they faced. His regrets deepened as he simply wanted to watch over the boy until he found his own way. As the gravity of the situation settled, a devoted figure knelt beside the wounded Mu-jin. Despite his injuries and the ongoing trauma, Mu-jin's resolve hardened to overcome this ordeal quickly. The shocking discovery of the poison's source pointed toward Rusholo's corruption. The captured Nanchang branch leaders are brought forward, their fate now sealed. The grim aftermath of the ambush lay evident. The bodies of the assassins, having taken their own lives, were now covered. Even the assassin who fought me had taken poison and ended his own life. Ken Guang departed, burdened with a mission, leaving Mu-jin's recovery in their care for the time being. The weight of the revelation settled as they finally located the gravely injured Mu-jin. Despite the doctor's orders for rest, Mu-jin devoured the feast with savage, exhilarating joy. The abundance of rich food, meant for recovery, was presented with great flourish. Despite the lingering trauma, Mu-jin was clearly enjoying his meal, much to Shola's evident concern. Lady Sola, completely shocked, recoils as the monk's aggressive appetite shocks everyone. Lady Sola firmly insists that monk Mu-jin must rest and stop trying to exert himself now. Just as their conversation concluded, the door suddenly flew open with a sharp sound. Despite his worries, Mu-jin's caretaker encourages him to focus on eating and resting well. The quick, sharp sound of a foot stepping down punctuated the quiet room. Lady Sola, flustered, apologizes profusely for interrupting Grandmaster Hyun Guang's conversation. The family's stunned realization quickly turned to shock upon seeing the revered elder. Despite his apparent recovery, Mu-jin's hand trembled slightly as he rested it on the worn wooden table. Lady Sola appears, bringing food while monk Mu-jin struggles with his recovery. The abbot, seeing his recovery, offers a warm, slightly awkward greeting. The abbot, moved by his struggle, willingly provided this compensation. The realization hits him like a physical blow, illuminating the dark depths of his shock. The abbot, moved by Mu-jin's suffering, presents the ultimate reward. Ken Guang has departed for the Shaolin Temple, leaving Mu-jin's fate in their hands for now. The aftermath reveals that even those who directly attempted murder chose suicide over capture. Despite the losses, someone important notes the severe impact of the recent events. Despite the chaos and the loss of their agents, the defeated faction was ready with a contingency. The architect of the chaos, Ruji Guang, accepted the ultimate responsibility for his son's actions. The immediate aftermath revealed an unexpected presence. The Shaolin Divine Monk. The implication of Mu-jin's hidden recovery settles heavily, leaving only one course of action. The mastermind issued final directives from the Shadowed Chamber, ordering the dismantling of the Heavenly Merchant Guild. The mystery lingers over Hyun Guang's sudden return to action after his severe condition. The mystery behind Mu-jin's recovery fuels a shadowed figure's stunned inquiry. The narrative shifts, focusing on the body treatment clinic's Nanchang branch. The head therapist, intrigued by the sudden, familiar request, offers a cautious greeting. The sheer intensity of the realization hits the guild members, shaking them profoundly. The shock of his departure fuels her sudden, intense rage. Driven by his sudden realization, a fierce resolve shines through the bright sky. With Mu-jin's recovery sealed by the great rejuvenation pill, the true training begins. With his newfound strength from the pill, Mu-jin's training immediately began under his grandpa's watchful aura. This wasn't the familiar surge of the lesser pill. This was something entirely new. The Grand Master stroked his magnificent white beard, deep in thought about the weight of this decision. The Grand Master, having already agreed to give the pill, now realizes Mu Jin changes everything. His thoughtful gaze confirmed that even this immense treasure was now rightfully Mu Jin's. The Grand Master chuckled, satisfied, but the recipient of the pill realized his newfound power demanded immediate secrecy. He looked on, clearly bewildered by the astonishing power displayed by the pill. The lesser pill was achievable, but this great rejuvenation pill is on an entirely different, unprecedented level. The spirit herb, the core of the great rejuvenation pill, demanded decades of cultivation. This intense visualization captures the ascending strength and the diverse faces within the monastic order. The great rejuvenation pill's energy began to permeate his very core, radiating intensely. The Grand Master confirms the gravity of the situation regarding the unique pill. The energy core was rapidly expanding, pushing past limits he never knew existed. The gravity of the instruction hit him. He swallowed hard, utterly intimidated by the monk's stern finger. The elder sternly gestures, emphasizing his crucial point about the pill's rarity. But even this grand gift faces an insurmountable obstacle: the sheer rarity of the great rejuvenation pill. This monumental power, this great rejuvenation pill's gift, was about to unleash something unprecedented. The internal energy surge reached a crescendo, feeling like something was actively breaking through my blockages. The intense cleansing process concluded violently, leaving him sputtering and shocked by the expelled residue. The sheer power of the great rejuvenation pill immediately hit, causing the recipient to gasp and choke. The initial surge of power confirms the pill's restorative quality, prompting a deeper question about its capabilities. The immense power of the great rejuvenation pill surged, causing the vessel to crack under the strain. The sheer power surging through him refused to be contained. It was something entirely new. The precious substance spilled, signifying the end of that chapter. The raw power explodes outward, signaling the true extent of his breakthrough. The intense, radiating energy surge from the pill reached its zenith, a true breakthrough. The Grand Master, having received the Merchant Guild's offering, finally prepares to speak, his massive physique underlying his authority. The surge of the great rejuvenation pill manifested in a raw, visible display of straining muscle and power. Start right now, Grandpa. The newly liberated energy surges within him, demanding immediate action. He wonders if he made the mistake of not informing her of his return to Dongfeng County. Filled with newfound strength, Mu Jin stands ready, eager to test his limits. Mu Jin visualizes the energy flowing, ready to test the limits of his newly awakened power. With his strength newly recovered, Mu Jin was ready to test the limits of energy discharge. Energy discharge is too difficult, so Jagal Jinhee was shooting this out like it was nothing. The grandpa asserts that simple continuation of training is all that is required now. The visualization of energy flow, once an abstract concept, now felt tangibly connected to his very being. He focused, visualizing the gathered energy flowing into his arm, preparing for release. Visualizing the energy gathering into his fist, he prepares to finally unleash his newfound power. Channeling his newfound strength, Mu Jin unleashes the explosive chain punch first technique. The raw energy surge caused Mu Jin to momentarily lose control, releasing a sharp, sudden exhale. So, she whispered, channeling power into her distinctive fan weapon. The immense surge of energy from the great rejuvenation pill hits him with dizzying force. The sheer power surging through him left him stunned and overwhelmed by the recent breakthrough. His mind races as he strides through the compound, driven by a single, urgent destination. The magnitude of this advancement ignited a fierce resolve within her. Deciding immediately, she stamps forward, intent on reaching Dongfeng County without delay. Stunned by the revelation, she could only stare in disbelief as the other woman spoke. The determined traveler finally arrived, only to be greeted by the clinic's welcoming head therapist. The woman sat with an intense, unyielding gaze, clearly having endured a long journey for this meeting. The visitor's unwavering goal to see Mu Jin surprises the staff here at the women's wing. The surprise from the previous encounter quickly shifts into sharp suspicion upon seeing this new visitor. The sudden appearance of the monk brought a moment of stunned silence among the clinic staff. The tense standoff with the suspicious disciples gave way to a sudden, intense rivalry between the women. The tension from their unexpected encounter was momentarily overshadowed by a surge of intense, dark energy emanating from her. The mysterious figure's unsettling grin confirmed her intent, glowing with ominous blue energy. The two women radiated tense, charged energy, leaving the onlookers utterly stunned. The monk, having finally revealed himself, faces the agitated Jinhee with a composed, yet firm demeanor. Mujin departs the clinic, his earlier tense confrontation concluded, heading toward the next phase of his day. Mujin's focus remained fixed on Jinhee, even as the spectral image of Sola haunted his peripheral vision. Bolsadongja, humble as ever, dismisses his impact while acknowledging the patient's gratitude. Mujin's sudden departure left Lady Sola feeling conflicted, her heart racing with unspoken emotions. His warm greeting, offered with a sincere, bright smile, instantly put the guest at ease. The intense anticipation breaks as the monk finally emerges, prompting an ecstatic cry of recognition. The ecstatic woman declared their meeting was fate, leaving the observer startled. Lady Sola reacted with obvious annoyance as Mujin tried to dismiss the moment with his monk duties. Jagal Jinhee's initial shock quickly melted into delighted relief upon seeing Mujin had recovered. Lady Sola, observing Mujin and Jinhee together, felt a sudden, sharp pang of jealousy. Mujin's sudden departure left the other women perplexed and slightly dismayed by the intimacy they witnessed. As Mujin ponders the mystery of women's hearts, his training progress seems steady. Her surprised expression mirrored the suddenness of Mujin's departure, leaving a lingering question in the air. Acknowledging the arduous journey Jinhee has undertaken, Mujin's intense aura flares with a heavy, red intensity. Kienryu, now standing ready, faced the imposing figure of the assertive woman. For now, it seems you have the basic foundation for Chi emission. The two young monks demonstrated their distinct auras while anticipating the next instruction. After the explanation of what Ascension martial arts entails, his mind immediately jumped to a familiar, if somewhat anachronistic, comparison. With his internal energy fully unleashed, Mujin braced himself for the next stage of teaching. The visual representations of their distinct energies accompanied the manual, showing the focus of their respective studies. He demonstrated how imbuing an object with Qi could soon become second nature, like using a tool. Demonstrating the technique, she channels her power into the elaborate fan. Just like using tools, mastery comes with practice. Jinhee focused her newfound ability, acknowledging the impressive progress. Priestess Jinhee confidently prepares to instruct him further. Despite the initial surprise, their practice yielded visible results on the training equipment. Mujin assessed the impressive growth in his junior brother's foundational strength since Nanchang. Her pleased smile confirmed she recognized the essence of his intent. His impressive physique was evident beneath his robes as he addressed Priestess Jinhee. Lady Sola, who was just peeking out, was stunned by the sudden intimacy between Mujin and Jinhee. The intense focus on control results in a small, tangible success in projecting internal energy. Even after their intense sparring, Jinhee's presence near Mujin registered with a familiar spike of realization. Sola silently observed Mujin and Jinhee leaving, a deep, conflicted emotion stirring within her. Despite the progress, a new worry surfaced as he contemplated the complexities of women's hearts. Lady Sola, watching from afar, felt a sudden, unfamiliar tightening in her chest. As Mujin confirmed his recovery, Priestess Jinhee presented the spiritual object he needed for their next steps. As the day's work concluded, Lady Sola offered warm praise to her attentive staff. Mujin's unexpected recovery brought relief, now transitioning into gratitude for Jinhee's timing. The earlier confusion melts away as the monk reappears, startling the priestess with his unexpected presence. "This is a martial arts book?" Mujin stared at the volume Lady Sola offered him. She finally presents the martial art book, Oknyogung, meant to aid her beauty. Mujin's internal assessment of Jinhee's progress hits him with sudden realization. The monk, still looking pleased, shared the gift he prepared for Priestess Solwa. Seeing the immediate relief on Jinhee's face, Muujin simply offered a modest, reassuring smile. Lady Solwa, still flushed, received the strange martial arts manual intended for beauty. Muujin, with a strangely pleased look, demonstrates the precise finger positioning needed for the new technique. Lady Solwa, watching from afar, felt a sudden, unexpected tightening in her chest. The monk's playful demeanor cracks as an undeniable surge of power emanates from him. The oblivious joy of the young woman contrasted sharply with the visible distress of the one standing closer. The unexpected arrival of Bulsudongja left Priestess Jinhee momentarily stunned and flushed. Lady Solwa, hiding her surveillance, watched Muujin and Jinhee depart. He pondered deeply, overlooking the quiet temple grounds under the night sky. Jinhee met his powerful crimson strike with her glowing blue chi defense. After training with Priestess Jinhee, Muujin reviewed the material, noting her focused attention. Solwa, watching the interaction, registered a subtle, unmistakable pang of jealousy. The rigorous training continues as Muujin strikes the wooden dummy, exhaling intensely. The training continues with intense focus. The command rings out, "Don't let it touch." Even with just the basics, his controlled expulsion of chi shows remarkable progress. Jinhee's intense focus manifests as crimson energy as she strikes the wooden practice dummy. Muujin, slightly unsettled, had to address the priestess's quiet observation. The monk, Muujin, absorbed the good news about Jinhee's dedication to training. "Junior brother Muil, don't cling on to me. It's hot." The lingering feeling of his rapid growth was noted as Muujin turned away. The master strikes with blinding, concentrated chi, slicing through the air with explosive force. With the final visualization complete, Jagal Jinhee releases the potent chi strike. Jagal Jinhee launched her newly mastered chi attack, daring Muujin to block the incredible force. His fist tightened, pulsing with internal energy, ready to unleash the focus technique. His physical strength, honed to its absolute peak, formed the foundation for everything that followed. The kinetic energy of the condensed chi unleashes, resembling a terrifying barrage of bullets. The red force of his punch met the shimmering blue arc of Muujin's defense. The clash of their focused power erupted into a blinding, deafening explosion of contrasting energies. Muujin's self-created technique climaxed, marking his rapid attainment of the chi emission realm. Her expression remained complex, processing the surprising news of the Dragon Phoenix assembly. He beamed, clearly satisfied with his incredible, week-long progress. Showa's parting words were met with Muujin's casual deflection about a machine gun. Muujin's self-assessment led Priestess Jinhee to quietly wonder about the nature of true strength. Jinhee beamed, her accomplishment radiating as she held her newly empowered weapon. Jagal Jinhee, perhaps slightly amused by his own breakthrough, concluded the lesson. The culmination of this intensive training is finally reached, marking the end of Jagal Jinhee's tutelage. The stronger one's body, the fewer side effects when combining martial arts. The sheer power underlying Monk Muujin's physique impressed even the observers. Muujin's sudden power surge was clear as the friends struggled to keep up. With his training complete, Muujin joyfully addressed Priestess Jinhee. Lady Solwa watched with a heavy heart as Muujin accepted their farewell. With his training complete, Muujin offered a final, humble bow to the assembled elders and Lady Solwa. Solwa was hesitant, her concern evident as Muujin considered yet another venture away from the temple. His mind finally finding peace and strength, Muujin beamed, realizing his self-taught technique was complete. Solwa's expression shifted, caught completely off guard by Muujin's sudden departure. Muujin cheerfully agreed to the priestess's parting words, eager for their next encounter. Parting with someone is always bittersweet, but Muujin Nim keeps his promises. Muujin has finally returned to the imposing gates of the Shaolin Temple at dusk. What? He didn't know about the assembly? Lady Solwa smiled, anticipating their next encounter across the vast martial world. Her brow furrowed in surprise after hearing the condition proposed by Muujin Nim. With his training complete, Muujin grinned, a small burst of chi escaping his lips. The prologue ends. signaling the true beginning of the demonic tyrant legend is now near. A joyous reunion bathed in the sunset. As Mugen greets his muscular comrades back at Shaolin, the boisterous welcome explodes outward as they recognize him, calling out his name. Mugen's friends, hyped up by his return, immediately challenged him to a spar. The celebration was cut short as Mugen realized the immense power gap between him and his friends. A shocking impact rings out as the disciples collapse instantly, crying out for Mugen. "Punk, how is life outside? It's really been a long time." His triumphant momentum carried him forward. What was the final verdict? Mugen's friends crowded around, exuberantly celebrating his return after their light sparring session. Mugen's friends were overjoyed at his return, celebrating his return with unrestrained energy. Mugyal showed the crane symbol on his prayer bead, a mark of his mastery of crane fist. Mugyang's unusual lotus marking sparks immediate curiosity from Mugen. Mugen's confident smile confirmed his success, something Jinhee could also sense. Mugen's friends stood ready, displaying the fruits of their own rigorous Shaolin training. Mugen's friends, Ryul and Mugyang, stood ready, their excitement mirroring his own return. A poignant farewell under the twilight sky. Sola promises her return. As Mugen reflected on the nearing future, the reality of the Dragon Phoenix assembly settled in. But more urgent than that, the lagging growth of his peers now demanded his attention. Mugen realized the overwhelming gap between his power and his friends' abilities. Their bodies had clearly toughened up, showing off their new strengths. Mugen's friends were completely unable to withstand his overwhelming power, even after their recent gains. The sheer power gap between him and his peers hit Mugen like a shockwave. After achieving such rapid mastery, Mugen recalls the harsh trials he faced. Jigal Jinhee's shock confirmed Mugen's incredible, unprecedented progress. Mugen's overwhelming power erupted, shocking everyone present. He realized the gap separating him from his friends was immense now. The choice solidified: demonic tyrants advance or the even more complex path. Mugen sensed their physical strength was immense, yet the internal energy supporting it was lacking. Mugen's overwhelming power contrasted sharply with the Blood Monk's novelistic energy absorption method. The Elder's shock registered instantly. Mugen's unprecedented leap in power was undeniable. Seeing the goal on the map, he immediately calculated the financial benefit. Mugen's mentor, Monk Mugen, had taught him the value of extreme physical conditioning. Mugen's unparalleled growth stunned the old master, who declared his teaching complete. The session ended, but Mugen felt the stark, unsettling difference in power levels. The distance between his current location and Luoyang is graphically displayed on the map. Jigal Jinhee, truly astounded, declares that the training session has reached its end. Jigal Jinhee, impressed by his rapid mastery, finally grants her approval. The final hurdle for Mugen's rapid travel plans: mastering the light body technique, Tishi light technique. He confirmed his resolve, ready to master this difficult technique. The mastery of the light body technique made the journey from Dongfeng to Luoyang seem effortless now. Mukyung presses his question, earnest and seeking guidance from the Grand Master. The enthusiastic agreement of the younger monks was met with bewildered shock by the older two. The enthusiastic master gives his seal of approval, clearly pleased with the children's progress. The diverse reactions to the upcoming hunt filled the air above the temple grounds. The frantic race across the mountain continued, a true test of their newly acquired skills. The young monks swiftly depart, their footsteps emphasizing the urgency of the hunt. The disciples eagerly await the start of their rigorous training, prepared for whatever comes next. The 1,000-pound hammer art focuses on manipulating body weight. The other boys, energized by the challenge, eagerly awaited the start of the search. Grandmaster Hyung Guang watched the children, a knowing, pleased expression on his face. The Grandmaster scattered the name tags, beginning the practical application of their lessons. The Grandmaster reveals the personalized wooden tags, setting the stage for the competitive search. The competitive nature flares as the race for the hidden tags begins in earnest. With the Grandmaster's decree, the treasure hunt begins, launching the youths into the dense, uneven mountain terrain. The bet was immediately challenged as the friends surged forward, bursting with competitive spirit. The Grandmaster watched the children, observing if they possessed the latent potential he saw in Yoli. Ken Guang watched intently, ready to assess their performance in this demanding trial. The Grandmaster watched them begin, hoping they possessed the potential to become the next pillars of Shaolin. 10 minutes into the search, the dense mountain forest has become their challenging arena. Meanwhile, the woodland creatures paused their activities, startled by the thunderous impacts of the intense search. While Mu Yel used the terrain effortlessly, the others were already demonstrating their mastery of movement arts. Mu Kyung, the fastest among them, uses his mobility arts to bound through the terrain like a blur. Mu Jin's body propelled forward in a flash of controlled force, finally mastering the dynamic weight shift. Mu Yel uses his surroundings freely, maneuvering skillfully and fluidly, almost like a cloud. Mu Jin finally grasped the true essence of the technique, feeling the incredible potential. Mu Gung pushes forward with sheer force, his raw power contrasting the agility of the others. Mu Kyung adapts perfectly, exhibiting incredible acceleration and sharp decision-making skills as he seeks his tag. Mu Gung, despite his size, plows forward, the impact against the terrain shaking the very branches around him. The three individuals visibly embody the power of the 1,000-pound hammer technique in their dedicated pursuits. The intensity of the martial arts training was immediately evident on their faces. The sheer force of Mu Jin's landing sent shockwaves through the air, startling nearby birds. He slammed into the tree, the 1,000-pound hammer failing to fully absorb the impact. Even after realizing the true nature of the technique, Mu Jin's failed attempts left him exhausted and scattered across the forest floor. The impact was sudden and violent. The raw force of the collision elicited a guttural cry of pain. Even the lightest leaf drifted softly, demonstrating the subtle control he now sought. Witnessing the subtle disturbance in the air, Mu Jin recoiled, utterly bewildered. The key is revealed. Adding weight to the object allows for an explosive burst of propulsion. Mu Jin finally grasped the cryptic lesson from the Grandmaster, realizing speed came from controlled weight manipulation. Mu Jin struggled to even stay upright, realizing the true difficulty of the light body technique. Following his breakthrough, he immediately tests the newly understood principles of the light body technique. Mu Jin channeled his newfound understanding, propelling his body forward with explosive intent. Mu Jin realized the true secret behind maximum speed generation: controlled weight manipulation during the launch. The concept of the light body technique, now understood as customizable movement control, is presented again with striking, stylized text. Mu Jin finally grasped the true essence. It was about controlled weight manipulation, not just being light. The Grandmaster continues explaining the prerequisite: learning the 1,000-pound hammer first. Mu Kyung, the fastest among them, was already demonstrating incredible acceleration and sharp decision-making. Mu Jin finally grasped the Grandmaster's cryptic words about weight control. Mu Jin finally grasped the true essence of the technique, manifesting his own unique mastery. Destroyer's divine stride. Mu Gung silently barrels forward, maximizing his heavy frame for raw, unstoppable momentum. The Grandmaster watched Mu Jin's realization with a knowing look, declaring his self-discovery impressive. The Grandmaster watched, assessing the potential of these chosen youths. The Grandmaster quietly observed the resulting chaos, contemplating the potential of his chosen disciples. The Grandmaster watched the mountain, contemplating the future of the Shaolin Temple. The abbot inwardly worried about the potential backlash from the impending devastation of the mountain range. The speed was so jarring, even Mu Jin's solid footing caused a distinct sound, startling the observing Grandmaster. "I think I arrived first. These guys are already here." The elders, seeing the children's progress, gathered, eager for updates. Mu Jin, witnessing the others' swift progress, could only stare in stunned realization. The victorious monks greet Mu Jin, playfully teasing him about arriving last to the meeting point. The Grandmaster, still considering his plans, seemed to momentarily crack under the boys' enthusiasm. Mu Jin still has much to perfect, focusing on his own destroyer's divine stride. With their training validated, the Heavenly Merchant Guild business moves forward. With the Elder's approval secured, the next step toward their goals in Luoyang can begin. Having demonstrated his mastery, he dismisses the maids, focusing on the next objective. Luoyang, the Grand Master, paused, clearly expecting a question about the training methodology. A momentary shock washes over Lady Solwa as the implications of Mu Jin's request sink in. The arrival of Sage Lin Hyo instantly shattered the tension, confirming the serious nature of this visit. The monk's open gesture contrasts sharply with the recipient's unnerving, shadowed silence. The guild leader's surprising request leaves her utterly flustered, her hopes dashed for a different outcome. Her expression froze as she registered the unexpected name. The initial shock subsided, replaced by immediate recognition of the famed monk Mu Jin. The heavy atmosphere suggested Lady Solwa was deeply troubled, prompting the question of her well-being. Her menacing smile confirmed her sinister intent, fulfilling the promise made to the young master. The sheer magnitude of this impending battle leaves everyone speechless and stepping back in a burst of indignation escapes the sage Lin Hyo as he processes the monk's proposal. Ru Solwa watched, her expression a mixture of surprise and cautious acceptance of the massive responsibility ahead. The disciple listened intently, registering the gravity of the sage's imminent confrontation. The epic saga of the genius martial arts trainer begins here. The monk stood firm, accepting the immense responsibility being placed upon him. Ru Solwa, now fully empowered, stood ready to command the growing network of clinics. With the arrangement settled, the monk introduces the capable Ru Solwa. Lady Solwa smiled, content that her promotion meant more time with monk Mu Jin. Lady Solwa's confident reassurance solidified the staff's trust and loyalty in her leadership. The guild leader's flustered reaction was only momentarily obscured by his sudden realization. His resolve hardened. Mu Jin activated his ultimate movement technique. The successful establishment of the Luoyang Clinic was met with overwhelming acclaim. With everyone's support, the Luoyang Body Treatment Clinic was finally established. And so, the Luoyang branch of the Body Treatment Clinic was established, gleaming under the clear sky. With a smooth establishment, the Luoyang Body Treatment Clinic was booming with business. The imposing monk gestures emphatically, pressing his request while the elder visibly trembles under the sudden intensity. The news of the clinics and monk Mu Jin's selfless work continued to spread far and wide. The journey now shifts abruptly to the majestic Mount Wudong in Hubei. The imposing official awaited monk Mu Jin's response, his expression set in grim determination. The elder drew forth a glowing, ornate object, its sudden power demanding everyone's attention. With a sudden surge of glowing energy, the sage Lin Hyo unsheathed his legendary blade. The shock reverberates as the identity of the imposing figure is finally revealed. The intensity of the exchange hung heavy, before a sudden shift in focus drew the eye to the shadowed figures gathering below. The legendary three greatest swords were spoken of in hushed tones, and one of them loomed as a terrifying silhouette. The Torichi sword immortal's laughter boomed, confirming the presence of an old rival. The arrival of this legendary figure, Unhyo, silences the crowd. The established peace and burgeoning clinic success set the stage for the next significant encounter. And so that rumor was. The unexpected arrival of an adversary instantly shattered the fragile peace, causing sheer panic among the monks. The old monk, showing surprising physique beneath his robes, listens patiently while the younger man stammers in disbelief. The sage Lin Hyo, one of the three greatest swords, stands ready, his presence radiating ancient, unresolved tension. The presence of the Taiji sword immortal stunned the onlookers, including the elder, as immense power emanated. The monk's shock confirmed the incredible identity of the powerful newcomer. The Taoist's eyes burned with an intense, fiery energy, signaling his readiness for combat. The sage Lin He, radiating immense power, challenges the old monk directly. The monk's challenger stood ready, his staff gripped tight as blinding light erupted around both figures. The sage Lin Hyo beckons Mu Jin forward, preparing for their long-awaited confrontation. With his opponent making an astonishing display of power, The young monk could only react with a single, choked sound. The sheer, blinding power of the returning master caused an overwhelming shockwave. As the confrontation is set to move, a voice echoes the desperate plea for safety. The sheer power of their departure sent blades of energy slicing through the lush grass. The sheer pressure from the confrontation left the onlookers utterly stunned. The ancient rivalry hangs heavy in the air as the two figures square off across the open field. The Taiji Sword Immortal acknowledged the invitation, his composure unwavering despite the gravity of the moment. The sage Lin Hyo prepares, an imposing, golden aura signaling the start of their long-awaited clash. The Taiji Sword Immortal, Sage Lin He, drew his blade, radiating an intense, sickly yellow energy. The Taiji Sword Immortal immediately recognized the subtle energy manipulation, dismissing the need for old parlor tricks. The monk prepares, their past sparring sessions acknowledged. The realization dawns. His opponent can easily eavesdrop on their private conversation. A furious surge of power crackled around the old monk, signaling the true commencement of their battle. The intensity of their shared past lingers as both masters finally face each other across the field. The old monk mocks the youth's technique, noticing a deeper transformation than expected. With the location settled outside the temple grounds, their long-delayed clash was finally set to begin. The air crackled as the Taiji Sword Immortal readied his ultimate strike, preparing for their long-awaited conclusion. The monk's powerful technique erupted, dwarfing the observer who could only gasp at the sheer force. The air itself seemed to rip apart under the force of their clash. The monk's imposing presence cracks the very earth beneath him, drawing an immediate, shocked cry. The sage Lin Hyo mocks Mujin's display of power, suggesting a prideful challenge. The initial, powerful declaration rings out, focusing the argument onto the necessity of a sound mind. Hyun Guang, now visibly recovered and radiating conviction, asks what the point of a sound mind is without the strength to act on it. An Hyo's stern expression cuts through the prior insistence on mind over body. The masked swordsman advances, his imposing figure contrasting sharply with the monk's stance. Enraged by the Wudong disciple's defiance, the Shaolin monk challenges him directly. Accepting the challenge, the imposing monk flashes a wide, confident grin. The battle explodes into motion as the opponent challenges Hyun Guang, determined to see him fall. The heavenly destroyer Sword Emperor roared, pouring all his rage and power into the impending strike. The sheer, bloodied exhaustion of the divine monk was evident, drawing immediate concern. The raw horror of the memory that the divine monk was struck down by the demonic cult flashes across his face. The intense, blinding surge of green energy surrounded the drying weapon, signaling immense power unleashed. Hyun Guang unleashes his full power, summoning his luminous swords in a blinding display. The raw force manifests as the Taiji enlightened sword art erupts. The sheer force of the impact shatters the ground beneath them, a violent explosion of debris. The confrontation explodes as both masters unleash their overwhelming power, their clash shaking the very air. The divine monk unleashes his full power, the enhanced sword energy striking like blinding light. The divine monk unleashes his ultimate technique, the Phoenix Strike, a massive surge of power. Despite the monk's incredible feat of recovery, the sheer power unleashed still registered a strong surprise. The duel's explosive culmination was heralded by a blinding burst of divine light. The internal struggle has resolved. Knowledge is now instinct, manifesting as the blinding power of the thousand-hand protector. The powerful bloom of energy continues, prompting a moment of reflection on the unusual intensity. His terrifying aura pulsed outward, confirming the immense power he wielded. The intensity of their rivalry remains, as the antagonist calls out his opponent's inherent love for a true test of strength. The devastating clash of power resolves in a blinding, concussive explosion of light and force. The clash erupted, sending a brilliant, blinding surge of power downward. The tension explodes as the clash is framed, a battle truly unfolding between monsters. His opponent's mastery, encompassing every conceivable aspect of sword energy, shocked him to his core. His internal struggle surfaces, Can his current strength truly match these awakened titans? The exertion was visible, yet the resolve burned brighter. To survive, I must rise to that level. The injured monk, Hyun Guang, recognizes the powerful surge of energy and calls out to his grandfather. Despite his ailment, the legendary swordsman unleashes his inner energy for this decisive moment. The spectral figure paused, a flicker of confusion crossing his face as the confrontation hung suspended. The raw, visceral clash of energy between their weapons echoed in the sudden, tense silence. The fierce clash pushes both warriors to their absolute breaking point, each letting out a visceral cry of strain. The realization hits him hard as the divine monk lets his swords drop in a shocking display of surrender. Despite his emaciated appearance, Hyun Guang insists he is ready for this final confrontation. The heavenly destroyer Sword Emperor now demands a direct reckoning. The devastating impact signals the conclusion of the duel, perhaps settling the debate between mind and body. The elder's stern interrogation about the path forward was met only with stunned, speechless shock. Despite his apparent defeat and utter exhaustion, the divine monk remained seated, a faint red aura signaling his raw power. Below him, the mysterious master descended, his presence radiating calm authority. The monk's earnest plea for aid across the chasm elicits a shocked, disbelieving response. The intensity of the moment, seeing Hyun Guang recovered, clearly stunned the bystander. Despite his supreme power, the man still believed physical limitations must apply universally. The divine monk, pushed to his limits, braces himself as their hands meet in a flash of internal energy. Despite the previous tension, the divine monk is clearly suffering, clutching his chest in pain. Mujin's careful diagnostic gaze focuses on the afflicted area, seeing the internal strain made visible. With his urgent request for help made, Hyun Guang leans into the master's space. The tension was palpable. The old master seemed ready to make his final, decisive pronouncement. The elder watches intently as the divine monk, basking in a golden aura, appears to finally regain some composure. The divine monk, accepting the heavy request, momentarily considers the possibility. The stern master, having laid out his philosophical argument, now made a definitive declaration. His offer hung in the air, limitless potential, contingent on Mujin's agreement. The swordsman recoiled, utterly stunned by the sheer predatory aura emanating from the masked figure. The Heaven Destroyer Sword Emperor, Hyok Jinggang, is invoked as the ultimate threat that must be eliminated. The chaotic energy fades, leaving behind a lingering, stark void. The weight of their rivalry settled as a terrifying, crimson-eyed silhouette loomed over the tense parley between the two masters. The dust settles over the carnage, revealing the grotesque consequences of the ruthless power display. He needed a plausible excuse for wanting to eliminate Hyok Jinggang. His wicked grin confirms his sinister intent, the overwhelming power crackling around him. The revelation hung heavy, saturated in vengeful red. The true motive was finally confessed. My story begins in a remote, sparsely populated village where hardship was the common lot. The excitement and anticipation for the journey forward climaxed in this title reveal. The implements for their unique, unorthodox treatments lay ready, symbolizing their dedication. Despite his desperate struggle, the wounded martial artist leaned heavily on the crude staff. The barely conscious martial artist, now bandaged, remained a figure shrouded in mystery and pain. The playful banter ceased as a chilling presence loomed, overshadowing their excitement. The atmosphere crackled as the naive martial artist realized the elder's intent. This terrifying arrival marks the escalation. The leader of the Unorthodox Alliance and the Sword Destruction Pavilion have come. The tension mounted as the unnamed martial artist felt an intense, almost menacing pressure emanating from the speaker. The fires of vengeance consumed everything. The consequences of their kindness were absolute destruction. The delivered supplies seemed incomplete. They needed to confirm the missing item with the Merchant Guild immediately. Despite the light-hearted planning, an urgent plea cuts through the excitement, interrupting their journey preparations. The sheer intensity of the request hung palpably between the earnest, yet somewhat naive, martial artist and his companions. The initial, shared effort to save the injured martial artist was instantly rewarded with shock. The shock of revelation still registered in his exhausted gaze, one question hanging in the strained silence. The agonizing realization hit him. Everything he had been told was a deception. As the tense silence settled, the stoic figure above maintained his unwavering focus. Everyone except the naive martial artist could feel it approaching. The old master paused, a profound thought settling as he considered the path ahead. The wizened master pondered the unspoken request hanging in the night air. To think that even after all this planning, the inevitable confrontation was upon them. The ancient Taoist seemed resigned to whatever strange request was being made under the starry night. The earnest anticipation of the young ones hung in the air, sensing the unspoken weight of the moment. The elder acknowledges the gravity of the situation, confirming that the target's own enmity fueled the coming conflict. The others watched as the master chuckled, the wounded martial artist kneeling before the decision-makers. The monk insists they stop talking, his expression unnerving as he focuses on the treatment. The elder monk gently takes Mujin's hand, acknowledging his difficult past. The elders continued their profound discussion about future plans under the vast night sky. The younger monk continued to sip his wine, while the elders seemed deep in contemplation under the night sky. The elder monk's amusement broke the tension, a sound of deep satisfaction echoing in the vast space. The old Taoist, sipping his stolen wine, continues to press the monk about his true intentions. Even the seemingly playful elder felt the weight of the impending journey. The merriment over the wine was immediately cut short by the elder's stern, glowing gaze. The old master's piercing gaze confirmed his understanding of their hidden agenda. The lively conversation paused as the old Taoist offered a swig of stolen wine. The elder offered a swiped bottle of fine wine, urging the young martial artist to relax. The elder's stern gaze fixed upon the young man, anticipating his response to the bold proposition. The anticipation thickens, a palpable weight that presses down on the battered figure. He acknowledges the intense, rising energy. The ominous figures, radiating dark energy, begin to consolidate their power, driven by a deep-seated fear for the next generation. With a powerful resolve, the elder acknowledged the burden of their time. He vowed to fight so the youth could inherit a better future. The older generation made their resolve clear, ready to pave the way for the future. The mention of the youth's name hung heavy in the air, provoking an intense reaction. The masked artist felt a familiar energy radiating from the hand, signaling something significant was about to unfold. The elders' shared vision solidified, illuminated by the mysterious figure's gaze into the dark woods. The old Taoist, having shared his candid thoughts, awaited a response in the moonlit clearing. Under the vast, starlit night, everyone sensed the shifting tide of their future. The journey to their destination had finally reached its culmination. The elder monk offered a calm, measured greeting, his eyes reflecting deep sincerity. This disciple, clearly addicted to building muscle, struggles to lift the rustic weight, naming the destination. The old man, having finished his wine, contemplated the gravity of the path ahead. The Taoist monk prepares to deliver his ultimate decision, his weathered face intense. As Hai Gul's suggestion was accepted, the three chosen disciples stood ready. The abbot finally expressed his agreement, perhaps feeling the weight of their shared duty. The elder's outstretched hand, perhaps offering something, left the naive martial artist utterly bewildered. The older master, holding out a glowing sphere, confirms his worth while the monk looks on, bewildered. The elder decided that the disciples needed support for their journey. He insisted they take revitalization pills to maintain their confidence. The elder smiled, feeling the anticipation of the journey ahead. The wise elder knew this entire trip was orchestrated beforehand. The initial agreement finalized. Hai Gul and the selected disciples stepped forward confidently. The elder listens intently as Hai Gul offers a proposition, his bright expression showing anticipation. The elder monk's plan is set in motion, calling forth the mighty monk Hai Gul. The ancient, imposing silhouette of the Wudong sect rested high among the misty peaks, awaiting their martial arts exchange. The elders' planning for the Wudong exchange was interrupted by the arrival of something unexpected. The Heavenly Merchant Guild workers labored under the strain, delivering the requested supplies. The Wudong exchange is the main goal, but preparation through conditioning remains vital for Shaolin. Responding to the need for better gear, the elders unveiled their latest acquisition. The sheer quantity of supplies delivered confirmed one thing. He was absolutely obsessed with training. The monks' devotion was clear. They were completely committed to this unusual display. Even amidst serious planning, the dedication to relentless physical training never wavers. The sheer enthusiasm radiating from the young disciple clearly caught the others off guard. Surveying the breathtaking, mystical peaks of Mount Wudong, the disciples awaited their host's words. The Wudong host, having offered his welcome, now stands ready to speak, his words poised to emerge. The strenuous march had finally brought them to their destination, though the arrival felt more like a collapse. The concerned host notices their visitors are heavily soiled from the journey, immediately suspecting trouble. The sheer challenge of the longer route was precisely why they had chosen it for their rigorous practice. The monk, calm after his rigorous march, prompts the clearly exhausted disciple. The debate over training philosophy reached a sudden, shocked silence as a fight erupted. The disciples finally arrive at the gates, their exhaustion evident as they spot their guide, Muriel. The chapter concludes, teasing the conflict to come between the two leading talents. Changing the subject, the Wudong host guides the newcomers further into the complex. The sudden, sharp sound seemed to startle the Wudong disciple observing the exchange. The Wudong disciples immediately begin their synchronized, sharp training under the dramatic sunset. The Wudong disciples greeted the Shaolin monks with a formal, unified stance. Having dismissed their march as mere legwork, the Shaolin disciple immediately questions this Wudong term. The Wudong disciples greet the newcomers with overwhelming, if slightly eccentric, enthusiasm for immediate training. The Wudong disciple recoiled, stunned by the monk's declaration that the grueling march was merely a warm-up. Their long journey was over. Now, the real work began. As the Shaolin monks dismissed their heavy lifting as primitive, the Wudong disciple made his own challenge clear. The Shaolin monks immediately launched into their strenuous routine, showcasing strength and cardio training. The Wudong elder remains guarded as the muscular monk expresses amusement. Their sudden, aggressive sparring immediately shocked the Wudong disciples watching from above. He was already accustomed to this rigorous, straining routine. Chung Su's arrogance boiled over, confirming the Wudong disciples' disdain for the perceived primitive Shaolin methods. The Wudong disciples watched the sudden escalation, their expressions shifting from apprehension to genuine shock. The Shaolin disciple, straining under the heavy weight, demonstrated the physical foundation they championed. Ignoring the comments, the Shaolin practitioners focused intensely on their heavy lifting exercises. The verbal volley escalated, now boiling over into open confrontation. Chung Su's dismissive assessment ignited instant tension between the disciples. Despite the light body technique, only taxing his legs, Mu Jin was eager to continue pushing his limits. The Wudong disciple on the balcony looks on, puzzled by the unexpected arrival. Chung Su's patronizing question lands heavily, drawing a hesitant, uncomfortable reaction from the Wudong disciple. The Wudong disciples continue their strange, heavy lifting exercises, while the newcomers observe from above. The Wudong disciple gripped his intricately decorated sword, ready to face the confrontation. Chung Su grinned, curious about the Shaolin monks who had just arrived. As the debate raged on the value of mind versus body, the disciples, eager to prove their worth, leaped into action. Despite finishing his march, the Shaolin disciples immediately launched into their intense physical training. He was immediately interrupted by the imposing presence of a Wudong disciple approaching. Chung Su offers a polite, yet subtly challenging, martial arts greeting beneath the night sky. This Wudong disciple approaches, eager to introduce himself after witnessing the Shaolin demonstration. The newcomer's recognition of Chung Su's name sparked curiosity about his origins. Chung Su, a third-class disciple, is introduced as a character from the Return of the Demon Supreme universe. As the Wudong disciples continued their verbal sparring, Mu Jin stepped forward with powerful conviction. The Wudong disciple smiled warmly, placing a hand on his chest in appreciation. With the tension reaching its peak, a decisive gesture seals the emerging rivalry. The verbal sparring escalated rapidly, drawing the attention of everyone present. The standoff culminates as the Wudong disciple's challenge is met with an intense, aura-filled handshake from Mu Jin. The argument escalated sharply, culminating in a sudden burst of energy between them. Chung Su, infuriated by the Shaolin monk's disdain, issues a direct challenge. The Wudong disciple seemed taken aback by the sudden escalation into combat. His smug smile confirmed their confrontation had only just begun. The sudden eruption of a sparring match left the Wudong disciples stunned. The Shaolin disciples surveyed the strange, primitive-looking tools laid out before them. The argument escalated instantly, moving from verbal jabs to physical aggression. The disciple contemptuously drops the weight, illustrating the ease with which he handles what he perceives as primitive Wudong training tools. The Shaolin disciple, smug and challenging, waits for the Wudong representative to speak. Chung Su paused, his confident assertion met with a sharp, physical reaction from the Shaolin monk. Their heated debate escalated, leading directly into an unexpected confrontation under the night sky. Chung Su introduced himself, a genuine opening gesture met with a thoughtful pause from his guest. The Wudong disciple, fueled by indignation, prepared to challenge the Shaolin monk's dismissive words. The Wudong disciples react with shocked frustration as their sacred tools are scorned. The sudden, aggressive challenge from Chung Su sent a palpable shockwave through the Shaolin disciples. The argument culminates as the Wudong disciples stand ready, the air crackling with sudden, intense confrontation. The Wudong disciples watch on, some bewildered while another enthusiastically cheers Mu Jin on. The Wudong disciples exchange bewildered glances, unsure how to proceed with the unexpected guest. As the philosophical clash escalated, the scene cut sharply to a figure observing from above. The tension escalates as observers recognize the gravity of the impending confrontation between Mu Jin and Chung Su. Mu Jin confidently asserts his certainty as the argument escalates into a confrontation. The escalating philosophical clash over training methods boiled over, culminating in a sudden, tense confrontation. The stage is set for a clash. Wudong's future stands ready against the rising star of Shaolin. The outcome of this unexpected sparring match is about to be decided. The intense standoff between the two future leaders continues, their latent power glowing beneath the surface. As Mu Jin's victory was declared, his supporters erupted in cheers and excitement. The excited disciple is met with silent judgment from the senior master, while another reacts in surprise. The tension instantly spiked as the Wudong master revealed a genuine, lethal blade. The match is officially over, yet the intensity between the two rivals remains palpable. The final clash erupted, a blinding surge of internalized power striking against the promise of friendship. The clash erupts as the command rings out, initiating the fierce confrontation between fist and blade. While the sword user charges, Mu Jin unleashes his own raw power. The terrifying force of the clash erupted, metal meeting flesh in a brilliant, violent explosion. The immense collision of their energies shattered the air, forcing a dramatic stop to the fight. The devastating impact of the clash sends visible shockwaves through the observing disciples. His ferocious grin and gathered energy confirm he is fully committed to this clash of wills. The clash resolves as the older master observes the raw power displayed. With both their energies colliding, the clash of fist against blade erupted in a blinding burst. The violent clash continued, energy exploding outward from the impact point. The Wudong master charged forward, his power manifesting as he met the incoming green energy head-on. The Wudong master, forced back by the unexpected force, realizes this match is far from over. The force of the sudden stop sends Mu Jin reeling, the raw shock echoing in his choked cry. Mu Jin countered the sword's charge not with evasion, but with the pure, explosive force of fist energy. The explosive clash of immense power reached its peak, forcing a sharp cry. The audience recoils, utterly stunned that Mu Jin is employing fist energy against the sword dragon. With Mu Jin victorious, the assembled disciples erupted in awe and relief. The stunning clash of sword energy against raw, Rin fist energy creates an overwhelming shockwave. He reacted instantly, his momentary advantage yielding only a shallow cut, proving Mu Jin's incredible defensive instincts. Chung Su descended, his sword energy blazing bright green against the shattered ground. His sharp gaze followed Mu Jin's retreating figure. Knowing the playful jab landed perfectly, peeking out from behind the pillar, the young monk could only murmur his realization. This strength belongs to Shaolin. The clash was deafening, a chaotic storm of raw power meeting steel. This raw clash of pure energy versus the famed Wudong sword feels utterly unprecedented. Chung Su unleashes his swift whirlwind sweep, cloaked in terrifying red energy. The collision explodes, red energy meeting the sword's green aura in a violent, unyielding clash. The clash resulted in a blinding explosion of pure force, halting the momentum of the duel. The unexpected slip provided a clear path, yet Mu Jin chose restraint over an easy victory. Chung Su surged forward, his glowing sword poised to strike with deadly intent. Mu Jin unleashes a powerful, crimson-tinged foot technique, signaling the final, explosive move of the match. The clash was instantaneous, a blinding burst of raw energy meeting the sharp edge of the Wudong sword dragon strike. The raw power of the clash resonated, the sword meeting his open palm in a blinding, violent burst of energy. The collision of sword energy and raw force results in a painful recoil, echoing the sheer impact. His casual threat hung in the air, leaving the other men stunned and speechless. The fierce clash of power echoed the unstated restriction. Only pure martial arts and internal energy would suffice. The Shaolin disciple lunges forward, fiery red energy crackling around his fist, meeting the Wudong master's glowing sword head-on. The explosive impact caused the very ground to splinter beneath the force of the fight. His nervous denial barely masked the truth of his sudden alarm. The explosion of energy confirmed the sheer power unleashed by their surprising clash. The sudden declaration of Mu Jin's victory hung in the air, met with shock from the onlookers. The Shaolin disciple locked Mu Jin in a desperate hold, his own weapon momentarily useless. The intense, near-victory moment shatters as the match is abruptly called to a halt. The match is over, and Mu Jin approaches, ready for the final expected gesture. Despite deflecting the devastating attack, the raw power displayed left him momentarily speechless. The Wudong master delivers a final, pointed remark, sensing the other's underlying hesitation. Chung Su beams, his genuine enthusiasm shining as he confirms his interest in the Shaolin disciples' training. He recoiled, red-faced and stunned by the sudden, embarrassing implication of his actions. Even after the truce, Chung Su's accusation hangs heavy in the air, leaving Mu Jin flustered. His smug grin confirmed the earlier suspicion. He was already planning to wipe the hand that had just touched Mu Jin. Mu Jin, victorious but still watchful, senses the familiar doubt in his opponent's hurried denial. He felt like perhaps he had a profound realization while watching their unique training. His nervous attempt to explain away his handshake formality only deepens his awkward predicament. The question hangs in the air, focusing back on the mysterious training tools that fascinated him so much. He was genuinely thrilled by the sight of their incredible, developed physique. The Shaolin disciples continued their intense, specialized training, all under his watchful, quiet observation. He blushed deeply, finally admitting the real reason he sought the duel: genuine admiration for their training. A firm handshake seals the shared understanding and mutual respect gained from the intense duel. The intense sparring concludes as Mu Jin secures the victory, sealing their newfound bond with a firm handshake. The match concluded, and with an ovation echoing through the courtyard, the two figures shook hands in mutual respect. The sound of the devastating spar echoes as Mu Jin looks upon the fractured yin-yang symbol. The spar concluded, leaving the muscular monk laughing triumphantly, despite claiming he barely exerted himself. The formidable master Unhyo cleared his throat, signaling the start of a serious conversation. The match concluded, and the awkwardness between the groups finally began to dissipate. The next day begins with an intense physical exertion, a sharp contrast to the previous day's friendly sparring. Yu Gung flexed his impressive physique, clearly delighted by the reaction to his strength. Mu Jin watched from the sidelines as the conversation, born from shared training, started to flow naturally among the disciples. His eye at the muscle lengthening techniques was genuine, a testament to Shaolin's incredible methods. Mu Jin finally recognized the unfamiliar equipment being used for core training. That is what Hu Wen said, identifying this intriguing device. The mutual respect blossoming after the intense sparring session was palpable, filling the air with warmth. With his confidence building, Mu Jin's perceptive gaze swept over the Wudong disciples. The awkward air they felt at first, born from difference, had finally begun to dissipate. Mu Jin's encouragement fuels the monks' intense, demanding physical training. As the tension in the sparring matches eased, Mu Jin observed the Wudong disciples closely. The disciples of Wudong exchanged hushed, skeptical comments about the display they had just witnessed. Mu Jin's sharp observation skills quickly registered the physical strain in the Wudong disciples. Now that the distance between them had closed, Mu Jin started to notice things he hadn't before. The sheer intensity of the moment flashes in his burning gaze, a stark contrast to the recent friendly exchanges. "You mean the day you sparred with Grandpa?" Master Unhyo singles out the two disciples, noting the favor he owes Yan Guang. Mu Jin paused, taking in the atmosphere now that the awkwardness had subsided. He affirms his resolve, ready to implement the bold plan they've forged for healing Wudong. The fight concluded. The tension dissipated into the bright, clear sky above the mountains. Seeing him like that, he is a true Taoist immortal. "Do you recall the request I made before the sparring?" The elder's gaze held the weight of authority, demanding attention before he spoke. The sparring concluded, forcing Mu Jin to confront the clear power gap that still existed. The master demonstration was terrifying. The stump beneath the sword splintered instantly. The master turns, demanding an answer to his previous question. The blessed monk's words hit home, causing a pause as Chung Su processed the unexpected praise. Mu Jin processed the surprising offer, a single drop of sweat betraying his shock against the vast blue sky. As Unhyo worked his mysterious treatment, Mu Jin watched, realizing the true depth of the Wudong master's skill. With the distance closed, Mu Jin now saw the subtle similarities binding the Wudong disciples. Master Unhyo's piercing gaze confirmed the depth of the disciples' understanding. The essence of Wudong's gentle power, represented by the yin-yang, emanates as he prepares his strike. Mu Jin, now that the distance is closed, began noticing the commonality among the Wudong people. Master Unhyo began, referencing the promise made to the bald monk regarding his care at Wudong. As Mu Jin stood firm, his imposing presence signaled the end of their casual observation. The moment of truth arrives as the elder begins to speak, signaling a shift in the day's agenda. The elder let out a sound of disbelief, utterly shocked by the proposal. His excited question hung in the air, while Mu Jin felt the weight of expectation. Master Unhyo turned, his grand robes billowing against the bright Wudong backdrop. The master fixed the blessed monk with an intense, knowing gaze as he prepared to speak. Master Unhyo was visibly staggered by Mu Jin's insight, a sudden fury bubbling beneath his calm exterior. Unhyo confidently declared he could fulfill the request without breaking his prior agreement. Mu Jin pondered the Wudong disciples, feeling a familiar resonance with his own grandpa Hulim Guang. The venerable master Unhyo stands ready, summoning the two monks he personally intends to guide. The mention of the Jagal clan immediately casts a long shadow over Wudong. The shadow figure sits amidst the vanquished, contemplating the road ahead. The master considered his next words carefully, ready to offer a solution. Mu Jin, noticing the Wudong disciples' shared affliction, begins to speak honestly about their condition. The intensity in his eyes confirms his sharp observation. He is about to deliver his judgment. He registered the inquiry, yet his expression showed utter confusion regarding the master's preceding statement. Unhyo revealed the true weapon, an imposing, glowing sword that stunned the observers. The master was now ready to impart the deep secrets of the Wudong arts, starting with the visible symbol of their craft. The Grand Master reveals the hidden core teaching. The Taiji Fist Strike. Anhyo's observation about the Wudong disciples' condition was met with quiet confirmation. The revelation of Wudong's weakness settled heavily, drawing an intense, focused gaze. Even if it's a fist strike technique and not a sword technique, he was observing everything during the sparring match. "I'll teach it in a simpler, more practical way," the master declared, his intensity unwavering. He excitedly confirms his understanding of the powerful Taiji Fist Strike technique. The master's knowing smile confirmed his understanding of Mujin's observation. Master Anhyo radiated power, his presence commanding as he held the glowing energy. The moment of ultimate clash arrived, one side radiating cool energy, the other burning with fierce determination. Fueled by his promise, Chung Su vows to dedicate himself completely to mastering this new teaching. And so, the time for the Shaolin and Wudong martial arts exchange draws to a close. The clash was absolute, a whirlwind of deflections and resounding impacts against the brilliant midday sky. The sheer force of the impact sent him reeling backward, a sound effect echoing the collision. He lay sprawled upon the dusty ground, utterly defeated by the master's untouchable skill. The Shaolin disciples threw everything they had, but the old monk parried effortlessly. His overwhelming power manifested as a silent, devastating strike, leaving Chung Su utterly defeated. The intense green energy pulsed and ripped through the darkness, scattering the symbols of impact. The two masters faced off, their auras colliding in a silent, charged confrontation above the spectators. His desperate attempt to block the attack was met with overwhelming force, a defining moment in their spar. The master confirms he has already read all of Chung Gu's moves. A massive burst of brilliant blue energy erupted, signaling an explosive conclusion to the demonstration. His earth-shattering impact signaled the end of their spar. The young disciple was utterly overwhelmed, knowing the world's next move would certainly be ideal for the road ahead. The elder unleashed a terrifying, glowing power, drawing his blade in a potent declaration. The Shaolin disciples fiercely declared their commitment after the Wudong teachings. Mujin mastered the Taiji Fist Strike and Sword Strike from Master Anhyo, while the others focused on different Wudong principles. The Shaolin disciples watched in awe as the Wudong monk effortlessly handled the immense weight. 10 days had passed in this shared training. The intense joint exercise session, sparked by their cooperation, looked surprisingly like a group fitness class. The raw display of strength was met with disdain. It was just Gung seeking a spotlight. Even the high-ranking martial artists were beginning to take notice of their success. Having secured their goodwill through joint sparring and wrist treatments, the next step was clear. Chung Su felt the master's gaze, quietly considering the next step, perhaps even anticipating the outcome. 10 days passed as the joint training and mutual exchange continued relentlessly. As the Shaolin disciples prepared to depart Wudong, a bittersweet atmosphere settles over the training grounds. The Wudong monks, impressed by their Shaolin counterparts, gathered with their master, ready for the next phase. Chung Su's parting words ring out, a final blessing before their separation. Monk Haiguan smiled warmly, offering parting words of wisdom and a place for future treatment. The intense sparring session concluded, replaced by a moment of mutual respect between the two martial artists. The final piece of the puzzle for Chung Su's training, the Dragon Phoenix Summit, is revealed. With their beneficial exchange concluded, the Shaolin disciples finally departed Wudong. The disciples, having absorbed the Wudong teachings, radiate their newly strengthened auras. The stern master assessed Chung Gu's continued struggle against the elder monk. The master revealed something incredible, causing Mu Yol's eyes to gleam with awe and realization. Mu Jin's masters revealed a spectacular surprise. The leopard strike technique. Mu Yol stared intensely as his master's hand, glowing with power, descended toward him. Master Haiguan's glowing hand hovered, demonstrating the sheer power he wielded. Confirming the success of their enlightenment, the monk offers a final, firm instruction. The Relai Divine Palm Strike concluded with a stark realization of inadequacy. The Taiji fist training was yielding profound results, showing just how potent the style truly was. The Wudong master's speed was absolute, deflecting every desperate thrust from the Shaolin disciples. Acknowledging the strength of the Heavenly Guild, he resolved his next critical move. You look troubled, sensing something is amiss regarding your grandfather. The young man was utterly defeated, unable to even touch the seemingly frail old monk. The ancient master effortlessly manifests a small flame, a demonstration of deep internal mastery. The final stage of mastery, reading the world itself, remained elusive, even for the monk. The sheer power erupting from the old monk caused a massive concussion wave. Grandpa was now demonstrating the mastery of the 100 steps divine fist strike. The monk Haiguan pointed a solitary finger, illustrating the next profound step in martial understanding. Though the technique was only memorized, the master declared it more than enough for sparring. Chung Su, still processing the monk's profound wisdom, suddenly felt a wave of confusion. The monk's knowing gaze strikes Chung Su to the core. How did he bring up the summit? The master remains inscrutable, absorbing the question with a knowing, silent pause. Was Grandpa also hinting at the Dragon Phoenix summit, perhaps revealing an unseen layer to his wisdom? The joint training concluded, and the Shaolin contingent prepared to depart Wudong Fortress. The elders of the Miram Alliance gather, facing the leader amidst the tension of the looming summit. Elder Jaegel Hyun questioned their next move regarding Shaolin's escalating actions. 38 years ago, the Great War ended, but the threat of the demonic cult remained. The unified front established 38 years prior now reformed, cementing their alliance against the demonic threat. The protracted conflict culminated with their decisive victory, driving the demonic cult out. The assembled leaders of the Miram Alliance convened, their faces obscured as they prepared to address the recent concerns. The elders' suspicion crystallizes as they focus their wary gaze on the one sect causing ripples. The chapter concludes, giving way to the title card, Genius Martial Arts Trainer. Amidst the serious discussions, a single leader leaned back, surveying the gathered council. The leaders of the Miram Alliance convened, their urgent meeting momentarily punctuated by the sudden tension of the unseen speaker. Even among allies, secrets are kept. They had no prior consultation on this matter, confirming the suspicions. The leader declared the unsettling shift in Shaolin's strategy. Grandfather's imposing presence filled the space, his satisfaction evident in his grin. The political intrigue of the Miram Alliance was momentarily set aside as she gazed out, perhaps contemplating the weight of future gatherings. The woman in the light blue robes recoiled as her energetic companion rushed forward. Even though it's been a while since the Miram Alliance last gathered, everyone's too busy fawning over Namgung Genshin. They eagerly looked forward to the upcoming Dragon Phoenix Summit, certain of a familiar victory. Tang Somi of Miram Sichuan leans in close, her adoration evident in her expression. The Grand Master's gentle, reassuring hand landed upon Mu Jin's shoulder as he made his promise. I love that you don't care about him at all. Hong So-il, the new dragon of Manhwa, stepped in, eager to join the intriguing conversation. The light reflects sharply off the wooden floorboards as the protagonist gathers his resolve, her gaze fixated on a singular ambition as she revealed her true focus. Tang Som's admiration quickly warped into intense possessiveness as she wondered who had captured Jinhee's attention. The conversation concluded as the grandfather urged his grandson to return to Shaolin soon. He reviewed the historical texts and scrolls, immersing himself in the past to prepare for the future. The moment of truth arrived as the grandfather prepared to make his final inscription. The realization dawns. Survival demands constant opportunities and relentless self-improvement. The sheer effort of compilation leads to a weighty realization. Every future action must be carefully managed to avoid unforeseen consequences. Even with faded recall, these assembled memories would serve as a necessary, rough guide. There must be a reason I retained all this information. The grandfather's final words hung heavy as the disciple resolved to fulfill his promise. The disciple, shocked by his grandfather's sudden appearance, dropped his sputtering candle. Mu Jin, now standing before Hong So-il, maintains his steady gaze despite the external pressure. The grandfather's gentle departure left the disciple in stunned silence. The grandfather, having witnessed the conversation, prepares to speak as the disciple looks up. The conversation paused. Mu-jin offered a respectful greeting under the night sky. The factions, having completed their quiet preparations, now converged upon the grand destination. The sight of the bustling gathering clearly overwhelmed the disciple, whose excitement was palpable. The ongoing squabble was abruptly interrupted by an unseen force, a sharp thwack, as their argument escalated. The excited disciples approached their Master Hyan, ready to report on their arrival. Master Hyan, Shaolin's external hall leader, finally appears, concluding Mu-jin's final exchange with his grandfather. As Mu-jin approached, the small group of cultivators scattered, unnerved by his presence. The sudden appearance of the familiar face caught Hong So-il completely off guard. The conversation shifted, forcing a moment of tense pause before the next words were spoken. The attention immediately snaps to the newcomer, recognizing the famous Shaolin disciple. The energized disciple, already boasting impressive physique, jokingly asks if his brief absence was even noticed. The Shaolin disciple greets someone with a respectful, glowing salute, his expression bright. Mu-jin, already recognized by his black attire, is greeted enthusiastically by his muscular Shaolin companions. The tension between the sects was palpable, even in casual conversation. Even Jinhee, who usually keeps her distance, was captivated by Mu-jin's aura. Her shock was palpable as she registered the familiar voice calling out to her. Mu-jin was caught off guard by the sudden, effusive joy from the approaching woman. "I love that you don't care about him at all." She gave a knowing, affectionate smile. The conversation shifts as one observing figure recognizes the newcomers arriving outside. Even among the new faces, some figures stood out with unnerving confidence. The tense discussion about Shaolin's expansion continues as a figure in white stands sternly. Mount Hua's new dragon, Hong So-il, was ready to challenge anyone who dared draw Jagal Jinhee's attention. The Mount Hua disciples' whispers fuel Hong So-il's explosive jealousy upon hearing of the favored monk. The man's shocked reaction confirmed that the woman had just revealed something utterly unbelievable. The woman, Tang Somi, suddenly turned, urging someone to confirm their plans for the summit. She seemed deeply pleased with the situation, her smirk suggesting hidden amusement. She voiced her shock, wondering if even a monk could pull off that drastic haircut. Seeing the intense attention Jagal Jinhee pays to Mu-jin, Hong So-il cuts in, trying to regain focus. The Mount Hua disciple recoiled, stunned by the sudden, icy reception from the woman he was pursuing. The arrival of this imposing figure commanded immediate, fearful attention from everyone present. The Shaolin disciples finally arrived, ready to prove their mettle at the grand gathering. Hong So-il questioned Mu-jin's unfamiliar Dharma name with a clearly skeptical expression. Hong So-il was utterly stunned by the humble introduction of this muscular monk. The hostile atmosphere intensifies as their true intentions begin to show. The monk's composure remains unshaken, showing only a faint hint of a symbol. But the tension of their proximity lingers. The aggressive posture and visible sweat suggested the opponent was already rattled by the earlier provocation. The disciple recoiled, stunned by the monk's raw power momentarily displayed during the handshake. The tension radiates from her formidable presence, shocking the disciple who witnesses this power. The opponent's shock was palpable, the sheer intensity of the monk's presence stealing his breath. The observer realized the monk was deliberately holding back, mindful of the public scrutiny. He retreats with a predatory grin, assured that public scrutiny keeps his rival in check. The target of the provocation could only scoff, knowing the spectators limited his options. The challenger, reeling from the intense shock of contact, could only stare in utter disbelief. His aggressive smile and outstretched hand seemed to signal a challenging proposition or a decisive end to their brief exchange. The probing touch ends as the monk wisely withdraws his hand, perhaps realizing the danger. The shadow's true nature is revealed in this chilling, predatory grin. "I might as well assert dominance before he gets cocky." The protagonist stares intensely, realizing the gravity of his current path. The sheer, Terrifying intensity of the monk's aura overwhelmed the disciple, freezing him mid-motion. This terrifying, shadowed face flashed with an unnerving, crimson grin, marking the protagonist's true, monstrous strength. Faced with the colossal, menacing figure, the monk stood firm, unwavering under the oppressive aura. He offered his hand, confirming his unexpected intention to spar, much to the surprise of the onlookers. The group challenges the monk, demanding to know who holds the authority among them. The monk's unsettling presence, barely concealed by a handshake, triggered immediate, intense internal distress. The sheer pressure of his presence was undeniable, causing the onlookers to gasp at the energy radiating from the monk. The aggressive challenger retreats quickly, seemingly intimidated by the monk's subtle display of power. His cryptic remark causes confusion, leaving the lady to question his intentions regarding their abrupt departure. He confirms his bold statement with a wide, predatory grin under the bright sky. The disciple seemed uneasy after witnessing the monk's intense energy. The protagonist of the novel, the future tyrant, was unmatched in his swordsmanship. The previous visitor quickly departed, leaving the protagonist to finally survey the dilapidated state of the Shaolin quarters. The others sneered at the monk's supposed humility, only making the situation sound worse. The sudden retreat of the arrogant disciple confirmed their fear, allowing the group to finally disperse under the bright midday sun. His initial shock quickly turned to intense focus. He could not afford to misjudge this formidable opponent. The disciple silently promised retribution, eager to tidy up the sect's quarters once this grand summit concluded. The disciple, startled by the sudden command, reacts with a visible tremor. The grand courtyard of the Dragon Phoenix Summit is revealed under the bright sky. The crowd surges, a mixture of cheers and curiosity erupting around the mysterious physician's sudden appearance. He concluded his argument by focusing on raw strength, pushing a bet based on restraint. His confidence flared, matched only by the intensity beneath the summer sky. The others strain under the 300-pound weights, while the true master questions the very difficulty of the test. The successful test of raw strength left the examiner nodding curtly, confirming the task complete. The heavy weight of that touch confirmed the man's immense, almost unbelievable internal power. The monk's mocking question clearly unsettled the disciples. Their anger boils over, palpable in the sudden, tense atmosphere. The impact rings out as the two spar intensely, while his peers cheer on the commotion. The Dragon Phoenix Summit gathers all the promising next-generation martial artists, eager to showcase their hard-earned skills. Despite the public pressure, the hero successfully navigated the physical test, avoiding a careless show of force. The white-haired man's intense gaze met the receding figure, the exchange leaving onlookers deeply confused. The monk, unperturbed, reaches out as if to grab something falling from the sky. He resolves to leave his mark, focusing solely on raw, physical strength for this initial display. This is the true measure of Choi Kang-yuk's raw, physical strength. A blinding shockwave erupts as raw strength unleashes a devastating, straight punch. The overwhelming impact registered as a sharp, explosive sound effect. The challenger strains, putting his full, unassisted might into the test. The massive stone cracked under the raw force, proving his unimaginable physical might. He had passed. The onlookers, clearly unimpressed by the Shaolin monk's supposed humility, dismissed any threat from the distant sect. The stunned martial artist struggled to comprehend the monk's raw, terrifying power. He reaffirms his philosophy. True mastery means conserving power for the crucial moments. His challenge complete, the man grins wide, urging the protagonist forward. The announcer calls for Wolchen of the Flash sect, snapping the disciple back to attention. The initial handshake attempt was swiftly aborted, leaving the disciple bewildered by the sudden retreat. The opponent recoiled instantly, utterly stunned by the sheer pressure radiating from the monk. The physician turned away, leaving the observer stunned by the sheer intensity of his presence. The weight of his words settles as he turns away, leaving the lingering question of his true intentions hanging in the night air. The monk conceded, admitting the physician's observation held some truth. The confrontation concluded, leaving the protagonist standing over the defeated. The narrative pauses, shifting abruptly to an image of legendary power, hinting at the protagonist's true, overwhelming strength. A visible mark, a tangible testament to his presence, begins to resonate with the weapon's immense power. The narrative swells toward its inevitable climax, displaying the name of the next great power in this world. As the protagonist is called forward, the air stills, his sheer presence dominating the scene. He declares his intent to leave a lasting impression, preparing his drawn, glowing blade. The concept of the enlightened one expands beyond its origins. The challenger, clad in orange, stands firm, facing the activated skill of the opponent before him. The congratulatory handshake solidifies the victory. Yet our protagonist already knows the match ahead is the true test. With the previous match concluded, the herald called the next combatant forward. "You're Du Wolchen." The victor turned, recognizing the defeated fighter. The subject of my fascination, Du Wolchen, departs, walking toward his grim destiny. The horrific vision flashes again. The complete annihilation of his entire clan. He continues to articulate the path of the tyrant emperor, building tension toward Wolchen's future suffering. The preliminaries conclude, and the main Dragon Phoenix summit finally begins. The preceding match concluded, but Mugen already knew the next outcome. With lingering internal conflict, the preliminaries concluded as the main Dragon Phoenix summit finally arrived. With internal conflict lingering, the preliminary rounds concluded, ushering in the main event. The Shaolin combatant stood ready, unleashing a powerful technique that stunned the arena. The Shaolin combatant absorbed the brutal impact, confirming the overwhelming power displayed. The crowd recognized the shocking power as the Shaolin technique clashed violently. Mugen's powerful strike echoes, confirming his victory in the preliminary match. The crowd roared its approval for the unexpected victor. The devastating force of the technique left Wangbo Wung utterly defeated and sprawled on the cold stone floor. The crowd was stunned by the speed, questioning if the defeated fighter was simply too weak. The victor from Shaolin is met with surprised congratulations on his overwhelming display of power. Mugen, receiving his personalized requests, maintains a guarded, almost suspicious expression. The crowd watched in stunned silence as the victor's name was called. The crowd watched as Mugen, the victor, was beckoned away by a guild representative. The preliminaries conclude, and the main Dragon Phoenix summit is finally underway. The preliminary rounds concluded, leading directly into the main event, the Dragon Phoenix summit. The crowd lamented their lost bets, while some still held firm in their predictions. The Heavenly Merchant Guild representative confirms the delivery of Mugen's unusual requests. Recovering from her excitement, the Heavenly Merchant Guild representative quickly corrected herself. As the preliminaries concluded, the main Dragon Phoenix summit finally began. Meanwhile, to further profit, merchant guilds set up various attractions throughout the event. As the transaction concludes, the delighted merchants exchange their goods for glittering rewards. The Heavenly Merchant Guild representative confirmed the requested provisions, including the suspicious fake identity. The Heavenly Merchant Guild representative delivers a positive assessment of Mugen's expected performance. He complimented Mugen's performance, calling the match amazing and his palpable. The protagonist prepares to reveal the looming tragedy to the young combatant. His expression remained grim, a silent testament to the immense burden he carried. Even as he faced the victor, Mugen stared, finally seeing the terrifying smile of the tyrant emperor. The fighter's chilling declaration, an escape from Shaolin, rocked the observer into horrified silence. The sudden approach from the monk startled the woman, causing her to gasp in surprise. The announcer finally declared the victor of the previous, decisive bout. The crowd erupts as Namgung Jinshin is declared the victor. Du Wolchen has truly lost. This is the first challenge Du Wolchen faces, leading to him growing even stronger. The narrative confirms the grim fate. The annihilation of his clan is imminent. The guild representative, having secured exclusive betting rights, concluded their business with Mugen. Her flustered reaction suggested the outlandish request she made had finally landed. A final, resonant sound as the narrator abruptly ends their intervention. The woman, flustered by her own reaction, watches the hero depart down the hall. He exhaled heavily, the immediate shock of the known tragedy beginning to set in. With the novel's predictable outcome revealed, Du Wolchen hung his head in resignation. Mujin's certainty in the novel's outcome seemed to waver as he observed Du Wolchen's quiet reaction. The anticipated match is set. Namgung Jinshin versus Du Wolchen. The narrative confirmed. Du Wolchen was lost in the match, just as the novel dictated. He offered a warm, knowing smile, perhaps already anticipating the next move in his plan. The tyrant emperor bows deeply, signaling his departure after their arrangement. The protagonist loomed large, his inner turmoil reflected in the tense space before the approaching Du Wolchen. The young Du Wolchen strains in secret practice, showing the pain he hides from everyone. Your younger sister's mischievous nature is revealed, referencing the mooncake incident. The mother, perhaps preparing a meal, seems oblivious to the children's distress over their impending fate. The Heavenly Merchant Guild representative offered a knowing, subtle smile, confirming the strange requests. Despite their shared hardship, the children looked up with tear-filled, hopeful eyes at the offered mooncake. The narrator reveals the painful memory of the mooncakes meant for Wolchen, confiscated after a fight with his sister. Mu Jin, the blessed monk, begins his difficult explanation to Du Wolchen. Du Wolchen listened, completely taken aback by the startling revelation. The vision of Du Wolchen's destined tragedy manifested, shocking the narrator into a stunned silence. Mu Jin greets the crowd, ready to share his profound, predetermined knowledge. The ominous path of Asura, whispered earlier, now manifests before his eyes, written in blood. The tension mounted as he absorbed the weight of the impending doom. The monk confirmed the dark future, yet his expression remained gentle toward the young woman. The monk's grim prophecy settles in, making him question everything he thought he knew about his future. The gravity of the monk's prophecy crashes down, shaking him to his core. Could this terrible future truly be real? Desperate for an answer, he implored the monk for a path forward. Fortunately, Du Wolchen's nature allowed for clear guidance. His face secured with the instructional note, he now felt the weight of his final obligations as he turned away. Jaegul Jinhee's final move, a counter to her opponent's feint, hits with shocking force. The monk reveals the precious item, Shaolin's lesser revitalization pill, along with the written guidance. Hardships exist to be overcome, a powerful decree hanging over the unfolding destiny. The monk turned away, his duty done, leaving the protagonist alone with his destiny. Even after receiving the potent revitalization pill, the young man watched in sheer terror as the imposing, shadowed figure advanced. He had provided the note on energy circulation, now offering the revitalizing pill. Mu Jin absorbed the monk's heavy pronouncements, his expression betraying his shock and disbelief. Mu Jin's aggressive declaration about her feelings leaves the observer momentarily speechless amidst the arena's architecture. The ink splatter background sets a dramatic tone for the coming confrontation, a visual void before the next dialogue. The intensity peaks as he manifests an incomprehensible, radiant sword energy. My personal efforts for Du Wolchen are complete. The rest is up to him now. The previous action ended, and now the audience is reminded that the match has already begun. The monk's words hung heavy, leaving this man speechless and drenched in a cold sweat of realization. The monk turned away, his difficult path preventing him from staying, leaving the protagonist alone with his destiny. The ongoing bout between Hong So-il and Jaegul Jinhee explodes into a clash of their powerful techniques. The clash begins. Hong So-il against the formidable Jaegul Jinhee. The opponent unleashes her fan, now radiating an alarming, intensified energy. The impressive results of their muscle-lengthening technique training are evident now. Jaegul Jinhee unleashed her power, demonstrating the incredible results of her training with fierce resolve. Jaegul Jinhee's fan energy clashes violently with the Manhwa sex flurry of hidden blades. The momentary relief vanished, replaced by a surge of anger and disbelief at the widening gap. A sudden, decisive impact lands as the momentum peaks. The power unleashed by Mu Jin in mere years utterly stunned the observer. Hong So-il unleashes his technique, shouting the name of the aggressive Plum Blossom strike. The powerful strike lands with devastating impact, shaking the very ground beneath her. The counter was instantaneous, a blur of motion that even the desperate Hong So-il couldn't stop. The devastating counter struck true, leaving Hong So-il staggered and gasping from the unexpected force. The crowd erupts in chaotic cheers as Jagal Jinhee lands a devastating blow. The Manhwa fighter is down, his sword fallen, as Jagal Jinhee coolly confirms her victory. A sharp, wounded glare, her composure shattered by the harsh reality of Mu Jin's dismissal. The Manhwa disciple tries a sudden, fierce strike, but Jagal Jinhee meets it with a disciplined counter. Frustrated by the failed counter, she scrapes her hand against the floor, accepting the loss. Despite his opponent's devastating counter, he commits to his attack, fueled by desperate pride. His world tilted as she casually dismissed his feelings as mere flower-like sentiments. Even after the devastating clash, Hong So-il charges forward, determined to strike. Jagal Jinhee unleashes her fan, now infused with sharp, swirling energy, readying her attack. Her decisive stance and chilling pronouncement reveal the absolute standard by which she measures worth. Her counted move, once utilized by the monk, now forces her own energy into a painful reversal. Mu Jin unleashes his definitive counter, a stunning, crimson strike named the Plum Blossom Slash. Jagal Jinhee unleashes a furious, fan-wielding assault, cloaked in blinding speed and blue energy. With the match concluded, Jagal Jinhee accepts the outcome with a chilling, knowing smirk. But that technique has already been counted long ago by that monk you hate so much. His menacing grin broke through his fluster, demanding a clear answer from the startled protagonist. The counter was executed perfectly, trapping her opponent's stance with decisive force. She counters his aggressive strike, immediately calling out his misplaced thoughts mid-fight. With a fierce cry, Jagal Jinhee decisively brings her energy down upon her opponent. Jagal Jinhee lands deftly, her flowing robes catching the air as she reclaims the attention of the fight. Her smug expression confirms his fears. The very technique he tried to hide has been turned against him. Despite his opponent's brief acknowledgement of his tenacity, Jagal Jinhee let out a dismissive sound, clearly unimpressed. The deflected blow sent him reeling, forcing him to grapple against the hard floor for purchase. Her smug, knowing gaze promised a dangerous bargain, and that is the treat. Her malicious gaze confirms her preference, savoring the dark anticipation. Defeated by a technique already counted by the monk, sheer humiliation and rage contort his face. The crowd erupts in joyous shouts as the victor of the intense duel is declared. The gravity of achieving absolute mastery in one technique finally hits him, causing an internal shockwave. The victor is declared, silencing the defeated opponent and confirming Mu Gung's triumph in this bout. The exhausted warrior lay defeated, while the victor struck a triumphant pose amidst the grand architecture. The successful muscle-lengthening technique had clearly paid off for the Shaolin disciples. Jagal Jinhee prepared herself, her stance radiating sharp energy after effortlessly defeating Hong So-il, who is currently fighting in the match. The next match is announced. Tang Clan Somi vs. Shaolin's Mu Jin. The monk finished his counsel, leaving the disciple to ponder his incredible path ahead. Now, watching others, she processed his words. With his preparations complete, Tang Somi vowed to settle his score with Mu Jin. Tang Somi's declaration shatters the air, fueled by possessive jealousy toward Mu Jin. The final clash had passed, and now the dust settled under a cold, starry sky. Her delighted gasp and proximity showed genuine connection, starkly contrasting Mu Jin's internal turmoil. The onlookers gaped as Jinhee stood between the two men, clearly captivated by one of them. The Shaolin monk's appearance was clearly a distraction she intended to exploit against Mu Jin. The aggressive declaration of ownership over Jinhee immediately draws a cold, furious reaction from the woman in green. The crowd reeled as Mu Jin accepted the victory, but the vanquished opponent remained stunned by the suddenness. The chapter ends, leaving us on the title card, The Genius Martial Arts Trainer. The stage is set for the highly anticipated confrontation. Jin versus Tang Somi. Her expression shifts, her calculating gaze softening into a delighted, confident smile. The monk stood awkwardly, bombarded by the overly enthusiastic attention he earned from Jinhee's praise. Stunned by her brazen display, Jin could only stare, utterly bewildered. The menacing smile lingers, a dark promise hanging in the air after the confrontation. The conversation shifted, but her dark intent remained, echoing Jinhee's own words. Tang Somi pressed her advantage, aggressively invading Jin's personal space to test his limits. The monk recoiled, utterly taken aback by Tang Somi's audacious, physical advance. Despite the awkward situation, Tang Somi's desire was clear. She wanted to be intimately close. Her provocative touch only deepens his confusion, questioning if this brazen display is truly directed at him. The sheer audacity of Tang Somi's move left the spectators utterly flustered. The absurdity of Tang Somi's actions earns an explosive, horrified reaction. The immediate, brazen advance shocked everyone watching the supposed victor. The chilling realization dawns. If monks are involved, perhaps Taoists share a similarly scandalous past. As Tang Somi shamelessly clung to Jin, someone else reacted with visible disgust. The defeated Tang Somi regards the victor with a chilling, possessive excitement. Tang Somi, momentarily ecstatic, squeezed Jin with overwhelming enthusiasm. Tang Somi's manic reaction continued as Jin was momentarily pinned. The momentum of the move carries them both skyward, a dramatic execution of martial force. The Shaolin monk unleashes his final, devastating technique with absolute conviction. The legendary divine palm strikes true, slamming the opponent hard against the ground. The lock is broken, but the counterattack comes swiftly with a burst of fiery crimson energy. The official proclamation echoes across the arena. Jin has secured the victory. Jin's internal shock is evident. He is forced to concede this strange confrontation. He analyzed the moment, realizing her attack must come immediately after this close contact. The Shaolin monk swiftly draws a shimmering, needle-like object. A dangerous ploy unfolds. The Shaolin monk stands ready, his attention fixed on the defeated Tang Somi below. He dismisses the notion of cowardice, reflecting on the unexpected turn of events. Jin's unexpected move, a poisoned needle, left the opponent utterly stunned on the ground. The standoff hangs heavy in the air as her steps approach, demanding immediate confrontation. Tang Somi's bold proposition made everyone freeze, leaving Jin bewildered by her audacious display. Despite Jin's admission of being poisoned, Tang Somi dismissed the need for formality, clearly enjoying the moment. Jin retreats, but the persistent admirer makes it clear she won't yield her prize so easily. As the dust settled and the winner was declared, his concerned senior immediately rushed to check on Jin. Tang Somi's aggressive pursuit continues as she finally corners Jin. Jin, recovering from the poison, found himself surrounded by questioning gazes. The opponent steps onto the platform, a silent assertion of intent for the upcoming confrontation. The towering Shaolin monk descended the steps, his imposing figure commanding attention. The intensity escalates as the two warriors face off, a stark confrontation between Jin and Taoist Chang Su. The tension mounts as the true strength of Taoist Chang Su looms, still unmeasured. Fueled by unrelenting effort and an unwavering mind, Jin channels his internal energy. Acknowledging past strength, the challenger signals that the playing field has drastically shifted. The anticipation culminates as the next challenger rushes in, eager for confrontation. Jin's confident declaration is met with palpable shock from his opponent. The words of his supposed rival ring hollow as the duel finally commences. The battle commences with a shout, as raw power gathers in the outstretched hand. The Shaolin monk unleashes his signature technique, the Rulai divine palm strike, with terrifying force. With Jin down, his opponent unleashes his ultimate technique right above him. The onlookers erupt in stunned shock as a truly legendary technique is unleashed. They watched in shock as the match escalated to an immediate, shocking conclusion. The true test of strength had begun. Jin unleashed the legendary divine palm. The Shaolin monk unleashes his ultimate technique, the legendary Relay Pump. The master unleashes his ultimate technique, a legendary move striking with incredible force. The Shaolin monk launched a blistering attack, catching his opponent completely off guard with a swift strike. The intensity of the legendary technique climaxed in a maniacal, triumphant outburst. This power, unleashed with the divine palm, is clearly on another level compared to Mujin's previous display. This is the moment, the confrontation he had been anticipating all along. The relentless defense forces Mu Gung to unleash his ultimate move. Muyol, seizing the moment of respite, adopts a fierce, ready stance. The final exchange of power was a blinding clash, a collision of mountain and waterfall. The clash intensified, a violent collision of overwhelming force against lethal precision. Muyol unleashed a technique that forced a desperate reaction from his opponent. The clash of their ultimate moves resulted in a blinding explosion of energy, leaving the spectators stunned. Chung Su presses the attack, forcing Mu Gung onto the defensive one last time. Their final, ultimate techniques met in a blinding clash of power and spirit. Chung Su, fully committed, braced for the clash, ready to meet Mu Gung's final, desperate attack. As their internal power surged, the two warriors faced each other in a final, silent confrontation. Chung Su's ultimate sword strike met Mu Gung's unwavering spirit head-on. The divine palm strike met the concentrated sword intent in a blinding explosion of energy. The clash reached its peak as their final, desperate blows collided in a deafening explosion of energy. Chung Su became one with his sword, preparing a final, decisive blow. A blinding light erupted, showcasing the final, devastating clash between the two warriors. The decisive blows landed, echoing through the arena as the crowd reacted to Chung Su's fate. The final, devastating collision leaves both warriors utterly spent, kneeling upon the fractured ground under the bright sky. Mu Gung's admission of defeat stunned the onlookers into disbelief. The duel concludes as Chung Su kneels, placing his blade down, acknowledging the draw. The realization hits him like a physical blow. Mu Kyung is a living embodiment of their shared techniques. Muyol, facing the aftermath of the draw, is about to understand the truth behind his senior's behavior. I truly misjudged Su. I let my own inferiority complex cloud my perception. The dust settles on the cracked arena floor. Both masters finally felled by the relentless exchange. The Wudong disciples, stunned by the unexpected outcome, could only react with visible distress. The diagram starkly illustrates the unexpected outcome. Chung Su is eliminated, throwing the bracket into disarray. Chung Su unleashes his powerful crane strike, but Mu Gung braces himself for the impact. Muyol's shocking technique manifested as a monstrous, glowing serpent striking down. Still, the opponent reacted instantly, launching the fluid and deadly snake strike. The audience, shocked by the draw, wondered what had happened to the bracket's expected winner. The sheer agility stunned him. Transitions between stances were instantaneous. Mu Gung finally concedes, acknowledging his defeat before focusing on his healing. The monk Hai Gul's quick technique shifts caught the other disciple completely off guard. Muyol, facing the shifting styles, is stunned by the sudden change in stance. As the intensity peaks, Muyol unleashes the powerful leopard strike, relishing the thrill of the clash. The commentator marvels at how quickly Muyol is shifting between strikes. The crowd watches breathlessly, questioning the implications of Muyol stepping forward. Mu Gung's admission of defeat stings, yet he recognizes the defining nature of this technique. Muyol's final admission hangs heavy. He does have a trump card, but it's too soon to reveal it fully. The explosive force of Muyol's technique culminates with the declaration of the formidable Tiger Strike. Muyol surged forward, his grin daring his opponent to meet his newly unleashed, terrifying strength. The master instructs Muyol to prepare a hidden trump card for future, more dangerous encounters. The stunned realization of Aoi hit him as Muyol unleashed a technique he never expected. Muyol unleashes the raw power of the Tiger Strike, startling his opponent. Realizing he cannot escape, Muyol commits to meeting the incoming force head-on with raw fist energy. The Golden Tiger's spirit roared, meeting the raw power of the strike head-on. The devastating collision of their ultimate moves erupted, bathing the arena in blinding energy. The overwhelming force sent both combatants plummeting, their draw officially declared. Yu Gung's immense power met an unexpected wall of strength. The official's internal shock resonated, confirming the unforeseen turn of events. Despite the ecstatic acknowledgement of growth, the opponent collapses, utterly spent. The sheer exhaustion of the battle finally caught up, leaving him gasping on the ground. Even as the dust settled from the draw, a younger disciple reacted with stunned confusion. Yu Gung acknowledged the draw and turned away to seek immediate treatment for his injury. The match ended not with a definitive victor, but with two exhausted men embracing the finality of a draw. The dust settles as the final pronouncement echoes across the arena, concluding the day's events. Ignoring the shock, these observers exchanged knowing glances as the unexpected draw unfolded. Their surprise was palpable. The match had concluded in an unexpected fashion. Mu Kyung's honest excitement for the rematch shines brightly despite the draw. The four disciples of Shaolin stood united, their impressive debut echoing across the Central Plains. The epic battle concludes, and now the title card signals a shift in focus. The massive impact reverberates through the night sky, casting a dark, ominous shadow over the city. Even with Shaolin's surprise success, the conspirators still held on to their faith in Wudong's dominance. The shadow of impending dominance looms large, focused solely on the ultimate rival, Jinshin. Even from their perspective, Namgung Jinshin remained the undisputed peak. The victor's immense power was instantly recognized. They were deemed a true monster. The Namgung clan, the strongest under heaven, is introduced by their formidable cloud sigil. The Emperor's sword art was unleashed, an overwhelming technique that erased his opponent. The devastating power of the Emperor's sword art left the Shaolin weapon shattered on the cold floor. The victorious Jinshin materializes, his imposing presence eclipsing the battered opponent. The aftermath of the brutal clash fades as the true nature of the event surfaces. The authority figure listened, his face etched with confusion and apprehension over Jinshin's baffling request. The silence after the decisive blow was deafening, leaving the victor standing over the defeated. His arrogance solidified as he realized his opponent hadn't even been truly tested. The realization of Jinhee's swift defeat floods her with guilt and sorrow. The overwhelming force of Jinshin's presence causes the onlookers to flinch in disbelief. The sheer dominance displayed led observers to question if this is truly the peak strength of the younger generation within the Miram alliance. His face contorted with rage, the previous opponent utterly dismissed. Now, the focus shifts to the next challenger, Mu Kyung. The guard's tentative suggestion for a break was abruptly dismissed. Jinshin was still eager for more. As the anticipation peaked, Mu Kyung snapped, his descent into madness now an unstoppable, terrifying charge. The clash of techniques resulted in a blinding explosion of light and raw impact. Jinshin's gaze drifted upward, satisfied that his display had utterly crushed the Shaolin challenger. The Shaolin disciple roared, preparing his counter-strike against the seemingly untouchable Namgung Jinshin. The stage is set. Namgung Jinshin versus Mu Kyung. A clash of titans begins now. The Emperor's sword art unleashed a cataclysmic impact, leaving only the sound of utter obliteration. With Mu Kyung entering the fray, the audience erupts, wondering if Jinshin has finally met his match. With his opponent swiftly dispatched, Namgung Jinshin demanded the next challenger immediately. They argued over Mu Kyung's state, but the truth was far more unsettling. The air ripped as Jinshin launched himself, his attack leaving a clean, brutal streak against the sky. The mimicry was complete, but the gap in power remained vast as Jinshin unleashed his devastating technique. Jinshin, with chilling confidence, unleashes the full might of his technique upon the hapless opponent. The blinding force of the Emperor's sword art surged forward, a final, decisive strike. The clash erupts. The invincible anti-demon punch meets the copied counter. Jinshin grips his blade, summoning a chilling, azure power as he declares the match concluded. The copied technique was instantly overwhelmed by Jinshin's furious counterstrike. The devastating Emperor Sword Art unleashes a blinding pillar of absolute power. The massive gap in power was evident. Mu Kyung vanished under that terrifying strike. The collision was absolute, a raw display of power that shook the very foundations of the arena. Stunned by the sheer speed, the opponent could only utter a sound of bewildered surprise. The devastating force of the attack ripples outward, forcing the onlookers to react to the sheer power unleashed. With a manic grin, Mu Kyung lunges forward, his staff braced, ready to unleash his full power. Despite the overwhelming gap in power, the challenger defiantly declares that the outcome is irrelevant. The copied technique connected, resulting in a deafening clash of power. The mimicry was instantly met with the raw, overpowering force of Jinshin's technique. The Emperor's sword art strikes with a chilling, otherworldly swiftness. Unleashing the full, terrifying might of his inner demon, Mu Kyung attacks with the forbidden sword art. The clash of techniques erupted in a blinding, explosive burst of frozen energy. The air shatters as the Emperor's sword art connects, overwhelming Mu Kyung in a violent burst. The Emperor's sword art's ultimate power erupts, a blinding, golden palm strike aimed directly at Mu Kyung. The sheer force of Namgung Jinshin's technique, the 10 iron fist strikes, slams down around the seemingly unimpressed martial artist. His indifference met with raw, barely contained fury as the next challenger stepped forward. The moment the copied technique struck, the resulting impact exploded in a blinding flash of power. The sheer power of the counterattack left the Shaolin practitioner stunned and enraged. A chilling thought surfaces amidst the fading aggression, a stark comparison forming in the observer's mind. The copied technique met the real thing, shocking the opponent into utter disbelief. A deafening sound erupts as Jinshin unleashes his ultimate skill. The immense power of the Emperor's sword art shatters the wooden pillar, drawing blood from his own hand. He mirrored the technique, but the sheer force behind the counterattack shattered his weapon. The clash of power materialized as a single, brutally impactful punch, shattering everything in its path. Mu Kyung screams, channeling his last reserves into a furious, explosive counterattack, refusing to accept defeat. Having dismissed his previous opponent, Jinshin now prepares to unveil the true extent of his skill. The true clash erupts as the copied technique meets Namgung Jinshin's overwhelming power. The clash unleashed a devastating force, with Jinshin's raw power slamming against the copied technique. The shockwave of Namgung Jinshin's devastating attack completely obliterates the arena. The crowd recoiled, their cheers silenced by the raw power echoing through the arena. The onlookers could only stammer in shock, struggling to comprehend the sudden, overwhelming display of power. The terrifying power of the Emperor's sword art completely erased Mu Kyung from the arena. The decisive blow landed, ending the match with overwhelming force. As Jinshin unleashed his ultimate strike, Mu Kyung desperately gripped the sword to counter the overwhelming force. The crowd watches, stunned, as the opponent is swiftly disarmed by Jinshin's overwhelming skill. His inner demons unleashed a killing strike, but Jinshin remained utterly unfazed by the aggression. He reels from the counterattack, his own technique now turned against him with deadly precision. Mu Kyung, consumed by his internal demon, clung to Jinshin, his final, desperate attack ready. The Emperor's sword art is unleashed, an overwhelming display of devastating power. The defeated monk leans heavily on his comrade, facing the cold, composed arrogance of Namgung Jinshin. The Miram Alliance leader arrives, his welcome overly cheerful, suggesting an agenda behind the pleasantries. The intimidating figure loomed above, radiating palpable menace towards the two figures below. The Alliance leader beamed, clearly pleased to have orchestrated such an event. The Miram Alliance leader's menacing grin dominated the space, physically imposing himself upon the visibly distressed opponent. The Alliance leader's ominous warning hung in the air as the crowd watched the protagonist closely. The shocked onlookers questioned the victor, recognizing the rising power of Shaolin. The tension climaxes as the Alliance leader dramatically announces the start of the highly anticipated main event. The decisive clash begins as the word begin explodes across the arena, signaling the true start of the ultimate confrontation. The onlookers were stunned, witnessing Jinshin's unprecedented struggle against the monk. Mujin's allies approach, supporting a visibly shaken monk, acknowledging the sheer force of the outcome. The clash of Monk's fist and Namgung's sword rips through the air, signaling the true start of their monumental battle. With the title secured, Mujin contemplates his next ascent. The clash was explosive, the force meeting Namgung Jinshin's blade head-on. Namgung Jinshin unleashes a furious, desperate thrust, fueled by sheer humiliation. The clash explodes outward, the sheer force of Mujin's desperate strike meeting Namgung Jinshin's blade. The clashing forces meet in a blinding burst of spiritual energy, shaking the very air around them. The raw, shattering impact of the final exchange erupts across the stage floor. The clash intensifies as Namgung Jinshin forces his sword against the monk's surprising defense. The clash of wills and swords continues as the crowd watches the unbelievable struggle unfold. The physical clash sends shockwaves as Namgung Jinshin reels from the unexpected reversal. This is his first taste of true defeat. Consumed by fury over his shattered pride, Namgung Jinshin vows to crush his opponent and reclaim his title. But even as the blade descends, a burning fist meets the steel head-on. Namgung Jinshin's rage finally boiled over as his sword clashed against Mujin's bare hand. The overwhelming shock of his technique colliding with pure electric force shattered Namgung Jinshin's composure. The monk's unexpected offensive forces Namgung Jinshin's sword aside as the clash of power erupts. Namgung Jinshin recoils in shock as his deadly strike is parried, not by a weapon, but by bare flesh. Enraged by the grip on his robes, Namgung Jinshin unleashes his fury, demanding respect. The intense, raw power of Jinshin's strike shatters the air and meets the monk's defense head-on. Namgung Jinshin tried to retreat, but a decisive counter stopped him cold. The final strike lands, and Namgung Jinshin draws his blade, energy surging around the hilt. The monk's blue energy clashes violently against Namgung Jinshin's fiery attack. The shocking clash reverberates, catching these spectators completely off guard. The onlookers, unnerved by the display, watch the alliance leader conclude his assessment of the Shaolin monks. The overwhelming clash of their final attacks detonates, shaking the very ground beneath the stunned onlookers. The impact erupts as the monk's overwhelming aura clashes with Namgung Jinshin's desperate counterattack. The sheer force of the strike unleashes an inferno of desperate rage on Namgung Jinshin's face. The clash of their powers explodes, shattering the silence of the arena. The final, crushing blow lands, shattering Namgung Jinshin's arrogant facade. The clash intensifies as Namgung Jinshin swings wildly, his rage fueling a desperate offensive. The overwhelming realization of his defeat twisted Namgung Jinshin's face into a mask of sheer terror. He presses his advantage, noticing the flicker of uncertainty in his opponent's eyes. Was that same descent into madness shared by Mukyang? Namgung Jinshin, overwhelmed by the pressure, unleashes a desperate, chilling counterattack. Despite his own power, Namgung Jinshin is forced to grunt in pain as Mujin's attack connects. Enraged by the overwhelming pressure, Namgung Jinshin unleashes his ultimate technique, the Heavenly Emperor Art. The final, decisive clash ends in a breathtaking, ink-wash abstract moment. The final blow lands with a resounding crack, shattering the air itself. As Mujin declared his ascent, a brilliant streak of light pierced the night sky above the city. Namgung Jinshin raises his blade high, preparing the final, definitive strike against the audacious monk. With his technique unleashed, Namgung Jinshin lunges forward, engulfed in furious energy, determined to erase his shame. Namgung Jinshin unleashes his ultimate technique, screaming his intent to send his opponent flying. As Mujin reached a new height, a brilliant pillar of light erupted into the sky above the gathered city structures. With overwhelming force, Mujin's counter struck true, sending Namgung Jinshin reeling back in shock. The crowd erupts as Mujin stands triumphant over his defeated foe, raising a fist to the sky. The alliance leader bursts into manic laughter, his initial warning now ringing true as his bet is lost. The onlookers gasped, reeling from the sheer force displayed in the final clash. With his ultimate strike launched, Mu Jin soars into the blinding light, seeking to ascend beyond mere equality. The overwhelming force of Mu Jin's final blow sends Namgung Jinshin crashing down. He acknowledges his superior position, yet asserts that he must ascend further than this current parity. The immense power of the revelation echoes through the stunned assembly. Despite the celebration, a dark, unspoken issue still loomed over the victor. The official confirms the dragon's victory as he's raised up, demanding silence. The sheer power of the divine monk's presence washes over the ecstatic crowd celebrating the victory. The first page of the remastered Shaolin Chronicles begins now. The promised reward is kept within this austere training ground of the Miram Alliance. The moment the box is opened, the thick energy of the ginseng will escape with it. The ultimate prize, the 10,000-year snow ginseng, is revealed in its chilling sanctuary. However, the immense, chilling power of the 10,000-year snow ginseng resonated violently. The sheer, chilling energy of the 10,000-year snow ginseng radiates as Mu Jin grips it tight. The residual shockwave of that immense energy blast fractured the very ice surrounding him. The sheer cold emanating from the 10,000-year snow ginseng was palpable, even as a touch was made. Despite the pain and the terrifying energy, he had successfully captured the essence of the elixir. He held the corrupted essence between his fingers, confirming the insidious threat. The ominous presence of the parasitic bug is immediately revealed, threatening the host's core energy. The parasitic control takes hold, rendering the victor a mere puppet. The parasitic insect's existence confirmed the true danger lurking within the prize. The monk Haiguan was momentarily silenced by the sheer absurdity of their escape plan. Despite the divine item being partially compromised, the absorption process was still intensely powerful. The sheer power of the elixir overwhelmed him, yet he still marveled at the residual energy intake. With the elixir absorbed, Mu Jin stood ready, signaling the end of this stage. The elder confirms his sincere wish to bestow this ultimate reward upon the victor. The outer hall leader confirmed the successful absorption of the incredibly potent energy. Mu Jin and the others sensed an ominous presence watching them from the shadows above. As the congratulations fade, a monstrous shadow erupts, mocking the victory with wicked laughter. But if I'm driving, then I decide where we go. With the prize secured, Mu Jin prepares for the next step in his deception. Having met Du Wolchen and fully powered up, he clenched his fist, ready to consume the ultimate prize. With the prize secured, the final preparations for their departure begin under the cover of night. The others remained shocked, but one disciple was simply thrilled by the realization. Mu Jin's bold declaration sparks an immediate, frantic reaction from his companion. The final decision is made. A new era for Shaolin must begin. But Mu Jin realizes he cannot achieve this grand vision alone. The excited monk declared his necessity, demanding all of them be included in the next move. The powerful monk emphasizes that their intentions regarding the victory remain the same. Mu Jin sat silently, absorbing the weight of the conversation, while the other man was clearly overwhelmed by the implications. A memory surfaces of the corrupted Namgung Jinshin, a victim of the parasite. The villain's chilling question hangs heavy, as the terrified young disciple questions his fate. The tension mounts as they attempt communication, but only silence answers their calls for Mu Gun. The elder's imposing presence confirms the weight of their decree above, even as the young monk trembles in agreement. A chilling determination radiates as the prisoner declares his absolute refusal to live under such constraints. The excitement over escaping Shaolin's rigid discipline was infectious, though some worried about the inevitable reckoning. With resolve set, Mu Jin signals their departure, ready to use their mobility art at dawn. The desperate pleas of the others echoed their shared desire to join the escape. With his comrades enthusiastically agreeing to his proposal, Mu Jin watches the fortress under the midnight sky, a smug certainty settling over him. The sound effects illustrate their frantic movement as they prepared to cross the wall. Their escape was already underway, but the caution remained. The final moments of their plan, crossing the perimeter wall with blinding speed. With resolve set, Jin grips his weapon, preparing for their audacious escape at dawn. The shock of the discovery and the failed escape attempt erupts in a desperate, thunderous command. The air crackled with menace as a sharp, cutting force sliced through the darkness. The clash was instantaneous, leaving both men momentarily stunned by the unexpected force. He finally drew his weapon, savoring the feeling of a real sword in his grasp. The moment the box opened, the demon cult's trap was sprung, and the yin energy of the elixir began its dangerous work. Changsu's unexpected arrival created an immediate tension as the others tried to cover their escape plan. The tense moment of realization hangs in the night air as Jin steps forward to speak. The energetic invitation was met with shock from the gathered disciples. The younger man smiled, perhaps having already won this silent negotiation. The chilling reality settles in as he recognizes the volume. Return of the Demon Supreme. They confirm their safety, but the final piece has just arrived unannounced. Changsu joins their illicit midnight escape. With preparations complete, the young monk knelt before the elders, ready to receive his due reward. The news of the disciples' disappearance sent shockwaves through the elders. The elder monk contemplates the gravity of the situation, perhaps reflecting on the unexpected turn of events. Even as the higher-ups confirmed the victory, the old master seemed content, just enjoying the calm. Jin admits his total lack of experience driving anything motorized. The Shaolin monks and Jin began their desperate escape just as Changsu was spotted near the exit. As they accelerate towards the wall, the monk confidently affirms their plan for escape. With the elixir consumed and his strength confirmed, Jin's spirit surges with readiness. The breathtaking vista of Fanjing Mountain finally lay before them, bathed in harsh sunlight. The vast, sun-dappled expanse of the mountain path awaited their next move. The frantic screeching abruptly stops as Muyol spots his target in the high wooden structure. The surprising sounds of a struggle led them closer to the commotion. Jin and the others finally arrive, finding Muyol and the monkeys seemingly celebrating their success. The title card slams down, marking the beginning of this new chapter in their desperate quest. Muyol's dramatic entry signaled a significant shift in the frantic search. Muyol's triumphant cry confirmed the success of their coordinated maneuver. Muyol, having clearly located something, surges ahead with fierce determination. The frantic chase concludes as Muyol bursts forward with incredible speed and force. The dark orb pulsed with an ominous, vibrant red energy. Gathered around the small fire, the companions finally settled down after the chaotic trek. With the immediate threat neutralized, Muyol calmly resheathed his sword, the spoils of their encounter secured. The triumphant Muyol stood over the subdued enemy, the sword glistening under the sudden confrontation. Jin, winded from the struggle, quickly addresses his surprised companions. Even as the search dragged on, Jin relentlessly pushed forward, refusing to give up hope. Muyol leaps high into the dense canopy, driven by his mysterious excitement. Muyol, moving with impossible speed, finally seems to have intercepted the source of the commotion. The exhilarated laughter echoed as a dark blur shot rapidly through the green canopy. As the others catch up, one of them is suddenly grabbed, causing a startled, sharp reaction. Muyol's aggressive move resulted in immediate, shocked confusion from the observer. The monkey recoiled in shock as Muyol beamed with triumphant excitement. The small monkey made contact, clearly protesting the sudden halt to its antics. A piercing cry slices through the air as a powerful impact echoes through the forest. Muyol's hasty descent resulted in a dramatic collision, burying him deep into the earth, right where the little monkey trembled in fear. The monkey, having been knocked out of the tree, lands hard on the forest floor. The agitated monkey let out a fierce cry as it sent the human flying with a surprising kick. The creature let out a furious shriek as Muyol's hand descended, its eyes glowing with trapped rage. The little monkey, startled by the sudden appearance, could only utter a faint sound. He deftly swings past the snake, narrowly avoiding collision in his unrestrained tree-climbing glee. The impact rings out as the boar is decisively struck down. His exhilaration was immediate and intense, basking in the glow of success. The grateful monkey offered a soft sound, its big eyes fixed on the newcomer. Unknown API error after 3 attempts. In a moment suspended between worlds, Muriel gently touched the monkey's finger. A connection forged under the cosmos. The startled cries and delighted laughter echoed against the backdrop of the setting sun. A sudden burst of energy, and Muriel propelled himself forward, racing toward the noise. Muriel excitedly points the way forward, his monkey companion riding along, much to Mujin's evident shock. Muriel grins, the small monkey cheerfully chattering atop his head as they speed forward. Muriel, triumphant after securing the legendary elixir, rushes towards his waiting companions. The chase continues deeper into the dense woods, the characters rushing toward the sound. The triumphant confirmation echoes as the others arrive at Muriel's location. The sudden, sharp cry cuts through the bright sunlight as the chase continues. The next volume, Part 1, begins as the story flashes back to Du Wolchen's despair. The shadowy figure, surrounded by the deep forest, continued onward toward the rumored treasure. The shadowed figure observed the dark, unsettling environment with a look of intense focus. The glowing flower, the fabled elixir, sat innocently before them. The story of Du Wolchen, detailed in the novel, begins in this desolate landscape. The moment they witnessed the crimson blossoms, the shock of success erupted in an exclamation. The cloaked figure reveals a glowing red orb, the legendary elixir, contrasting the prior lesser pill. Muriel, now cheerfully accompanied by the monkey, casually questions if this spot was the creature's home. The group rushes forward, drawn by Muriel's excited calls indicating a breakthrough. The scene erupts into violent motion as Mujin unleashes a powerful, decisive strike amidst the crimson flowers. The shocking revelation of the elixir being caught hangs heavy as a monstrous boar lunges with terrifying speed. The monstrous boar roared, closing the distance as the others were catching up. The sound of impact echoed sharply as the mysterious creature was struck down. They rushed forward into the chaos, propelled by Muriel's excited declaration. With a sudden, blurring rush, Muriel charged deeper into the bright woods. A blinding light erupts from the location where the elixir was held, accompanied by a sharp sound effect. Wait a second. What kind of chaotic situation is this? A sudden, heavy impact rings out as the massive boar crashes down near the cliff edge. The others catch up, spotting the massive creature and finally realizing what Mujin has found. The mysterious man, clearly pleased with himself, calls for the others to join him. The group stared, utterly confused by Muriel's cryptic announcement about catching the elixir. The explanation concluded. He exhaled sharply, clearly exasperated by the necessity of the conversation. The monstrous boar, eyes burning with rage, lets out a terrifying roar as the two men desperately flee. The terrifying image of the slain boar and the grieving monkey solidified a horrifying realization in his mind. The monstrous boar roared, illuminated by the powerful impact radiating from its core. The martial arts master fiercely questioned if this essence was truly the reward. The martial arts discussion flows into the physical techniques being described. The successful persuasion led to the consumption of the essence, marking the group's work complete. The beast roared its challenge, but Mujin stood ready, glowing with power against the monstrous foe. Mujin successfully convinced his hesitant companion, accepting the necessary sacrifice. The monstrous boar, enraged, lunges forward in a devastating attack. The intense energy surge confirmed the final step of the secret technique's completion. With a final, resounding "take this," the enhanced technique culminated in a devastating suplex. His terrifying mask of righteous indignation finally fractured under the weight of Mujin's psychological assault. The combined force erupted in a blinding, violent shockwave, shattering the environment around them. The finality of their success was reflected in the still water, a brief pause before the next confrontation. The final act of the conflict concluded with Mujin stepping into the water, perhaps washing away the evidence or beginning his own recuperation. He proudly presented the glowing inner core essences, finally obtained through their arduous efforts. The final confrontation is over, the massive boar slain amidst the sea of red flowers. As the massive boar lay defeated, lingering doubt hung in the air among the onlookers. Mujin's persuasive efforts finally sway his companion, successfully tricking him into consuming the essence. His comrades watched in awe as Mujin absorbed the immense energy. Mujin's successful persuasion was met with an almost blinding, self-satisfied smile. Stunned by the explanation, the men react to the unsettling nature of the essence. The justification for taking the essence. Was it truly the monkey's elixir? You question the grim outcome. The immediate shock gives way to a rapid-fire conversation as the true nature of the reward is revealed. The disciple presented the core essences, concluding his explanation of the whole ordeal. Mujin's group, having secured their prize, smiled triumphantly under the fading sky. Even after settling matters, Mujin's companion felt slightly adrift, questioning his minimal contribution to their success. Having secured the essence, Mujin and his group departed the mountain, the monkey watching their ascent into the brilliant sunset. As the energy stabilized, Mujin asked, expecting a response from the bewildered man facing him. Mujin placed the bag down, equating the essence to a lesser rejuvenation pill. The carriage clattered away into the night, its mission at Mount Fanzang complete. The chapter concludes, giving way to the title card of the series. They arrived in Xiong, a city teeming with major Miram Alliance factions. Their brief rest now over. The shopkeeper, unnerved by the tense atmosphere, could only stammer an affirmative. Mujin finally succeeded in persuading the reluctant men to consume the essence. Taoist Changsu accepted the essence, despite his reservations about its origin. This legendary thief's wealth, now revealed, was said to shake the world a century ago. The shopkeeper's shock confirmed the incredible rumors circulating the restless city of Liang. Mujin had successfully persuaded his companions to consume the essences, concluding their work at Mount Fanzang. The shadowy figure boomed, confirming the rumors about the divine thief. With the final essence secured, Mujin presents the necessary information to the Taoist. The discoverer vanished, leaving only the blood-spattered mystery of the divine thief's hidden treasure map. They excitedly shared the meager spoils, convinced of their easy success. The Taoist Changsu, slightly unnerved by the sudden movement, questions what is happening. The heavy, final words punctuated the resolution. A sudden, intense movement erupted around the group. The shopkeeper nervously waited, as Mujin prepared to question him about the rumors spreading through Xi'an. With the immediate task complete, Mujin turned his attention to the next stage of his complex plan. The tensions that had fractured their past seemed to irrevocably split here, with a blade and a strange artifact changing hands. He reviewed the volatile information he'd just learned, wondering how these fictions mirrored reality. Mujin's contemplation over the unexpected early events stops abruptly as a singular, unsettling word forms in his mind. Butterfly. The shopkeeper, perhaps relieved, agrees to answer Mujin's pressing questions. The prospect of consuming the essence instantly turned his hesitation into pure, dazzling avarice. Mujin's companions looked on, ready to depart after their successful endeavor. Mujin's group was ready to depart, but one of the others needed to speak privately with Taoist Changsu. The exhausted Taoist Changsu yields to Mujin's insistence, accepting the inner core essences. Mujin recalled the shopkeeper's words about the secret technique, realizing the information was highly sensitive. The men from the sect, now revealed to be vicious, discussed their target. If they were so greedy, why would they spread rumors that invite competition? For now, we break into the rumor's source directly. Mujin's group successfully resolved their business at Mount Fanzang and headed for the city of Liang. Despite Mujin's unsettling demeanor, the terrified sect members offered their belongings. The supposed victims, now realizing their plight, fall into utter despair before Mujin. With Mujin finally confronting the kneeling sect members, their pretense of innocence shattered under his intimidating presence. The imposing leader, cloaked in black, silenced the room with his sheer presence. Their supposed act of innocence rings hollow as Mujin presses further. The desperate martial artists groveled, pleading for their lives after Mujin dropped his facade. The kneeling man begs for his life as Mu-jin looms over him, dropping the pretense of innocence. The terrified sect member dramatically prostrates himself, begging for his life and offering up all their possessions. The sinister question hangs in the air. Could this sudden gathering of masters be a prelude to disaster? Mu-jin's words, though manipulative, had finally convinced them. The sudden, silent realization of defeat registered on his strained face. The oppressive silence was shattered by a chilling realization rippling through the remaining assassins. His eyes burned with fierce resolve as he drew his blade, preparing for the final confrontation. The leader's overwhelming power struck, sending his subordinate reeling in shock and confusion. The immediate, concussive force of the impact violently erupted outward. The immediate threat was neutralized, but now, the title card signals a shift in focus. The chilling sound of life draining away punctuated the silence. The horrifying realization dawns as the leader's men are struck down beside him. Why were they targeted too? Witnessing the enemy's brutal lack of mercy, the leader issues a chilling command. His comrades charged forward, the air thick with the smell of fresh blood and grim resolve. A desperate command echoes as the villain's heavy foot slams down with immense force. Their frenzied resolve was met by an absolute, blinding counterattack. Despite their comrades falling, these remaining henchmen charged forward with a desperate cry. The leader, reacting instantly to the counterattack, slammed onto the ornate floorboards, demanding answers. The enemy's attack, cloaked in dark energy, meets his superior counter-maneuver. He notes the voice is young, contradicting the imposing physique he just witnessed in battle. The enemy leader recognizes the power he faces, the elite successors of the Miram Alliance. With his comrades safe, the hero steps up, directly challenging the remaining threat. The enemy leader recoiled in shock as the quick succession of defeats stunned him. The leader unleashed his devastating chain punch, silencing the opposition with blinding force. The antagonist gasped, realizing the fight was quickly turning against him as he desperately reached for his weapon. The mysterious assailant unleashed a blinding kick, narrowly blocked by the swift defense. The enemy's eye reflects only endless, overwhelming power, a terrifying vision of impending doom. The assassins surge forward, their hooded forms a blur of dark intent against the protagonist. The hero's swift counterattack explodes against the enemy lines, the sheer force echoing the previous combat intensity. The antagonist sinks in despair, recognizing the terrifying identity of his defeated opponent. Shaolin's Jin. The enemy leader smirked, confirming his sinister intent after his subordinates chose self-destruction. The villain cracks his knuckles, his malicious grin widening as he prepares for the confrontation. The supposed leader of the attackers realizes this dragon is far more formidable than anticipated. The captured operative knew that exposure meant utter ruin for their organization. Faced with capture, the order rings out with chilling finality: commit suicide. The remaining enemy made a desperate, final lunge, screaming for the fight to end. The powerful blow had landed. A wretched, bloody cough erupted from the stunned assassin. The violence lingers in the air, a stark reminder of the ruthless actions they just witnessed. The immediate aftermath of the confrontation left a chilling silence, broken only by the attacker's final, desperate collapse. The assassin made a desperate, blurring dash through the neon-streaked alleyway. He realized that capturing one of the remaining enemies was now essential for intelligence gathering. The captured villain is utterly shocked by the protagonist's unexpected speed and resilience. The sound of the decisive strike echoes as another assailant falls, leaving the heroine breathless amidst the carnage. The commanding figure's gesture silences the remaining subordinates, drawing a reluctant confirmation. The captured enemy, realizing his fate, collapses with a desperate, choking sound. He acknowledges the narrow escape, readying himself for what comes next. The visceral horror of the fight is captured in this splash of crimson. Witnessing death firsthand is brutal, even for the young. He internalized the shock of the previous carnage, realizing the reality was far grimmer than he imagined. The defeated enemy clutches his comrade amidst the carnage, prompting a grim reflection from the victor. As their comrades fell, panic seized the remaining subordinates. Desperate, The remaining foe lunges with a final, wild strike, shocking his comrade with his sudden appearance. Despite the rapid defense, one of the villains barely registered a glancing blow. Just as the thug lunged, a blur intercepted the blow with shocking force. With his scheme foiled, the captured agent chooses instant self-destruction over interrogation. The leader's declaration chills the remaining assassins, causing a palpable shift in the atmosphere. The mood instantly shifts as the monkey chitters in enthusiastic agreement atop his head. The tension remains thick as one side demands immediate action regarding the unexpected companion. The immediate, cheerful relief of the middle operative was met with the stunned realization of his comrades. The leader watched, stunned, as his comrade met an unexpected, swift end. The victorious mood was immediately broken by the sudden, jarring appearance of a familiar, tiny creature. The relief was short-lived as the mischievous monkey from before reappeared, grabbed by one of the remaining culprits. The conversation quickly turns toward the monkey's presence, causing some immediate consternation. His smug expression hardened as he prepared his demand. The defeated villain took a final, desperate step onto the blood-spattered wooden floor. Seeing the aftermath, the victorious fighter surveys the scattered documents and the glowing loot before him. The leader's swift assessment confirmed the enemy's unnerving capability and resolve. Bingo! They found it, a stash of treasure, just as they suspected. The remaining villains watch, realizing their captured comrades have chosen death over disclosure. The remaining villains, now exposed, retreated into the shadows to consult their leader about the unexpected failure. Confirming the danger ahead, the subordinate could only manage a single, stark response. The chaos in Sichuan had already drawn attention. An emergency signal was received. The excitement over the treasure faded as they surveyed the devastating aftermath of the earlier intrusion. The joyous looting of the divine thief's treasure was cut short by grim discovery. The Sichuan branch had met a horrifying end. The initial success of securing the treasure meant nothing. Wider conflicts were already raging in Sichuan. The alliance of rival factions, Imi, Qingqing, and the Tang clan, is now set in motion. Their plan: let the others take the fall. The unseen mastermind issues their final directive, setting the complex schemes in motion. The triumphant mood dissipates as an unseen presence recognizes their success. Whoever it was, they have found their trail. With the path cleared by their guide, the group finally stood before the divine thief's secret tomb entrance. The coordinated search, guided by their hidden map, finally yielded results. As the Black Crow blood fiend closed in, their terrifying presence shattered any hope of a quiet escape. A heavy, deliberate footstep signals the arrival of a new presence in the chamber. Even with the path cleared, the Black Crow blood fiend easily swept aside the Tang clan's ambush. The Black Crow blood fiend moved to intercept, manifesting an iron guard against the barrage. Muyul's senses had kept them safe, but now the path ahead, littered with arrows, signaled a different danger. The vanguard has cleared the path, leading them straight to the ominous entrance of the tomb. Muyul's keen senses had guided them unerringly to the treasure vault. Their initial elation quickly faded as they realized they were not alone in this legendary tomb. Just as they celebrated securing the loot, the illusion of safety shattered. Muyul's sharp senses had guided them to the prize, yet the sudden exclamation suggested something unexpected awaited. Muyul, your keen senses have led us this far. Press on through the darkness. Muyul's excited chatter, punctuated by mischievous laughter, pointed toward the dazzling bounty they had just secured. The path led them into the shadowed, ancient depths, the entrance glowing with faint, ethereal energy. The blood fiend shows off his terrifying strength, effortlessly wiping out the Tang clan's guards. The victorious group, sacks ready, prepared to enjoy their spoils, unaware of the gathering storm. The ensuing chaos erupted as Mu Jin's triumphant moment was shattered by rivals arriving. The apparent safety vanished as a loud, unexpected greeting sliced through the air. Their successful haul was suddenly interrupted by a wave of shock and dread. The sheer magnitude of the treasure confirmed every rumor. The divine thief's hoard was astonishingly real. The The sheer volume of glittering treasure left the victorious group momentarily stunned by the unexpected fortune. Their collective quickly erupted as they took in the glittering hoard of the divine thief. Everyone's initial excitement over the treasure was genuine, without doubt. The captured maps, now rendered useless and burning, symbolized the successful end of their immediate goal. The victorious rogue pulls out the hidden cache, scattering the vital secret maps into the air. The scattered maps, now useless, confirm their success in reaching the treasure. While our heroes celebrated their find, chaos already brewed in Sichuan as others pursued the maps. Just as they began to celebrate their haul, the peace shattered. Another group had bypassed their efforts. Following Mu Yel's lead, the cloaked figures ventured deeper into the ominous stone corridor. The shock of finding the treasure room suddenly shifts as new arrivals appear, disrupting their triumph. The group, finally reaping their rewards, was abruptly confronted by the arrival of others. A sudden, heavy sound echoes through the chamber as they survey the room ahead. If all the protective mechanisms are already disabled, someone must have beaten them to the treasure. Their easy triumph evaporated. Realizing their predicament meant facing another formidable foe, the victorious group began dividing the spoils, assured of their secrecy. As the treasure was claimed, someone reprimanded the young miss for her unladylike outburst regarding the loot. The successful haul was short-lived. They were not the only ones who knew the way. The successful treasure hunters are momentarily distracted by a new, imposing arrival. Her excited confidence faltered as the realization of their predicament set in. The Tang clan warrior was stunned by the arrival of this cloaked figure, demanding to know how they bypassed their guard. The previous guards were instantly dispatched. How could the path be this clear? They boasted about their vanguard, unaware of the danger approaching. The leader confirms his understanding, standing sentinel before the small group who followed him in. Lingling's heightened senses confirmed the presence of the legendary treasure. The horrifying black crow blood fiend appeared, ready to strike with his razor-sharp claws. The monstrous figure advanced menacingly, demanding silence as the Tang clan member recoiled in horror. The black crow blood fiend moved with terrifying speed, crushing the opposition before they could react. The black crow blood fiend moved with shocking speed, overwhelming the Tang clan guards instantly. The arrival of these menacing figures interrupts the Tang clan guards' panic. The urgency of the situation overwhelmed her as she realized the danger facing her comrades. The black crow blood fiend's terrifying presence immediately paralyzed the young Tang clan member. Confronted at the entrance, the intruders recoil as a figure strikes with terrifying speed. Just as they celebrated their success, a chilling presence announced they were no longer alone. Even the seasoned warriors here have surprisingly shiny heads. While Mu Jin believed their claim was safe, chaos had already erupted across Sichuan with other map holders. The formidable Black Crow Blood Fiend declares a swift change of plans as he brutally incapacitates his victim. The Black Crow Blood Fiend revealed his terrifying power, striking with blinding speed. The danger passed. They arrived at the temporary encampment of the powerful Tang clan as the sun set. The frantic attendant worried aloud about reporting the young miss's disappearance. The warning about the Black Crow Blood Fiend barely registered as the two disciples prepared themselves. A brief moment of calm settles in the patriarch's study as dusk fades, anticipating the next move. The sheer shock of the situation manifested in a primal cry. The chaotic escape continues, but an immediate threat looms behind them. Despite the clear danger, someone desperately pleaded for them to stand down. The Black Crow Blood Fiend smiled, his menacing presence eclipsing all hope. Despite the dire warnings, the fight was unavoidable. Gung channeled his last reserves, unleashing a terrifying crimson strike against the thick barrier. Gung's immense frame blocks the view as the terrifying blood fiend prepares his attack. Gung unleashes his remaining strength in a desperate, explosive strike against the thick wall. The initial clash had been swift and brutal. The terrifying reputation of the blood fiend was immediately confirmed. The shock deepens. The mysterious figure is revealed to be Lady Tang Somi, disguised as a man who just defeated the blood fiend effortlessly. The masked figure is confronted directly, demanding answers about their surprisingly swift arrival. The escape route proved to be a frustrating dead end, leaving them trapped within the tomb chamber. The shock of the patriarch's sudden departure left his subordinates stunned and questioning their next move. The initial shock of facing the Tang clan members caused immediate, palpable tension in the air. The Tang clan's arrival signals immediate danger. A massive crowd is about to swarm the tomb entrance. The realization dawns. More factions are arriving, and the Ming Jin party's victory is short-lived. Despite their fatigue, the desperate team agrees to try the unknown escape route. As they prepared to breach the wall, a sudden realization forced one of them to halt the process. The captured thieves, realizing their predicament, look up as the leader speaks. Seeing the tense standoff, Chung urges them to consider an alternate path. The group, realizing their escape window is closing, now urgently signals their need to move out. The realization that more people were inside the tomb hit them with a jolt. With Gung's guidance, the group scrambles desperately toward the faint draft, hoping for an escape route. The thief, clutching the bag, makes their escape as the remaining pursuers burst through the chamber wall. They followed the perceived path towards the treasure chamber, hoping to escape. The realization dawns on the hidden figure, a shocking conclusion about the clan's true intent. Gung channeled his remaining energy, focusing it toward the thick wall. Zheng's desperate search for an exit hits a devastating dead end. Gung gathers his remaining strength, the powerful green aura radiating from his hand as he prepares for the decisive blow. The scout quickly pointed upward, signaling their arrival at the exit. Despite the danger, they resolve to press deeper into the tomb's chilling depths. Gung channels his remaining strength, focusing a destructive surge of energy toward the thick wall. Gung channels his remaining strength, focusing it all into one point. Gung channeled his remaining strength into one explosive strike, creating a path. The successful detonation left the assembled figures in awe of Gung's explosive power. The blast has shattered their cover, announcing their presence to the entire tomb. A panicked creature squeaked, its terror palpable as the masked man turned toward the exit. The realization struck the guard. The young mistress might truly be heading toward the tomb. The sounds of their hasty escape echoed, their footsteps crunching the forest floor. They were already debating the spoils as the terrifying Black Crow blood fiend's intentions became disturbingly clear. The initial relief of escaping was shattered as more enemies revealed themselves, drawing a curse from the masked protector. The dire warning of being trapped is immediately followed by the chilling realization. Enemies are closing in from the rear as well. The arrival of the Tang clan members signaled the absolute worst possible situation. They were now trapped between the pursuers and the edge. With their energy nearly spent, the ninja resolves to force a path out immediately. They recognize the threat, raising their hidden blades in a desperate, last-ditch defense. Gung tensed, his hand already cocked, as the sound effects signaled an immediate action. The Black Crow blood fiend unleashed a devastating, piercing storm upon his foes. The terrifying presence of the Black Crow blood fiend erupted, overwhelming anyone foolish enough to stand against him. The sheer threat of the approaching horde struck a paralyzing fear into the remaining members. Gung's desperate maneuver worked. The wall exploded, sending fragments outward as someone shrieked in terror. The unexpected arrival of the Tang clan patriarch silences everyone, eliciting a shocked cry from Tang Somi. Tang Pigeon finally emerges, his stern focus fixed on finding his daughter. The Tang clan's protectors have reached the exit, now facing the man who guided them. The shock of facing the Black Crow blood fiend himself was palpable among the remaining survivors. The patriarch, Tang Pigeon, reacted with stunned disbelief to the claim that these strangers protected Somi. Gung's powerful final strike rendered the pursuing assassins unconscious, leaving them impaled but alive. The patriarch's intense gaze cuts through the chaos as he confirms their presence. The initial escape route proves to be a dead end, forcing a desperate plea for teamwork. Even with their energy depleted, the group realized they were still being followed by keen eyes. Gung channeled his last reserves, creating a concentrated burst of energy to breach the final barrier. The patriarch, having confirmed their loyalty, extended a clear invitation to the heroes.